When Feng Tingshan once again cast aside their wedding anniversary by Yueguang, Rong Ci tore apart the pregnancy test report and chuckled lightly. It seems that the title of Mrs. Feng has merely ensnared myself. Resurrected from the ashes, she wielded gentleness as her blade, dismantling the Feng empire through the financial strategies she had acquired over 7 years of marriage. Yet, at an auction, she encountered her ex-husband, who pledged his entire fortune, raising the paddle with the declaration. The item up for bid is my wife's tears. Feng is willing to redeem them with his lifetime wealth. Chapter 1. She should awaken. By the time Rong Ci arrived at the airport in Country A, it was already past 9 o'clock. Today marked her birthday. Upon unlocking her phone, she was greeted with a plethora of birthday wishes from colleagues and friends. However, there was not a single word from Feng Tingshan. Her smile faded. Upon reaching the villa, it was well past 10 in the evening. Aunt Lu, upon seeing her, paused in surprise. Madam Yu, what brings you here? Where are Tingshan and Xinshin? Sir has not yet returned, and the young lady is playing in her room. Rong Ci handed her luggage to Aunt Lu and ascended the stairs, discovering her daughter in a little nightgown, deeply engrossed at a small table, diligently engaged in some activity, oblivious to the presence of anyone entering the room. Xinshin? Hearing her name, Feng Jingshin turned and joyfully exclaimed, Mommy! Then, she returned to her task with fervor. Rong Ci hurried over and embraced her, planting a kiss on her cheek, only to be gently pushed away. Mommy, I'm still busy. Having not seen her daughter for 2 months, Rong Ci longed for her dearly. No amount of affection felt sufficient, and she yearned to converse with her daughter. Seeing her so engrossed, she did not wish to dampen her spirits. Are you making a shell necklace, Xinshin? Yes. At this point, Feng Jingshin clearly became animated. In just a week, it will be Aunt Woe's birthday. This is the birthday gift that my dad and I have prepared for her. These shells have been meticulously polished by my dad and me using tools. Aren't they beautiful? Rong Ci felt a lump in her throat. Before she could speak, she heard her daughter joyfully exclaiming, Dad has also customized other gifts for Aunt Wu, for tomorrow. Rong Ci's heart sank, unable to restrain herself any longer. Xinshin, do you remember when Mommy's birthday is? What? Feng Jingshin glanced up briefly before returning her gaze to the beads in her hands, complaining, Mom, please don't talk to me. The order of the beads is all mixed up. Rong Ci released her embrace and fell silent. She stood there for a long time, noting that her daughter had not looked up at her once. With her lips pressed together, Rong Ci ultimately chose to leave the room without a word. When she encountered Aunt Lu, the latter remarked, Madam, I just called the master. He said he has matters to attend to tonight and that you should rest first. I understand. Rong Ci acknowledged her, momentarily reflecting on her daughter's earlier words before dialing Feng Tingshan's number. It took a while for the call to be answered, and when it was, the voice on the other end was rather indifferent. I have things to do. Let's talk tomorrow. Tingshan, it's quite late. Who is that? It was Lin Wu's voice. Rong Ci tightened her grip on the phone. Nothing. Before Rong Ci could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected from Feng Tingshan's end. The couple had not seen each other for 2 or 3 months. After much effort, she finally managed to visit Country. Not only did he not rush home to see her, but he also lacked the patience to even listen to her complete thoughts during a phone call. Over the years of their marriage, he had consistently treated her with coldness, detachment, and impatience. She had, in fact, grown accustomed to this behavior. In the past, she would have certainly called him again, patiently inquiring about his whereabouts and whether he could return for a short visit. However, perhaps due to fatigue, she suddenly found herself lacking the enthusiasm to do so. The next day, upon waking, she contemplated the situation and decided to call Feng Tingshan in Country A. There was a time difference of approximately 17 to 18 hours, and today marked her birthday. During this trip to Country A, aside from her deep desire to see her daughter and Feng Tingshan, she hoped that their little family could share a meal together on this special day. This was her birthday wish for the year. Feng Tingshan did not answer the call. After a long while, he finally sent a message. Is there something urgent? Rong Ci replied, Do you have time for lunch? Let's bring Xian and have a meal together, he responded. Understood. Let me know the address once it's decided. All right, she replied. After that, there was silence from Feng Tingshan. He had forgotten that today was her birthday. Although Rong Si was mentally prepared for this, she could not help but feel a pang of disappointment in her heart. After finishing her morning routine and preparing to go downstairs, she heard her daughter's voice along with Aunt Liu's coming from below. "Madame is here. Is the young lady not feeling happy? I have promised Dad to accompany Aunt Wu Wu to the seaside tomorrow. If Mom suddenly joins us, it would be quite awkward," she said. "Moreover, Mom is rather unkind. She is always harsh with Aunt Wu Wu. Miss, you must understand that the lady you refer to as Mom is indeed your mother. Such words can hurt her feelings, you know? I understand. But both Dad and I prefer Aunt Wu Wu. Can't I have her as my mother?" What Lu Aunt said was no longer clear to Rong Si. She had raised her daughter single-handedly, and over the past 2 years, their bond had deepened. Strangely, her daughter had become even more attached to Feng Tingshun, who had come to a country last year to explore new business avenues, insisting on accompanying him. Rong Si felt reluctant naturally. She wished for her daughter to remain by her side. Yet, she could not bear to see her daughter in distress, so she acquiesced. Little did she expect. Rong Si stood frozen, her complexion paling, rooted to the spot for what felt like an eternity. Her decision to forgo work and come to a country was motivated by a desire to spend quality time with her daughter. Now, it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Rong Si returned to her room, placing the gifts she had brought from home back into her suitcase. After a while, Lu Aunt called back, mentioning she had taken the children out to play and told her to reach out if needed. Rong Si sat on the bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of emptiness and confusion. She had abandoned her work to rush here, only to find that no one truly needed her. Her arrival felt like nothing more than a farce. After a long while, she stepped outside, meandering aimlessly through the strange yet familiar land as noon approached. She suddenly recalled that she had made plans to have lunch with Feng Tingshun. Remembering the words she had heard in the morning, just as she hesitated over whether to return home to pick up her daughter, she unexpectedly received a message from Feng Tingshun. "Lunch is cancelled due to an urgent matter." Rong Si read the message without the slightest hint of surprise, for she had grown accustomed to it. In Feng Tingshun's heart, be it business or a gathering with friends, everything seemed to hold more importance than his own wife. Arrangements made with her could be dismissed at his whim, without a thought for her feelings. Was she disheartened? Perhaps in the past. But now, she had become numb, unable to feel anything. A sense of bewilderment enveloped her. She had come with enthusiasm, yet received nothing but coldness from both her husband and daughter. Before she realized it, she found herself driving to the restaurant she had visited numerous times with Feng Tingshun. Just as she was about to enter, she spotted Feng Tingshun, Lin Wu, and Feng Jingxin all seated inside. Lin Wu was affectionately sitting on the same side as her daughter, conversing with Feng Tingshun while playfully engaging with the child. Her daughter, joyfully swinging her legs, was engrossed in a playful exchange with Lin Wu, leaning in to eat pastries that Lin Wu had already nibbled on. Feng Tingshun, smiling, served dishes to the two of them, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Wu across the table, as if she were the sole focus of his attention. This was what Feng Tingshun referred to as having matters to attend to. This was also the daughter she had carried for 10 months, expending half her life to bring into the world. Rong Si smiled, standing in place and observing. After a long pause, she averted her gaze and turned to leave. Upon returning to the villa, Rong Si prepared a divorce agreement. He was the embodiment of her youthful dreams, yet he had never truly seen her. Had it not been for that fateful night and the pressure from the old master, he would never have married her. In her naivety, she once believed that with enough effort, there would come a day when he would finally notice her. However, reality delivered a harsh slap to her face. It had been nearly 7 years. It was time for her to awaken. After placing the divorce agreement in an envelope and instructing Aunt Lu to deliver it to Feng Tingshun, Rong Si dragged her suitcase to the car and instructed the driver to the airport. Chapter 2. Madam has packed her belongings and returned home at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Feng Tingshun and his daughter returned home. Feng Jingxian clutched the hem of her father's garment, her movements sluggish as she alighted from the car. With her mother present, she had little desire to return home that night. However, Aunt Wu had informed her that her mother had come specifically to accompany her and her father, and if they did not return, their mother would be saddened. Her father also mentioned that if they did not return that evening, their mother would undoubtedly follow them out to sea the next day. Thus, she reluctantly consented to come back. Yet, a sense of unease lingered, and she murmured, "Father, what if Mother insists on accompanying us tomorrow?" "That will not happen," Feng Tingshen replied with unwavering certainty. Throughout their years of marriage, Rong Xi had always sought opportunities to spend more time with him. Nevertheless, she was quite sensible. As long as he expressed his discontent, she would refrain from provoking him. In Feng Jing Xian's recollection, Rong Xi had always been obedient to Feng Tingshen's wishes. Since he asserted that it would not happen, she found solace in his words. Gradually, her worries dissipated, and her spirits lifted. She bounded into the house, her previous gloominess replaced with exuberance, and announced to Aunt Lu that she wished to take a bath. "Very well," Aunt Lu replied eagerly, recalling Rong Xi's instructions as she handed an envelope to Feng Tingshen. "Sir, this is something Madam asked me to deliver to you." Feng Tingshen accepted the envelope, casually inquiring, "Where is she?" "Well, Madam packed her belongings and returned home this afternoon. Were you not aware?" Feng Tingshen paused on the stairs, turning his head back in surprise. "She has gone back? Indeed. Why did Rong Xi suddenly come to country? Feng Tingshen did not afford her the opportunity to speak, nor did he show any concern. Upon learning of her departure, he was not particularly bothered. Feng Jing Xian felt somewhat surprised. Upon hearing the news, a slight sense of loss stirred within her. She had been contemplating that if her mother did not accompany her and her father on their overseas trip the following day, having her mother by her side in the evening would indeed be quite pleasant. Furthermore, while polishing shells, her hands often ached easily, and she had hoped to enlist her mother's assistance in completing the task. Feng Tingshen and Rong Xi had not seen each other for several months. Despite Rong Xi finally making the effort to visit, she did not even catch a glimpse of Feng Tingshen. Recalling Rong Xi's departure, her expression seemed less than favorable. Aunt Lu could not help but remind him, "Sir, when Madame left, her demeanor was rather off. She appeared to be upset." Initially, Aunt Lu believed that Rong Xi had urgent matters to attend to, which prompted her hasty return. Now, upon realizing that Feng Tingshen was completely unaware of Rong Xi's return, she sensed something amiss. Upset? Rong Xi had always presented herself as a paragon of patience and tolerance in his presence. Was it possible that she, too, could feel anger? This was rather intriguing. Feng Tingshen offered a nonchalant smile, dismissing Aunt Lu's observation with a casual response before ascending the stairs. Once back in his room, as he prepared to open the letter from Rong Xi, Lin Wu's call came through. After answering the phone, he carelessly tossed the envelope aside and exited the room. Moments later, the envelope slipped off the edge of the bed and fell to the floor. That evening, Feng Tingshen did not return home. The following day, when Aunt Lu came to clean, she spotted the envelope on the floor and recognized it as the one Rong Xi had asked her to deliver to Feng Tingshen the previous day. She presumed that Feng Tingshen had perused it and casually placed it into a nearby cabinet. Upon disembarking from the plane, Rong Xi ascended to her home to organize her belongings. After all, 6 years had passed, and the residence was filled with her possessions. However, she only took a few outfits, 2 sets of daily necessities, and some of her academic texts. After their marriage, Feng Tingshen provided her and their daughter with a monthly allowance, which was deposited into 2 separate accounts, one for her and one for their daughter. Yet, Rong Xi was accustomed to using her own card for daily expenses, never once touching her daughter's. Furthermore, she adored Feng Tingshen. Whenever she went shopping and encountered clothes, shoes, cufflinks, or ties that seemed suitable for him, she could not resist purchasing them. As for herself, due to her work commitments, her daily expenditures remained modest, and her thoughts were entirely consumed by her husband and daughter. She yearned to provide them with the finest. Thus, the majority of the allowance Feng Tingshen allocated to her was spent on their father-daughter duo. Given this pattern, her account should have been nearly depleted. However, over the past year, since their daughter primarily resided with Feng Tingshen in country A, the opportunities for her to buy things for them had significantly diminished. Now, she still had over 30,000 remaining in her account. While this amount would not catch Feng Tingshen and Appo's attention, it was not an insignificant sum for her. Since it was rightfully her money, Rong Xi did not hesitate to transfer it away. Leaving the 2 cards behind, she dragged her luggage and departed without a backward glance. She owned a modest apartment not far from her workplace, measuring just over 100 square meters. For years ago, in order to care for a friend who had run away from home, I purchased this house, which had remained unoccupied until now. It has now proven to be quite useful. The residence was maintained by a cleaning service, rendering it clean enough for immediate occupancy with merely a light tidying up. After a long day, around 10 in the evening, I finished my evening routine and retreated to my room for rest. Suddenly, the jarring sound of an alarm clock pierced the silence, jolting me awake from my slumber. For a moment, my mind was blank from the abrupt awakening. As clarity returned, I remembered it was 1 in the morning here, which corresponded to just past 7 in the morning in Country A, where Feng Tingshan and his daughter resided. They typically had their breakfast around this time. Ever since my daughter accompanied Feng Tingshan to Country A, I had made it a habit to call her at this hour. However, due to my exhausting work schedule, I became accustomed to retiring early, fearing I might miss our conversation. Thus I set this alarm. Initially, after moving to Country A, my daughter struggled with the transition and missed me dearly, often expressing her longing during our calls. Yet, as time stretched on, her once fervent affection gradually waned, replaced by indifference and impatience. The alarm had long ceased to serve any purpose. It was merely my reluctance to let go. With this thought, I offered a wry smile. After a moment's hesitation, I deleted the alarm and powered off my phone to sleep. Meanwhile, Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingxin had nearly finished their breakfast. Although Feng Tingshan was aware that Rong Xi typically called their daughter at this hour, he was not always at home and did not pay much heed to the matter. Today, when Rong Xi failed to make her usual call, he noticed but did not concern himself with it. After finishing his breakfast, he ascended the stairs to change his clothes. Feng Jingxian felt that Rong Xi had become increasingly verbose, and her desire to engage in phone conversations with her had waned. Observing that her mother had yet to call at such a late hour, she speculated that perhaps something had delayed her. With a playful glint in her eyes, she grabbed her backpack and dashed out the door. Aunt Lu, noticing her haste, hurried after her, saying, "Miss, it is still early. You can leave a bit later." Feng Jingxian paid her no mind, joyfully racing towards the car. After all, it was a rare occasion for her mother to be preoccupied and miss her scheduled call. If she did not leave now, and her mother called later, she would be obliged to engage in conversation, which she decidedly wished to avoid. After marriage, Rong Xi commenced her career at the Feng Group, initially motivated by her feelings for Feng Tingshan. Now that divorce loomed on the horizon, she found herself devoid of any reason to remain at the company. The following morning, upon arriving at the office, Rong Xi submitted her resignation letter to Jiangzhe. Chapter 3. No longer contacting them, Jiangzhe was one of Feng Tingshan's personal secretaries. He was taken aback upon seeing her resignation letter. He was one of the few within the company who was privy to the relationship between Rong Xi and Feng Tingshan. Those familiar with Feng Tingshan knew that his heart was not with Rong Xi. After their marriage, he grew increasingly indifferent towards her, often neglecting to return home. In her pursuit to draw nearer to Feng Tingshan, Rong Xi chose to work at Feng's group, initially aspiring to become his personal secretary. However, Feng Tingshan did not acquiesce to her wishes. Even with the intervention of the patriarch, he remained resolute. Ultimately, Rong Xi had no choice but to settle for a position in the secretary department, becoming one of Feng Tingshan's many ordinary secretaries. First, Jiangzhe was concerned that Rong Xi's arrival would cause chaos within the department. However, to his surprise, she managed to navigate her role with grace. While she did take advantage of her position to approach Feng Tingshan, she was judicious, never overstepping boundaries. In fact, perhaps in a bid to earn his respect, Rong Xi dedicated herself to her work with great diligence, showcasing exceptional capabilities. Whether during her pregnancy or at any other time, she adhered strictly to company protocols, never seeking special treatment. Over the years, Rong Xi ascended to the role of team leader within the secretary department. Jiangzhe had always been aware of Rong Xi's affections for Feng Tingshan. To be honest, he never envisioned that she would resign. He found it hard to believe that she would willingly choose to leave. The suddenness of her resignation suggested that something had transpired between her and Feng Tingshan, something unknown to him, prompting Feng Tingshan to insist upon her departure. Rong Ci possessed considerable professional abilities. However, it was regrettable that Zhang Zhi maintained a businesslike demeanor, stating, "I have received your resignation letter, and I will arrange for someone to take over your responsibilities promptly." Rong Ci nodded in acknowledgement and returned to her workstation. After a brief period of busyness, Zhang Zhi proceeded to report on work matters to Feng Tingshen online. As their conversation progressed, he suddenly recalled Rong Ci's resignation. "By the way, General Manager Feng, regarding her resignation, although he had assured Rong Ci that he would swiftly arrange for a replacement, he was keen to discern Feng Tingshen's thoughts on the matter. If Feng Tingshen wished for Rong Ci to cease coming to the office as early as the following day, he could expedite the arrangements." Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, he recalled that, upon Rong Ci's hiring, Feng Tingshen had expressly stated that all matters concerning her should be handled according to company protocol, without the necessity for special reports to him. He would not involve himself in her affairs. Indeed, this had been the case. Over the years at the company, Feng Tingshen had never once inquired about Rong Ci. Whenever he encountered her at the office, his demeanor was akin to that of a stranger. Despite Rong Ci's outstanding performance, during discussions of her promotion a couple of years prior, they had cautiously broached the topic in Feng Tingshen's presence, mindful of his apparent disfavor towards her. They implied that, if he opposed the promotion, they would abandon the idea. At that time, Feng Tingshen had frowned, impatiently reiterating that he would not interfere, and instructed them to proceed according to protocol, declaring that they should refrain from consulting him regarding Rong Ci's matters in the future. Noticing Zhang Zhi's prolonged silence, Feng Tingshen furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" Zhang Zhi regained his composure and promptly replied, "It's nothing." Since Feng Tingshen was already aware of Rong Ci's resignation, yet had not broached the subject, it indicated that the matter held little significance in Feng Tingshen's eyes. Therefore, Zhang Zhi resolved to proceed with the company's regulations as usual. With this thought in mind, he ceased further conversation. Feng Tingshen disconnected the video call. What was he pondering? During lunch, a colleague unexpectedly tapped Rong Ci on the shoulder. Startled, she smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing. Aren't you supposed to call your daughter today?" "No, not today." Typically, she would call her daughter twice daily, once at 1 in the morning and again around noon. This was common knowledge among her colleagues. However, unbeknownst to them, her daughter's father was none other than the formidable boss of their company. After work that evening, Rong Ci ventured to the market to purchase some vegetables and a few potted plants for her home. Following dinner, she browsed the internet for updates on the upcoming technology exhibition. After perusing the information, she made a call. "Please reserve a ticket for me for next month's technology exhibition." "Are you certain?" came the indifferent response. "You mentioned reserving tickets the last 2 times, yet you did not attend. How many coveted tickets were squandered as a result?" The annual technology exhibition in the country is a significant event in the tech industry, and tickets are not easily obtained. Their company had secured a few spots, and many of their elite employees were eager to attend. For them, each spot was immensely valuable. "If I do not attend this time, I shall refrain from speaking to you henceforth." The other party remained silent and hung up the phone. Rong Ci understood that this was an implicit agreement. She smiled softly. In truth, what she did not express was her desire to return to the company. As a partner, she had chosen marriage and motherhood when the company was just starting, withdrawing from her professional responsibilities to focus on family, which utterly disrupted their developmental plans and caused them to miss numerous opportunities. The team felt both anger and frustration towards her. Over the past few years, their communication had dwindled significantly. Indeed, she wished to rejoin the company, yet her focus had remained on family after marriage. She had been out of touch with the industry for far too long. She worried that returning without adequate preparation would render her unable to keep pace with their progress. Thus, she resolved to spend some time thoroughly understanding the current state of the industry before formulating specific plans. In the following days, Rong Ci dedicated herself to her work during office hours and busied herself with personal matters thereafter. She refrained from reaching out to her daughter and Feng Tingshen. Naturally, they did not contact her either. She was not surprised by this, for it had become evident over 6 months ago that her attempts to connect had been unilaterally arranged, with them merely passively acquiescing. In Country A, Feng Jingxin had developed the habit of calling Lin Wu every morning upon waking. On this particular day, as usual, she placed a call to Lin Wu at the first opportunity. However, it was not long into their conversation before she burst into tears, for Lin Wu had delivered devastating news. Aunt Wu is returning to her homeland. Feng Jingxin is utterly heartbroken. After a conversation with Lin Wu, she immediately called Feng Tingshen. Dad, are you aware of this? In his office, Feng Tingshen was sifting through documents. Yes. When did you find out? It's been a while. Dad, you're so mean. Feng Jingxin, clutching her small pink pig plushie, wept inconsolably. Why didn't you tell me? I can't bear to part with Aunt Wu. If she is not here, I don't want to continue my studies. I want to return home. Oh. Feng Tingshen replied in a calm tone. I am already taking care of it. Feng Jingxin, puzzled, asked. What do you mean? We will return to our homeland next week. Chapter 4. Preparing for divorce. Feng Jingxin leaped out of bed, exclaiming, Really? Yes. Then why didn't Aunt Wu tell me just now? The matter has just become clear. I haven't informed her yet. Feng Jingxin was filled with excitement. Dad, please don't tell Aunt Wu about this yet. When we return to the country, let us surprise her, shall we? All right. Dad, you are the best. I adore you. After hanging up the phone, Feng Jingxin remained elated, singing and dancing on her bed. A moment later, she suddenly recalled Rong Ci. In recent days, her spirits had been remarkably high, primarily because her mother had not called her. To avoid conversing with her mother, she had deliberately left early and distanced her phone during her return from school. However, 2 days later, concerned that her mother would be upset upon discovering her ruse, she ceased these actions. To her surprise, her mother had not called her at all during the following days. Initially, she wondered if her mother had realized her intentional avoidance. Yet, upon reflection, she considered that, based on past experiences, if her mother had known she had erred, she would have promptly urged her to rectify it rather than remaining silent in anger. After all, in her mother's eyes, she was of utmost importance. Her mother loved her dearly, and she could scarcely believe that her mother would truly withhold communication out of anger. With this thought, Feng Jingxin found herself unexpectedly yearning for Rong Ci, a sentiment that had not graced her heart in many days. Unable to resist, she dialed Rong Ci's number. As soon as the call was initiated, she suddenly recalled that although she would soon see Aunt Wu upon her return to her homeland, her mother, with her characteristic stubbornness, would undoubtedly employ every means to prevent her from meeting Aunt Wu. She could no longer enjoy the freedom of visiting Aunt Wu at her whim, as she had here. Contemplating this, Feng Jingxin's mood soured abruptly. In her homeland, it was the early hours of the morning. Rong Ci had already succumbed to slumber, only to be roused by Feng Jingxin's call. Upon awakening and noticing the incoming call from Feng Jingxin, she was about to answer when Feng Jingxin, in a fit of anger, abruptly terminated the call. Although Rong Ci had relinquished her custody rights over Feng Jingxin in the divorce agreement with Feng Tingshen, Feng Jingxin remained her daughter, and thus, she bore a certain responsibility towards her. Concerned by the abrupt disconnection, she promptly returned the call. When Feng Jingxin saw this, she turned her face away, refusing to answer. Increasingly anxious, Rong Ci swiftly dialed the landline at the villa. Aunt Lu answered promptly, and after listening to Rong Ci, she reassured her, saying the young lady should be fine. She went to bed quite late last night and has just woken up. When I went upstairs, she was still asleep. I will check on her and call you back shortly. Relieved by Aunt Lu's words, Rong Ci replied, Thank you for your trouble. By the time Aunt Lu ascended the stairs, Feng Jingxin was already in the bathroom getting ready. After Aunt Lu explained the situation, Feng Jingxin, while rinsing her mouth, lowered her head and deceitfully muttered, I accidentally pressed it. Aunt Lu, without any suspicion, saw her brushing her teeth and then went downstairs to reply to Rong Ci. Feng Jingxin observed this and let out a soft snort, feeling her mood lift slightly. Hearing Aunt Lu's words, Rong Ci felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, she was abruptly awakened and found herself unable to fall back asleep for quite some time, resulting in her feeling rather fatigued when she got up for work the next day. The envelope containing the divorce agreement she had given to Feng Tingshen had not crossed his mind since the day he received Lin Wu's phone call. On the day of his return to the country, Feng Tingshen placed the final document into his briefcase. ensuring nothing was left behind, before turning and descending the stairs. It was time to depart. The elongated Lincoln swiftly left the villa, heading towards the airport. Rong Xi was unaware of Feng Tingshen's return. No one had informed her. It had been half a month since she moved out of the villa. During this time, she had gradually grown accustomed to and come to appreciate the tranquility and leisure of living alone. Today was the weekend, and she had risen later than usual. After getting up and washing up, she drew back the curtains to find the sunlight streaming in perfectly. Stretching her limbs, she watered the plants she had nurtured and was about to prepare a simple breakfast for herself when the doorbell rang. It was Mrs. Feng, her neighbor across the hall. "Miss Rong, I hope I didn't disturb you," she said. Rong Xi replied gently, "Not at all. I'm already awake." "That's good to hear," Mrs. Feng said warmly. "I brought you some freshly made buns and dumplings from our kitchen this morning, just to let you have a taste." "Thank you, this is too kind of you," Rong Xi responded appreciatively. "Indeed, it is true. Were it not for your timely intervention a few days ago, my dear sweet might have suffered greatly from that rabid dog. I have been meaning to express my profound gratitude, but my spouse and I have been so engrossed in our work that we have not found the opportunity, which is rather embarrassing." "It was but a trifling matter, Mrs. Feng. You are far too courteous." After exchanging pleasantries, Mrs. Feng took her leave. As I returned to my abode, I indulged in breakfast while perusing the intricate algorithmic mechanisms of an AI I have been studying recently. In the afternoon, a news notification regarding T University's centennial celebration popped up on my phone. I paused for a moment, glanced at the date, and suddenly recalled that today indeed marks T University's birthday. Upon searching online, I discovered several trending topics related to T University centennial celebration. The heightened interest surrounding this event can be attributed not only to T University's status as the nation's premier institution, but also to the fact that it is the inaugural centenary celebration, drawing an especially large number of esteemed alumni back to their alma mater. These distinguished graduates are prominent figures in various fields, drawing significant public attention. As I scrolled through the images, my hand trembled at the sight of several familiar faces gracing the screen. Memories of my time at the university surged forth, causing my heart to flutter. Had I not entered into matrimony immediately upon graduating, perhaps I too would have been among the honored alumni invited to partake in this celebration. With a heavy heart, I closed my laptop and, after a moment of hesitation, set off in my car towards T University. By this time, it was already the afternoon. Many esteemed guests who were invited to witness the ceremony have departed, yet the campus remains bustling with activity. Rong Xi meanders aimlessly through the grounds, and as she approaches the familiar entrance of the laboratory building, a recognizable voice calls out to her. "Xiao Xi?" 20 minutes later, in a tea house outside T University, Umo soon pours a cup of tea for Rong Xi. "How have you been lately?" he inquires. Cradling the teacup, Rong Xi lowers her gaze with a faint smile. "Quite well, though. I am preparing for a divorce." Umo soon is taken aback by her response, pausing momentarily. "I'm sorry to hear that." "It's all right," she replies. "What are your plans moving forward? Would you consider returning to the company?" Indeed, she has contemplated this possibility, yet Umo soon, unaware of her reservations, earnestly implores her. "Xiao Ci, the company needs you. You hold a stake in it, and I sincerely hope you can return to take the helm." I. Faced with Umo soon's earnest demeanor, Rong Xi feels an unspoken anguish. It is not that she is unwilling. Rather, the field of AI has evolved at an astonishing pace during her 6-year absence. Even if she were to return now, she fears she would struggle to keep up with the advancements, let alone lead others at the forefront of the industry as she once did. Chapter 5. The mistress goes on a business trip over the years. Yumashuan and Rong Xi have indeed crossed paths infrequently. Yet, even in their brief encounters, Yumashuan could discern the substantial distance between her current self and the spirited individual she once was. Reflecting on the past, he never imagined that the term inferiority would one day be associated with Rong Xi. Yumashuan possessed only limited knowledge of Rong Xi's marital life with Feng Tingshen, but he was aware of certain aspects. A conjecture formed in his mind, though he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he earnestly told her, "Falling behind momentarily is inconsequential. Your capabilities and talents are unparalleled, dear Ci. As long as you have the resolve to pursue this path, it is never too late to begin anew. Do not forget, you are the student my teacher was most proud of during his teaching career. Rong Si listened and smiled. If my teacher were to hear this, he would likely scoff, saying I am merely selecting the tallest among the short. As she reminisced about her eloquent yet sharp-tongued mentor, her smile waned slightly. I just saw on the news that he has returned to attend the celebration. Is he well? Quite well, though he finds it exceedingly vexing that we, his students who constantly bring him embarrassment, appear before him from time to time. Rong Si chuckled, her heart filled with nostalgia for the days spent under her mentor's guidance, where she was consistently pressed to write papers. Yu Mashuan urged, come back, dear Si. Rong Si tightened her grip on the teacup, took a deep breath, and nodded. All right. She had begun her exploration of artificial intelligence at a young age, truly harboring a passion for the field. For 6 or 7 years, she has forsaken her ideals out of love for Feng Tingshan. After such a prolonged absence, it may take considerable time for her to catch up. Yet, she firmly believes that as long as she puts forth her efforts, it is never too late to reclaim what she has lost. Yu Mashuan inquired, when do you anticipate your return? The current work requires a handover, so it seems she must wait a while longer. No matter, there is no urgency, he reassured her. Since she is able to return, what harm is there in waiting a little longer? After a brief conversation, Yu Mashuan glanced at the time and remarked, my subordinates have introduced me to a genius in algorithms, who reportedly just returned to the country. We have scheduled a meeting. Since we are fortuitously in the same place, would you care to join me? Rong Si shook her head. I am not familiar with your associates. Perhaps another time. Very well, he replied. No sooner had Yu Mashuan departed than Rong Si noticed Feng Tingshan's sister, Feng Tingshan, approaching her. She had seen her in the news but never expected to encounter her here. She greeted her sister Tingshan. Feng Tingshan, with a furrowed brow, responded without acknowledgement. What brings you here? I returned to attend the anniversary celebration at T University, Rong Si explained. Without her saying a word, Feng Tingshan seemed to have forgotten that she too is an alumna of T University. However, aside from the current faculty and students, those returning today are primarily distinguished alumni invited by the institution. What business does an unknown individual like Rong Si have in mingling with them? She sighed inwardly. As long as she does not speak indiscreetly and bring shame to the Feng family, she could hardly be bothered to engage with her. Upon reflection, Feng Tinglin candidly expressed her intention. Xiao Ming has expressed a desire to savor your culinary creations. Later, I shall arrange for someone to deliver him to you and Tingshan. Xiao Ming is Feng Tinglin's son, a year or two older than Feng Jingxin. The marital discord between Feng Tinglin and her husband has rendered her neglectful of their child in recent years, leading to an increasingly rebellious disposition in him. Now that she wishes to exert her influence, it has become quite a challenge. Learning that her son relishes her cooking, Feng Tinglin has taken to sending him over whenever she finds the time. Apart from the elderly matriarch, the rest of the Feng family has shown little regard for her. Youngsters often emulate one another. Despite his fondness for her dishes, Feng Tinglin's son harbors a profound disdain for her as his aunt, treating her more like a servant than family. Previously, owing to Feng Tingshan, Rong Si devoted herself wholeheartedly to Feng Tinglin's child, overlooking the boy's lack of respect. However, with her and Feng Tingshan now preparing for divorce, she no longer wishes to compromise herself for his sake. Thus, Rong Si firmly declined. I'm sorry, Sister Tinglin, but I am unavailable tomorrow. With a desire to return to her professional pursuits, she intends to devote her time solely to her work. Regardless of Feng Tingshan or Feng Tinglin, once divorced, she would sever all ties with them, refusing to squander her time any further. Feng Tinglin was taken aback by Rong Si's refusal, considering that she had previously made considerable efforts to appease the Feng family for Feng Tingshan's sake. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on it. Yongzi had never rejected her before, but now when Yongzi claimed to have matters to attend to, she couldn't help but believe that there was indeed something significant at hand. After all, how could Yongzi possibly forego the opportunity to please her? Yet, she remained somewhat discontented. With Tingshan and Xinxin absent from her side, what pressing affairs could Yongzi possibly have? Listening to this, Yongzi couldn't suppress a bitter smile within her heart. Over the years, she had forsaken her own identity, centering her existence around Feng Tingshen and their daughter, constantly revolving around them. Receiving such a remark from Feng Tinglin was, in truth, not unfounded. However, she resolved not to continue in this manner. Just as Yongzi was about to voice her thoughts, a few individuals approached them. Miss Feng. It was evident they had come in search of Feng Tinglin. Upon noticing Yongzi, they scrutinized her and inquired, Miss Feng, may I ask who this is? Feng Tinglin, without introducing Yongzi as her sister-in-law, coldly remarked, a friend. A friend. They were all returning to T University for a celebration, and their social standing was not insignificant. Assuming Feng Tinglin had encountered someone of considerable repute, they were taken aback by her indifferent demeanor towards Yongzi. Apart from a few lingering glances at Yongzi's striking beauty and her long, fair legs, the others offered her no further attention. They soon clustered around Feng Tinglin and swiftly departed. Feng Tinglin's refusal to acknowledge Yongzi's familial connection would have once caused Yongzi distress. Yet now, she found herself indifferent to such matters. After Feng Tinglin had left, she gathered her bag and turned to depart as well. That night, shortly after 10 o'clock, the flight carrying Feng Tingshen and Feng Jing Xian arrived at the airport punctually. By the time they reached home, it was nearly dawn. Feng Jing Xian had fallen asleep before they returned. Feng Tingshen carried Feng Jing Xian upstairs, and as they passed the master bedroom, he noticed the door ajar, yet the room within was shrouded in darkness. He took Feng Jing Xian back to their room, and upon returning to the master suite, he switched on the dim light, casting a glance at the bed, which lay desolate. Rong Ci was absent. At that moment, the butler happened to be bringing their luggage upstairs. Feng Tingshen loosened his necktie and inquired, "Where is she?" The butler promptly replied, "Madam has gone on a business trip. A fortnight ago, when Rong Ci was packing to leave, he happened to be away." The other servants in the villa mentioned that Rong Ci had departed with her luggage, presumably for a business trip. It was indeed peculiar. Previously, Rong Ci seldom traveled for work, and when she did, it was typically for only 2 or 3 days. Yet, this time she had been gone for half a month without return. Feng Tingshen acknowledged with a non-committal sound, refraining from further questions. Chapter 6. Who allowed you to come here? The next day, as Feng Tingshen arrived at the company, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Rong Ci. Unbeknownst to her, he and Feng Jingxin had already returned to the country. The sudden encounter left Rong Ci momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing her, a flicker of surprise crossed Feng Tingshen's eyes, yet he merely assumed that she had just returned from a business trip, giving it little thought. His expression remained impassive, treating her like a stranger as he coldly brushed past her and entered the building. Had this been in the past, the news of his unexpected return would have filled Rong Ci with immense joy. In such a scenario, even if she could not rush into his embrace, she would have been thrilled, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at him, and despite his indifference, she would have cheerfully greeted him with a good morning. However, now, she merely cast a fleeting glance at his handsome visage before lowering her gaze, her face devoid of the previous excitement and delight. Yet, Feng Tingshen remained oblivious to her emotions and had already departed. Watching the man's composed and upright silhouette, Rong Ci pondered when he had returned. Nevertheless, since he was back in the country, the matter of divorce should soon come to the forefront, should it not? Having resolved to proceed with the divorce, she refrained from dwelling further on Feng Tingshen and swiftly immersed herself in her work upon returning to her desk. Half an hour later, Zhang Zhe called to instruct her to prepare 2 cups of coffee to deliver to the CEO's office. In her efforts to win Feng Tingshen's affection, she had learned of his fondness for coffee and had invested considerable effort into mastering the art of brewing it. Indeed, diligence does not go unrewarded. After savoring the coffee she brewed, Feng Tingshen insisted on having only her coffee, whether at home or in the office. Upon realizing that Feng Tingshen had genuinely fallen for her coffee, she was exhilarated for quite some time, believing it to be the first step towards success. In truth, she underestimated the extent of Feng Tingshen's disdain and wariness towards her. Indeed, he relished her coffee, yet it was merely the coffee he cherished. His demeanor towards her remained cold and distant. Consequently, whenever he desired her brew, he typically instructed Zhang Zhe to contact her, and after she had prepared the coffee, it was Zhang Zhe and his colleagues who would retrieve it. He afforded her no opportunity to draw near. Only on rare occasions, when Zhang Zhe and the others were unavailable, did she have the chance to personally deliver the coffee to his office. This time, from Zhang Zhe's tone on the phone, it seemed he intended for her to bring the coffee directly to Feng Tingshan. After preparing the coffee, Rong Ci placed it on a tray and made her way to Feng Tingshan's office. The door was ajar. As she approached, ready to politely knock, she was taken aback to see Lin Wu seated on Feng Tingshan's lap, seemingly engaged in a kiss. Rong Ci halted abruptly, her expression draining of color. Upon noticing her, Lin Wu hastily dismounted from Feng Tingshan's lap. Feng Tingshan's countenance darkened significantly as he coldly demanded, "Who permitted your presence?" Rong Ci clenched the tray tightly in her hands, replying, "I came to bring you coffee." Just then, another of Feng Tingshan's personal secretaries, Chang Yuan, happened to arrive. He was aware of the relationship between Rong Ci and Feng Tingshan. He remarked, "What you are doing is rather uninteresting." Chang Yuan did not articulate his thoughts directly, yet Rong Ci abruptly grasped the underlying implication of his words. She sensed that he was aware of Lin Wu's presence at the company and that her arrival, under the pretense of delivering coffee, was intended to disrupt the interaction between Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. Observing Feng Tingshan's expression, it seemed he shared this sentiment. In the past, she might have indeed resorted to such tactics, but now, with the impending divorce, how could she possibly engage in such behavior? Yet, they offered her no opportunity for explanation. Chang Yuan coldly commanded, "Please leave at once." Rong Ci's eyes glistened with unshed tears as her hand trembled slightly while holding the tray. Coffee spilled from the cup, scalding her fingers. She winced in pain but remained silent as she turned to depart. However, after taking just a few steps, Feng Tingshan's voice echoed from the office, "If this happens again, you need not come to the company anymore." She had already resigned. Even without this incident, once a replacement was found, she would leave the company immediately. Yet, she was acutely aware that no one here cared about her circumstances. Voicing her feelings would be of little consequence. Rong Ci remained silent as she turned and departed, still holding the tray. Before leaving, she heard Lin Wu gently soothing Feng Tingshan, "All right, Tingshan, I believe she did not mean it. Please do not stay angry." Rong Ci discarded the coffee and rinsed her scalded fingers under the tap, then deftly retrieved ointment from her bag to treat her injury. Do not be deceived by her current culinary prowess. She brewed an excellent cup of coffee. In truth, prior to her marriage to Feng Tingshan, she possessed neither the skills for household chores nor the ability to cook, and had never even tasted coffee. However, after their union, for the sake of Feng Tingshan and their child, she mastered all these tasks. She devoted a considerable amount of time to learning, transforming her initial inadequacies into a state of perfection. The hardships she endured remain known only to her. As for the first aid supplies in her bag, what mother wouldn't habitually carry some? Yet, since she and Feng Jingxin relocated to Country A, the need for these supplies has diminished greatly. Fortunately, they have not yet expired. After tending to her wounds, Rong Ci suppressed the stabbing pain that surged in her chest and returned to her workstation to continue her duties. Just as she had organized the documents at hand, she suddenly overheard someone exclaim, "I heard President Feng's girlfriend has come to the company." Girlfriend? President Feng has a girlfriend? Who is she? What is her background? Is she beautiful? While the details of her background remain unclear, the receptionist downstairs mentioned that she hails from a prominent family, is extraordinarily beautiful, and possesses an exceptional demeanor. As the two colleagues continued their conversation, they noticed Rong Ci rising and remembered they needed to accompany her downstairs for a meeting. They quickly fell silent, exchanging awkward smiles as they approached her. "Let us focus on work for now and gossip later." Rong Ci understood that the girlfriend they referred to was actually Lin Wu. Yet, upon hearing this, her expression remained inscrutable as she turned and exited the office, joining her two colleagues in the elevator. Upon exiting the elevator, as they were making their way towards the conference room, Lin Wu approached them accompanied by 4 high-ranking executives of the company. The executives surrounded Lin Wu, their expressions cautious, obsequious, and eager to please. Lin Wu remarked with a smile, "It is truly commendable for you, dear managers, to accompany me on a tour of the company. Adorned in designer attire, she exuded an air of aristocratic elegance with every gesture. Her polite demeanor suggested she regarded herself as the lady of the company, intertwining cordiality with a hint of aloofness, as if she perceived the managers as her subordinates. The managers responded with forced smiles. Given your relationship with General Feng, we are merely fulfilling our duties. Miss Lin, you are too kind. Indeed, indeed, they echoed. Upon spotting Rong Si as they emerged from the elevator, despite instinctively parting to avoid obstructing their path, the manager's brows immediately furrowed upon their sight. What manner of walking is this? What if they were to collide with Miss Lin? Such a lack of decorum. Chapter 7. Returning home together, Rong Si's two colleagues, while stealing glances at Lin Wu, took a couple of steps back and pressed themselves against the wall. Lin Wu also noticed Rong Si but quickly averted her gaze, clearly not considering her worthy of attention. Soon, she was ushered into the elevator amidst a throng of managers. As the elevator doors closed, Rong Si's colleagues let out a sigh of relief, swiftly transitioning into an excited gossip session. That must be President Feng's girlfriend, right? Wow, she's stunning. She's adorned in designer brands. It must be quite expensive. No wonder she exudes such confidence and poise. Her aura is truly a world apart from ours. Absolutely. They chimed in unison, then softly inquired of Rong Si, what do you think? Rong Si lowered her gaze and replied coolly, indeed. Lin Wu is actually the illegitimate daughter of her father. To say illegitimate daughter might be a bit misleading. After all, when she was 8, her father, determined to shield Lin Wu and her mother from hardship, insisted on divorcing her mother to marry Lin Wu's mother. Following the divorce, she lived with her mentally unstable mother, alongside her grandmother and uncle. Over the years, her uncle's business suffered decline, while the Lin family's enterprise thrived. It is said that in a bid to compensate for Lin Wu's childhood grievances, her father spared no expense to provide her with the best, investing substantial resources in her upbringing. Lin Wu, living up to expectations, has reportedly become exceptionally accomplished. Consequently, the once illegitimate daughter has now emerged as a legitimate heiress of a prestigious family. Having spent over a decade as a young lady of privilege, Lin Wu now exudes an air of aristocratic elegance that surpasses even her days as a true heiress. She had once believed that after her childhood, her life would no longer intertwine with that of Lin Wu. However, fate seems particularly fond of Lin Wu. She and Feng Tingshan share a childhood bond, yet no matter how hard she tries, he remains oblivious to her presence, falling irrevocably in love with Lin Wu at their first encounter. Rong Si, are you alright? Two colleagues expressed their concern upon noticing Rong Si's pale complexion. Rong Si snapped back to reality, assuring them, I am fine. Soon, she would be divorced from Feng Tingshan. His affections for another were no longer her concern. That day, Rong Si chose not to dwell on the relationship between Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. She worked diligently until nearly 9:00 and Oppo's clock. As she was wrapping up her tasks, her phone chimed. It was a call from her close friend, Chu Zilan. Upon answering, she learned that Chu Zilan had indulged a bit too much and requested Rong Si to pick her up from the restaurant. Hastily, Rong Si completed her paperwork, grabbed her car keys, and departed from the office. 20 minutes later, she arrived at her destination. As she exited her vehicle and made her way toward the entrance, a little girl emerged from the adjacent parking lot. Upon catching a glimpse of the girl's distinct profile, Rong Si paused momentarily. Xian? She shouldn't be studying in Country A. How could she be here? Did she return with Feng Tingshan? Despite her position, which kept her from accessing certain confidential documents, she was aware that Feng Tingshan's expansion efforts in Country A were far from complete. She believed that Feng Tingshan's return to the country was merely a brief interlude to attend to certain matters. Little did she anticipate that her daughter would accompany him back. Uncertain of the exact moment they had arrived, she deduced from having seen Feng Tingshan that morning that they had indeed returned for at least a day. Yet, her daughter had not once contacted her to inform her of their homecoming. Contemplating this, Rong Si tightened her grip on her handbag and quietly trailed after the lively little figure bouncing ahead. Upon reaching the corner of the hall, she spotted Lin Wu and several of Feng Tingshan's friends at the end of the corridor. Instinctively, she sidestepped to conceal herself, only to hear her daughter joyfully exclaim, "Aunt Wu," as she dashed forward and leaped into Lin Wu's embrace. Rong Si took a seat on a nearby sofa, positioning herself so that foliage and the back of the chair shielded her from view. "Xin, you've returned to the country too? Because of Aunt Wu, you came back with us? Daddy couldn't bear to part with you, so he finished his work early and brought me back. Moreover, we deliberately returned a day before your birthday, so as not to miss the celebration. This necklace was crafted by Daddy and me, Aunt Wu. Happy birthday. Wow. It's handmade by Xin and Daddy? Creating this must have taken a lot of effort. Xin, you are truly remarkable. Auntie adores it. Thank you, Aunt Wu. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters." Feng Jingxin cuddled against Lin Wu, pouting, "I haven't seen you for a week, Aunt Wu. I miss you so much. If it weren't for the fact that I can call you every day, I would hardly be able to endure my time in a country these past few days. I miss you dearly, Xin." At that moment, footsteps echoed from the side. Rong Si paused. It was Feng Tingshan. Even without seeing him, the sound of his footsteps confirmed his presence. She was certain of this, having spent nearly every day waiting for him during their 6 or 7 years of marriage. Feng Tingshan's footsteps were as unhurried and composed as he was. Even in the presence of the Feng family, with whom he shared a close bond, he remained steady and seemingly indifferent, as if the sky could fall and he would remain unfazed. She once believed that nothing in this world could disturb his peace of mind. Yet, at this moment, Lin Wu's appearance made this notion an exception. Before Rong Si could ponder further, she heard her daughter call out, "Daddy." Feng Tingshan's friends greeted him in turn. He acknowledged them and then turned to Lin Wu, saying, "Happy birthday." Lin Wu smiled and replied, "Yes. Daddy, didn't you prepare other birthday gifts for Aunt Wu? Hurry and give them to her." Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. And then, one of Feng Tingshan's friends let out a soft chuckle, bending down to pinch Feng Jingxian's cheek. "That is a gift your father has personally prepared for Aunt Wu. It is likely intended for her privately, so let us refrain from interfering," he laughed. The others joined in with their ambiguous laughter. At that moment, Feng Tingshan remarked, "It has already been given." "Ah, when?" Feng Jingxian exclaimed, adding, "Father, you went to see Aunt Wu without me again." "Humph." Feng Tingshan's friends erupted into laughter. However, Rong Si recalled the incident earlier that morning when Lin Wu had visited the Feng group. It was probably during that time that the gift was delivered. Lin Wu smiled shyly and suggested, "Let us not linger here. We should head upstairs quickly." Their footsteps faded away, leaving Rong Si in a haze of confusion. Her heart ached intensely, and it was only after a long while that she regained her composure, silently entering the elevator to assist her friend downstairs. In fact, the dining room where Chu Zilan and Lin Wu were gathering was on the same floor. As Rong Si helped Chu Zilan into the elevator, Feng Tingshan's friend Qi Yuming paused momentarily. Chapter 8. It was unnecessary. The people around him inquired, "What's the matter?" It seemed as though he had spotted an acquaintance. They had grown up alongside Feng Tingshan and were well aware of Rong Si's affection for him. To be candid, Rong Si was indeed beautiful, yet she possessed a quiet demeanor. Her beauty was exquisite but lacked distinctiveness, rendering her not the type that Feng Tingshan favored. He maintained a respectful distance from her, and they held little regard for Rong Si. Their encounters with her were few, and upon meeting, they were disinclined to greet her. To be honest, Rong Si's visage had become somewhat blurred in his memory, leaving him unsure if he had truly recognized her. Nevertheless, even if it was indeed Rong Si, he did not dwell on it. He said little more and turned back to the private room. Rong Si did not notice Qi Yuming. After leaving the hotel, she accompanied him back to Chu Xilan's residence, where she stayed that evening to care for her. When Chu Xilan awoke and saw Rong Si, she expressed her gratitude with a hug, saying, "Thank you for your efforts last night. I'll treat you to dinner another day." Rong Si had already prepared breakfast and playfully patted her head, urging, "Get up and freshen up. Breakfast will get cold." Chu Xilan, holding on to her, buried her little face against Rong Si's waist, reluctant to part, murmuring, "Xiao Si, you're so fragrant and soft. It feels so comfortable to hold you." Rong Si. After Chu Xilan had freshened up, She beheld the delicious breakfast that Rong Si had prepared on the table, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness and sincerely believing that anyone who could marry Rong Si would be incredibly fortunate. However, thinking of Rong Si's marriage to Feng Tingshan, she refrained from expressing her concerns, fearing it might upset her. She sat down and began to eat while playing on her phone. Before long, her expression changed, and she could not help but ask Rong Si, "Has Feng Tingshan returned to the country?" Rong Si replied, "Yes." Chu Zilan handed her phone to Rong Si. Upon glancing at it, Rong Si discovered it was a post from Chi Yuming, a friend of Feng Tingshan. The post featured several photographs from a gathering they had attended the previous night. The caption read, "Happy birthday to the beautiful birthday girl." Although it was meant to celebrate Lin Wu's birthday, 4 or 5 of the photos prominently showcased Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu together, particularly one where they were cutting the cake, both holding the same crystal knife. As for his daughter, Feng Jing-Xian, she was conspicuously absent from the pictures, likely due to her desire to keep the matter from the elders of the Feng family. After all, Grandma Feng and her grandmother were friends, and due to the history between her mother and Lin Wu's mother, Grandma Feng had never been fond of Lin Wu. If she were to discover that Feng Tingshan allowed Feng Jing-Xian to grow close to Lin Wu, she would likely be quite angry. To an unknowing observer, the photographs might suggest that Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu were indeed a couple. However, it was evident that this birthday celebration had been specifically arranged by Feng Tingshan for Lin Wu. Reflecting on the coldness she had experienced during her own birthday 2 weeks prior, Rong Si averted her gaze. Chu Zilan looked at her with concern. "Xiao Si, it's fine. Their affairs are no longer my concern." Rong Si returned the phone to her, stating, "I have initiated the divorce with Feng Tingshan." "What?" Chu Zilan was taken aback. You initiated the divorce?" "Yes." Previously, Chu Zilan had not harbored any dislike for Feng Tingshan. On the contrary, she once held him in great admiration, even experiencing the stirrings of affection for him. There was no other reason. It was primarily because Feng Tingshan was extraordinarily remarkable. Rong Si leaped 3 levels, graduating from the top university in the country before the age of 18, and soon established her own tech company, securing several patents, an achievement she deemed exceptionally extraordinary. However, it was said that Feng Tingshan graduated from university at the tender age of 13. Shortly after his graduation, he pursued further studies abroad. Upon his return, he had already founded several companies, all of which went public, and astonishingly, he was still not yet 20. These companies encompassed various fields, including technology, medicine, entertainment, and tourism. In the subsequent years, while creating his own enterprises, he also took over the Feng Group, effortlessly elevating it to new heights. In social circles, who could mention Feng Tingshan without raising a thumb in admiration? Moreover, Feng Tingshan's appearance was equally striking. Thus, it was not surprising to Chu Zilan that a genius like Rong Si would fall for another genius like Feng Tingshan. However, Feng Tingshan was indeed ruthless towards those he did not favor. Reflecting on the years during which Feng Tingshan had persistently misunderstood Rong Si and callously trampled upon her genuine feelings, she felt completely disenchanted with him. Chu Zilan had always witnessed the depth of Rong Si's affection for Feng Tingshan. Over the years, she had urged Rong Si to consider divorce, yet Rong Si had always silently shaken her head. Therefore, she was genuinely taken aback when Rong Si unexpectedly initiated the conversation about divorce. She could scarcely eat breakfast, her heart aching as she gazed at Rong Si. "What has happened?" she inquired, realizing that something must have transpired to prompt Rong Si, who had steadfastly loved Feng Tingshan, to initiate a divorce. Rong Si pondered for a moment before responding. "It's not necessarily a significant matter. Perhaps it is simply the accumulation of disappointment that has rendered me weary, leading me to desire a divorce." Chu Zilan understood Rong Si's temperament well. She knew that once Rong Si made a decision, even if she might not yet be able to completely let go of Feng Tingshan, she would not easily alter her course. She was resolute. Chu Zilan embraced Rong Si, reassuring her, "It's all right. Perhaps separation is for the best." Rong Si nodded in agreement. After finishing breakfast, she departed from Chu Zilan's residence to head to work. Prior to her move, although she and Feng Tingshan worked at the same place, they always left at different times and had never commuted together. Moreover, He was quite vigilant in keeping his distance from her. Sometimes, they wouldn't even cross paths at the office for an entire month. Now that she had moved out, however, they had encountered each other for 2 consecutive days. Today, Feng Tingshan appeared as strikingly handsome as ever, exuding an air of poise and stability. Yet, as before, his indifference became even more pronounced upon seeing her. Like the previous day, he merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before diverting his gaze. Rong Ci lowered her eyes and softly called out, "President Feng," just as she had the day before, only stepping into the office after he had walked away. She was unaware if Lin Wu had arrived at the office that day, nor did she concern herself with it. She remained focused and silently immersed in her work. At noon, her grandmother called her. "Xiao Ci, a sheep has been sent over from X City. The weather has turned colder, so come home for dinner tonight. I've arranged for a whole lamb feast." Listening to her grandmother's kind voice, Rong Ci felt a warmth in her heart. "All right, I'll head back as soon as I finish work." Aside from the morning, Rong Ci did not encounter Feng Tingshan again that day. As she tidied up her things, preparing to leave on time, Chang Yuan delivered a document to her, requesting urgent attention. Rong Ci paused. Although it was labeled as urgent, a quick glance revealed that the document was not particularly time-sensitive. In the past, she would have smiled and accepted it, promising to complete it swiftly, not wanting to appear preferential. However, today she was disinclined to pursue perfection, especially regarding matters related to Feng Tingshan. Furthermore, she was weary. All she desired now was to return home early to be with her grandmother, not to work overtime. Previously, she had aimed to cultivate good relationships with the private secretaries around Feng Tingshan, but now that seemed unnecessary. Moreover, Chang Yuan had unjustly accused her the day before, and she lacked the magnanimity to pretend as though nothing had occurred. She regarded Chang Yuan coolly and stated, "I will not be handling this work right now. I'm leaving." Chapter 9. She was not home. Chang Yuan's expression darkened as he perceived Rong Ci was leveraging her status for preferential treatment. "Secretary Rong, please adjust your work attitude. Do you think this is your home?" Rong Ci, clutching her bag, maintained her stance. "If you are dissatisfied, you may dismiss me at once." He was aware that she had submitted her resignation after accompanying Feng Tingshan to Country A. Despite his close rapport with Feng Tingshan, the company was not solely under his authority. He lacked the power to simply command Rong Ci to leave. Moreover, Rong Ci held considerable favor with old Madame Feng. Should she choose to lodge a complaint, he was certain that Feng Tingshan would shield her, leaving him at a disadvantage. Ignoring him, Rong Ci strode past and exited. Chang Yuan's face turned a shade of green as he left the secretarial department. Jiang Zhe, noticing Chang Yuan's unusual demeanor, inquired, "What happened?" Chang Yuan recounted the events. Jiang Zhe was taken aback. Typically, he interacted with Rong Ci more frequently and had a fair understanding of her character. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "This does not seem like something Rong Ci would do. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding?" "There is no misunderstanding. This is precisely how it transpired. In my view, Rong Ci is merely exploiting her status for special treatment. She is not as commendable as you usually claim," Chang Yuan replied. Jiang Zhe paused, contemplating. Perhaps she is preparing to resign and has begun to slack off? However, Rong Ci had been diligently working recently, displaying no change from her usual self. Just then, Feng Tingshan approached from a distance, asking, "What is going on?" "It is Secretary Rong, who left work before completing her tasks. If you are dissatisfied, you may proceed with her dismissal according to protocol." It is evident that Feng Tingshan is utterly indifferent to this matter. Jiang Zhe and Chang Yuan were momentarily taken aback. It was not that they believed Feng Tingshan was excessively apathetic regarding Secretary Rong's situation. Rather, it seemed from his tone that he was entirely unaware that Rong Ci had already submitted her resignation. Wasn't it his intention for her to resign? Had they misunderstood the situation? Just as they were about to speak, Feng Tingshan's phone rang. It was a call from Lin Wu. Without glancing back at them, he bypassed them and headed for the elevator while answering the call. "I am leaving work now. I will arrive shortly." Jiang Zhe and Chang Yuan exchanged glances. Jiang Zhe remarked, "Perhaps President Feng has simply forgotten?" This indeed seemed plausible, as Feng Tingshan had always been rather unconcerned about matters pertaining to Rong Ci. Meanwhile, Feng Jingxin shared a close bond with elder Rong. Whenever Feng Jingxin was home, Rong Ci would typically bring her daughter along when visiting the Rong family. However, although Feng Jingxin had returned to the country, she had not made a single phone call in all these days, preferring instead to contact Lin Wu daily, missing her to the point of distress after just a few days apart. Given this, there was no need for her to force anything. Moreover, with the current closeness between Feng Jingxin and Lin Wu, one could only imagine the elder's fury upon discovering this. Upon her return to the Rong family home, even though Feng Jingxin had come back to the country, she chose not to go and greet Feng Tingxian, but rather made her way to the Rong residence alone. The journey was somewhat congested, and by the time Rong Ci arrived at the Rong family home, it was already past 6 in the evening. Upon seeing her, Grandma Rong's smile faltered momentarily, and with a touch of concern, she gently caressed Rong Ci's face, remarking on her weight loss. Rong Ci's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she replied, "I've been quite busy with work lately." Grandma sighed, "No matter how busy you are, you must remember to eat properly." "I understand, Grandma. I will take care of it," Rong Ci said as she settled beside her grandmother, resting her head on the older woman's shoulder, seeking warmth. Observing that the lamb stew was nearly ready, Grandma instructed someone to serve a bowl of soup for her, to help warm her up. Listening to her grandmother's caring words, Rong Ci felt tears welling up as memories of recent events flooded her mind. However, fearing that her grandmother would worry if she knew, she quickly composed herself and asked, "Auntie and the others haven't returned from their trip yet, have they?" "Not yet," Grandma replied. "They've become quite engrossed in their travels and mentioned they would return a week later." "What about Uncle? Does he have engagements tonight?" "Your uncle, upon hearing of your return, has postponed his engagements and said he would come back to join us for dinner. He should be home shortly." "Good." Just as they finished speaking, Rong Chongqing returned home. Upon seeing Rong Ci, he smiled and exclaimed, "Little Ci is back." But his expression soon turned to concern as he frowned. "Why have you lost weight? Have you not been eating well?" Rong Ci smiled, "I was just too busy before. I promise I will eat more shortly." Rong Chongqing sighed as the servants set the dinner on the table, persistently serving her meat. He remarked that she had lost weight, and indeed Rong Ci noticed that he too appeared haggard. Although she had not joined the Rong family business, she was aware of its current struggles. Rong Chongqing was overwhelmed with the company's affairs daily yet found himself unable to revive it. Over the years, had Feng Tingxian offered his assistance for a few projects, the Rong family would not have fallen into such dire straits. However, apart from the 2 instances when old Lady Feng issued her stern orders, Feng Tingxian had never extended a helping hand to her. She mused that, but for old Lady Feng's intervention, given Feng Tingxian's misunderstandings towards her, he would not only have refrained from assisting her but might have actively sought to undermine the Rong family. Contemplating this, Rong Ci offered a bitter smile, the delectable lamb losing its appeal on her palate. Understanding her predicament, even in times of need, Rong Chongqing had never suggested she seek help from Feng Tingxian. After dinner, while the elderly matriarch dozed, Rong Ci presented Rong Chongqing with a card containing 70 million. "Xiao Ci, Uncle doesn't he need this? It would be of little use to me," he responded. Rong Ci returned the card to him, stating, "This is all I can offer. I cannot assist in other ways." She had always excelled in her studies, and while she could engage in research and development, she seemed ill-suited for business. Fortunately, in her earlier years, she had secured several patents in artificial intelligence, and the tech company she co-founded with Yu Moshuan and others continued to yield annual dividends. By the end of the year, the cumulative amount allowed her to receive millions even while resting. Rong Chongqing felt a deep sense of shame. He had already provided his uncle with financial assistance numerous times, yet the company remained in a state of lethargy. It was evident that his uncle lacked the necessary capabilities. It was entirely normal for a company to experience significant investment during its transformation. Thus, Uncle, do not bear too much pressure. At this moment, she recalled her encounter with Yu Moshuan, who had remarked as he departed, "The AI sector is advancing at an astonishing pace. With your development skills from years past and my operational abilities, had you not chosen to marry back then, our company would likely be valued in the hundreds of billions by now, and becoming a leading enterprise in this field domestically would be a mere formality. Fortunately, The current landscape of AI offers vast opportunities. We still have a chance, and I hope you can return swiftly. If she could indeed reclaim her former capabilities. Upon her return to the company, she would facilitate its growth and subsequently provide her uncle with even greater financial support. When Feng Tingshan arrived home, it was already past 10 in the evening. Feng Jingxin, rubbing her eyes, inquired, "Father, you're back?" "Yes," he replied lightly. "If you're tired, you should go to bed." "Understood. Good night, father." "Good night." Feng Jingxin ascended the stairs to her room, while Feng Tingshan accepted the water poured by the butler, finishing it before also heading upstairs. The bedroom remained shrouded in darkness, seemingly vacant. Feng Tingshan paused and turned on the light, confirming that indeed, no one was present. Chapter 10. He noticed her transformation, yet did not dwell on it, considering it possible that Rong Ci had returned to the Rong residence. As he entered the bathroom, a sudden thought struck him. In the past, whenever Rong Ci returned home, she would invariably bring along Feng Jingxin. Today, however, it was unusual that she had not brought her daughter. Was it possible she had not returned to the Rong family? Or perhaps something had occurred there. The words of Chang Yuan, which flashed through his mind as he departed the office that afternoon, confirmed his suspicion. He paused momentarily, yet decided not to pursue the matter further. The following morning, while enjoying breakfast, Feng Tingshan informed Feng Jingxin, "The enrollment procedures have been completed, and you are to report to school tomorrow morning." "I understand," replied Feng Jingxin, wrinkling her tiny nose. "Daddy, will you take me to school tomorrow?" "I may not be available," he replied. "All right." Feng Jingxin's eyes darted momentarily before lighting up with joy. "Then I'll call Aunt Lin Wu and ask her to take me." Before Feng Tingshan could respond, his phone rang. It was a call from the old residence. Upon answering, he heard the voice of old Madame Feng. "I heard you returned to the country?" "Yes." "Did Xin come back with you?" "She did. I've missed Xin so much after such a long time apart. In the evening, you and Xiao Ci should bring Xin over for dinner." "Understood." The old lady then inquired, "Where is Xiao Ci? Let me speak with her." "She is not here." "How could she not be here at this hour?" "She must have returned to the Rong family." "Must have? Where has your wife gone? Are you utterly unaware as her husband?" The elderly lady sighed, falling into silence. At this moment, Feng Tingshan's tone softened somewhat, yet he deftly shifted the topic. "Have you eaten?" "I'm quite full." Feng Tingshan chuckled lightly, continuing his breakfast with meticulous composure. The elderly lady understood that her grandson had always possessed his own convictions since childhood. His current marital status with Rong Ci was already a considerable concession for Feng Tingshan. Given his temperament, she knew that even for his own good, she could not press too hard. With that thought, she sighed, "Never mind. I have nothing more to say to you, Humph. All right, see you tonight." "Humph." The elderly lady, vexed, hung up the phone. Feng Jingxin had initially not paid attention to the conversation but grew curious after overhearing a few exchanges. "Dad? Who was that?" "Your great-grandmother." Recalling the elderly lady's words, Feng Tingshan dialed Rong Ci, saying, "Let us return home for dinner tonight." The elderly lady was very fond of Feng Jingxin, and he, too, cherished his great-grandmother, expressing joyfully, "Great. I haven't seen her in ages. I miss her." Feng Tingshan acknowledged with a sound as he gazed at his phone. At that moment, Rong Ci was also having breakfast at the Rong family home. Upon seeing Feng Tingshan's call, she paused for a moment. The thrill and delight she once felt at his calls had faded. After a brief hesitation, she answered, "Hello. Grandma wants us to come home for dinner tonight."
Rong Ci.
"All right, I understand. You will pick up the child tonight." Rong Ci no longer wished to return to his side. Moreover, even if she were to fetch her daughter personally, the child might not necessarily be delighted. Why should she exert herself for little reward? She suggested, "Let the driver take her. I will drive over myself after work." They would be leaving during the peak hour, making this indeed the most convenient option. However, with regard to matters concerning Feng Jingxin, Rong Ci had always preferred to take the initiative, relishing the involvement, never shying away from inconvenience. Hearing Rong Ci's words, Feng Tingshan was somewhat taken aback. Yet, he did not dwell on it. After all, it was merely a trivial matter, unworthy of overthinking. Understood. With that, he ended the call. This time, Feng Jingxin discerned the identity of the person on the other end of Feng Tingxin's call. Was it Mother? Yes. So, does that mean Mother will accompany us back to great-grandmother's? Yes. Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxin reflexively furrowed her brow before she could even respond. It was not that she did not wish to see her mother, nor did she harbor any resentment towards her. In fact, she had not seen her mother for quite some time, and it had been over half a month since her mother last reached out to her. In truth, she felt a pang of longing for her mother. However, the thought that her mother would join them at the ancestral home tonight implied that she would return from her business trip today. After returning home, she had awoken the following morning to discover her mother had gone on a business trip. The absence of her mother had initially filled her with delight. She wished to seize the opportunity of her mother's business trip to spend more time with Aunt Wu. After all, once her mother returned, such moments would become scarce. Thus, she found herself hoping that her mother would postpone her return home. To her surprise, her mother came back after just 2 days. Now that her mother was home, it was certain she would not permit Aunt Wu to accompany her to school the following day. Moreover, if her mother were to discover Aunt Wu's racing competition that evening, she would undoubtedly forbid her from attending. Reflecting on this, her spirits immediately sank. Additionally, she had already informed Aunt Wu of her request for a morning ride to school, to which Aunt Wu had graciously agreed. What was she to do? Feng Jingxin felt utterly disheartened. Dad. Feng Tingxin glanced over, inquiring, what is it? Although she could ask her father to persuade her mother to allow Aunt Wu to accompany her to school, it was highly likely that this would lead to an argument between her parents. How frustrating. Feng Jingxin had lost her appetite for breakfast. However, she could concede on the matter of going to school, allowing her mother to take her instead. Yet, the racing competition that evening was something she was determined to attend, come what may. With this in mind, she sweetly pleaded with Feng Tingxin. You promised I could go with you to watch Aunt Wu's race tomorrow night, but if Mom finds out, she will certainly not let me go. So this must remain a secret from her. If she inquires about it tomorrow, could you help me avoid the truth? Understood, he replied. With Feng Tingxin's assurance, Feng Jingxian's mood improved slightly. Shortly after, Feng Tingxin had breakfast and left the house. When Rong Xi arrived at the company today, she did not encounter Feng Tingxin again. At noon, Madame Rong called, inviting her to join for lunch at Yanhao. Yanhao was situated near the Feng group, and it took Rong Xi only a few minutes to walk there. As she exited the company and reached the corner by the entrance of Yanhao, she overheard someone say, Tingxin, if it weren't for your assistance just now, I would have struggled immensely to secure this contract. I truly appreciate your help. The familiar voice made Rong Xi pause in her tracks. Leaning forward slightly, she was taken aback to see the profile of her biological father, Lin Lihai, before her. At that moment, Feng Tingxin spoke up. Uncle, you are too kind. Rong Xi's hand slowly clenched into a fist. She could discern that Feng Tingxin's tone was gentler than usual. Those who received such treatment from him were typically individuals of significance to him. However, she could not fathom that Feng Tingxin held Lin Lihai in high regard because of her. Feng Tingxin's assistance to Lin Lihai could not possibly stem from her influence. After all, since Lin Lihai's divorce from her mother, their encounters had dwindled significantly. Lin Lihai now publicly acknowledged only Lin Wu as his daughter. The father-daughter bond between her and Lin Lihai had long since faded. As expected, Lin Lihai continued, Wu is here alone, and both her mother and I are quite concerned. I would appreciate it if you could look after her more in the future. Chapter 11. No matter the efforts, it is futile. As Rong Xi listened, she could hardly contain her laughter. Lin Wu and Feng Tingxin had only become acquainted after her marriage to him. Lin Wu was aware of the relationship between herself and Feng Tingxin. There was no way Lin Lihai could be oblivious to the fact that Feng Tingxin was the husband of his other daughter. Surely he knew. Yet, he shamelessly persisted in trying to matchmake Lin Wu and Feng Tingxin. This clearly demonstrated just how utterly indifferent Lin Lihai was towards her as his daughter. Feng Tingxin acquiesced. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Rong Xi observed Feng Tingxin waiting for Lin Lihai to enter the car, and only after it had driven away did she depart herself. Given Feng Tingxin's current status, Such deference was typically reserved for a select few elders within the Feng family. However, it was evident that he held Lin Li Hai in high regard solely because he was Lin Wu's father. Contemplating this, she recalled Feng Tingshen's previous encounters with her grandmother and uncle, during which he exhibited a rather indifferent demeanor. Moreover, in the past, whenever she cautiously broached the subject with him, he was invariably reluctant to assist her uncle in any capacity. Yet, his attitude towards Lin Wu was markedly different. The distinction in his treatment of her compared to that of Lin Wu was striking. This, perhaps, exemplified the profound disparity between love and indifference. Before long, Feng Tingshen also took his leave. After a considerable time, Rong Xi finally turned and entered the banquet. In the afternoon, after finishing work, she returned home to retrieve the gifts she had previously prepared for the elderly members of the Feng family before driving to the Feng ancestral residence. The Feng family's ancestral home is situated near the outskirts of the capital, where the mountains are verdant and the waters are clear, offering a tranquil environment ideal for the elderly. The only drawback is its considerable distance from the city center. It took Rong Xi an hour and a half of driving to reach the old residence. Upon parking, she had barely stepped inside when she heard her daughter Feng Jingxin's joyful laughter. Grandma Feng, facing the entrance, immediately noticed her arrival and broke into a smile. "Ah, little Ci has come. Quickly, come sit with Grandma." However, only Grandma Feng wore a smile. Feng Tingshen's mother, her mother-in-law, and Feng Tinglin and her son had their smiles fade upon seeing her. Rong Xi noticed this but no longer cared as she once did. Ignoring their reactions, she smiled, handed the gifts she had brought to the approaching steward, and walked over to her grandmother. "Grandma." "Oh." The old lady beamed with delight, pulling Rong Xi to sit down, but soon her expression turned serious. "Why have you lost so much weight? Has Tingshen been bullying you?" Rong Xi lowered her gaze and shook her head. "No, I've just been quite busy lately." This statement was a blend of truth and pretense. Feng Tingshen had not mistreated her, yet her emotions were often swayed by him. Furthermore, over the past half-month, she had devoted herself to researching artificial intelligence after work, often toiling until dawn. This intense focus was also a reason for her weight loss. Before the old lady could respond, Feng Tinglin scoffed. "The way you say that, anyone who doesn't know you might think your job is of utmost importance, as if the entire Feng group cannot function without you." Sang Qian, the mother of Feng Tingshen, sat gracefully at the side, exuding the elegance of a noblewoman. After taking a sip of tea, she spoke coolly. "If you find working at Feng Group exhausting, you might as well resign. After all, no one is begging you to stay." Feng Tinglin chuckled. "Indeed, I fear someone would be reluctant." The elderly lady could not tolerate anyone else discussing Rong Xi, and was about to speak when Rong Xi preempted her. "I have already submitted my resignation. Once I complete the handover, I shall depart from Feng Group." Upon hearing this, both Sang Qian and Feng Tinglin were momentarily taken aback. The elderly lady furrowed her brow. "Rong Xi, has your mother arrived?" Feng Jing Xian had just taken the elevator to the second floor and was now coming down. Spotting Rong Xi, she was quite pleased, having not been in contact with her for over half a month. She interrupted the elderly lady's words and leaped into Rong Xi's embrace, exclaiming, "Mom!" Rong Xi paused, gently holding her for a moment, but said nothing further. The elderly lady, in truth, did not wish for Rong Xi to leave Feng Group. However, seeing Feng Jing Xian present, she chose not to pursue the earlier topic and instead smiled at Rong Xi, saying, "Rong Xi, it has been a while since I enjoyed the tea you brewed. Could you prepare a couple of cups for me?" Having been by the side of the elderly lady since childhood, Rong Xi was calm and composed, possessing a natural talent for tea artistry over the years. This was certainly within her capability, though dinner was approaching soon. Feng Tinglin preferred coffee over tea. She also harbored no fondness for watching Rong Xi showcase her tea art, interjecting, "Indeed, once Tingshen and Ting-yi return, we shall commence our meal." No sooner had she spoken than Feng Tingshen entered. Upon crossing the threshold, he greeted the elderly matriarch and Sang Qian. Upon catching sight of Rong Xi, he merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, settling into a solitary armchair, deliberately distanced from her. Feng Jingxin, upon noticing Feng Tingshen, immediately vacated Rong Xi's embrace and dashed over, calling out, "Daddy!" Feng Tingxin embraced her briefly, surveying the surroundings, about to utter a word when Feng Tingyi returned. Feng Tingyi, significantly younger than both Feng Tinglin and Feng Tingxin, had not yet reached adulthood and possessed a bright, sunny disposition. Upon entering, he lightly leaped over the armrest of the sofa, landing gracefully on the seat. Observing the gathering, he cheerfully inquired, "Are you all waiting for me?" Feng Tinglin playfully tapped his head, responding, "Indeed, we have all been waiting with empty stomachs for you." Feng Tingxin, typically reserved and taciturn, contrasted sharply with Feng Tinglin's fiery temperament. Meanwhile, Feng Tingyi served as the family's source of joy, sharing an especially close bond with their parents. Upon his arrival, a smile undeniably brightened Sang Qian's previously cool demeanor, and the elderly matriarch appeared even more content. Realizing the hour was late and that all were hungry, she instructed the staff to commence the meal. There were 9 of them in total, and they proceeded to the small dining room for their repast. As they took their seats, the arrangement was as follows. The elderly matriarch, Feng Tingxin, Feng Jingxin, and Rongzi. The matriarch smiled warmly, beckoning to Feng Jingxin, Xin, switch places with your father, so that he may sit beside your mother. The matriarch always made concerted efforts to unite Rongzi and Feng Tingxin, a practice that had long ceased to surprise the others. Everyone believed that the old lady was merely toiling in vain. After all, despite her incessant matchmaking efforts, over the years, Feng Tingxin's attitude towards Rongzi remained unwaveringly unchanged. Recognizing the futility of the old lady's endeavors, Feng Tinglin scoffed quietly, feeling too apathetic to involve herself this time and simply chose a seat at random. Although Feng Tingxin disapproved of the old lady's arrangements, he would not undermine her dignity unless the matter was of great significance. Thus, he remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to her wishes. Unlike before, Rongzi did not exhibit joy at the old lady's attempts at matchmaking. With a serene expression, she turned to the old lady, her smile gentle as she said, "It's all right, Grandma. Let us just sit like this." Chapter 12 finds Rongzi in a moment of hesitation, contemplating whether to return to her room. The elderly lady, feeling somewhat helpless, reflects that Rongzi lacks assertiveness and is overly submissive towards Feng Tingxin, which has resulted in numerous missed opportunities over the years, leaving their relationship stagnant. However, as Rongzi has expressed her wishes, the elderly lady refrains from pressuring her. As the meal officially commences, the atmosphere remains pleasant with lively conversation amidst dining. Rongzi seldom speaks, quietly focusing on her meal. It has been over 10 minutes since Feng Tingxin entered, and the couple has exchanged not a single word, maintaining a complete lack of communication, a typical norm for them. Others present have grown accustomed to this dynamic, failing to perceive anything amiss. When Feng Jingxian considers what she might want to eat, she recalls how in the past, Rongzi would have taken care of her needs. Now, she has become accustomed to asking Feng Tingxin for assistance. Yet, when the desire for prawns arises, her gaze instinctively turns to Rongzi, who would traditionally peel the shells for both her and Feng Tingxin. "Mom, I want to eat prawns," Feng Jingxian expresses. Although Rongzi contemplates divorce and is disinterested in contesting Feng Tingxin for custody of their daughter, she recognizes that Feng Jingxian is ultimately her daughter. She feels a sense of obligation and responsibility to care for her and to fulfill her needs as much as possible. Thus, when Feng Jingxian requests her to peel prawns, Rongzi responds affirmatively. All right. Setting down her chopsticks, she begins the task of peeling. Suddenly, the elderly lady's gaze lands on Rongzi's hands, prompting her to exclaim, "Xiao, where's your ring?" As her words resonate in the air, everyone, including Feng Tingxin, turns to look at Rongzi's hands. After marriage, despite the frigid nature of her life with Feng Tingxin, Rongzi continued to wear the wedding ring that Mrs. Feng had prepared for them. In stark contrast, Feng Tingxin had never adorned his finger with his own ring, which seemed to have been discarded without a trace. Over the years, Rongzi wore her ring everywhere, reluctant to remove it, and others had grown accustomed to this habit. Feng Tinglin had often used this to mock her. Today, when she did not wear her wedding ring, no one initially took notice, as it was uncommon for anyone to scrutinize her hands. Had it not been for Mrs. Feng's remark, others would have overlooked this detail entirely. As Rong Si deftly peeled the shrimp, she paused momentarily, then composedly replied, "I left it at home in my haste this morning." In truth, she had removed the ring when she prepared the divorce papers, placing it in an envelope alongside the documents. However, since she and Feng Tingshan were not yet officially divorced, and she was acutely aware that Mrs. Feng would never consent to their separation, she refrained from disclosing her intentions. If she were to mention her desire to divorce Feng Tingshan now, it was likely that their marital bond would remain unbroken for the time being. Mrs. Feng chuckled upon hearing her explanation. "Oh, I see." Subsequently, the gathering resumed its cheerful dining atmosphere. After the meal, everyone migrated to the living room, indulging in fruits and desserts while engaging in conversation. Mrs. Feng remained intent on reconciling Rong Si and Feng Tingshan, urging them to sit together. Yet, Feng Tingshan continued to offer her not a single glance. Rong Si did not wish to sit there, yet it would be discourteous to continuously refuse the elderly lady, so she settled beside Feng Tingshan. This was the first instance in several months that they had been in such proximity. Rong Si could distinctly perceive the familiar, subtle scent of masculine cologne emanating from Feng Tingshan. However, her heart was as still as water. She merely nibbled at the fruit pudding before her, showing no inclination to engage in conversation with him. The elderly lady, however, was quite pleased, observing them with a smile, exclaiming, "What a perfect match!" One was strikingly handsome, while the other was quietly gentle and exceptionally beautiful. Indeed, they appeared well suited at first glance. Yet, their compatibility extended only to appearances. In terms of other qualities, Rong Si fell considerably short. Nevertheless, seeing the elderly lady so delighted, Feng Tinglin and Sang Qian chose not to dampen her spirits, despite their own reservations. That evening, they complied with the elderly lady's wishes and stayed overnight at the old residence. Around 8 o'clock, Feng Tingshan and the elderly lady retired to the study to discuss business matters. Feng Jing Xian took Rong Si's hand, expressing her desire to bathe and retire for the night. Thus, Rong Si accompanied her upstairs to prepare her for a bath. Sitting in the small tub, Feng Jing Xian gazed at Rong Si and tentatively inquired, "Mom, are you busy tomorrow morning?" Although she could make a concession and allow her mother to accompany her to school, deep down, she still preferred the company of Aunt Wu Wu. Hence, she secretly hoped her mother would be unavailable the following morning. Rong Si shook her head, replying, "Not busy. What's the matter?" Upon hearing this, Feng Jing Xian's lips formed a disappointed pout as she murmured, "It's nothing." Rong Si did not press further, respecting her silence. After Feng Jingxin finished her bath, Rong Si gently helped her dry her hair. Just as her hair was fully dried, Feng Jingxin expressed her desire to sleep. Observing her gaze fixated on her phone, Rong Si discerned her lingering wish to continue playing and remarked, "You can look for a little while longer, but remember you must sleep soon, all right?" "I know," she replied. Since her mother would be free the following day, it occurred to her that she ought to discuss this matter with Aunt Wu. Feng Jingxin harbored concerns that Lin Wu might feel saddened and disappointed upon learning of this, and she pondered how best to convey the news. Feeling increasingly agitated by Rong Si's nagging, she urged, "Mom, you should go out now. I'll turn off my phone and sleep after 9:30. In this regard, Feng Jingxin was indeed disciplined. After hearing this, Rong Si bid her good night and exited the room. Feng Jingxin promptly shut the door and locked it. As Rong Si took her first step away, she naturally caught the sound of the door locking. Rong Si did not perceive this as a precaution against others. Rather, it was clear that Feng Jingxin was guarding against her own self. It was likely that she wished to confer with Lin Wu about something, which was indeed the case. Once the door was secured, Feng Jingxin hurried back to her phone, locating Lin Wu's WeChat to send a message. "Aunt Wu." The contents of their conversation remained unknown to Rong Si. She did not dwell on it, nor did she feel inclined to ponder further. Turning back, she re-entered her room. The elderly lady held a fondness for her and often invited her over for meals. Over the years, she had accumulated quite a number of personal belongings here. She selected a set of pajamas and proceeded to the bathroom for her own shower. After her bath, she settled onto her usual side of the bed. Noticing that there was still ample time, She quietly picked up the book she had previously placed in her bag and began to read. She lost track of time, and after a while, she felt a slight discomfort in her eyes. Closing the book, she glanced at the clock and was startled to find it was already 11:30. However, Feng Tingshan had yet to return. In truth, even though Feng Tingshan once believed she had orchestrated his downfall, by the 3rd year of their marriage, the dynamics between them had improved, albeit he still remained somewhat distant. Unfortunately, shortly thereafter, Lin Wu entered the picture. He fell in love with Lin Wu, distancing himself from her once more. Since that time, he had scarcely touched her. Therefore, she was uncertain whether Feng Tingshan's late return indicated that he had no intention of coming back or if he was merely preoccupied with other matters. Lost in these thoughts, Rong Ci inadvertently left the bedroom and descended the stairs. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. Everyone was asleep, and it was late. Was Rong Ci still awake, reluctant to return to her room? Chapter 13. Lin Wu indeed possesses the allure to captivate you, echoed the voice of Feng Tinglin. Rong Ci turned her gaze towards the source of the sound, discovering Feng Tinglin and Feng Tingshan. She paused momentarily. Feng Tingshan, smoking a cigarette, offered no reply. The distance was considerable, and with Feng Tingshan positioned against the light, Rong Ci could not discern the expression on his face. Feng Tinglin continued, "In truth, I can understand you. I have encountered Lin Wu a few times and heard that she is only 25, yet she has already earned a doctorate from a world-class university. It appears she manages her family's business adeptly, is strikingly beautiful, and possesses a wild and untamed spirit. Her brilliance and radiance are qualities that most women lack. She undoubtedly has the capital to attract you. However, her background is somewhat tarnished. Tingshan, have you considered this carefully?" Feng Tingshan replied, "I am well aware of the type of woman I desire." Yet Feng Tinglin frowned. Although she held little regard for Rong Ci, she also dismissed Lin Wu. She hesitated, wanting to express something, but, upon noticing the displeasure in Feng Tingshan's eyes, she chose silence. So protective, not a word can be uttered. Shall I refrain from speaking altogether? Listening to this, Rong Ci clenched her fists, her cheeks stung by the night breeze. A bitter smile crossed her lips, extinguishing her interest in remaining. She turned to leave. Just as she departed, Feng Tinglin recalled something. "By the way, I heard Rong Ci submitted her resignation and is preparing to leave the company?" Feng Tingshan responded, "The day before yesterday afternoon, I heard Chang Yuan mention that she made a mistake, and he was quite upset. I instructed him to follow company protocol to terminate her." Feng Tinglin scoffed lightly. "I see." Previously, when she spoke of this matter, her tone suggested that she had resigned of her own accord. I thought to myself, given her clingy nature akin to adhesive tape, how could she possibly bring herself to resign voluntarily? Turns out she was dismissed instead. Ha! Feng Tingshan remained silent, seemingly indifferent to the affair. As Rong Ci ascended to the 2nd floor, she nearly collided with Feng Tingyi, who was descending. Both were startled by the encounter. Once they regained their composure, Feng Tingyi was the first to apologize. Expressing concern, "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Feng Tingyi was the only one in the Feng family, aside from the matriarch, who treated her kindly. Rong Ci shook her head and smiled. "I am fine." When Rong Ci married Feng Tingshan, Feng Tingyi was still quite young and lacked a clear understanding of many matters. Throughout the years, he had always perceived Rong Ci as beautiful and gentle. After their marriage, she never initiated quarrels with his brother and consistently demonstrated patience towards him. If his future wife were to exhibit such qualities, he would undoubtedly cherish her dearly. Thus, even after maturing and comprehending the intricacies of their relationship, he still held a fondness for Rong Ci. Noticing that she appeared somewhat disheartened, likely due to his brother, he scratched his head and earnestly remarked, "Sister-in-law, you are so wonderful. My brother will surely recognize that in due time. Please don't be too upset." Rong Ci paused, feeling it inappropriate to disclose their impending divorce, and responded with a smile, "Thank you, Tingyi. I'm going downstairs to grab a drink. It's getting late. You should rest early, sister-in-law." Rong Ci smiled, "All right. Good night." Upon returning to her room, Rong Ci extinguished the overhead light and turned on the soft bedside lamp before settling into bed. She had scarcely lain down when she heard the sound of Feng Tingshan entering the bedroom. Rong Si opened her eyes, and their gazes met, 4 eyes locked in silent communication. In the past, she would have eagerly risen to help him hang up his discarded suit, then joyfully searched for his sleepwear, even running to the bathroom to draw his bathwater. Yet now, she had no intention of getting out of bed. Instead, she slowly closed her eyes. Although Feng Tingshen had been indifferent to Rong Si and dismissive of her thoughtful care, he could not help but notice the stark contrast in her demeanor. Her current aloofness surprised him. However, he attributed her behavior to a mere sulk, showing no interest in the reason behind it. Coldly, he remarked, "The enrollment procedures for Xian have been completed. You will take her to school tomorrow morning." Rong Si replied, "Understood." With that, Feng Tingshen fell silent, turning to the closet to fetch clothes for his bath. This was the nature of his attitude towards her. Rong Si watched his retreating figure, contemplating their impending divorce and feeling a stirring urge to inquire about when they might collect the divorce certificate. Yet, given Feng Tingshen and Appo's multitude of responsibilities and understanding his character, she knew that if he intended to finalize the arrangements, he would do so without needing her to prod him. After all, he was the one who yearned for divorce more than she did. It was precisely for this reason that she had quietly awaited his news over the past half-month, never once prompting him. At that moment, Feng Tingshen's phone rang. Rong Si observed as he answered the call, the single word hello sounding markedly different from how he spoke to her. His tone was gentle. Instantly, Rong Si surmised that the person on the other end was Lin Wu. As she pondered this, unaware of the conversation taking place, Feng Tingshen released his grip on the wardrobe and said, "I'll be there right away." With that, he left the room in haste, not glancing back. Rong Si watched him depart, refraining from calling out to him. Shortly thereafter, she heard the sound of a car departing. Feng Tingshen had left the old residence. Closing her eyes, she calmly turned off the light and went to sleep. The following morning, Rong Si awoke shortly after 6 to take Feng Jingxin to school. She found herself alone in the room. Feng Tingshen had not returned since his departure the night before, a fact that no longer concerned her. Maintaining her usual demeanor, she checked the time and realized that Feng Jingxin was still asleep, prompting her to go and rouse her. The door to Feng Jingxin's room was locked, so Rong Si had no choice but to knock. After a considerable wait, Feng Jingxin finally emerged to open the door. Upon seeing Rong Si, she pouted in displeasure and said, "Mom, why did you knock so loudly? It's given me a headache." She had confided in Aunt Wu about the events of the previous day, and although Aunt Wu had said that it was only right for her mother to take her to school, her tone had conveyed a sense of disappointment. This left Feng Jingxin feeling particularly guilty. The previous night, she had endured several nightmares, and now being awakened by Rong Si had further soured her mood. Rong Si gazed at her, expressing frustration without anger. Calmly, she remarked, "It is quite far from here to school. If you do not get up soon, you shall be late." Since it was not Lin Wu accompanying her to school, Feng Jingxin found little motivation to attend. She emitted a low grunt, remaining silent. Yet, despite her capricious nature, she understood that she could not afford to be willful regarding her education. Lying on the bed, she mumbled, "I understand." After a brief pause, she turned to Rong Si and asked, "Mom, could you please help me with the toothpaste?" Rong Si replied, "Of course." Once Rong Si entered the bathroom, Feng Jingxin picked up her phone and sent Lin Wu a morning message before heading to the bathroom herself. She took the toothbrush Rong Si had prepared with toothpaste and began to brush her teeth. As she neared the end of her dental routine, Rong Si returned with a warm, wrung-out towel, offering it to her to dry her face. Feng Jingxin opened the wardrobe and inquired, "Which outfit should I wear?" She glanced at her options and stated, "Mom, I can change my clothes by myself. Please step outside for a moment." Rong Si closed the wardrobe and said, "All right." After her mother left, Feng Jingxin retrieved the outfit she had specifically brought from home the previous day. It was a striking camouflage ensemble that Aunt Wu had selected for her. Today, she would don this outfit to cheer for Aunt Wu. Chapter 14 Mother, are you aware of how annoying you are? Thinking about the exhilarating car race this evening and the prospect of seeing the stylish Aunt Wu, Feng Jingxin felt a surge of joy. After changing into her outfit, she picked up her phone for a quick glance. Soon, however, A frown creased her delicate brow. In the past, Aunt Wu would promptly respond to her messages. But today, even after she had completed her morning routine, there was no reply from her. Could it be that Aunt Wu was upset? With this thought, she hastily sent a message to Lin Wu. Aunt Wu, what's wrong? Are you angry? You know I dislike my mother taking me to school. I much prefer your company. Please don't be mad at me. After a long while, Lin Wu still had not replied. Once Rong Xi had gathered her belongings, she approached her daughter. Xin, are you ready? It's time to head downstairs for breakfast. Not having received a response from Lin Wu only heightened Feng Jingxin's anxiety. In response to her mother's urging, she impatiently retorted, I know. Can you please stop talking so much? It's really annoying, you know? With that, she huffily grabbed her backpack and headed downstairs. Rong Xi observed her daughter, following closely behind without uttering a word. However, she couldn't help but notice that the outfit Feng Jingxin wore was unfamiliar. Previously, she had always prepared her clothes, ensuring they aligned with her preferences. Yet, ever since Feng Jingxin had accompanied Feng Tingxin to a country, her taste had undergone a transformation. It is said that her newfound interests in rock climbing and skateboarding stem from her admiration for Lin Wu. Not only is Lin Wu an outstanding student, but she also possesses a multitude of hobbies, embodying the essence of a dazzling and charismatic modern woman. She excels in activities such as skateboarding, rock climbing, and paragliding. Feng Jingxin holds her in high esteem, so much so that her own preferences have shifted. Although Rong Xi felt a twinge of sadness at Feng Jingxin's close association with Lin Wu, she never voiced her concerns, recognizing that these were her choices. In fact, over the past 2 years, she has purchased clothing for her based on her evolving tastes. However, the new garments she acquired for Feng Jingxin have only been glanced at, as she has chosen to wear only those selected by Lin Wu. Observing the attire Feng Jingxin currently dons, Rong Xi almost instantly deduced the situation but refrained from inquiring. As if oblivious to the matter, she descended the stairs with an air of nonchalance. Upon reaching the lower level, they found that Feng Tinglin and the others had yet to rise. The elderly matriarch, however, was awake. Why are you two up so early? She inquired. Rong Xi smiled, replying, Good morning, Grandma. Feng Jingxin, feeling downcast, muttered a subdued, Good morning, great-grandmother. The matriarch noticed her mood, asking, Is something bothering you, Xian? What happened? Feng Jingxin remained silent, unwilling to speak. The butler, having overheard Rong Xi knocking on Feng Jingxin's door, remarked, She must have been roused from her slumber too early, which explains her dismal mood. The elderly lady chuckled softly at this observation before inquiring again, What about Tingxin? Is he still asleep? Rong Xi maintained her composure and remarked, Tingxin went out last night for some matters. The elderly lady's expression immediately darkened, as she swiftly deduced the underlying reason. However, with children present, she refrained from criticizing Feng Tingxin in their presence and chose to remain silent. After breakfast, as they prepared to leave, Feng Jingxian realized she had forgotten something and hurried upstairs to retrieve it. Rong Xi sat downstairs, awaiting her return. At that moment, Feng Jingxian's phone screen lit up with an incoming message. Rong Xi noticed the notification bearing the affectionate name of Aunt Wu. She paused for a moment. Although Feng Jingxian was still young, ever since she acquired a mobile phone, Rong Xi had always respected her privacy, never once glancing at her messages. However, upon seeing the content sent by Lin Wu, she hesitated and picked up the phone. It was then that she finally comprehended why Feng Jingxian had been irritable with her since early morning. She swiftly scrolled through their chat history and discovered that Feng Jingxian routinely sent Lin Wu morning greetings, initiating conversations every day, often for extended periods. When she heard the elevator approaching, Rong Xi pretended to have seen nothing and returned the phone to its original place. Upon retrieving her phone, Feng Jingxian opened it to find a reply from Lin Wu, who expressed that she couldn't bear to be angry with her, and that her previous silence was merely due to still being asleep. After reading Lin Wu's message, a bright smile spread across her face. As Rong Xi walked ahead, she glanced back slightly and instantly understood the source of her joy. Feng Jingxin was enveloped in joy, oblivious to Rong Xi turning back. Once in the car, she settled into the back seat and began exchanging messages with Lin Wu. Occasionally, she would steal glances at Rong Si to see if he was paying attention to her. Noticing that Rong Si was solely focused on driving, she felt reassured. However, the journey to the school was lengthy, and after half an hour of chatting with Lin Wu, their conversation waned. By this time, Feng Jingxin's spirits had lifted, and she was in the mood to engage with Rong Si. "Mom, do you have time this afternoon?" Rong Si did not turn around. "What's the matter?" Feng Jingxin, not stating her intent directly, playfully responded, "Come on, just tell me. I've been quite busy lately, so what's up?" Feng Jingxin smiled brightly. It's nothing." Since her mother was unlikely to make a special trip to pick her up from school that afternoon, it meant that after school, she could directly seek out Aunt Wu without the worry of being discovered by her mother. How wonderful! Upon arriving at the school, Rong Si accompanied Feng Jingxin to converse with her homeroom teacher. Under the teacher's guidance, they proceeded to Feng Jingxin's classroom. Just as they reached the classroom door, a sweet, melodious voice called out to Rong Si, "Sister Rong." Rong Si paused momentarily, and then she saw a petite figure rush into her embrace. Concerned about the possibility of the child stumbling, she quickly bent down to catch her. When the child looked up, Rong Si instantly recognized her. It was Tian Tian, the little neighbor she had saved from a near dog bite just days ago. Tian Tian, adorned with two charming little braids, exuded an exceptionally delicate and adorable aura. Her sweet smile further accentuated her innocent demeanor. Rongzi instinctively softened his voice and remarked, "Tian Tian is also studying here." However, before he could continue, Tian Tian, nestled in his embrace, was forcefully pushed by Feng Jingxin. Rongzi hurriedly caught the child as she fell to the ground, asking, "Tian Tian, are you all right?" Tian Tian shook her head, holding back a torrent of tears as she gazed at Feng Jingxin, confused by the sudden aggression. Why? Why would you push someone? Initially, Feng Jingxin was taken aback by the sight of the child rushing into Rongzi's arms. However, upon noticing the familiarity between them, her expression soured when she saw Rongzi holding Tian Tian close. Observing Tian Tian's imminent tears from her fall, Feng Jingxin's face contorted with disdain. So fragile and delicate, utterly unappealing and revolting. Chapter 15. You secretly dine together without me. Tian Tian, with her sweet and charming appearance, exudes a delightful innocence that compels anyone to embrace her. She is a vision of beauty, far removed from anything unpleasant or repulsive. Growing up, she has always been showered with compliments. However, it was the first time someone had spoken to her in such a manner. Overwhelmed by emotion, Tian Tian immediately burst into tears, clinging more tightly to Rong Si. Rong Si hurriedly comforted her, assuring, "No, Tian Tian, you are not at all unpleasant. In fact, you are beautiful and adorable. Don't you see that in yourself?" Upon hearing this, Tian Tian's spirits lifted slightly. Before she could respond, Feng Jingxin, noticing that Rong Si was still holding Tian Tian and praising her, felt a surge of jealousy. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she exclaimed, I don't like you anymore. I don't want you to be my mother." With that, she attempted to run away. Rong Si swiftly reached out to embrace her. The hurtful words from Feng Jingxin took her by surprise. Although she felt anger, she didn't wish to reprimand her publicly and cause her embarrassment. Instead, she held her close and gently kissed her forehead, saying, "All right, let us not be upset." Feng Jingxin, still fuming, found her anger dissipating somewhat when Rong Si kissed her. However, her sense of grievance deepened, leading her to cry out, "Then you must not hug her anymore, nor say she is cute." It dawned on Rong Si then why Feng Jingxin was distressed. It was jealousy that stirred within her. Despite declaring she no longer wanted Rong Si as her mother, the sight of someone vying for her affection unsettled her. This revelation struck Rong Si as somewhat amusing. She did not acquiesce to the demand but instead kissed Feng Jingxin again, soothing her emotions, and gently moved both children away from the crowd. Feng Jingxin seized the opportunity to extricate Tian Tian from Rongzi's embrace. Tian Tian possessed a rather amiable temperament. Although she held a fondness for Rongzi, her possessiveness was not particularly intense. Moreover, Feng Jingxin appeared rather intimidating, which made her feel somewhat apprehensive. Rongzi, holding Feng Jingxin close, gently remarked, Xin, my dear, I understand that you feel quite cool at this moment, yet each individual's aesthetic sensibilities differ. While you may adore your own stylish and edgy self, there are others who cherish a more endearing, pastel, and sweet version of oneself. It is not right to label others as disgusting or unattractive simply because their tastes diverge from yours. We ought to respect everyone's preferences and aesthetic choices. You can comprehend what I am saying, can't you? Rongzi was aware that her daughter was exceptionally intelligent. What she articulated might elude the understanding of other children, yet Feng Jingxin would undoubtedly grasp it. Indeed, Feng Jingxin understood perfectly well. She recognized that her words were inappropriate, yet she could not bear to see Rongzi embrace or show kindness to other children. Silent, she pursed her little lips. Rongzi tenderly tousled her hair and, producing a handkerchief, gently wiped her tears. It is all right to make mistakes. What matters is that we correct them. But you must refrain from speaking ill of others in the future. Do you understand? Witnessing Rongzi's unwavering kindness, Feng Jingxin's mood lightened somewhat. She nestled against her, sniffling as she nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Rongzi smiled softly, kissed her little face, and then turned to Tian, saying, Tian, this is Xin, my dear daughter. She has realized her mistake. Would you be willing to forgive her? Tian harbored a certain apprehension towards Feng Jingxin, yet Rongzi's gentle demeanor warmed her heart, prompting her to obediently nod in agreement. Yes, I am willing. Thank you, Tian. Rongzi smiled before turning her gaze to her daughter. Exine, what should you do? Feng Jingxin lifted her head from Rongzi's embrace and softly uttered, I'm sorry. Tian shyly smiled. It's all right. At last, the matter was resolved, and Rongzi breathed a sigh of relief as she led the two children to the classroom. The homeroom teacher took Tian away, while Rongzi knelt down to meet her daughter's gaze, speaking tenderly. All right, it's all settled now. Shall we go into the classroom? Feng Jingxin, unfazed by the recent commotion of pushing and scolding, felt no embarrassment from the onlookers and hesitated to enter the classroom. She had never been a timid child. The opinions of other children held no weight in her heart. Suddenly, she felt a pang of reluctance to let go of Rongzi, clinging to her. Mom, yes, Rongzi replied, embracing her back. What is it? A longing for her mother's cooking surfaced within her, as it had been quite some time since she had savored Rongzi's dishes. Yet, just as the thought lingered on her lips, she remembered the impending match of Lin Wu she intended to attend that evening. Her eyes flickered before she released Rongzi. It's nothing. She realized that her mother's meals would always be available whenever she desired, but opportunities to witness Aunt Wu's competitions were rare. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, she chose Lin Wu. All right then, let us hurry inside so the teacher isn't kept waiting for too long. Okay. Feng Jingxin finally released her grip, but before entering the classroom, she could not help but glance back, saying, Mom, remember to call me at noon. Rongzi responded affirmatively. All right. With that reassurance, Feng Jingxin confidently stepped into the classroom. Rongzi observed her standing self-assuredly on stage, introducing herself, and then obediently taking her seat before waving goodbye and leaving the school to head to the Feng group for work. Upon arriving at the office, she did not encounter Feng Tingxian but found Jiang Zhe accompanying someone to her workstation. This individual was Su Xuanai, who would be taking over her position in the future. Su Xuanai was strikingly beautiful, adorned in designer attire. After assessing Rongzi with a few glances, she noted her clean and attractive demeanor, her gaze revealing a hint of scrutiny, yet she maintained a warm demeanor as she extended her hand for an introduction. Hello, Sister Rong, I am Su Xuanai. I look forward to your guidance in the coming days. Rongzi shook her hand, replying courteously, You're too kind. I graduated from T University, just completed my master's degree in June. Which university did you attend, Sister Rong? You graduated only in the first half of the year? This implied that Su Xuanai might lack significant work experience despite being poised to take over her role. However, this was merely a general observation. Perhaps Su Xuanai possessed exceptional qualities? For instance, in terms of academic credentials, there were many master's graduates in the office, yet she had still become their team leader. Contemplating this, Rongzi gently interrupted Su Xuanai, saying, Miss Su, we have a meeting shortly. Let us discuss work matters for now. With a charming sigh, Su Xuana exclaimed, "Oh dear, look at me, almost forgetting the matter at hand. Let us first discuss work." On their way to a meeting, she lowered her voice and inquired, "Sister Rong, I have heard that President Feng is exceptionally handsome. Is it true?" Rong Si replied candidly, "Indeed." Su Xuana, filled with anticipation, remarked, "Hearing you say that makes me even more eager to meet President Feng. It's a pity that Secretary Jiang mentioned he won't be at the company today." Rong Si was uncertain about Feng Tingshan's absence, yet she acknowledged that with his numerous personal ventures, it was indeed rare for him to be present at Feng's group every day. As noon approached, Su Xuana insisted on dragging her to the cafeteria for lunch. After they had collected their meals, Rong Si picked up her phone to call Feng Jingxin. Su Xuana teased, "Calling your boyfriend?" "No, I am calling my daughter." "Your daughter? Are you married?" "Yes." Meanwhile, Feng Jingxin was engaged in a video call with Lin Wu, and Feng Tingshan was also present. Feng Jingxin pouted, "You two are so mean. Having lunch together without me." "Well, my dear, you have school, don't you? After your classes, I will personally pick you up, and we shall dine together in the evening. How does that sound?" "That sounds much better," Feng Jingxin replied, casting a glance at Feng Tingshan. He then served Lin Wu a piece of food and asked, "What would you like for dinner tonight? I can arrange for it to be prepared in advance." Chapter 16. It is understandable that Feng Tingshan would be captivated by her. Feng Jingxin felt a surge of happiness and eagerly shared her favorite foods. Feng Tingshan listened attentively. Once she finished speaking, Lin Wu complimented Feng Jingxin's attire, remarking how lovely and fitting it was for her. "Really?" Feng Jingxin inquired. "Of course it's true," Lin Wu replied with a smile before asking, "How was your day at school? Did you enjoy your time with your classmates?" Their conversation flowed with joy, filled with lively exchanges, while Feng Tingshan remained mostly silent, leisurely dining with his knife and fork. An unsuspecting waitress observed them and mistakenly assumed they were a family of three, casting an envious glance toward Lin Wu. At that moment, Feng Jingxin noticed a video call from Rong Si, which she had requested this morning. However, as she was deeply engaged in her conversation with Lin Wu, she hesitated to end the call. Earlier that morning, she felt disheartened upon seeing Rong Si with other children. Yet, during class today, the teacher had reassured her that parents love their children the most, and in every mother's heart, their child is unique and irreplaceable by any other. This thought brought her comfort. Noticing her reluctance to answer the call, Rong Si grew concerned and decided to contact her homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher was in the children's lounge when she received a call from Rong Si. With a smile, she remarked, "Xin is perfectly fine. She is currently engaged in a video chat with her father and, it seems, another lady." With that, I approached Xin to inform her that there was no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Rong Si realized that Feng Jingxin was chatting with Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan, which implied that Feng Tingshan was likely dining with Lin Wu at that moment. She gently replied, "It's all right. Let them converse without interruption." After hanging up, Rong Si sent a message to Feng Jingxin, inquiring about her day at school, whether she had made any new friends, what she had for lunch, and reminded her to heed the teacher's advice and rest well when the time came. More than 10 minutes later, Rong Si received a voice message from Feng Jingxin. "Got it, Mom. I will sleep well." In the afternoon, after spending the day with Su Xuana, Rong Si discovered that Su Xuana had an outgoing personality, was adept at socializing, and possessed commendable work skills. Around 6 in the evening, just as Rong Si was contemplating leaving work for home, Su Xuana approached her and offered to treat her to dinner as a token of gratitude for her guidance throughout the day. "This is merely my duty. There is no need for such formality, Secretary Su." Su Xuana was about to insist further when Rong Si's phone began to ring. It was a call from her mother-in-law, Sang Qian. At first glance, Rong Si thought she had misread the name. Sang Qian had always looked down on her as a daughter-in-law, often treating her with indifference. Over the years, the occasions on which Sang Qian had reached out to her could be counted on one hand. With a sense of bewilderment, Rong Si answered the call. "Mother? Tingyi has recently been secretly indulging in car racing, and I find myself quite concerned for him. I shall send you the address shortly. Please ensure he returns." Without uttering a single superfluous word, Sang Qian issued her command and promptly terminated the call. Moments later, she forwarded an address to Rong Ci. Upon reviewing it, Rong Ci discerned that the location Sang Qian had sent was a suburban racetrack. She turned to Su Xuena and said, "I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must take my leave." After more than an hour, Rong Ci finally arrived at the destination. The racetrack was expansive, bustling with a considerable number of people even at this late hour, creating a cacophony of noise. As her calls to Feng Tingyi went unanswered, Rong Ci had no choice but to search for him. Nearly 20 minutes elapsed before she finally located him. Upon seeing Rong Ci, Feng Tingyi was taken aback. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Rong Ci explained her purpose. Feng Tingyi raised his hand in a solemn vow. "Today is the first race of my goddess, the renowned Asian racing champion CC, since her return. I simply cannot miss it. I promise I'll return home as soon as the race concludes. I assure you I will not stray." Just as Rong Ci was about to respond, a throng of spectators erupted in excited shouts, calling out CC's name. "My goddess is about to appear." Hearing the commotion, Feng Tingyi utterly disregarded Rong Ci, joining the other fans in exuberant cheers, and even seized a pair of binoculars to gaze toward the starting line. His face radiated the fervor and excitement of a devoted fan, leaving Rong Ci somewhat astonished as she inquired, "When did you develop such a passion for racing?" Although her interactions with Feng Tingyi were not particularly frequent, she was aware of his previous disinterest in racing. "I, too, once lacked enthusiasm for racing, but that was before I encountered my goddess. Do you have any idea how stunning and charismatic my goddess is? Once you lay your eyes on her sister-in-law, you will comprehend why I have developed a passion for racing. Moreover, I can assure you that you will undoubtedly be captivated by her as well. After all, with such perfection and charm, it is impossible for anyone not to adore my goddess." At that moment, CC made her official appearance. Feng Tingyi, in a frenzy, shouted and cheered, momentarily forgetting about Rong Ci's presence. Rong Ci had yet to have dinner. Observing his fervor and admiration for CC, and realizing that the noise was too overwhelming for him to hear anything clearly, she decided to stay and watch the race with him, intending to take him back afterward. Shortly after, Feng Tingyi handed her the binoculars, enthusiastically urging her, "Sister-in-law, quickly look at my goddess. Number 38, the one in the red racing suit. Incredibly sexy and wild." Although Rong Ci had no genuine interest in racing, she reluctantly accepted Feng Tingyi's fervent recommendation, amused yet somewhat exasperated. As she peered through the binoculars, she was momentarily stunned. Lin Wu. CC was actually Lin Wu. She had heard whispers of Lin Wu excelling in various extreme sports, but she had no idea she also excelled in racing, captivating so many young men and women with her extraordinary skills. At this moment, Lin Wu donned a dark red, form-fitting racing suit, her tall figure exhibiting curves that were both voluptuous and elegant, exuding a wild yet breathtaking allure that rendered her utterly captivating. Rong Ci inadvertently shifted the camera's focus, her gaze landing on the audience across from her, where she spotted Feng Tingshun. He appeared equally mesmerized by Lin Wu, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Rong Ci tightened her grip on the binoculars. Just then, the race was about to commence. Feng Tingyi eagerly reclaimed the binoculars. Rong Ci continued to gaze in Feng Tingshun's direction. In addition to him, their daughter Feng Jingxian and several of Feng Tingshun's close friends were also present, all undoubtedly having come to offer their support to Lin Wu. Several racing cars sped past, a blur that elicited a chorus of excited screams. Feng Tingyi held the binoculars for a moment before thrusting them back into Rong Ci's hands, urging, "Sister-in-law, look, my goddess drives so boldly yet skillfully. It's incredibly cool. You must see this." Rong Ci accepted the binoculars, quickly locating Lin Wu. Moments later, Lin Wu boldly and precisely seized the opportunity to execute a daring overtake on a tight bend. The audience was left in awe, their gasps of astonishment echoing through the venue. Rong Ci had never previously taken an interest in racing, yet in this instant, she too found herself captivated by Lin Wu's audacity. She remained motionless, suddenly realizing that there was indeed a reason Feng Tingshun might be enchanted by her. Chapter 17. Regrettably, His brother harbored no fondness for her. Yet, Rong Xiai observed that even the composed and aloof Feng Tingshan exhibited a clear expression of astonishment and admiration at this moment. Feng Jingxian and Qi Yuming leaped from their seats as the competition reached a fever pitch. Feng Tingyi reclaimed the telescope once more. It remained uncertain whether Feng Tingyi's attention was solely fixated on Lin Wu, for he seemed oblivious to the presence of Feng Tingshan and the others. The competition temporarily reached a pause, with Lin Wu currently in the lead. Rong Xiai requested the telescope from Feng Tingyi, who was pleasantly surprised. "Sister-in-law, you too have been captivated by my goddess? Haven to you. I always said, regardless of gender, no one could resist my goddess." Rong Xiai lowered her gaze and smiled softly, refraining from responding. At that moment, she yearned to reach for her phone and call Feng Tingshan, curious about how he would react upon receiving her call. Most likely, he would dismiss it without hesitation, as he had always done. Contemplating this, she felt there was no longer a need to make the call. It seemed futile. Nevertheless, she decided to consider it as her final attempt. With that thought in mind, Rong Xiai picked up her phone and dialed Feng Tingshan. Afterward, she grasped the telescope once again. She witnessed Feng Tingshan, upon recognizing her call, promptly disconnect it, only to redirect his gaze back to Lin Wu, his eyes solely focused on her. Taking a deep breath, Rong Xiai smiled and calmly returned the telescope to Feng Tingyi. After the subsequent competitions, Rong Xi ceased to watch or pay attention to Feng Tingshan's affairs. All the races had concluded, with Lin Wu triumphing as the first-place winner. Feng Tingyi was exceedingly exhilarated. He and his friends were quite eager to seek her autograph. However, they had heard that CC was not only a scion of a prestigious family but also a doctoral graduate from a renowned university, engaging in racing merely as a pastime. She did not require fans, nor did she pander to them. Essentially, she would leave immediately after each race, never having signed for fans, making the prospect of obtaining her signature nearly impossible. Indeed, this was a private competition, and the chances of acquiring a signed photograph were relatively high, but the venue had exclusive passages for drivers, and without connections they could not gain access. Sigh. As Feng Tingyi and his friends were engrossed in discussion, they learned that Lin Wu had already departed with her companions to celebrate. Zhang Qian had called, urging him, but Rongzi declined Feng Tingyi's request to join his friends for revelry, preparing instead to take him back. Before leaving, Rongzi visited the restroom. As she exited, she collided with someone. "Sorry. My apologies." Both she and the other party stepped back and simultaneously offered their apologies. Upon raising her gaze, Rongzi paused. He Changbai, another friend of Feng Tingshan. He Changbai, of course, recognized her. Upon seeing her, his already indifferent demeanor grew even more frosty. Rongzi naturally took note of this. She had known Feng Tingshan since she was 10 years old. Feng Tingshan and He Changbai have been childhood friends, sharing a bond that has flourished over the years. They attended school and played together in their youth. As they matured, they collaborated on various projects and gathered periodically. Yet, regardless of the time that has passed, Feng Tingshan consistently kept her at arm's length from his social circle. Thus, even though she and He Changbai, along with Qi Yuming, have known each other for over a decade, they barely share more than a nodding acquaintance. However, shortly after getting to know Lin Wu, he introduced her to He Changbai and the others. Consequently, when Lin Wu celebrates her birthday, Feng Tingshan would ask He Changbai and his friends to assist in the festivities. During this recent competition, He Changbai and his companions came to support her as well. It has been said that Lin Wu's relationship with He Changbai and the others has grown remarkably close. So much so that even in Feng Tingshan's absence, they would invite Lin Wu to their gatherings. He Changbai and his friends have embraced her as one of their own. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that in recent years, He Changbai and the others have become increasingly indifferent towards her. In the past, she aspired to cultivate a relationship with them, yet they looked down upon her, offering no opportunities for connection and maintaining a chilly demeanor. She possesses her own sense of dignity. Having recognized their stance, she refrained from pressing further. Nevertheless, whenever they crossed paths, she would extend polite greetings when necessary. Yet, on numerous occasions, she was met with indifference or even disdain. This time, Rong Xiai chose not to speak again. She bypassed them, intending to leave. However, He Changbai broke the silence. Miss Rong, do you have an interest in racing? His tone was devoid of warmth. Sensing his implication, that she was being suspected of tailing Feng Tingxian, Rong Si retorted frigidly, what are you implying? He Changbai, unperturbed by her perspicacity, responded, it merely strikes me as curious that someone of your ilk would have an affinity for racing. Someone of my ilk? Rong Si's gaze bored into him. Mr. He, are we so well acquainted? Do you presume to know me? Since you profess such familiarity, perhaps you could enlighten me. What sort of person do you perceive me to be? He Changbai had always perceived Rong Si as demure and gentle, perhaps even a tad shy. Yet, he suspected this to be a mere facade, concealing a deeply calculating nature. Otherwise, she wouldn't have resorted to such sordid tactics to ensnare Feng Tingxian. Yet, she continued to feign innocence, even now denying her involvement in that bygone affair. He Changbai remained silent, scrutinizing Rong Si. He had no desire to proffer judgment, nor did he deign to do so. Nevertheless, her demeanor today differed from their past encounters. It was as if she had shed a mask of pretense. Yet, something was amiss. Her gaze was detached, sharp and clear, imbued with a hint of mockery, as if deriding his self-proclaimed insight and his presumptuous judgment. Dismissing He Changbai's thoughts, Rong Si averted her gaze and departed. Sang Qian had procured lodgings for Feng Tingyi near the school. As Rong Si escorted him back to the vicinity of the school, the clock struck 11 in the evening. Feng Tingyi, still in his developmental years, had dined earlier but now found himself hungry once more. He remarked, sister-in-law, the late-night snacks over there are quite delectable. Allow me to treat you. Rong Si, having yet to partake in dinner and yearning for something warm to satiate her appetite, readily agreed. No sooner had they taken their seats than a soft growl emanated from Rong Si's stomach. Feng Tingyi paused momentarily, then suddenly realized, sister-in-law, you did not have dinner? Indeed. Feng Tingyi instantly felt a twinge of embarrassment. I apologize, sister-in-law. It is entirely my fault. Not at all. I wasn't particularly hungry earlier. As Feng Tingyi gazed upon Rong Si's gentle smile, a pang of discomfort stirred within him. He truly found Rong Si to be exceptionally wonderful. Alas, his brother simply did not share the same sentiments. Sigh. Chapter 18. She gave up on Feng Tingxian when Feng Tingxian and Lin Wu returned home after celebrating. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. The butler, noticing Feng Tingxian returning so late with Feng Jingxin in his arms, inquired with concern, why are you so late? Feng Tingxian responded with a brief acknowledgement, offering no further explanation. After escorting Feng Jingxin to her room, he entered his own and turned on the light, only to find Rong Si absent. He asked the butler, has she not returned tonight, madam? No, the butler replied. Feng Tingxian was taken aback. It seemed Rong Si had been home less frequently these past few days. Such frequent absences were indeed unusual. Could it be that something significant had transpired in the Rong family? The following day, Feng Jingxin was in high spirits, having enjoyed delightful moments with Lin Wu. Upon waking in the morning, her face radiated joy, and feeling utterly content, she thought of Rong Si. Ecstatically, she clutched her stuffed toy and dashed towards the master bedroom, calling out, Mama, Mama! The door to the master bedroom was ajar, yet no one was in sight. Feng Jingxin's expression faltered, just as Feng Tingxian emerged from the walk-in closet, dressed for the day. She hurriedly asked, Daddy, where's Mama? Feng Tingxian, methodically tying his tie, replied nonchalantly, she is not at home. Not at home? Why not? If you wish to know, you should inquire with her. All right. Feng Jingxin picked up her phone and dialed Rong Si. Having just returned from a run, Rong Si answered the call without hesitation. Before she could speak, Feng Jingxin eagerly chimed in, Mama, where are you? Rong Si did not respond immediately. What's the matter, Xin? Do you need something from Mama? Apart from Chu's Island, no one is aware of her current residence. Presently, she relishes her solitary life, wishing to remain undisturbed. Therefore, she does not intend to disclose her whereabouts to Feng Jingxin. With the phone on speaker, Feng Jingxin lay on the bed of Rong Si and Feng Tingxian, playfully saying, I miss you, Mama. Can you take me to school later? Rong Si replied, Mama is quite far from you in one and Appos. Be able to return in time to take you to school. Perhaps next time. Alright, Feng Jingxin responded, feeling a tinge of disappointment, then naturally requested, but Mama, you must take me to school tomorrow morning. Rong Xi hesitated, not answering immediately. She was reluctant to return to that place. Noticing her silence, Feng Jingxin found it peculiar. Mama? With the phone on speaker, Feng Tingshan could hear their exchange, and he too noticed Rong Xi's hesitation. He was somewhat taken aback. After all, despite the myriad of matters concerning the Rong family, given Rong Xi's past devotion to their daughter, he assumed she would unhesitatingly fulfill such a simple wish. Rong Xi suggested, how about letting Daddy take you instead? Feng Jingxin genuinely longed for her mother. Feeling slighted because her request was unmet, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. No, I want you to take me. Aside from yesterday, it's been ages since you've taken me to school. Given her insistence, Rong Xi said, all right, Mama understands. I promise to take you. Her agreement was not born out of pity for Feng Jingxin. However, since she had given birth to Feng Jingxin, she must take responsibility for her. A smile returned to Feng Jingxin's face. Feng Tingshan, donning his watch, noticed his daughter wished to continue their conversation and reminded her, if you don't come down for breakfast soon, you'll miss it. Startled, Feng Jingxin exclaimed, I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face yet. Mama, I'll brush my teeth and wash my face first. We'll talk later. Without waiting for Rong Xi to respond, she hurriedly ended the call. After placing her phone down, Rong Xi had breakfast and then departed for her work at the Feng Corporation, where a major meeting was scheduled for the morning. Feng Tingshan would also be in attendance. After taking her seat in the conference room, Rong Xi, along with others, waited for more than 10 minutes before Feng Tingshan made his entrance. The moment he appeared, Su Xuena gasped, her eyes shining as she gazed at him, unable to divert her attention. Eventually, when the meeting commenced, she came to her senses and tugged at Rong Xi's sleeve, exclaiming, President Feng is truly handsome. Rong Xi merely glanced up when Feng Tingshan entered. Without lifting her head, she nonchalantly replied with a distracted hum. Surprised by Rong Xi's apparent lack of interest in Feng Tingshan, Su Xuena remembered that Rong Xi was married and had a child, which made it seem reasonable. Throughout the meeting, Su Xuena's heart raced uncontrollably as she fixated on Feng Tingshan, completely oblivious to the discussions taking place. In contrast, Rong Xi diligently took notes on her computer. Once the meeting concluded, Feng Tingshan departed first, followed by the others in succession. Su Xuena's heart raced for a while until Jiangzhe approached to collect the materials recorded by Rong Xi. Jiangzhe perused the contents of Rong Xi's notes and could not help but express his admiration. Well done, you've worked hard. Rong Xi replied modestly it was nothing. Once Jiangzhe departed, Su Xuena realized she had not absorbed any of the meeting's discussions. She hastily requested Rong Xi to send her a copy of the materials, but soon found her head throbbing. Sister Rong, did you study architecture before? Su Xuena inquired. No, Rong Xi responded. Then how come you are so familiar with so many industry-specific terminologies? I taught myself by reading books, but I have only scratched the surface, Rong Xi explained. The Feng Group's projects were diverse, and to excel in her role, she had devoted considerable time over the years to acquiring knowledge across various fields. Oh, so you have also delved into medical industry-related literature? Su Xuena asked. Yes, Rong Xi replied. After interacting with Rong Xi for 2 days, Su Xuena recognized that Rong Xi's youthfulness belied her impressive capabilities as the leader of their secretarial team. Could you send me the list of books you've read? I would like to review them when I have the chance. Sure, I will send it to you later, Rong Xi agreed. By noon, Rong Xi had filtered through and compiled a list of accessible and relevant books for Su Xuena. Upon seeing the lengthy list of 40 to 50 titles, Su Xuena felt somewhat overwhelmed. At 3 in the afternoon, with Feng Tingshan receiving guests, Jiangzhe instructed Rong Xi to brew some coffee, as he would be coming to serve it shortly. Su Xuena then realized that the coffee prepared for Feng Tingshan was indeed made by Rong Xi. However, after Rong Xi prepared the coffee, Jiangzhe insisted on delivering it himself rather than allowing Rong Xi to do so. She suspected that this was Feng Tingshan's way of preventing others from getting too close to him. Tentatively, she inquired, Sister Rong, have you never delivered coffee to President Feng personally? Not entirely. There are occasions when Jiangzhe and the others are busy, and I take it upon myself to deliver it. Su Shui-na had a fondness for coffee, but had never contemplated learning how to make it. Hearing Rong Si's words, her eyes brightened with interest. Sister Rong, could you teach me how to brew coffee that meets the president's taste? Even if the opportunities are scarce, I wish to seize this one. Rong Si noticed Su Shui-na's intentions and replied, certainly. Having already given up on Feng Tingshan, what was there to withhold regarding the coffee-making skills that he so cherished? Chapter 19. Has she not returned yet? At this moment, Jiangzhe had just arrived at the tea room and was momentarily taken aback by the remark. Both he and Chang Yuan had always believed that Rong Si could not truly bear to leave the company. They were convinced that she would find an opportunity to remain. When Su Shui-na, who was to take over her duties, started working at the company yesterday, they thought Rong Si might take action. After all, Su Shui-na was strikingly beautiful. How could Rong Si possibly feel at ease allowing such a woman to remain by Feng Tingshan's side? Yet, over the past couple of days, not only had Rong Si accepted Su Shui-na, but they also seemed to be getting along harmoniously. Now, she was even imparting her coffee-making skills to Su Shui-na? What on earth was happening? Jiangzhe's thoughts were unclear to Rong Si. She diligently completed her tasks, declined Su Shui-na's invitation to dinner, and planned to return home for a meal before continuing her research on AI-related topics. Just as she left the company, her phone rang. It was a call from Feng Jing Xian. Mom, are you done with work? Rong Si got into the car and inquired, what's the matter? I want to eat crispy pork and water chestnut soup. Can you come home and make it for me? Rong Si paused. She had not yet formally divorced Feng Tingshan, nor had he called to ask her to move out. She intended to return home to prepare dinner for her daughter, believing that Feng Tingshan would not object. However, she was feeling somewhat fatigued and had her own plans. While Feng Jing Xian was indeed her responsibility, she also had her own life, and she would no longer unconditionally sacrifice her time for her. She said, Mom has something to attend to today, perhaps next time. In the past, Rong Si had always prioritized Feng Tingshan and Feng Jing Xian above all else. Rong Si seldom declined their requests, yet today, she had turned them down twice in a row. Although Feng Jing Xian did not notice this subtle shift and believed that Rong Si genuinely had matters to attend to, she, who was accustomed to being placed first by Rong Si, felt quite seldom denied. She felt aggrieved. Mom, why have you been so busy lately? I don't care. I want to eat crispy meat and drink water chestnut soup. Sin. Rong Si felt a twinge of headache. Feng Jing Xian huffed and angrily hung up the phone. Rong Si sat in the car, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She covered her eyes and remained silent for a while before finally driving away. Upon returning home, she hastily ate a bowl of noodles. Just as she opened her computer, Umo soon called, There's a banquet in a few days. Will you accompany me? I wish to introduce you to some acquaintances. Certainly. Umo soon then inquired, when can you finalize things on your end? Soon, it should be within a few days. That's good. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Feng Jing Xian expected Rong Si to rush home immediately to comfort her and prepare a meal. However, she waited and waited. Over an hour had passed, and it was nearly 8 in the evening, yet Rong Si had still not returned. Concerned that she might be hungry, the butler advised, since Madame is occupied, Miss, you might want to eat something to tide you over until Madame returns. I don't want to. Feng Jingxin pouted, feeling truly aggrieved as she noted that Rong Si had not returned for an unusually long time, without even a single phone call. When the butler mentioned it, she could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, exclaiming, I just want to eat the dishes my mother makes. The butler, under the impression that Rong Si must be occupied with pressing matters, decided to call Feng Tingshan for assistance. After a brief wait, Feng Tingshan answered the call. What is it? The butler recounted the situation in detail. Feng Tingshan replied, Put her on the line. Taking the phone, Feng Jingxin sobbed, Dad, eat first. Wiping her tears, she stubbornly remained silent. Feng Tingshan, too, said nothing, leading her to cry even harder. In a calm tone, he said, I'll take you out this weekend. You can choose the destination. The sound of her sobs ceased momentarily. Really? Yes, but first you need to eat. Dad, have you eaten? I'm at a social gathering. Oh, Then go eat. Understood. Though Feng Jingxin continued to pout, her mood brightened, and she obediently made her way downstairs for dinner. After ending the call, Feng Tingxin returned to the private room, where someone teased, "Mr. Feng, your phone always seems to ring incessantly." Feng Tingxin took a sip of his drink, replying, "My daughter is throwing a tantrum and refuses to eat. I just had to coax her a little." The others exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. Over the past few years, rumors had circulated that Feng Tingxin had married years ago, yet no one knew the identity of Mrs. Feng. Conversely, some asserted that he was, in fact, unmarried. The truth remained unclear to them, and they dared not inquire further. When Feng Tingxin voluntarily mentioned that he had a daughter, many were taken aback. Yet, more importantly, they felt it prudent to refrain from asking additional questions. After dinner, Feng Jingxian awaited Rongxi's return, anticipating her arrival home. However, as the clock struck 9, having already finished her bath, she realized that Rongxi had yet to come back. She remained attentive to the sounds outside. Around 10 o'clock, the sound of a car echoed from outside, and her eyes brightened. She dashed downstairs, calling out, "Mom!" But her cheerful voice faltered upon seeing Feng Tingxin step through the door. "Dad?" Feng Tingxin handed his coat to the butler, noticing the disappointment on her face. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "I thought it was Mom returning." Feng Tingxin dismissed any notion of jealousy over his child's affection for her mother. He paused briefly before responding. "She hasn't returned yet?" "Not yet." Feng Tingxin seemed unconcerned. "She must be busy with something. Didn't she promise to take you to school in the morning? Go to bed early and you'll see her when you wake up." Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxian's spirits lifted slightly. "All right." After she ascended the stairs, Feng Tingxin retreated to his study to attend to some matters. By the time he completed his tasks, it was nearly midnight. He had assumed that Rongxi would have returned during his busy hours. However, upon entering his room, he discovered her absence. She had not come back. It appeared that something was indeed amiss with the Rong family. Contemplating this, Feng Tingxin calmly entered the bathroom. The following day, as she was to escort Feng Jingxin to school, Rongxi rose early. After a light breakfast, she set off, leaving the community behind. Upon entering the familiar villa district, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over her. Having resided here for nearly 7 years, it felt as though, despite her absence of just over 20 days, she had not returned in a lifetime. In truth, the landscape remained unchanged. Yet a burgeoning sense of estrangement began to envelop her. The housekeeper, upon seeing her, hurried out to greet her, exclaiming, "Madam, you have returned." Pausing at the title, Rongxi ultimately refrained from correcting him and merely acknowledged the greeting, inquiring, "Where is Xian?" "She should still be asleep," came the response. In reality, the time was drawing near. If Feng Jingxin did not descend soon for breakfast, she would be late. However, Rongxi had no intention of going upstairs herself. Instead, she instructed Aunt Lu to urge the child along. The housekeeper inquired, "Has Madam had breakfast?" "It is ready. Would you like some?" Rongxi smiled gently, shaking her head. "No, I have already eaten." "Ah, I see. Very well." At that moment, Feng Tingxin descended the stairs. Rongxi regarded him silently, offering a subtle nod as a greeting. Feng Tingxin paused, yet before he could speak, Feng Jingxin bounded down the stairs and leaped into Rongxi's embrace. Holding her close, Rongxi affectionately tousled her hair, smiling as she said, "Time is fleeting. Hurry along and have your breakfast." "Yes. I knew I would see Mommy as soon as I woke up." Nestled in Rongxi's embrace, Feng Jingxin inhaled the familiar fragrance emanating from her mother, feeling a sense of contentment wash over her. Joyfully, she tugged at Rongxi's hand, urging, "Mom, come eat with me." Rongxi remained seated, responding gently, "Mom has already eaten, you should enjoy your meal." Feng Jingxin, in a playful tone, pleaded, "Then at least stay and chat with me." While the mother and daughter engaged in conversation, Feng Tingxin had already taken his seat in the dining hall. Unable to resist her daughter's charm, Rongxi eventually joined Feng Jingxin at the table, settling down across from Feng Tingxin. The butler poured a glass of water for Rongxi, who sipped it quietly while listening to Feng Jingxin animatedly recount the events from school the previous day. As for Feng Tingxin, she chose to disregard him entirely. Naturally, Feng Tingxin noticed the shift in Rongxi's demeanor towards him. It was reminiscent of her behavior during their last visit to the ancestral home. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow, momentarily pausing his dining actions. Chapter 20. Don't move. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Rongxi happened to glance over and noticed the incoming call displayed the word treasure on the device resting on the table. She had thought she had grown indifferent, yet after loving for so many years, how could she claim to have completely let go? The two words pierced her heart, prompting her to avert her gaze. The profound sorrow in her eyes did not escape Feng Tingxin's notice as he raised his gaze. Yet he unabashedly answered the call in her presence, his tone gentle as he inquired, "What is it?" Feng Jingxian also observed the commotion on Feng Tingxin's side. In her memory, it was only in the presence of Lin Wu that Feng Tingxin revealed such a tender demeanor. For a moment, she forgot that Rongxi was also there, and with delight, she asked, "Daddy, is it Auntie Wu Wu?" Feng Tingxin replied calmly, "Yes." Just as Feng Jingxian was about to express her desire to chat with Auntie Wu Wu as well, she recalled that Rongxi held a disfavor towards Lin Wu, and the words were promptly swallowed back. Nevertheless, her good mood was affected. She furrowed her small brows, unable to help but think how wonderful it would be if her mother could get along well with Auntie Wu Wu. On the other end, Lin Wu must have said something concerning, for Feng Tingxin's brows knitted with worry. Without finishing his breakfast, he hurriedly departed. Observing his hasty exit, Feng Jingxian couldn't help but feel anxious. However, due to Rongxi's presence, she refrained from asking. Yet, her appetite for breakfast had vanished, and she tugged at Rongxi, saying, "Mom, I finished eating. Let's hurry and head out." Although Feng Jingxin did not articulate her feelings, Rongxi observed her every reaction. She understood that Feng was eager to depart, anxious to ascertain the situation concerning Lin Wu. Yet Feng said nothing at all. "You haven't eaten much. Take some to eat in the car," she suggested. "No need. I'm not hungry," Feng replied. Rongxi paused, choosing not to press the matter further. Once in the vehicle, Feng Jingxin wasted no time. As soon as she settled into the back seat, she promptly sent a message to Lin Wu. Rongxi noticed but remained silent. After a short while, Lin Wu replied, indicating it was merely a fever and cold, nothing of consequence. However, Lin Wu's voice message sounded somewhat hoarse, which made Feng Jingxin anxious. She immediately messaged Lin Wu, stating that she would visit her after school. As she sent the message, a pang of guilt washed over her. It had been quite a while since she had enjoyed a meal prepared by Rongxi, as she had initially planned to dine with her that evening. Fortunately, she had not yet voiced this intention. With this thought, she stole a glance at Rongxi in the driver's seat, relieved to find that her attention was elsewhere. Upon arriving at school, Feng Jingxin affectionately embraced Rongxi, saying, "Mom, I'm heading in now." "All right," came the reply. Unaware of Rongxi's cool demeanor, Feng Jingxin skipped cheerfully into the school. Shortly after returning to the office, Rongxi received a message informing her that Feng Tingxin had an urgent matter to attend to, and the meeting originally scheduled for 10 that morning had been postponed to the afternoon. The urgent matter Feng Tingxin referred to was, in fact, his personal attendance to care for the ailing Lin Wu. Rongxi exhibited little reaction, remaining focused on her work. Around 2:00 and amp. Oppos. Clock in the afternoon, Feng Tingxin should have returned to the company, as Jiangzhe had contacted everyone to announce a meeting at 3 o'clock and requested that she prepare a cup of coffee for Feng Tingxin. During the meeting, when Feng Tingxin entered the conference room, Rongxi's fingers paused abruptly over the keyboard. He had changed his attire, no longer clad in the outfit from the morning. He had visited Lin Wu earlier. She was unwell, and while they may not have engaged in anything improper, it was entirely plausible that Feng Tingxin felt a sense of compassion for Lin Wu, perhaps even lying beside her to help her drift into slumber. Lost in such thoughts, her expression momentarily turned vacuous. Perhaps mistaking her daze for infatuation, she snapped back to reality only to find Feng Tingxin observing her with an air of indifference. Recalling his tenderness and care for Lin Wu, juxtaposed with his impatience and aloofness towards her, Rong Si clenched her fist and averted her gaze. Not long after the meeting concluded, Zhang Zhe approached her, stating that her handover tasks were nearly complete, and she need not come to the office the following day. I understand, Rong Si replied. Even if Zhang Zhe had not mentioned it, she intended to bring it up herself once her current tasks were finalized. Since he had come in person, it saved her the trip. Zhang Zhe did not expect her to agree so readily. You! Rong Si extended her hand. Thank you for your care over the years. Zhang Zhe, momentarily taken aback, reciprocated her gesture with a handshake. You're too kind. After tidying her belongings, Rong Si departed. Zhang Zhe could hardly believe that she had truly left. What are you daydreaming about? Chang Yuan tapped him on the shoulder. Rong Si departed from the company, leaving Chang Yuan momentarily stunned. Is it true? Has she truly made the decision to leave? He pondered, finding it hard to believe. A derisive chuckle escaped him. Although she had left, it did not preclude her from devising a means to return. He anticipated that, with the assistance of the venerable Lady Feng, it would not be long before she was back. Zhang Zhe remained silent. Despite his incredulity, he sensed a genuine resolve in Rong Si's recent demeanor. Following her exit from the phone group, Rong Si returned home, likely redirecting her thoughts back to Lin Wu. In the ensuing 2 days, she received no further calls from Feng Jingxin. Late on the second night, as Chu Xilan succumbed to a fever, Rong Si hastily closed her book, seized her car keys, and ventured out. The rain had persisted throughout the day, and even at this late hour, the downpour showed no signs of abating. Chu Xilan resided in the old city, and at this hour, the streets were eerily deserted, devoid of both pedestrians and vehicles. After procuring some medicine from a nearby pharmacy, as she was folding her umbrella and preparing to enter her car, the passenger door abruptly swung open, and a tall figure entered. Rong Si's heart raced. As she turned her head, she found a black gun barrel aimed squarely at her. Do not move, commanded the man, clad entirely in black, his face obscured by a mask and the brim of his hat casting a shadow that concealed his features. Yet his gaze was piercing and cold. Rong Si raised her hands slightly, remaining motionless. The man seized her bag and phone, stating, I will not harm you. After you take me to my destination, you may leave. Without waiting for her response, he coldly ordered, drive. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of any vehicles or individuals, and the pharmacy was quite a distance away. As Rong Si contemplated this in her mind, she noticed a strong metallic scent of blood wafting from the car. Stunned, she started the engine and inquired, where to? Straight ahead, to the Rongdong Pier, he replied, adding, I will guide you on the precise route. No need, I am familiar with the way, Rong Si asserted as she drove off. Afterward, she focused intently on the road, while the man remained silent, enveloping the car in a tranquil stillness. The Rongdong Pier was a half-hour's journey from their current location. Throughout the drive, Rong Si exhibited no signs of panic. Her driving was steady and precise, never once taking a wrong turn. The man's gaze, fixated on her, gradually shifted as he held the gun. However, Rong Si remained oblivious to this change. After a while, the man instructed, stop under the banyan tree ahead. All right, she responded. The vehicle came to a smooth halt at the roadside, yet the man's gun remained aimed at her. As he exited the car, she retrieved her bag, calmly rummaging through it in his presence, stating, I have a first aid kit. During that half hour, the scent of blood intensified within the vehicle, and she realized that he was likely gravely injured. The man hesitated but chose to ignore her, stepping out into the darkness. Since he refused her offer of assistance, Rong Si did not press the matter further and turned the wheel to depart. A few minutes later, the man boarded the boat that awaited him, removing his hat and mask. At that moment, his phone rang, and while he had someone tend to his wounds, he answered the call. Before he could utter a word, Qi Yuming hastily interjected. Changbai, are you all right? My people said they couldn't reach you. Where are you? There was a slight mishap, but I've already arrived at the dock. That's a relief. How could such an incident occur? You frightened me. After a brief moment, once the call ended, He Changbai gazed at the towering banyan tree in the distance, lost in contemplation. It was half an hour later that Rong Si returned to Chu's island side. Having taken her medication and sipped some kanji, Chu Xilan appeared somewhat revitalized. Yet her brow furrowed in concern. Why do I smell blood? Xiao Xi, are you hurt? No. It was that man who was injured. When he took her phone and bag, blood stained them. Upon her return, she had indeed wiped them down, but it seemed the cleaning was not entirely thorough. Chapter 21. Worthless before you the following day. After Chu Xilan's fever had completely subsided, Rong Ci finally returned home. She had yet to prepare her gown for the banquet scheduled for the next evening. In the afternoon, Rong Ci ventured out. Upon arriving at a high-end formal wear boutique, she found the store manager and several attendants busily attending to a particular gown. It was not until Rong Ci approached that they took notice of her. Apologies, miss. How may we assist you? I would like to browse, please. Of course. Though she had married into the Feng family, over the years, she had scarcely attended any banquets. After all, Feng Tingshan and Sang Qian never included her in their formal engagements. As for old Madame Feng, she had long since retreated from the limelight and was no longer concerned with such worldly matters. While Rong Ci possessed limited knowledge of formal attire, she had developed a basic sense of aesthetics through her exposure to Chu Xilan's work in high-end fashion. However, the array of exquisite gowns in the store was truly overwhelming. She had no intention of being overly selective. Anything that seemed acceptable would suffice. As she pondered this, the gown that the attendants had been meticulously arranging caught her eye in its entirety. Rong Ci paused momentarily. It was a delicate lavender gown crafted from sheer chiffon, cinched at the waist with intricately designed floral embellishments. Paired with an elegant and luxurious necklace adorning the model's neck, it perfectly harmonized grace and opulence. Compelled by an irresistible urge, she stepped closer. Just as her hand reached out to feel the fabric, the store manager firmly grasped her wrist. Rong Ci winced in pain, furrowing her brow. The store manager hurriedly released her grip, apologizing. I am truly sorry, Mississippi. It was unintentional. This gown is a bespoke creation for our elite clientele, of which there exists but a single piece globally. The cost is considerable, and should anything go amiss, we would be unable to bear the repercussions. It's quite all right, Rong Ci replied, somewhat disheartened to learn the gown was already claimed. In the boutique, gowns ranged from tens of thousands to several million. Yet even the most exorbitant pieces paled in comparison to the one she had just encountered. Ultimately, she selected an exquisitely embroidered, ivory silk gown. As she proceeded to the counter to pay and have the dress wrapped, she overheard two attendants nearby whispering, "This necklace and gown ensemble reportedly surpasses 30 million. It's like wearing a grand villa. The wealthy truly indulge in extravagance. Indeed, and this outfit may only be worn once. 30 million, how astonishingly exorbitant. Even if it were unclaimed, she could never afford such a sum." Shaking her head, she turned and departed. Upon returning home, Chu Xilan called to inform her of a sumptuous dinner invitation for the following evening. Learning of the gala she would attend, Xilan rushed over the next afternoon to personally style Rong Ci. With an impeccable eye for detail, she chose a stunning gown and paired it with a meticulously crafted makeup look, enhancing Rong Ci's graceful and pristine demeanor to perfection. That evening, as Yu Mashuan arrived to pick someone up, he was utterly captivated upon seeing Rong Ci. "You look stunning. It suits you perfectly. Thank you." Once they were in the car, Yu Mashuan inquired, "So, you officially return to the company tomorrow?" "Yes." He continued, "By the way, Lin Wuo, you might not know who she is. She's the algorithm prodigy I mentioned last time. She starts tomorrow as well, and I shall introduce you to each other." Rong Ci's expression shifted momentarily. "Lin Wu? Is that the person you're referring to? The one with the character for Wasteland? She just returned from country and not long ago?" Yu Mashuan nodded, visibly surprised. "Yes, do you know her? She is my half-sister," Rong Ci revealed. Yu Mashuan was taken aback. He was aware of some details regarding Rong Ci's family situation and had not anticipated such a coincidence. With a cold demeanor, Rong Ci added, "She is also Feng Tingshan's mistress." The car came to an abrupt halt. Yu Mashuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Rong Ci shook her head. "I'm fine." Her expression remained calm as she stated, "However, whether you consider it nepotism or not, I oppose her joining our company." Yu Mashuan's expression froze for a moment, but he promptly agreed, "I won't allow it. I support your decision. Rong Si felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you. After a brief pause, she added, but this does mean you will lose a brilliant talent. Yu Moshuan shook his head with a smile and glanced at her. She is indeed a genius in algorithms. But compared to you, she is utterly insignificant. He pronounced the last words with utmost seriousness. Rong Si was momentarily taken aback, perceiving Yu Mo-soon's reaction as excessively exaggerated. Yu Mo-soon, aware of her thoughts, chuckled and remarked, to be honest. Rong Si was taken by surprise at his candidness. After a brief contemplation, she inquired, it's been some time since her interview. Why hasn't she started yet? Yu Mo-soon shook his head and replied, she mentioned there were some matters to attend to, but I didn't delve further into the specifics. After a little over 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination, yet Rong Si remained contemplative. Yu Mo-soon asked, what troubles you? She responded, I simply find it perplexing why she would wish to join our company. Although our firm is progressing well, there are certainly larger corporations in the country that surpass us. With Lin Wu's background and educational qualifications, she possesses a multitude of options. Yes, she is a major shareholder in the company, but due to certain unique circumstances, her identity is not overtly presented. Lin Wu likely remains oblivious to her connection with us. Thus, it is improbable that she is seeking us out for that reason. Yu Mo-soon stroked his chin, then suddenly broke into a smile, stating, during our conversation that day, she mentioned our company's programming language and expressed a keen interest in CUAP. CUAP was designed and developed by Rong Si's team when she was merely 17. At the time, many regarded it as quite ordinary, yet it has since evolved into our company's most formidable asset. Over the years, the industry has come to recognize its exceptional capabilities. Numerous professional teams have attempted to dissect and analyze it, yet none have succeeded in cracking it. Today, this programming language stands as an unattainable benchmark within the industry. Undoubtedly, Lin Wu is drawn to it. In recent years, many of the exceptional talents at our company have been drawn here primarily due to this particular programming language. Rong Si had not anticipated this revelation. Yu Mo-soon gazed at her, gently ruffled her hair, and remarked with a smile, thus, when I assert that she is utterly worthless in comparison before you, it is not merely an exaggeration. How could he, as her mentor well acquainted with her brilliance, be unaware of Rong Si's extraordinary genius? After all, before her emergence, he too was celebrated as a prodigy by all. Chapter 22 Introducing a genius. By the time they arrived, the banquet hall was nearly filled with guests. Rong Si, possessing striking features and exceptional poise, captured the attention of numerous attendees as soon as he entered the hall. The host of the banquet, familiar with Yu Mo-soon, immediately approached them with a warm smile. Just as he intended to greet Yu Mo-soon and Rong Si, another group of guests arrived at the entrance of the hall. Upon seeing the newcomers, the host momentarily froze, doubting his own vision. The other guests in the banquet hall shared the same astonishment, their expressions a blend of surprise and delight at the sight of the arrivals. Unaware of the unfolding events, Rong Si and Yu Mo-soon stood with their backs to the entrance. As they observed the sudden shift in the guests' demeanor, curiosity prompted them to turn around. The host, casting them an apologetic glance, bypassed them and made his way towards the door. Mr. Feng, Mr. He, Mr. Chi. Rong Si felt a jolt in her heart, a sudden intuition taking shape within her. When she turned to see the newcomers, her smile faltered slightly. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. It was Feng Ting-shen, He Chang-bai and Chi Yu-ming. However, in addition to them, Lin Wu had also arrived. To her astonishment, Lin Wu was adorned in the exquisite light purple gown, worth over 30 million, that she had spotted at the boutique the previous day. With her tall and curvaceous figure, coupled with a commanding presence, the luxurious and ethereal gown accentuated her elegance and allure, rendering her seemingly unattainable. It was truly Feng Ting-shen, He Chang-bai, and Chi Yu-ming. Is it not rare for them to attend banquets? Why has everyone suddenly come today? Indeed, what on earth is going on? Who is that stunning beauty they brought along? Is she Feng Ting-shen's woman? Her alluring beauty and unattainable demeanor are truly exceptional. It is no wonder that a man of his stature possesses such discerning taste in women. If I were to have a woman like that, I would gladly sacrifice a decade of my life. However, I find myself more enamored with that lady in the beige gown. Her grace is pure, serene, gentle, and exquisitely beautiful. I feel that such a refined beauty is rarer than Feng and Appo's woman, but alas, she is already accompanied. Sigh. At that moment, Rong Ci heard someone exclaim, "Goodness, that gown. I was utterly awestruck when I saw it yesterday." The shop owner mentioned it was custom-made by a certain magnate for his girlfriend. I had been speculating about which magnate it could be, and to my surprise, it turned out to be Feng Tingshan. Over 30 million. Can you believe it? What? Over 30 million. Upon hearing this, Rong Ci slowly lowered her gaze. When she first saw the dress adorning Lin Wu, she had already suspected that it might have been prepared for her by Feng Tingshan. After all, while the Lin family's business is flourishing, spending tens of millions on attire for a single banquet is not something they can afford at this time. Yet, for Feng Tingshan, over 30 million is but a trifling sum. It must be said that Feng Tingshan truly dedicates himself to Lin Wu. The gown was custom-made 2 weeks in advance, which implies that Feng Tingshan had long intended to bring Lin Wu to this gathering. It is well known that Feng Tingshan seldom accepts invitations to events, a fact that Yu Moshuan was acutely aware of. He was taken aback by this unexpected coincidence, especially since Feng Tingshan had brought Lin Wu along with him. Yu Moshuan cast a concerned glance at Rong Ci. Xiao Ci. Rong Ci offered a faint smile and calmly shook her head. I am fine. Initially, she had indeed felt a sense of shock, but she had since moved past it. A throng of people surged toward Feng Tingshan's group, and amidst the thick crowd, they were oblivious to Rong Ci's presence. Though Rong Ci appeared gentle and serene, Yu Moshuan knew that she was inherently a person of determination, one who dared to dream and act. In her professional pursuits, if she had an idea or an interest, she would dedicate herself wholeheartedly, investing all her energy, regardless of whether the outcomes had market value. She found joy in the process itself. For her, the utility of an endeavor could only be discerned through experience. The same principle applied to her emotions. Her love for Feng Tingshan led her to gamble her future, relinquishing opportunities for further study to wholeheartedly embrace family life. Now that she had ventured into this realm, despite the immense costs, Yu Moshuan had never once perceived regret in her eyes. Thus, when Rong Ci asserted that she was fine and that she intended to let go, Yu Moshuan believed her. He smiled and asked, "Shall we have a drink?" Rong Ci replied with a smile, "Sure." The two of them made their way against the tide of the crowd to the refreshment area. "Would you like to drink?" "Just a little," she responded. Rong Ci professes a disinclination for alcohol, yet his tolerance is surprisingly robust. They clink their glasses, standing quietly to savor the wine. After a while, someone approaches them unexpectedly. "Emo Soon, you two have arrived?" Professor Lu. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Emo Soon promptly steps forward, greeting him with familiarity. "I was just about to seek you out, but I could not find you." Professor Lu chuckles teasingly. "Really? I find that hard to believe." "Indeed, as true as pearls. I came here specifically to introduce someone to you." "Oh?" Professor Lu's gaze shifts to Rong Ci, his eyes reflecting both astonishment and curiosity. The young man is undoubtedly exceptional and possesses an undeniable charm. However, he wonders what purpose the introduction serves. Were it not for his knowledge of Emo Soon's integrity, he might have thought that Emo Soon was distracted from his recent work on the language programming system, which had seemingly hit a bottleneck. "This gentleman." Emo Soon graciously gestures towards him, introducing, "This is Rong Ci, my junior sister, a prodigy in language programming. I can assure you, she will be of great assistance." "Your junior sister?" Emo Soon's mentor, Nan Jiji, is a luminary in the domestic AI sector. His students, though still young, are already pillars of the national tech community. Yet, the name Rong Ci is unfamiliar to Professor Lu. "Absolutely true," Emo Soon replies with a smile. "CUAP was developed under my junior sister's leadership 8 years ago. In terms of programming languages, few can rival CUAP in value within the country." Professor Lu could hardly believe his ears. "Is it true? If it is indeed true, I trust you will soon have your answers." Overwhelmed with excitement, Professor Lu cautiously posed a couple of inquiries to Rong Ci. After gauging Rong Ci's depth of understanding, he delved into a discussion about the challenges he was currently facing. As their conversation progressed, the enthusiasm only intensified, rendering them unable to cease their engaging dialogue. Yumashuan sipped his drink, observing them with a smile, choosing not to interrupt. At that moment, Yumashuan glanced up and noticed Lin Wu approaching him. When Lin Wu caught his gaze, she nodded and offered a polite smile. Considering Lin Wu's status, Yumashuan hesitated momentarily. However, before he could fully process the situation, Lin Wu had already reached him. Mr. Yu. Chapter 23. The matter is not resolved. Before Yumashuan had the chance to speak, Rong Ci heard someone approach to greet him. She turned slightly, her gaze locking with Lin Wu's. Lin Wu, who had been wearing a polite smile, felt her expression turn icy at the sight of Rong Ci. With a mere glance, she averted her eyes, pretending Rong Ci was non-existent, and raised her smile anew towards Yumashuan, intending to engage him in conversation. However, Yumashuan, with a smile, directed his attention to Rong Ci and spoke first. This is Miss Lin. Would you like to meet her, Xiao Ci? Yumashuan's statement carried three implications. Firstly, it indicated his close relationship with Rong Ci. Secondly, it revealed his awareness of the enmity between her and Rong Ci. Thirdly, it made his stance clear. He sided with Rong Ci in their conflict. Until that moment, Lin Wu had been unaware of Yumashuan's acquaintance with Rong Ci, let alone the depth of their bond. She was uncertain of the specifics of their relationship. Yet, with Yumashuan's declaration, Lin Wu could not help but comprehend his intentions. Coldly, she remarked, "So, Mr. Yu is implying that I need not report to Changma tomorrow?" Yumashuan smiled appreciatively, setting down his glass and applauding. "Miss Lin, you are indeed remarkably astute." In truth, Yumashuan could have conveyed his message to Lin Wu in a more subtle manner, yet he chose not to. His actions were a direct indication to Lin Wu that there was no room for ambiguity in this matter. He stood firmly with Rong Ci, and it was because of her that he had arrived at this decision. Lin Wu understood this implicitly. She did not feel embarrassed or humiliated by this, for in her eyes, although Chang Mo was indeed commendable, he could not be compared to the Feng family. Yumashuan was not worthy of belittling her. She chose to remain silent, turning away with an air of indifference. Rong Ci watched her, a warm smile gracing her lips, just as she intended to speak with Yumashuan, when she noticed that Feng Tingxin, He Changbai, and Qi Yuming were all casting their gazes in her direction. It seemed they were focused on Lin Wu, which drew their attention toward this side. Perhaps they had not anticipated her presence at the gathering. Upon seeing her, both Qi Yuming and He Changbai exhibited expressions of surprise, while Feng Tingxin's face betrayed no emotion, remaining utterly placid, as if she were a stranger he had never met rather than his wife. What was the matter? Yumashuan glanced over. Rong Ci shook her head, smiling softly. It's nothing. At that moment, Lin Wu had returned, causing Feng Tingxin and the others to divert their attention from her. Rong Ci then resumed her conversation with Professor Lu. After Professor Lu departed, she took a sip of her drink, and upon looking up, she discovered Qi Yuming gazing at her with an enigmatic smile. As for Feng Tingxin, he was currently turned away from her. Noticing her glance, Qi Yuming raised an eyebrow and lifted his glass in her direction. Rong Ci furrowed her brow, unsure of Qi Yuming's intent. It seemed he had scoffed at her before shifting his gaze elsewhere, no longer focusing on her. Suddenly, Rong Ci understood. He likely believed that she and Yumashuan had bullied Lin Wu, and Qi Yuming was indicating that this matter was far from over. Rong Ci's brow creased in concern. After a while, the host of tonight's banquet returned after a flurry of activity. After exchanging pleasantries, he inquired of Yumashuan, "Are you acquainted with Miss Lin?" Naturally, this Miss Lin referred to Lin Wu. Yumashuan chuckled, "I suppose so. Why do you ask?" During a previous conversation, he had gleaned some information. He had heard that she was not originally from the capital but hails from City L, where her family's business is thriving and quite reputable. However, in comparison to the prominent families of the capital, such as the Feng, He, and Qi clans, her family's standing is rather modest. Yumashuan continued, "So, generally speaking, such families find it challenging to make an appearance in our circle, and as for the distinguished families like the Feng clan, it is beyond hope. Yet, Miss Lin has effortlessly infiltrated the inner circle and has established such close ties with them. It is indeed impressive. I was puzzled as to why Feng Tingshan suddenly decided to attend my banquet, only to realize that he was facilitating connections for Miss Lin. The fact that Feng Tingshan personally extends his network and involves He Changbai and others is a testament to his serious regard for this Miss Lin. Otherwise, if she were merely a fleeting fancy, Feng Tingshan would not go to such lengths. With Feng Tingshan paving the way, the Lin family is likely to soar to great heights in the future. Both Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci listened in silence, and finally, the other party sighed. With a daughter like that, the Lin family must be truly blessed. One cannot help but feel envious. As the host concluded his remarks, Rong Ci lifted her gaze only to find that Feng Tingshan and his companions had already departed from the banquet hall, seemingly having left in advance. Even upon noticing her presence, Feng Tingshan had not bestowed upon her a single glance throughout the evening. Half an hour later, Rong Ci and Yu Emosun also took their leave. Upon returning home, her phone rang. An incoming call from Feng Tingshan. Rong Ci paused momentarily. Was he coming to confront her? Did he believe she and Yu Emosun had bullied Lin Wu? Earlier at the banquet, Qi Yuming had warned her, likely at Feng Tingshan's behest. 2 seconds later, she answered the call calmly. Hello? Feng Tingshan's tone was frigid. Come back. Rong Ci felt no compelling reason to return. If you have something to say, just say it. Xian has a fever and wishes to see you. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Stunned, Rong Ci grabbed the car keys, slipped on her shoes, and exited the house. Upon arriving at the villa, she alighted from the car and, finding no sign of Feng Tingshan upon entering, she paid it little mind as she hurried to her daughter's bedroom on the second floor. Feng Xian was suffering from a high fever, receiving intravenous fluids, and appeared quite unwell. She weakly called out Mama and reached out for her embrace. Rong Ci noticed the needle mark on her daughter's hand and carefully lifted her into her arms, inquiring of Aunt Lu nearby. Has she eaten? She ate not long ago but vomited it all back up. Rong Ci frowned, and after consulting with the doctor regarding her daughter's condition, she turned to Feng Xian, who was nestled in her arms and reluctant to come down. Are you hungry? Mama will make you some of your favorite porridge to have after the 4 is done. In the past, whenever she fell ill, it was Rongzi who tended to her. She could not stomach the porridge prepared by others. Her heart longed solely for the congee made by Rongzi. She scrunched her little nose and inquired, Where is father? Has he not returned yet? Rongzi hesitated. When she received a call from Feng Tingshan, she had assumed he was already back. Upon entering, she noticed Feng Tingshan was absent and thought he might be in the study. Only after hearing Feng Jingxin's words did she realize that Feng Tingshan had not yet come home. The hotel hosting the evening banquet was closer than her current residence, and considering he had departed the event at least half an hour before her, he should have been home by now, even if he had first taken Lin Wu back. However, if he lingered at Lin Wu's place after dropping her off, or if he had no intention of returning tonight, that would be an entirely different matter. Chapter 24. Unexpectedly, no confrontation arises at that moment. Footsteps echoed from outside the door. Feng Tingshan had returned. Dad. Feng Tingshan entered and approached the bedside. Upon seeing him, Rong Ci attempted to set Feng Xian down to make room for Feng Tingshan, but Feng Xian refused to budge, stretching out her hands towards him. Feng Tingshan leaned closer and lifted Feng Xian into his arms. As he cradled her, he was uncomfortably near, allowing Rong Ci to catch a whiff of his familiar masculine fragrance. However, intertwined with the comforting scent was a delicate hint of feminine perfume, one she had just detected on Lin Wu at the evening banquet. Rong Ci turned her face away, rising to distance herself from Feng Tingshan until the aromas faded from her senses. Feng Tingshan, with his elegantly adorned wristwatch, gently placed his hand upon Feng Xian's fair forehead and then inquired of Rong Ci, What is the temperature now? Has it decreased? Rong Ci reluctantly reiterated the doctor's words. The fever has transitioned from high to low, but it remains unstable and could potentially spike again. Feng Tingshan settled on the edge of the bed, holding Feng Xian close, who was unwilling to leave his embrace yet furrowed her brow. Dad. Your coat is so stiff. Feng Tingshan removed his coat and handed it to Rong Ci. Reflexively, she accepted it and held it close until the mingling fragrances became apparent, prompting her to realize the impending dissolution of her marriage with Feng Tingshan. Had it been in the past, she would have considered the act of hugging his coat to be a form of bliss, a joy so profound that she would have hesitated to relinquish it. Yet now, she carelessly set the coat aside and informed Feng Jingxin, "I'm going downstairs to prepare kanji." With Feng Tingxin and Rong Ci both at home, Feng Jingxin felt considerably better. Upon hearing her mother's words, she obediently nodded, Thank you, Mom." Rong Ci smiled softly and turned to leave Feng Jingxin's room. Watching her retreating figure, Feng Tingxin's gaze fell upon the suit jacket draped over the back of a chair. After setting the kanji to simmer, Rong Ci began to gather other ingredients. By the time she had washed her hands and emerged from the kitchen, 20 minutes had slipped by. With a moment's hesitation, she ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor and turning the corner, she spotted Feng Tingxin standing by the window at the end of the corridor. Engrossed in a phone call, "The fever has subsided. There is no need for concern." Was he speaking with Lin Wu? Did Lin Wu truly worry about Feng Jingxin? Withdrawing her gaze, Rong Ci entered Feng Jingxin's room. Feng Jingxin had already completed her 4-drip and fallen asleep. She had perspired profusely, and Aunt Lu was carefully wiping her forehead. Upon noticing Rong Ci, Aunt Lu quickly made space and handed her the towel, assuming she intended to tend to Feng Jingxin herself. After all, Rong Ci had always taken a hands-on approach in matters concerning Feng Jingxin and Feng Tingxin. However, Rong Ci shook her head. Aunt Lu was momentarily taken aback but did not dwell on it, instead gently changing Feng Jingxin into dry clothing. Taking a seat on the room's sofa, Rong Ci waited until Aunt Lu had finished before inquiring, "Has the doctor left? How does the doctor say? Will there be a recurrence of the fever? She is contemplating whether to stay overnight. The doctor indicated that it is unlikely." That is reassuring. Since Feng Jingxin is not in any serious condition, it is highly probable that she will not need to stay here tonight. The porridge is still simmering in the pot. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rong Ci descended the stairs, where Aunt Lu was in the kitchen, saying, "I will tend to the fire. Madame, you must be weary. Please, take a seat and rest." As Rong Ci exited the kitchen, she spotted Feng Tingxin seated on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in a newspaper. Upon noticing her, he glanced her way before redirecting his focus back to the pages. Rong Ci hesitated for a moment. In the past, she would have approached him, seeking to share more moments together without disturbing him. However, now, there seemed to be little left to discuss. With this thought, she turned to ascend the stairs, and Feng Tingxin made no effort to call her back. Yet, a sense of confusion lingered in her heart. She had anticipated that he would confront her regarding the incident where she and Umo Sun had bullied Lin Wu, but he remained silent. As soon as Rong Ci reached the upper floor, Feng Jingxin emerged from her room, looking somewhat listless, and called out, "Mama, I am hungry. Is the porridge ready?" "It's almost done," Rong Ci replied, inquiring of Aunt Lu. "Is it still cooking?" Aunt Lu chuckled. "It has finished cooking." Relieved, Rong Ci turned and entered the kitchen. After 5 or 6 minutes, she peeked out and called to Feng Jingxin, "Xin, the porridge is ready." As Rong Ci ladled the porridge, she glanced toward the entrance, only to find Feng Tingxin approaching. Feng Jingxin inquired, "Mother, why is there only one bowl? Father is eating too." Rong Ci, unaware that Feng Tingxin would also partake, remained silent. Before she could respond, Aunt Lu cheerfully remarked, "I will fetch another bowl." Although Rong Ci had no intention of eating, she was accustomed to preparing a little extra, as Feng Jingxin did not consume much. A modest portion for both her and Feng Tingxin would suffice. After serving the porridge, Rong Ci sat down and quietly savored her meal. Feng Tingxin had already removed his watch, his slender fingers delicately holding the spoon, stirring gracefully, an elegant sight indeed. After taking a bite, Feng Jingxin squinted her eyes in satisfaction, exclaiming, "I haven't tasted this in ages. It's so fragrant." Aunt Lu replied with a smile, "Now that we're back in the country, you can enjoy it whenever you wish." Rong Ci listened attentively but remained silent. Feng Tingxin sat across from her, equally taciturn. However, Feng Jingxin was in high spirits and, as if struck by a thought, playfully pleaded with Rong Ci, "Mother, will you sleep with me tonight?" Just as Rong Ci was about to decline, She noticed the pallor on her daughter's face and relented. All right. Feng Jingxin only consumed one bowl, and Feng Tingxin, too, did not eat much. The pot of porridge remained unfinished when they left the dining hall. Feng Jingxin was fastidious about cleanliness, insisting on bathing even when she had a cold. Fearing she might catch a chill, Rong Xi had no choice but to supervise her. After Feng Jingxin finished her bath, Rong Xi hesitated for a moment before turning towards the master bedroom. Feng Tingxin was absent. Rong Xi assumed that her belongings had already been cleared away by him. Upon entering, she discovered that the bedroom had not changed since she had last left. Her daily necessities such as slippers, hand cream, face cream, and a water cup remained undisturbed in the places etched in her memory, as if she had never departed. When Rong Xi entered the walk-in closet and pushed open the sliding door, she discovered that her belongings had not diminished in number. Perhaps, since the divorce had not yet been formally finalized, Feng Tingxin had refrained from disturbing the elderly lady, thus leaving her things untouched. Shaking off her thoughts, she retrieved a set of pajamas and a towel before exiting the master bedroom and heading to Feng Jingxin's room. Feng Jingxin, perched on the bed engrossed in her tablet, looked up at the clothes in her mother's hands and inquired with curiosity, "Mom, are you going to bathe in my room?" Rong Xi replied, "Yes." Shortly after she entered the bathroom, Feng Tingxin stepped into Feng Jingxin's room. Chapter 25. Does classmate Xinxin have two mothers? Noticing his gaze directed towards the bathroom, Feng Jingxin remarked, "Mom is taking a shower in there." Feng Tingxin replied, and inquired further, "Did you ask your mother to come here to bathe?" "No, she brought her clothes herself." Feng Tingxin refrained from asking any more questions, exchanged a few words with her, and advised her to rest early before turning to leave. In the bathroom, Rong Xi heard some sounds and recognized that Feng Tingxin had arrived, though she could not discern their conversation. Feng Jingxin, still recovering from her illness, felt drowsy after taking her medicine. As the time grew late, Rong Xi finished her shower and lay down beside her on the bed. Feng Jingxin nestled into her embrace, rubbing against her shoulder. "Mom smells so good and feels so soft." She found her mother's arms to be the most comforting, even more so than Aunt Wu's. However, aware of Rong Xi's aversion to Lin Wu, she kept that thought to herself. Before long, Feng Jingxin drifted off to sleep. Rong Xi, feeling fatigued as well, soon followed suit. After falling ill, Feng Jingxin had developed a habit of kicking off her covers. Perhaps it was a worry that had become routine. Rong Xi, as she had in the past, woke several times throughout the night to ensure Feng Jingxin was well covered, only feeling at ease to resume her slumber once she was certain her daughter would not catch a chill. That night, despite a restless sleep, Rong Xi awoke at dawn. Feng Jingxin was still asleep, and she quietly rose from the bed to glance out the window, confirming that Feng Tingxin was indeed jogging downstairs. He usually ran for about an hour before returning. After Rong Xi finished her morning routine, she changed into a fresh outfit and descended the stairs to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Half an hour later, she entrusted the remaining tasks to Aunt Lu and, confirming that Feng Jingxin had not developed a fever again, ascended the stairs to retrieve her bag and car keys before departing. Not long after her exit, Feng Jingxin woke up. After searching for Rong Xi in vain, he inquired, "Where is Mom?" Aunt Lu replied, "Madam has gone out for an errand." Feng Jingxin pouted, "Oh." Aunt Lu added with a smile, "But before she left, Madam prepared breakfast for you." This news lifted Feng Jingxin's spirits slightly. Although he had yet to fully recover from his illness, his mood improved, and feeling hungry, he made his way downstairs for breakfast. Shortly thereafter, Feng Tingxin also descended. Not seeing Rong Xi, he paused and asked Aunt Lu, "Where's Madam?" "Oh, Madam has gone out," she responded. Feng Tingxin, upon hearing this, chose not to inquire further. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Rong Xi had a light snack, organized her computer and essentials, and was just about to head to the office when the doorbell rang. Glancing at the surveillance monitor, she saw it was Mrs. Feng and her daughter Tian Tian. Rong Xi opened the door. "Mrs. Feng." Mrs. Feng appeared anxious. "Miss Rong, Tiantian's grandmother has fallen ill, and I must take her to the hospital. Could you kindly assist me by taking Tian Tian to school?" Since the kindergarten attended by Feng Jingxin and Tian was conveniently along her route to the office, Rong Si readily agreed. 20 minutes later, upon arriving near the kindergarten's entrance, she spotted Feng Tingxin, Lin Wu, and Feng Jingxin together. Feng Jingxin appeared to be in high spirits, joyfully skipping alongside Lin Wu, their hands entwined. Meanwhile, Feng Ting deeply stood beside Lin Wu, attentively shielding her and Feng Jingxin from the bustling traffic and throngs of people. Tian noticed Feng Jingxin and exclaimed, "Aunt Rong, it's my classmate Xian. Rong Si lowered her gaze, acknowledging, "Yes, Auntie has seen her. Who is that beautiful lady holding Xian's hand? Is she also Xian's mother? Does Xian have two mothers?" Rong Si remained silent, gently patting Tian's head, and replied, "Please don't mention that Auntie brought you here to Xian, all right?" Tian nodded, "I understand. Last time, when she hugged Sister Rong, Xian was quite fierce. I was a bit scared of her and usually don't dare to speak to her. Xian might still be upset, as she always glared at her with a puffed-up expression whenever they crossed paths." Ahead, Feng Ting, Lin Wu, and Feng Jingxin resembled a blissful family of three. Rong Si observed them and felt a sense of warmth. She withdrew her gaze. After a while, once Feng Ting and Lin Wu departed, Rong Si finally got out of the car with Tian. Feng Jingxin's teacher was aware that Rong Si was Feng Jingxin's mother. Earlier, upon seeing Feng Jingxin arriving at school with her father and another woman, she presumed that Rong Si was unavailable. However, upon seeing Rong Si holding Tian's hand, she was momentarily taken aback. "Miss Rong, you and Tian. Mrs. Feng had an urgent matter and entrusted me with the task of bringing Tian here." "Oh, I see." The teacher let out a sigh of relief and then gently remarked, however, "Just now, classmate Feng Jingxin also arrived at school, but I am aware." Rong Si chuckled. The teacher appeared somewhat bewildered, yet seeing that Rong Si seemed to know and was unconcerned, chose not to elaborate further. After leaving the kindergarten and just as she got into the car, Yu Mashuan's call came through. "What time do you expect to arrive?" "In about 10 minutes. "All right." Upon her arrival at Changma, Yu Mashuan was already waiting for her at the company entrance. Upon seeing her, he opened his arms and embraced her, saying, "Welcome back." Rong Si smiled and returned the hug. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the company building, Yi Qiuyu leaned against the window, engaged in a phone conversation. Noticing the commotion at the entrance and catching sight of Rong Si's face, he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. However, he quickly averted his gaze as his call to Lin Wu connected. He smiled and initiated the conversation. "Good morning, Lin. When will you arrive at the company?" Whatever Lin Wu responded caused a shift in Yi Qiuyu's expression. Later, when he returned to his workstation, his colleagues noticed that his demeanor was rather off. "Qiuyu, what's wrong this early in the morning? Are you unwell?" Yi Qiuyu silently shook his head. Shortly thereafter, as other colleagues returned to the office, one of them mysteriously remarked, "I just saw President Yu bring a stunning woman to the company. Was she really that beautiful? Don't deceive me. I haven't read many books. She was truly a beauty, radiating an allure that surpassed even that of the most renowned stars, her skin glowing with an ethereal luminescence." Yi Qiuyu immediately recalled the enchanting woman who had recently leaped into Yu Mashuan and Appo's arms at the company entrance. At that moment, someone added, "Moreover, it is said that this stunning lady is our new colleague who joined the company today." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiuyu was momentarily taken aback. Lin Wu, his junior from school, had expressed her desire to join Changma, captivated by Quap, and he had promptly recommended her to Yu Mashuan. During their initial encounter, it was evident that Yu Mashuan held a favorable impression of Lin Wu. Today marked the day Lin Wu had scheduled for her employment. He had just called her to inquire about her arrival at the office, only to be informed by Lin Wu that, due to personal reasons, Yu Mashuan no longer required her services. As for the nature of those personal reasons, just as Yi Qiuyu contemplated this, Yu Mashuan entered with Rong Si. Chapter 26. The flattery of men. Upon the arrival of Rong Si, the crowd was taken aback by her stunning presence. Someone, brimming with excitement, rose to inquire, "Mr. Yu, is this enchanting lady truly our new colleague?" Yu Mashuan chuckled, acknowledging the buzz of the moment, and began to introduce her. "This is Rong Si, A member of our company. Yet, before he could finish, Yi Qiuyu abruptly interjected. Is it because of her that you dismissed my junior? Yu Moshuan paused for a moment and nodded. Indeed. He intended to provide an explanation later, but before he could utter the words, Yi Qiuyu turned to Rong Xi and stated, my junior just received her doctorate from a top 10 university in the world, and she is only 25 this year. Since Miss Rong has managed to oust her from Changma, I assume your credentials must be even more remarkable? Lin Wu had mentioned that Yu Moshuan's decision not to hire her stemmed from personal reasons, though the specifics were left unspoken. Earlier, having witnessed the affectionate exchange between Rong Xi and Yu Moshuan downstairs, Yi Qiuyu grew suspicious of their relationship, believing Rong Xi had leveraged connections to secure her position at Changma. Despite the company's wealth of talent, there were few who could match Lin Wu's impressive background. In fact, he doubted that Rong Xi's qualifications could surpass Lin Wu's. With this thought in mind, and before Rong Xi could respond, he sarcastically remarked, Miss Rong appears quite youthful. One might assume she hasn't even completed her doctorate yet. Yu Moshuan had indeed planned to discuss the reasons for not hiring Lin Wu with Yi Qiuyu at a later time. After all, the entanglement between Rong Xi and Lin Wu is a matter best left unspoken in front of so many people. However, he did not anticipate that Yi Qiuyu would suddenly launch an attack. He frowned and addressed him, Qiuyu. Yet Yi Qiuyu believed that Yu Moshuan's intervention was an attempt to shield Rong Xi. He interrupted Yu's words emphatically, Mr. Yu, I am conversing with Miss Rong. His gaze remained fixed on Rong Xi. Is it so difficult for Miss Rong to answer a simple question about her academic qualifications? So why does Mr. Yu feel the need to speak on her behalf? Or is it that Miss Rong has yet to gain admission to a doctoral program? Or perhaps she is embarrassed because her current institution is not ranked globally. Rong Xi felt there was nothing difficult to answer. She replied calmly, I have indeed not been accepted into a doctoral program, but, at her words, Yi Qiuyu chuckled, confident in his assumptions. After all, not every woman possesses Lin Wu's exceptional talents. He scoffed, not allowing her to finish, and coldly mocked. But, what do you wish to convey? That even if you have not been accepted into a doctoral program, your expertise somehow surpasses ours. What gives you such a misguided sense of superiority? Just because you possess a pretty face and have been flattered by men, you believe yourself to be competent? Upon hearing this, Yu Moshuan's anger surged. Qiuyu, reasonable suspicion is one thing, but Yi Qiuyu's remarks had crossed the line into outright insult towards Rong Xi. How could he not be furious? Yi Qiuyu removed the name tag hanging from his neck and declared, I resign. Yu Moshuan was taken aback by Yi Qiuyu's impulsive reaction. Yi Qiuyu regarded Yu Moshuan and remarked, Mr. Yu, I have always perceived you as an individual who values talent and distinguishes between public and private matters. It seems I have misjudged you. Upon finishing her statement, she turned to leave. Yu Moshuan, possessing his own temperament, watched her retreating figure and said, Take some time to calm down. Whenever you wish to return, I shall be here. I shall not return. I will never set foot in Changma again. Yi Qiuyu left without a backward glance. Rong Xi, who also held talent in high esteem, glanced at Yu Moshuan, who shook his head, urging her to remain patient. Yi Qiuyu was indeed capable, and he was reluctant to squander such potential. However, he had noticed, during his first encounter with Lin Wu, the peculiar affections Yi Qiuyu harbored for her. This was a personal matter for Yi Qiuyu, and he had initially been indifferent. Yet now, driven by his feelings for Lin Wu, Yi Qiuyu had irrationally passed a negative judgment on Rong Xi's arrival. This was simply excessive. Furthermore, the core technology of CUAP had collaborations with the government, bound by confidentiality agreements, and Rong Xi's identity must remain undisclosed. Given that Yi Qiuyu could act so impulsively due to Lin Wu, coupled with his inflated perception of her, even if Rong Xi were to later exhibit her capabilities, Yi Qiuyu might not genuinely acknowledge her, instead believing that Lin Wu could perform even better. Consequently, it was inevitable that Yi Qiuyu would find himself overshadowed by Rong Xi in the future. Should this lead Yi Qiuyu to perceive it as favoritism towards Rong Xi, he would become exceedingly vulnerable to exploitation by others. If such a day were to arrive, Yi Qiuyu would not only ruin himself but also inflict severe damage upon the company. Rong Xi, understanding the gravity of the situation, felt a sense of relief. Yu Moshuan cleared his throat and addressed the others. Although Xiao CI has not pursued a doctoral degree, I assure you that his professional capabilities are undoubtedly sufficient. I can vouch for that. The others in the office exchanged glances. They were aware of Yi Choyu's recent recommendation of a friend to Yu Moshuan, but the details remained vague. A similar incident had occurred the previous year, involving a young woman who was the mistress of a high-ranking executive in the company. She was charming, self-assured, and eloquent, claiming to be a graduate student at a top-tier university in the country with a solid foundation. However, upon inquiry, it became evident that she lacked even basic knowledge and was unfamiliar with fundamental professional terminology. In the end, doubts arose about her attendance at any university, let alone a prestigious one. Now, as history repeated itself, Yu Moshuan had even dismissed a friend with an impressive resume due to this situation involving Rong Ci. It was entirely understandable for Yi Choyu to be upset. Thus, not only Yi Choyu but also others perceived Yu Moshuan as blurring the lines between personal and professional matters. He noticed the collective attitude of those around him. Yet he remained unhurried and simply inquired, "What projects has Choyu been working on recently?" Su Yuchuan, who collaborated with Yi Choyu, provided a brief overview of the situation. Yu Moshuan nodded and said to Rong Ci, "Shall you take over the remaining tasks from Choyu for the time being?" Rong Ci expressed no objections, responding with an agreeable, "All right." She then graciously addressed the others, stating, "In the days to come, I kindly ask for your guidance." The others chuckled politely, acknowledging her request, yet they were hesitant to offer any counsel. At this juncture, their only hope was that Rong Ci would indeed possess some competence and refrain from offloading all responsibilities onto them. As for the others, they seemed unfazed. However, Su Yuchuan, who had previously collaborated with Yi Choyu, appeared to be in a precarious position. Su Yuchuan's expression was indeed quite grim, yet he could only courteously inform Rong Ci, "The materials are all here. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions." Rong Ci replied, "All right, thank you." Su Yuchuan thought to himself, well, at least her attitude is quite commendable. Chapter 27. Is this the new strategy your wife devised to pursue her husband? After leaving Changma, Yi Choyu promptly called Lin Wu. Has Rong Ci joined Changma? Indeed. Yi Choyu found it puzzling. Were you not aware of this? Was it not the case that Rong Ci had to displace her to gain entry into Changma? I was unaware. She assumed that Yu Moshuan's decision not to employ her was merely an act of retribution against Rong Ci. Since Rong Ci has indeed joined Changma, does this imply she has departed from the Feng family? Yi Choyu paused for a moment. What, then, was the personal reason you mentioned earlier? Lin Wu was reluctant to elaborate. Some personal grievances. But what transpired? It was a misunderstanding. His resignation had little to do with Lin Wu. Upon reflecting on this, Yi Choyu could not resist inquiring, "How competent is Rong Ci? I have heard she has yet to pass her doctoral exams." She does not merely lack a doctorate. She holds only a bachelor's degree and has never pursued postgraduate studies. Oh, is that true? Yes. At this point, Lin Wu's tone grew notably indifferent. It was unexpected for her that Rong Ci would willingly part ways with the Feng family. Yet, what astonished her even more was that after leaving, Rong Ci had not contemplated furthering her education but rather opted to secure employment through less than scrupulous means in other companies. It must be said, she truly lacks both ambition and vision. Yi Choyu then asked, "Lin, what plans do you have moving forward?" "I have an official racing competition coming up, which will demand a considerable amount of my time for practice. I shall contemplate work matters at a later date." "Oh, I see." Lin Wu is adept at everything, and Yi Choyu is well aware of that. Sometimes he finds himself puzzled. With her numerous engagements, could she truly retain her expertise? Yet, considering Lin Wu's exceptional nature, he feels she must be unlike others. He believes that since she dares to act this way, she undoubtedly possesses her own understanding. Meanwhile, at the Feng group, Feng Tingxin was perusing documents without lifting his gaze, instructing Chang Yuan to bring him a cup of coffee. Yes. This marked Su Suena's first occasion preparing coffee for Feng Tingxin herself. She felt both exhilarated and anxious. Following the steps taught by Rong Ci, she meticulously brewed the coffee, which Chang Yuan then delivered to Feng Tingxin. Feng Tingxin set down the documents, picked up the coffee, and gently stirred it, bringing the cup to his lips. Just as he was about to take a sip, he paused. The aroma seemed slightly off. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take a small taste. But upon doing so, he set the cup down and ordered, "Have her make it again." Chang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, responding, "Understood." Su Suena, receiving the message, felt a surge of urgency. "Make it again? Was it too sweet? Or was the flavor incorrect?" "But I followed Rong Si's instructions precisely, and the sugar measurement was accurate. There should be no issue." "I am uncertain about that as well." Su Suena had no choice but to brew another cup. Perhaps due to her nervousness this time, Feng Tingshan refrained from tasting it. He merely inhaled the aroma, deemed it unsatisfactory, and set it down, inquiring of Chang Yuan, "What is the matter? Secretary Su may be a bit anxious, as it is perhaps her first time making coffee for you, resulting in a slight misjudgment in brewing." Feng Tingshan furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Secretary Su? Which Secretary Su? What about Rong Si?" Chang Yuan, taken aback, replied, "Rong Si has already left the company." "You were not aware?" Feng Tingshan remained silent. Indeed, he was unaware. He knew that Rong Si had caused Chang Yuan displeasure due to her work attitude, and he was aware of the discussion regarding her dismissal. However, when had she departed? Last Thursday. He understood now. Rong Si had left, yet it was likely that her absence was only temporary. He estimated that it would not be long before she returned on her own accord. Chang Yuan remarked, "Then the coffee. Please take it away and bring me a glass of warm water." "Yes." At noon, Uemo soon went out for a social engagement, leaving Rong Si to dine alone in the company cafeteria. Although her colleagues from the same department greeted her with a polite demeanor, they did not extend warmth. Rong Si paid them no mind. After finishing her meal, she resumed her work. By 5 in the afternoon, she approached Su Yuquan and said, "I have nearly completed my tasks. Could you take a look?" "What?" Su Yuquan was initially taken aback, staring at the content Rong Si had sent. First, he was bewildered, but as he continued to read, disbelief widened his eyes. You have completed it all? This amounts to over 10 days of work for Yi Qiu Yu. You managed to grasp everything in less than a day and have already finished it?" Rong Si Su Yuchuan was momentarily stunned, rendered utterly speechless. Particularly, he realized that not only had Rong Si completed her tasks exceptionally well, but the insights she provided also offered him numerous novel perspectives for his forthcoming work that he had never contemplated before. Others, upon hearing this, gathered around, and after grasping the situation, they were equally astonished. Regaining his composure, Su Yuchuan gazed at Rong Si in disbelief. "You are truly a graduate student?" Rong Si paused for a moment and replied candidly, "I am not pursuing a master's degree. How is that possible? How can so many doctoral candidates and graduate students be outdone by an undergraduate? Is it due to financial constraints?" Yet, Rong Si did not appear to be someone who could not afford education. Moreover, given her remarkable professional abilities, did she really need to worry about tuition fees? Rong Si lowered her gaze. "No, it's merely some personal reasons." With a smile, she added, "If the opportunity arises, I would certainly consider furthering my studies." After engaging in conversation for a while longer and assisting a few individuals with their work-related issues, Rong Si departed from the company, and it was already nearing 7 o'clock. As she stepped out of the office, she discovered Yu Moshuan waiting at the entrance. "On your first day, you've effectively dispelled any biases against you and earned everyone's recognition. How commendable." Rong Si smiled. "Shall I treat you to dinner?" Yu Moshuan raised an eyebrow. "What do you think I am waiting here for?" Rong Si chuckled and left the company alongside him. After 20 minutes, they arrived at the restaurant. As Rong Si ascended the steps, a child dashed past her. In an attempt to evade, she stepped back and tripped, on the verge of falling when Uemo soon swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist, steadying her. Rong Si exhaled in relief and was about to express her gratitude when she caught sight of Feng Tingshun and Qi Yuming not far away. They noticed her as well. Feng Tingshun halted in his tracks while Qi Yuming raised an eyebrow. Rong Si pressed her lips together, averted her gaze, and gently pushed Uemo Sun away. Unaware of Feng Tingshun and the others, Uemo Sun inquired with concern, "Did you twist your ankle?" Rong Si shook her head. "No, that's good. Let's go." Rong Si refrained from glancing back at Feng Tingshen and the others, proceeding upstairs with Mo soon. Observing Rong Si's reaction, Qi Yuming expressed disbelief. That was your wife, wasn't it? Feng Tingshen remained silent. Her feigned ignorance of our presence, and her proximity to Mo soon, could it be a newly devised tactic to win you back? Is her intent merely to stir your concern for her? Before Feng Tingshen could respond, Qi Yuming chuckled. She seems to have given this quite a bit of thought. Feng Tingshen offered no reply, merely stating, "Let us go." Chapter 28. Making her pay the price upon their arrival at the private booth, Lin Wu and Feng Jingxin had already settled in. Lin Wu inquired, "What brings such joy to your faces?" Qi Yuming replied with a smile, "Oh, nothing much. I merely encountered an intriguing individual." After dinner, Feng Tingshen and Feng Jingxin returned home. As they alighted from the car, Feng Jingxin joyfully dashed upstairs, calling out, "Mom, Mom." Aunt Lu, hearing the commotion, emerged from the kitchen. "Madam has not yet returned." "Really?" Feng Jingxin's expression fell. "Why has Mom been so busy lately?" Complaining softly, she continued her ascent. Noticing that Feng Tingshen remained stationary, Aunt Lu inquired, "Sir?" Feng Tingshen shook his head. "It's nothing." He then proceeded upstairs as well. That evening, Feng Tingshen discovered that Rong Si had not come home. The following morning, as Feng Jingxin awoke, she had hoped to savor the breakfast prepared by Rong Si. Upon seeing the spread on the table, which lacked the familiar touch of Rong Si's culinary skills, she frowned. "Did Mom not rise early to make breakfast?" "Madam is not at home," Aunt Lu responded. Feng Jingxin found this peculiar. Where could Mom have gone? Has she returned to Grandma's house? Perhaps, Aunt Lu replied cautiously, as Rong Si had not mentioned it, and she dared not make assumptions. Feng Jingxin turned to Feng Tingshen. "Dad." Feng Tingshen replied leisurely, "If you wish to know, why not call her? Then I shall inquire this evening." Meanwhile, on the other side, after finishing her breakfast, Rong Si headed to the office. Upon her arrival, Ma Xuan was just about to discuss the development of a new product when his phone began to ring. A voice from the other side inquired, "Has your company recently offended the Feng family?" "What?" Ma Xuan, taken aback, glanced at Rong Si and activated the speakerphone. "Someone from the Feng family wishes to stir trouble for your company, but we have intercepted them." Upon hearing this, Rong Si was momentarily stunned. Her fingers clenched into a fist. Ever since the dinner party, Feng Tingshen had not confronted her regarding the incident where she and Ma Xuan had bullied Lin Wu, leading her to believe he had chosen not to pursue the matter. Little did she know it was not a matter of indifference. Rather, he was simply too disinterested to engage in conversation, opting instead to convey through action that since she had harmed Lin Wu, she must face the consequences. At that moment, Ma Xuan began to comprehend the situation as well. He patted Rong Si's hand reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, our company maintains a close partnership with the government. They cannot touch us." "Indeed," she replied, feeling relieved. Otherwise, given Feng Tingshen's strength and resources, even if Mo were not utterly destroyed, it would surely suffer a significant blow, wouldn't it? He truly is fiercely protective of Lin Wu. Ma Xuan, now somewhat concerned, asked, "While they cannot currently target Mo, will they set their sights on the Rong family?" Rong Si shook her head. "No, they won't. With Elder Feng around, Feng Tingshen would not easily provoke the Rong family. He still must show respect to the elder." "That is a relief." As the evening approached the end of the workday, Rong Si received a call from Feng Jingxin. "Mom, when will you be home? I'm so hungry. Did Aunt Lu not prepare anything for you? But I want to eat the sweet and sour ribs you make." Last time, she couldn't enjoy the dishes she had ordered, and now she craved them even more. Rong Si was reluctant to go over. She rubbed her temples, and before she could speak, Feng Jingxin chimed in, "Dad has gone on a business trip. I'm so bored. Mom, please come back soon." Feng Tingshen was away on a business trip? Rong Si paused. She was on the verge of divorce with Feng Tingshen and could afford to disregard him. However, Feng Jingxin was another matter. She bore the responsibility of caring for her until she turned 18. With this thought in mind, she replied, "Understood. I'll return shortly." That evening, Rong Si prepared sweet and sour ribs and brewed some soup for Feng Jingxin. She stayed there for the next 2 days. On Friday, old lady Rong called, inviting her home for dinner. Thus, Rong Xi took Feng Jingxin back to the Rong residence. Only old lady Rong was at home. The others were either busy with social engagements or still attending school. Old lady Rong was unaware that Feng Jingxin had returned to the country. Upon seeing Rong Xi bringing Feng Jingxin along, she was overjoyed. Feng Jingxin was quite fond of old lady Rong and managed to amuse her greatly. That evening, Rong Xi and Feng Jingxin stayed at the Rong house. The following morning, Rong Xi rose early to roll out dough for dumplings. Observing Rong Xi's adeptness, old lady Rong reminisced about how she had never lifted a finger in household chores before her marriage, and she couldn't help but sigh. Rong Xi, aware of old lady Rong's thoughts, smiled and said, "Cooking allows me to find peace. I quite enjoy it." Rong Xi appeared a little healthier than when she last visited, which eased old lady Rong's concerns. After preparing the dumplings and chatting with old lady Rong for a while, Rong Xi ascended the stairs. Feng Jingxin had already risen and was in the midst of her morning ablutions. Rong Xi was tidying up the nightgown she had changed out of when she noticed the sound of a notification from Feng Jingxin's tablet. It was a message from Lin Wu. "Has Xine woken up? Auntie will be back this afternoon. Let us have dinner together tonight, and tomorrow I'll take you out to play, all right?" Rong Xi glanced at the tablet momentarily before diverting her gaze, taking the nightgown to the washing machine. By the time she returned, Feng Jingxin was already clutching the tablet, instinctively holding it away to shield her conversations with Lin Wu from Rong Xi's view. Rong Xi chose not to confront her, instead saying, "The dumplings are ready. Let us go downstairs for breakfast." Feng Jingxin gleefully leaped from her bed, exclaiming, "It's been ages since I've had the dumplings made by Mom. Yay!" During breakfast, old Madame Rong cheerfully inquired, "What would you like to eat tonight? Xine. Your grandmother will have someone prepare it for you." Feng Jingxin was aware that old Madame Rong harbored an aversion towards Lin Wu. At her words, she let her dark eyes flit around thoughtfully before whispering, "Grandmother, Dad is coming back tonight, and I want to go home for dinner." Old Madame Rong felt a pang of reluctance, having not seen Feng Jingxin for quite some time. However, she understood that, in recent years, Feng Jingxin had grown quite attached to Feng Tingshun, and thus, she did not dwell on it. Rong Xi was aware that Feng Jingxin was being deceitful but chose to feign ignorance, serving the grandmother a portion of vegetables, and said, "It's all right, I'll stay here to keep you company." It seemed rather illogical for a wife to remain at her parental home while her husband returned from a business trip. The elder Mrs. Rong harbored a disapproval of Rong Xi's affection for Feng Tingshun. She would wholeheartedly endorse a divorce should Rong Xi desire one. Thus, upon hearing Rong Xi's words, she smiled and remarked, "Very well. Our little Xi is quite obedient." Feng Jingxin had been anxious about concocting an excuse to extricate herself from Rong Xi in order to meet Lin Wu that evening, but upon hearing Rong Xi's statement, she felt an immediate sense of relief. As Feng Jingxin departed, the elder lady prepared an abundance of her favorite delicacies for her. However, Rong Xi pushed the offerings back, insisting they be reserved for her uncle's children. When Feng Jingxin left, Rong Xi also contacted the steward on Feng Tingshun's side to arrange for someone to come fetch her, opting not to accompany her personally. The elder lady observed this with a hint of curiosity, yet she refrained from delving deeper into her thoughts. Chapter 29. Did you think I was following you? Feng Jingxin must have been having a wild time with Lin Wu and the others, as there had been no contact with Rong Xi over the weekend. On Monday, Rong Xi went to work at Changma as usual. Just before the end of the day, Chu Xilan called, inviting her to dinner. During the meal, as they were finishing, Rong Xi excused herself to the restroom. There, she unexpectedly encountered He Changbai. Choosing to ignore him, she swiftly walked past without acknowledging his presence. However, He Changbai halted, turning his head to look at her. Rong Xi noticed but chose not to respond. Upon exiting the restroom, she found He Changbai still standing at the spot where they had briefly crossed paths, as if he had been waiting for her. "Are you coming over to eat?" he inquired, his demeanor suggesting that he had been anticipating her arrival. "Yes," she replied coldly, adding, "Do you think I am following you, Mr. He?" He Changbai paused for a moment before responding, "That is not what I meant." Rong Xi was perplexed by his implication but had no desire to delve deeper into it. With that, She turned and left, and He Changbai did not call after her. Upon leaving the restaurant, Chu Xilan expressed her intention to purchase a birthday gift for her mother. Rong Xi accompanied her to a jewelry boutique. Chu Xilan soon found a beautiful jade necklace and engaged in a brief conversation with the store manager when suddenly, a voice at the entrance interrupted. "Hello, I am here to pick up some jewelry." Upon hearing the voice, Rong Xi paused. It turned out to be President Lin. Upon seeing the newcomer, the shopkeeper immediately brightened, offering a polite smile to Rong Xi and Chu Zilan before approaching the visitor. "Mr. Lin, the jewelry you ordered has been packaged." After confirming he had not mistaken the person, Lin Lihai walked towards Rong Xi. "Are you here to order jewelry as well?" Rong Xi glanced at him but remained silent. Noticing her indifference, Lin Lihai's expression dimmed. "Xiao Ci." Rong Xi turned her face away, ignoring him, and asked Chu Zilan, "Are you certain you want to choose this one?" Having never encountered Lin Lihai before, Chu Zilan noticed his refined demeanor, despite the traces of time upon him. She gently nudged Rong Xi's waist with her elbow and whispered, "Who is he?" Rong Xi did not respond. Lin Lihai, however, did not retreat, gazing at Rong Xi as he said, "Xiao Ci, how have you been lately?" Rong Xi pressed her lips together and finally looked at him, coldly asking, "What do you wish to convey?" "I." Lin Lihai's tone softened. "Xiao Ci, must you speak to your father in such a manner?" Rong Xi replied frostily, "What tone do you believe I should adopt when addressing you? Father acknowledges that he has made mistakes in the past, but you must understand, you have always been in my heart." Listening to him, Rong Xi chuckled bitterly. "Indeed, you have me in your heart, yet you allow Lin Wu to approach my husband and ensure he takes good care of her. Tell me, how can you claim that you do not hold me in your heart?" "Xiao Ci." Lin Lihai furrowed his brow. "I can understand your feelings, but Xiaowu and Tingshun are truly in love. Emotions cannot be forced. Why must you? Indeed, emotions cannot be coerced. So your infidelity back then was entirely justified? Now she is just like her mother, carrying on as a mistress with unabashed confidence. Is that right?" Lin Lihai's expression darkened. "Xiao Ci, when did you become so extreme? Am I being extreme?" Rong Xi scoffed. "If I were to immediately divorce Feng Tingxin to accommodate Lin Wu, would that no longer be extreme? Lihai, what has happened?" At that moment, Xiang Rufang and Sun Liao walked in. Xiang Rufang was the first to spot Rong Xi. She instantly smiled. "Isn't this Xiao Ci? Long time no see. You have become even more beautiful. Mother." Hearing Xiang Rufang praise Rong Xi, Sun Liao felt displeased. She had always known that Rong Xi was exceptionally beautiful. To her surprise, after a few years, Rong Xi was even more stunning than before. Gazing at Rong Xi's fair and delicate skin, along with her outstanding aura, jealousy welled up within her. However, she soon reminded herself, no matter how beautiful Rong Xi was, what did it matter? Her future brother-in-law still did not favor her and only adored her sister, Lin Wu. With that thought, she felt somewhat reassured. Lin Lihai turned to Xiang Rufang. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Seeing that you hadn't returned for so long, we came to check on you." Sun Lia interjected, and upon noticing the ornate box opened by the shopkeeper, she turned to Rong Xi and deliberately exclaimed, "Uncle, is this the wedding anniversary gift you customized for Aunt? How exquisite." Lin Lihai chuckled. "Indeed. Every year on your wedding anniversary, you always prepare extravagant gifts for Aunt in advance, creating delightful surprises for her. You truly are wonderful to her." Lin Lihai smiled. Meanwhile, Chu Xilan, overhearing this conversation, had begun to discern the true identities of Lin Lihai and his companions. So, they were merely a bunch of lowly individuals. She muttered softly, settling the bill and dragging Rong Xi away. "Xiao Ci," Lin Lihai called out to Rong Xi, approaching her and stating, "Your aunt genuinely cares for you. She has always kept you in her thoughts. You and Xiao Wu are sisters, family. Regarding the incident with Chang Mo, father hopes it never recurs." Rong Xi laughed. "Are you deliberately trying to repulse me? If she is unwilling, then so be it. Even if she were willing, my sister would not be. What stature does she have to even be considered a sister to my sister?" As she spoke, she huffed and regarded Rong Xi, saying, "You target my sister, preventing her from entering Chang'emo, and you take pride in it, don't you? But little do you know, the more you oppose my sister, the more my brother-in-law sympathizes with her. Just recently, upon learning that you and the owner of Chang'emo had bullied my sister, he immediately sought trouble with Chang'emo. Although events transpired unexpectedly, and Chang'emo remained untouched, my brother-in-law, in recompense for my sister's grievances, has directly entrusted us with a substantial project worth several $100 million. Moreover, this significant undertaking is one that your uncle has been ardently pursuing of late, I might add. With lips pursed, Rong Ci clenched her fist. Chu Xilan, incensed, scoffed. Have Feng Tingxin and Lin Wu solemnized their union? To address him as brother-in-law before such a commitment is made is truly audacious. Enough, Yao Yao. Lin Lihai, restraining Sun Liao, sighed and addressed Rong Ci. Xiao Ci. Xiao Wu is a prodigy in the realm of AI, and her presence at Chang'emo serves a vital purpose. Refrain from your petty animosity and cease targeting Xiao Wu. Have you concluded? Rong Ci inquired, her gaze devoid of warmth. If so, you may depart. Xiang Rufong, who had remained silent until now, added fuel to the fire. Xiao Ci, such behavior is unseemly. How can you address your father in this manner? Sun Liao chimed in, indeed, utterly devoid of upbringing. Rong Ci retorted coldly. I may lack the upbringing you possess, with your eagerness to assume the role of a mistress. You, enough. Lin Lihai, disheartened by Rong Ci's intransigence, declared, let us take our leave. Humph. Lin Lihai retrieved his bespoke gift and promptly departed with Sun Liao and their entourage. Chapter 30. Mother has matters, perhaps next time. As they walked further away, Chu Xilan cast a worried glance at Rong Ci. Xiao Ci. Rong Ci shook her head, her voice calm yet detached. I am fine. From the moment Lin Lihai divorced her mother, he had ceased to be her father in her heart. What pained her most was the burden her existence imposed upon her uncle. She also felt the sting of Feng Tingxin's favoritism. The thought that Feng Tingxin's sole concern lay with Lin Wu, and his ruthless disregard for both Yu Mashuan and her uncle, had never once considered her feelings, pierced her heart like a dagger, leaving her bleeding with anguish. Xiao Ci. Chu Xilan, filled with compassion, embraced her. Rong Ci managed a faint smile but remained silent. It was all right. She had resolved to move forward. Given a little time, she believed she could accomplish it. Shall we go for a drink? Chu Xilan suggested, sensing Rong Ci needed to unwind. Rong Ci shook her head. No need. Rather than drinking, I would prefer to return home and delve into my data. In that environment, I find it easier to calm my mind, to relax, and to rediscover myself. Upon hearing this, Chu Xilan refrained from insisting further. The two proceeded to the parking lot, and just before getting into the car, Rong Ci's phone rang. It was a call from Feng Jingxin. A fleeting smile graced Rong Ci's face before it vanished into silence. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, she answered the phone. Hello? On the other end, Feng Jingxin playfully inquired, Mom, when will you be home? Rong Ci did not respond directly, instead asking, what is it? Alone at home, I find myself engulfed in boredom. Oh, Mother, would you return to keep me company? With Father absent and Aunt Wu occupied, the house is enveloped in silence, leaving me to languish in solitude. I suddenly yearn for the days when Mother would engage me in conversation, gently listening as I spoke of my beloved animations and cherished figurines. Thus, I decided to call Rong Ci, hoping she might come home to accompany me. Rong Ci, upon hearing my plight, replied with a hint of detachment, Mother is busy. Perhaps another time. As my mother, she indeed strives to fulfill my wishes, yet she too has her own life to lead. Presently, she is in a somber mood, requiring her personal space. Disheartened, I responded, very well then. Please hang up, and call me if you need anything. With a heavy heart, I ended the call, feeling even more listless. At that moment, Feng Jingxin returned home and noticed my despondent demeanor. What troubles you? He inquired. I called Mother, wishing for her to come back and keep me company, but she said she was busy. I buried my beautiful, delicate face into the soft embrace of a pillow. Mother has been so occupied lately. Feng Jingxin listened, offering a non-committal hum as he settled onto the nearby sofa, engrossing himself in work on his phone. offering no words of comfort. Yet, instead of retreating to his study to attend to business, he chose to remain here with me. Gradually, my spirits lifted, and I cheerfully picked up my tablet to engage in my favorite puzzle games. Meanwhile, upon seeing Lin Lihai and the others return, Lin Lilan inquired, "Why were you gone for so long?" Lin Lihai paused momentarily. He had encountered Xiaozi. Have you seen her? Lin Lilan, striking in appearance and well-married, was a formidable woman in her own right, possessing considerable influence within both her marital family and the Lin family. When it came to her niece, whom she hadn't seen in several years, Lin Lilan felt little concern. Instead, her thoughts turned to another matter. Had she discussed Xiao joining Changma with her? Lin Lihai shook his head. They exchanged a few words, but she was unwilling to listen. Lin Lilan set down her coffee cup, frowning. Xiaozi truly is. While I can understand her distress over Feng Zong being taken by Xiao, we have all seen that Feng Zong is not the type of man who would be captivated by a woman whose only asset is beauty. Even without Xiao, he would inevitably divorce her. In Lin Lilan's eyes, Rongzi was merely envious that Lin Wu had won over Feng Tingshen, which was why she sought to undermine Lin Wu's entry into Changma. Rongzi, devoid of talent or knowledge, only knew how to engage in such petty antics. The thought of her made Lin Lilan find her utterly ridiculous. It was likely that not just she, but also Feng Tingshen shared this sentiment. Yet, Rongzi remained oblivious to this truth, perhaps still reveling in her perceived triumph over Lin Wu's good fortune. Reflecting on Lin Wu's excellence and contrasting it with Rongzi, Lin Lilan felt increasingly convinced of their incomparable natures. Lin Lihai sighed. I understand. His thoughts mirrored those of Lin Lilan. But she simply would not listen. She truly is as stubborn as her mother. Lin Lilan refrained from voicing her thoughts, for any matter concerning that individual was seldom pleasant. As for Quap, it would be prudent to inquire with Xiao Wu upon her return. Lin Lihai was equally invested in this matter. Over the years, they had poured substantial resources into the realm of AI, yet their company's offerings lacked robust technology, resulting in mediocre growth. In stark contrast, Changma thrived solely due to Quap. Even in the absence of active endeavors, they effortlessly accrued over 100 million annually. How could they not feel envious? Should they unearth the core technology behind Quap and integrate it into their existing projects, their company might soon soar to unprecedented heights, with a market value of 100 billion becoming a plausible aspiration. Lost in thought, Lin Wu returned. Upon seeing her father and aunt, she exclaimed, "Dad, Auntie, Xiao Wu is back." Upon her arrival, a smile instantly illuminated Lin Lilan's face, her affection and admiration for Lin Wu evident. "Yes," Lin Wu replied, taking a seat. "What were you discussing?" "Still the matter of Quap," Lin Lihai responded. "With no access to Changma, what are your plans? Has President Feng mentioned anything?" Tingshen indicated that he would assist me in contacting Nan Jiji. Nan Jiji is a prominent figure in the domestic AI sector, renowned for his close ties with the government and his elusive nature, making him inaccessible to most. Yu Mashuan is among the select few who have been personally mentored by Nan Jiji, and it is said that Quap was developed under his guidance. Since the path through Yu Mashuan seems unfeasible, we shall attempt to approach it from Nan Jiji's direction. That's good. Lin Lihai smiled. Though a hint of concern lingered, Yu Mashuan is a student of Nan Jiji. If he were to speak ill of you there, could it lead to complications? It should not be the case. Lin Lilwan chuckled. Brother, you seem unaware that Mr. Nan Jiji is reputed to value talent above all. Our Xiaowu is a prodigy. As long as Xiaowu has the opportunity to meet Mr. Nan, with her remarkable skills in the field of AI, she is certain to gain his admiration. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for Mr. Nan to take Xiaowu under his wing as a personal disciple. Lin Lihai smiled. That is indeed a possibility. Lin Lilwan inquired further. Did Feng Zong mention when we might meet Mr. Nan? Lin Wu took a sip of water and replied calmly. At next week's technology exhibition, it is said that Mr. Nan will be in attendance. They were certainly aware of the technology exhibition. However, their company was not of sufficient standing in the field to secure a government-allotted exhibition slot. Yet, with Feng Tingshen's influence, Lin Lihai and Lin Lilwan exchanged glances, contemplating this. Lin Wu remarked, Tingshen has provided me with 2 tickets, but there are only 2. It doesn't matter who accompanies me. What's crucial is that you must attend. Lin Lilwan smiled. Indeed. Chapter 31. Could it be that Madame is having an affair? Feng Tingshan's company, being numerous and perpetually busy, kept him occupied. Over the next 2 days, he was away from home due to work commitments, leaving Feng Xian feeling exceedingly bored. Unable to resist, she placed a call to Rong Ci once more. After 2 days of labor, the events of that day had faded from Rong Ci's mind. Upon seeing Feng Xian's call, she answered it. Mom, when will you be home? Upon learning that Feng Tingshan was not at home, Rong Ci decided to return after finishing her work for the day. When she came back, Feng Xian was filled with joy, eagerly sharing numerous amusing anecdotes from school and mentioning her newfound obsession with a game, insisting on teaching Rong Ci how to play. Once Feng Xian had completed her homework, she expressed her desire to engage in activities that piqued her interest, and as long as they posed no harm to her well-being, Rong Ci generally indulged her wishes. After observing Feng Xian's gameplay for a couple of rounds, she joined her in a gaming session that lasted over an hour, bringing immense happiness to Feng Xian that evening. As night fell, Feng Xian requested Rong Ci to stay with her while she slept. Since Rong Ci preferred not to retire to the master bedroom, she acquiesced. On Thursday evening, as Rong Ci turned off the range hood and was about to exit the kitchen with the dishes, she heard Feng Xian's voice from outside. Dad, you're back. Following that was the deep, melodious voice of a man. Have you eaten? Not yet, but Mom is almost done. Is that so? Rong Ci paused momentarily, holding the dishes as she stepped out of the kitchen. At that moment, Feng Xian and Feng Tingshan entered from the living room. Mother, father has returned. Rong Ci glanced at Feng Tingshan before averting her gaze. After removing her apron and handing it to the butler, the three of them settled into their accustomed seats. Feng Tingshan, enjoying the dish Rong Ci had served her, inquired, Father, weren't you supposed to return tomorrow? I finished early and came back. Oh. The Feng family maintained few formalities at the dining table. Feng Tingshan expressed herself freely, while Feng Tingshan, though reserved, consistently responded to her. She spoke with great enthusiasm, then turned to Rong Ci. Mother, why are you so quiet? Rong Ci gently replied, I am content to listen to you both. Oh, in truth, the butler had noticed something amiss with Rong Ci. While she had previously refrained from speaking to Feng Tingshan, fearing to irritate him, he always offered the customary greetings and concern upon returning from business trips. Today, however, Rong Ci not only refrained from initiating conversation but seemed to avoid meeting Feng Tingshan's gaze entirely. Feng Tingshan appeared oblivious to Rong Ci's unusual demeanor, his expression unchanged. At that moment, Feng Tingshan's phone rang, a call from the matriarch of the Feng family. Off on another business trip? Just returned. He set the phone to speaker mode, continuing to eat as he spoke. What guidance do you have for me, dear matriarch? The matriarch chuckled lightly and said, It has been half a month since I last saw Rong Ci and Jingshin. With the weather turning cold, please take them both to the hot spring resort tomorrow. Let us enjoy the warmth of the springs together. Having concluded the call, Feng Jingshin felt a surge of joy. She could indulge in the hot springs once again. How delightful! Feng Tingshan glanced at Rong Ci and remarked, I shall arrange for someone to pick you up tomorrow evening. Rong Ci did not lift her gaze, stating, I can drive myself to the company. Oh no, mother. Please come with me. The hot spring resort is quite far, and it would be rather dull to travel alone. Rong Ci paused momentarily. Fine then. All right. Recently, Chang Mo had been developing a new app. After dinner, Yu Moshuan called her to discuss some technical matters. While Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingshin conversed in the living room, Rong Ci stepped outside to take the call. It was half an hour later that she finally finished her conversation. Feng Jingshin looked up at her, unable to restrain herself from saying, Mother, you've been receiving quite a number of calls lately, chatting for so long each evening. You weren't like this before. Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshan turned his attention to her. The butler, realizing the truth in Feng Jingshin's observation, acknowledged that Rong Ci had indeed been unusually communicative. It was well known that she rarely engaged in phone conversations previously, let alone for such extended periods. Could it be that the lady had an affair? Surely not. Given her feelings for Feng Tingshan, That seemed improbable. It's just some matters, Rong Si replied briefly. I need to go upstairs to attend to some tasks. Oh, Feng Jingxin responded. Rong Si opened her computer and began to process the documents that Yu Mashuan had sent over. Feng Jingxin returned to her room and, noticing her busy demeanor, chose not to disturb her. After finishing her bath, she approached to take a glance. In truth, over the past few years, Rong Si had not entirely neglected her professional pursuits. Whenever she found a moment of respite, she would design a few programs and, when Feng Jingxin came near, she would share some fundamental knowledge. However, back then, Feng Jingxin was merely 3 or 4 years old and often dozed off mid-conversation. Now, as she peered over, Rong Si continued to focus on her work without acknowledging her presence. Although Feng Jingxin did not comprehend it fully, she suddenly recalled that Aunt Wu had seemingly engaged in similar tasks. After observing for a while, she soon retired to bed. It was not until Rong Si had completed her work that she closed her laptop, glancing at the clock to find it had already passed 2 in the morning. She had not returned to the master bedroom, and Feng Tingshin showed no signs of reaction. Perhaps her prolonged stay in Feng Jingxin's room, avoiding the master suite, was in alignment with his wishes. The following day, Rong Si did not rise to prepare breakfast. It was only when Feng Jingxin awoke to find Rong Si asleep beside her that she realized they had spent the night together. Seeing that Rong Si was still slumbering, Feng Jingxin tiptoed out of the room. Upon encountering Feng Tingshin, she yawned and greeted, "Good morning, Daddy," to which he replied, Mommy is still asleep." By the time Rong Si got up for breakfast, Feng Tingshin was nearly finished. There was little interaction between them. Once he had completed his meal, he departed. At a similar hour, Rong Si also made her way to the office. In the evening, she left work punctually. Upon arriving home, Feng Jingxin was already waiting in the car. However, Feng Tingshin had yet to return. Rong Si and Feng Jingxin waited for over 20 minutes, during which Feng Jingxin furrowed her brow and remarked, "Father is taking quite a while." Rong Si, calmly engrossed in her book, felt no urgency. At that moment, the telephone in the living room rang. A few seconds later, the housekeeper announced, "Sir has informed that he is occupied and will not be returning for the time being. He has asked you and Miss Jingxin to proceed to the Hot Springs Villa, and he will arrive later." Rong Si was indifferent and replied, "Understood." Although Feng Tingshin mentioned he would arrive later, he did not make an appearance that evening, remaining absent until the late hours of the night. Chapter 32. Forgetting her, Feng Tingshin had not made an appearance for an extended period, much to the displeasure of the elderly lady, which in turn dampened Feng Jingxian's spirits. However, Rong Si remained unperturbed, calmly preparing tea for the elderly lady and suggesting, "Perhaps he is preoccupied with urgent matters and cannot spare the time." In a foul mood, the elderly lady retired early that evening. Feng Jingxian attempted to contact Feng Tingshin multiple times, but her calls went unanswered. The following morning, when Rong Si awoke, she found herself alone. Feng Jingxian had inexplicably vanished. After completing her morning routine, Rong Si stepped out of her room and searched in vain for her companion. Upon inquiry, she learned that, due to Feng Tingshin's absence, Feng Jingxian had deemed the surroundings dull and had arranged for someone to accompany her down the mountain to explore elsewhere. Moreover, the previous night, the elderly lady had caught a chill from the evening breeze and suffered a severe headache, prompting her to return to the ancestral home before Rong Si had risen. To avoid disturbing her rest, the elderly lady refrained from notifying her immediately. Thus, for the time being, the expansive hot spring resort was left with only the staff and Rong Si. In truth, even if Feng Jingxian found the place tedious, she could have easily waited for Rong Si to awaken before suggesting an excursion. Feng Jingxian's discreet departure without so much as a word likely indicated that she had received news from Feng Tingshin and intended to rendezvous with him and Lin Wu. It seemed she had slipped away early in the morning out of fear that Rong Si would dissuade her from going. The weather today was rather unremarkable, accompanied by a gentle rain. However, the hot spring pool was sheltered. In such a climate, indulging in the warm waters while appreciating the scenery and immersing oneself in literature offered a unique charm. Moreover, she relished her solitary moments, allowing herself ample time to engage in personal pursuits. Thus, even with her sole company, Rong Si chose to remain at the hot spring resort. As Sunday afternoon arrived, Rong Si planned to have a late dinner before returning home. At that moment, she received a call from elderly Madame Feng. Xiao Si, I called Ting Shun this morning and asked him to come to the hot spring resort to bring you back. Has he been in touch with you? No, she replied. They had agreed to come to the hot spring together, yet Ting Shun had yet to make an appearance, nor had he even bothered to call her. Not only him, but Feng Jingxin had also stealthily departed the day before without any communication. However, she chose not to disclose this to the elderly lady to avoid unnecessary complications. Instead, she simply said yes. Upon hearing this, elderly Madame Feng felt reassured. That's good. After inquiring about her health, they concluded the call. As the sun set, Rong Si dined at the hot spring resort. Although the elderly lady mentioned that Ting Shen would come to fetch her by around 9 in the evening, he still had not arrived. The resort was quite distant from her residence, requiring over an hour and a half for her return. Growing weary of waiting, Rong Si decided to request the resort staff to arrange a vehicle to take her home. As she settled into the car, a wave of drowsiness began to wash over her. Time slipped away unnoticed until Rong Si was abruptly awakened by the shrill ring of her mobile phone. It was a call from Chu Zilan. Zilan? She answered only to be met with a tirade. Damn it, that wretched person. Rong Si paused, and Chu Zilan quickly interjected, It's fine. I'm just venting. What's the matter? I'm supposed to attend a charity gala tonight, and, unexpectedly, I spotted your despicable father along with Lin Wu. Just now at the gala, a girl berated Lin Wu, accusing her of being a mistress who snatched her fiancé, and even doused her with red wine. The scene was rather chaotic. The girl comes from a well-off family and was relentless, causing quite a stir. I was enjoying the spectacle when, to my astonishment, your husband showed up. Rong Si fell silent, and Chu Zilan continued through clenched teeth. This is a star-studded charity event, broadcasting live. Although Lin Wu and her entourage aren't exactly A-listers, his appearance in support of Lin Wu was captured on camera and aired. Chu Zilan sent her the live video. Rong Si opened it to take a look. The gala featured star-studded performances, and the noise was overwhelming. The camera was positioned far away, making it difficult to discern the words exchanged in the video. However, it clearly captured the moment the girl approached Lin Wu, engaged in a heated argument, and splashed her with red wine. Shortly thereafter, the girl's fiancé rushed over to intervene, leading to a heated exchange between the two. Soon, the girl's family arrived on the scene as well. Chu Zilan remarked that the girl must indeed come from a well-off family, as their demeanor towards the Lin family was exceedingly arrogant. Lin Lihai adopted a conciliatory stance, seemingly attempting to reason with them. However, the girl's family showed no inclination to listen, instead launching a tirade against Lin Lihai and his kin. The expressions of the Lin family quickly soured, evidently having been subjected to verbal insults from the girl's relatives. At that moment, Feng Tingshan made his entrance. Without hesitation, he removed his coat and draped it over Lin Wu, then turned to exchange a few words with the girl's elder before lifting Lin Wu and departing without a backward glance. The demeanor of the girl and Appo's family shifted dramatically upon Feng Tingshan and Appo's arrival as they sought to chase after him, seemingly wishing to offer an explanation, only to be thwarted by the bodyguards assigned to the banquet. In the concluding moments of the video, the once haughty girl's family appeared as if they had met with a great loss, attempting to mend relations with the Lin family. In contrast, Lin Lihai and his relatives shed their earlier unease and submissiveness, offering not a single glance to the girl and her family as they followed Feng Tingshan in their departure. This banquet, attended by a constellation of stars, garnered significant attention. Though the attendees were unfamiliar with Lin Wu and the girl, the allure of gossip captivated many, and interest in the affair surged. Moreover, upon discovering that it was Feng Tingshan who rescued Lin Wu, the video's popularity skyrocketed. Wow, is that handsome gentleman truly the genius entrepreneur Feng Tingshan? In no way. The news only informed me that Feng Tingshan hails from a wealthy family and established several enterprises at a young age. But no one mentioned that he is this striking. There is no way around it. Who could blame her for being low-key, allowing us to only hear her name without ever seeing her? Upon clarifying the sequence of events in the video, netizens remarked, so, this girl caught someone cheating, and it turned out to be the girlfriend of CEO Feng? I know the girl's boyfriend. He indeed stands out in both family background and appearance. However, when compared to the illustrious CEO Feng, after all, he is CEO Feng, not to mention their family lineage and talents. The disparity in their looks and demeanor is simply not on the same level. As the buzz intensified, some fans recognized Lin Wu. At 25, she has obtained a doctorate from one of the top 3 universities in the world. She is not only a race car driver but also an adventurer and a hacker. My goodness, is she really that remarkable? It feels as though the heroine of a grand novel has stepped into reality. It is said that during her last racing event, CEO Feng was also there to support her. Did you see the admiration and pride in his gaze towards his girlfriend in the photos? Yes, I saw. TSK. Looking at the impressive credentials of the beautiful sister and then at CEO Feng. They truly seem like a match made in heaven. How enviable that CEO Feng is not only a young tycoon, but also possesses such exquisite taste in choosing a girlfriend. So, is it possible for the beautiful sister to flirt with the girl's boyfriend, given that she has someone like CEO Feng? That seems implausible. She is certainly not blind. In the video, the girl's boyfriend proactively approached the beautiful lady to greet her. I believe that while it is understandable for the young lady to feel anxious about her boyfriend, it is rather excessive to instigate a quarrel without discernment, especially by splashing wine on someone. Indeed, it seems that at times, possessing an overwhelming charm may not be entirely beneficial. This exquisite lady has, after all, attracted an unwarranted disaster due to her allure, which is rather amusing. Upon reaching this point, Rong Ci chose not to continue watching and exited the webpage. Old Lady Feng mentioned that she had contacted Feng Tingshun, requesting him to come to the hot spring resort to fetch her. However, as it was already past 10 o'clock, Feng Tingshun had yet to call, let alone come to pick her up. It is also possible that he intended to collect her, but, due to an incident involving Lin Wu, he might have diverted his attention to assist her and inadvertently forgotten about Rong Ci. Rong Ci did not dwell on this matter. After returning home around 11 o'clock, she took a shower and fell into a deep slumber, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. Chapter 33. Where to go? I'll escort you the following day. After a modest breakfast, Rong Ci departed for work as per her usual routine. At noon, while she was enjoying her meal, a call from Feng Jingxin came through. This marked the first time she had heard from her mother since Feng Jingxin had stealthily slipped away from the hot springs resort. Mom, Rong Ci responded, inquiring, have you eaten? Just finished. That morning at the resort, she had received a call from Aunt Wu Wu, who informed her that her father had taken her out for an adventure and asked if she would like to join them. Without hesitation, she agreed and, under Rong Ci's unsuspecting gaze, quietly made her departure. They had a splendid time, only returning to the city yesterday afternoon. However, they did not return home last night. Upon arriving back at school this morning, thoughts of Rong Ci filled her with a tinge of guilt. She worried that her daughter might be upset with her, prompting her to make this call. Yet, hearing her mother inquire about her meal with such warmth suggested that she bore no anger over her secretive getaway, which brought her a sense of relief. She was certain her mother could never truly be angry with her. Nevertheless, she had noticed that her mother no longer called her daily as she used to, nor did she incessantly inquire about her whereabouts. She found this change rather pleasant, relishing the newfound freedom it bestowed upon her. Rong Ci indeed refrained from questioning her about their recent escapades, as she had little interest in the matter. After discussing her academic pursuits with Feng Jingxin for a brief while, Rong Ci ended the call. Upon returning to the office, Yu Mashuan approached her and inquired, tomorrow marks the technology exhibition. Shall we gather at the company and depart together? Rong Ci replied, sounds good. The following morning, as Rong Ci set out in her car, it was not long before the vehicle suddenly broke down. Subsequently, a car from behind collided with hers, triggering a cascade of traffic incidents. A cacophony of irate drivers erupted behind her. The car was immobile, obstructing the flow of traffic. After sincerely apologizing to the drivers of the rear vehicle, Rong Ci promptly called for roadside assistance, awaiting the arrival of rescue personnel. However, this ordeal proved to be exceedingly time-consuming, and she was eager to attend the exhibition. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the opposite sidewalk. Rong Ci looked up to see He Changbai. Why was he here? She responded with a nonchalant reluctant to engage with him. First, she dialed Yu Mashuan to inform him of her predicament, suggesting that they proceed without her, assuring him she would join them once the situation was resolved. Handling such traffic incidents was indeed quite cumbersome, and by the time she managed to sort everything out, the exhibition would likely have concluded. Yu Mashuan advised, "Please hold on. I will contact someone to assist you, but it may take at least half an hour for them to reach you." "That and Appos. Fine. I can enter a bit later," she responded, "as long as I do not miss the exhibition." After ending the call, Rong Ci was about to communicate with the other drivers when He Changbai unexpectedly interjected, "Let me have someone handle this for you. Where are you headed? I shall give you a ride." Rong Ci was taken aback and looked up at him. 5 minutes later, Rong Ci settled into He Changbai's car. They occupied the back seat, a palpable distance separating them. Yet Rong Ci still felt a twinge of awkwardness. "Thank you. It was a mere trifle. A trifling matter." Rong Ci furrowed her brow. In the past, He Changbai had largely disregarded her. Their previous encounter at the racetrack had been less than pleasant. Although He Changbai had surprisingly initiated a greeting during their last meeting, he was now preoccupied, making several phone calls after getting into the vehicle. This provided Rong Ci with a sense of relief. Their unfamiliarity rendered her uncomfortable in such a confined space. After approximately 40 minutes, the car arrived at the entrance of the technology exhibition. Rong Ci exited the vehicle and politely expressed her gratitude to He Changbai. "Thank you." He Changbai simply replied, After offering a courteous nod, Rong Ci turned and walked away. Not long after her departure, a sleek black luxury car pulled up beside He Changbai's vehicle. Lin Wu initially thought she had misread the situation. Upon checking the license plate, she confirmed her initial perception. She knocked on He Changbai's car door. The window slowly descended, and Lin Wu leaned in to see. "Changbai, is it really you?" She continued, asking, "What brings you here as well?" He Changbai stepped out of the car. "I'm just dropping off a friend." At that moment, Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan also exited their vehicle, and upon recognizing He Changbai's identity, they hastily greeted him. He Changbai acknowledged them with a nod. "Uncle, aunt." After exchanging a few pleasantries, He Changbai received a phone call, indicating that it was nearly time for the exhibition, prompting Lin Wu and the others to take their leave. Meanwhile, Rong Ci met up with Yu Mashuan and the others at the entrance of the exhibition. Yu Mashuan leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "This time, the teacher will also be in attendance." Rong Ci was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Yu Mashuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Fortunately, you found someone to assist you in time. If the teacher discovers you are late, I can only imagine." The implication of his words dawned on Rong Ci instantly. Their teacher was not one to concern himself with the reasons behind someone's tardiness. To him, being late signified a lack of dedication. The fact that Rong Ci had married and had children right after her undergraduate studies had already irked him sufficiently. The mere thought of reuniting with him only to be caught arriving late sent shivers down her spine. Just imagining the look he would cast upon her was enough to make her anxious. Thus, she was relieved that she had not arrived late. Chapter 34. Revealing her identity as Mrs. Feng as they entered the exhibition hall, it was already bustling with a considerable number of attendees. The hall was expansive, showcasing an array of exhibits including drones, flying cars, and lifelike robots. The sheer volume of exhibits, each emphasizing distinct core technologies, rendered them momentarily speechless upon their arrival. Yu Mashuan, a figure of considerable renown, soon found himself greeted by several acquaintances shortly after their entrance. He took the opportunity to introduce Rong Ci to some of his connections. While she exchanged pleasantries with others, her gaze fortuitously met that of Lin Wu and her companions, who had just stepped into the hall. Lin Wu paused, taken aback by the sight of Rong Ci. She had not anticipated her presence, especially at such a prestigious event, a coveted gathering for the elite of the technology sector, where each opportunity was immensely valuable. As a major shareholder of Changma, Yu Mashuan's decision to recruit Rong Ci, a mere undergraduate, raised eyebrows among the company's staff. While they might refrain from voicing their dissent, the allocation of such a prized position to a newcomer would undoubtedly stir discontent among the other elite members of Changma. Previously, She had heard that Yu Moshuan, a student of Nanjiji, although dedicating a portion of his focus to corporate affairs, remained exceptionally proficient in the realm of AI. He had been instrumental in determining the developmental trajectory of their products over the years, personally overseeing their progress. His technical acumen and emphasis on talent, coupled with the robust framework provided by CUAP, had significantly contributed to Changma's impressive growth in recent years. Yi Qiuyu had previously held him in high regard. He is indeed a commendable boss. Previously, Yu Moshuan was hesitant to hire her, which led her to believe that he did not quite merit the high praise bestowed upon him by Yi Qiuyu. Now, the fact that Yu Moshuan has entrusted such a significant exhibition spot to Rong Ci seems utterly nonsensical. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Wu furrowed her brows. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan also noticed Rong Ci, sharing a similar frown. They were taken aback to encounter her here. Rong Ci merely cast a fleeting glance at them before averting her gaze. Observing Rong Ci in conversation with a tall, imposing man, Lin Lihai inquired of Lin Wu, "Do you know that man?" "That is Yu Moshuan." "Yu Moshuan?" Lin Lihai expressed his surprise. He was aware that Rong Ci had departed from Feng's group to join Chang Mo. Initially, he assumed she was merely taking on a routine position, but it appears Yu Moshuan holds her in considerable regard. Before Lin Wu could respond, someone approached them. "Miss Lin, Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" Mr. and Lin Wu and Lin Lihai greeted the newcomer. They originally possessed only 2 tickets, but following the commotion at last night's charity gala, many in their circle had become aware of the complex relationship between Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan. In an effort to strengthen ties with Feng Tingshan, Mr. and had learned that Lin Wu and her party would attend the technology exhibition today, yet were short 1 ticket. Consequently, he arranged for a ticket to be delivered to them overnight. Due to the farce that transpired last night, many have come to learn of the relationship between Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. General Manager and had just exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Wu when others approached to greet them. Before long, the crowd around them grew, drawing the attention of those nearby. On the other side, General Manager Tan, who was conversing with Rong Ci, noticed this and remarked, "Over there, the Lin family is well aware, I presume? Miss Lin shares a profound connection with Feng Tingshan, and now it seems those individuals are eager to forge connections." Tan's tone bore a hint of disdain. Yu Mo-sun was also aware of the commotion regarding Lin Wu at the charity gala last night. Observing Rong Ci's expression and Tan's apparent disdain for Lin Wu, he inquired, "Do you harbor any grievances against the Lin family, General Manager Tan?" Tan shook his head, stating, "It cannot be called a grievance merely. Xingyu, the girl who had a disagreement with Miss Lin last night, is the daughter of an old friend of mine. I have known her since childhood. Though Xingyu possesses a spirited nature, she is not unreasonable. Her fiancé, that young man with the surname Lan, had been close to another girl a couple of years ago, to the point of contemplating breaking off his engagement with Xingyu. However, it later came to light that the girl somehow became acquainted with Feng Tingshan, leading to a severance of ties with that young man. In essence, Tan's discourse implied that Lin Wu had previously intruded upon the relationship between the girl named Xingyu and her fiancé, yet upon ascending the social ladder, she withdrew. However, Tan's ire was not directed at the events of the past, but rather at the spectacle from the previous night. He sighed and said, "Originally, my old friend and Xingyu were supposed to attend today's exhibition, but due to last night's incident involving President Feng, which has stirred considerable online attention, netizens have been vocally criticizing Xingyu, leaving her in tears. Furthermore, many cunning individuals learned about Miss Lin's connection with President Feng last night and promptly sought to establish ties with the Lin family. To avoid becoming the target of public scrutiny today, my old friend and Xingyu decided not to come." Yu Mo-sun and Rong Ci listened, momentarily at a loss for words. When Rong Ci glanced over at Lin Wu, she noticed that more people had gathered around him, engaging in conversation. After finishing his discussion with General Tan, Rong Ci joined Su Yuchuan and others to explore and examine the exhibits in the gallery. Encountering such a plethora of innovative technologies at once filled both Rong Ci and Su Yuchuan with excitement and exhilaration. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yu Mo-sun suddenly approached Rong Ci, directing her gaze towards a particular individual, Feng Tingshan. Turned out he had arrived as well. His technology company holds significant influence domestically, and being well versed in the field, It was hardly surprising that he would attend, especially since Lin Wu was present. How could he possibly refrain from joining? Indeed, he was now standing right beside Lin Wu, surrounded by admirers as if they were an openly recognized couple. Rong Xi stole a fleeting glance before retracting her gaze. Then, she spotted Qi Yuming, who was also in attendance. However, Qi Yuming was engrossed in conversation and had not noticed her. Yu Ma Sun inquired, "Is he aware of your presence?" Rong Xi shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. After all, although she occasionally encountered Feng Tingxin during these days, they had never exchanged any words regarding their relationship. Even their brief conversations revolved solely around their shared daughter, Feng Jingxin. Thus, how could Feng Tingxin possibly know that she was also attending the exhibition? Yu Mashuan, visibly displeased, remarked, "Are you truly not going to greet him?" Rong Xi and Feng Tingxin were not yet divorced, and should she publicly assert her identity as Mrs. Feng, he would certainly be intrigued to witness the reactions of both Feng Tingxin and Lin Wu. Rong Xi understood his implication. She shook her head, replying, "No, it is unnecessary. Furthermore, should I corner Feng Tingxin, he might not hesitate to reveal the incident where I initially plotted against him, all for Lin Wu. Even if I am innocent of the act, I possess no evidence to vindicate myself, and ultimately, I would be the one left in an awkward position." With numerous entrepreneurs present, a misstep could potentially jeopardize her uncle's business. She had no desire to indulge in a fleeting moment of bravado. Chapter 35. Is he smiling at her? Rong Xi withdrew her gaze as Su Yuchuan and the others called her over to help them with their inquiries. She turned away, no longer concerned about the matters pertaining to Feng Tingxin. At that moment, Qi Yuming noticed her. Lin Wu had approached Lin Lihai and was not with Feng Tingxin. Qi Yuming walked over and nudged Feng Tingxin with his elbow, subtly indicating the direction of Rong Xi. "Your wife is over there too." Feng Tingxin followed Qi Yuming's gesture and indeed spotted Rong Xi, who was holding a tablet and earnestly explaining the technical concepts of an exhibit to Su Yuchuan and the others. Both Rong Xi and Su Yuchuan were deeply engaged and oblivious to the attention from Feng Tingxin's group. Qi Yuming paused, then inquired, "Who are those people with your wife? Is she discussing the core technology of the exhibit?" "Your wife is quite remarkable, isn't she?" Feng Tingxin simply gazed at Rong Xi, neither retracting his gaze nor uttering a word. At that moment, Rong Xi seemed to sense something and looked over. Their eyes met across a distance, and she hesitated for a moment. Although the distance was somewhat far, preventing her from discerning the emotions in Feng Tingxin's eyes, she noticed that he seemed to smile. Was he smiling at her? Perhaps she was overthinking it. With a hint of confusion, Rong Xi averted her gaze. Qi Yuming also took notice and asked, "What are you smiling about?" Feng Tingxin replied, "Nothing." Qi Yuming paid it no mind. As he observed Rong Xi interacting with them, particularly with Feng Tingxin, he remained as serene as if he were gazing upon a stranger, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. It was uncertain whether Rong Xi was merely toying with Feng Tingxin through a game of subtle seduction, or if she was genuinely displaying her awareness of the situation. If it were the latter, given Feng Tingxin's reluctance to publicly acknowledge their marital bond, she had maintained a deliberate distance from him at both the recent banquet and now, ensuring that no trace of their relationship was evident to others. One must concede that, in this regard, Rong Xi demonstrated considerable maturity. At that moment, Lin Wu approached and inquired, "What are you discussing?" Qi Yuming, quick to respond, smiled and said, "Oh, nothing much." He then asked, "Have you finished your conversation?" Before Lin Wu could reply, someone arrived, escorting Professor Lu, who proclaimed, "Professor Lu, allow me to introduce you to Miss Lin, the algorithm prodigy I mentioned earlier." This Professor Lu was the same individual whom Yu Mo Sun had introduced to Rong Xi during the previous banquet. When Lin Wu had sought out Yu Mo Sun that day, Professor Lu had naturally noticed her presence. However, his unremarkable appearance had not drawn her attention, and her purpose for attending the soirée was not to forge connections within the tech realm. Consequently, she had overlooked him entirely. Now, upon encountering Professor Lu, she failed to recognize him. Although there had been some apparent tension between Lin Wu and Yu Mo Sun that day, Professor Lu had been engrossed in conversation with Rong Xi and had not paid much heed to their interaction, nor did he inquire about it afterward. Upon seeing Lin Wu now, He refrained from bringing up the past and simply extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Greetings, Miss Lin. The Lin Family Technology Company is indeed in dire need of technologically skilled individuals." Upon learning of Professor Lu's esteemed reputation, Lin Wu was exceedingly courteous, and Lin Lihai made a special effort to greet him. Subsequently, Lin Wu engaged in a conversation with Professor Lu. With so many exhibits on display, there were numerous topics to discuss, and their dialogue extended for quite some time. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan, lacking technical expertise, attended the exhibition primarily to forge connections. However, upon the arrival of Feng Tingshan, they also kept a keen eye on him, eager to observe his reaction upon seeing Rong Ci. Soon enough, they realized that when Feng Tingshan laid eyes on Rong Ci, he exhibited no response whatsoever, treating her as one might a stranger, barely sparing her a glance. It was rumored that Rong Ci had resorted to unscrupulous methods to compel Feng Tingshan into marriage, and it was evident that he harbored no affection for her. Post-marriage, he rarely returned home, and his feelings towards Rong Ci were steeped in disdain. The rumors seemed to hold true. As the exhibition was about to commence, the staff announced that key representatives from each enterprise should proceed to the conference hall for the summary meeting. Representing Chang Mo in the conference hall were Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci. As Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan walked ahead, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan were taken aback to see Rong Ci gain entry into the conference hall. Lin Lilan remarked to Lin Wu, "Does Yu Mashuan hold her in such high regard?" Indeed, after witnessing Yu Mashuan escorting Rong Ci to the exhibition, it became apparent that he was quite attentive to her. However, they did not anticipate that he would be so deeply concerned. This truly came as a surprise to her. After all, Rong Ci was already married and had a child. While Rong Ci was indeed beautiful, Yu Mo soon possessed commendable qualities in various aspects. Finding someone of even better standing would not pose a challenge for him. Why then would he be so attentive to a woman on the brink of a second marriage? Lin Wu remained silent. Although they had entered the exhibition, the seating in the conference hall was limited, and their company had not provided any exhibits. Generally speaking, even if they managed to get into the conference hall, they would have to sit at the back. Nevertheless, Feng Tingshan invited Lin Wu to sit in the front row with him. Upon hearing this, Lin Lihai chuckled. Rong Ci was also present, yet Feng Tingshan had chosen to have Lin Wu sit in front of him. Lin Lilan also laughed and remarked, "I heard Mr. Nanjiji will be speaking on stage shortly. Sitting in the front row increases the chances of conversing with him." Lin Wu was naturally aware of this reasoning. Observing that Rong Ci and Yu Mo soon had settled in a slightly forward position in the middle row, Lin Lilan initially felt a twinge of discontent, but upon realizing that Lin Wu could sit in front of her, her spirits lifted instantly. Lin Wu, too, noticed Rong Ci and Yu Mo soon. As she followed Feng Tingshan, she passed by Rong Ci, seemingly oblivious to her presence, and walked straight ahead without a sideways glance. Rong Ci and Yu Mo soon certainly noticed them as well. However, Rong Ci paid no heed, and Yu Mo soon was indifferent. Yet, some around them expressed a hint of envy, saying, "I heard Mr. Nanjiji is sitting in the front row." Being in the front row signifies a chance to converse with him.
How enviable.
Indeed, it was. Rong Ci and Yu Mo soon exchanged glances. Yu Mo soon leaned in and whispered, "Rest assured, even if she has the opportunity to interact with the teacher, she will undoubtedly fail to capture his attention." He was already aware of Lin Wu's proficiency during their first meeting. Understanding his implication, Rong Ci replied, "What if she conceals her true abilities?" Yu Mo soon responded, "Well, that is indeed a possibility." He had considered this as well, yet he couldn't help but wonder, is it truly feasible? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the host took the stage to deliver a speech. After a lengthy address, the host concluded with, "Now, let us welcome Mr. Nanjiji to the stage for his address." Chapter 36. He looks down upon me. Nanjiji's name is renowned worldwide. However, in truth, he is still quite young, just over 40. He possesses a tall and slender physique, adorned with rimless glasses. As the host's voice fades, he gracefully ascends the stage amidst thunderous applause. Upon reaching the center of the podium, he casts a calm glance over the audience, and an instant silence envelopes the room. He begins, "I sincerely appreciate the host's earnest invitation." After briefly exchanging pleasantries, He succinctly summarizes and affirms the exhibits showcased at the event, subsequently addressing inquiries posed by various representatives from different enterprises. Numerous individuals yearn to pose their questions, yet time is limited. After approximately half an hour, Nan Jiji descends from the stage. With additional segments of the conference still to follow, he makes his way to the front row, where the host has prepared a central seat for him. As Nan Jiji passes by, the prominent business leaders seated in the front row rise to greet him, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries, leaving those in the back, particularly some technical personnel, envious. Among those seated beside him is Feng Tingshan. As Nan Jiji approaches, Feng Tingshan stands. Lin Wu, seated next to him, also rises. Feng Tingshan extends his hand toward Nan Jiji, saying, "Mr. Nan, it has been a long time." Indeed, Feng Tingshan and Nan Jiji had previously met many years ago. Nan Jiji, with a cool demeanor, extends his hand in response, stating, "It has indeed been a long time. Upon closer reflection, it has been over a decade." Nanji's indifference was not directed at Feng Tingshan. Rather, it was his general demeanor towards everyone, including his own students. Lin Wu extended her hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Nan. I am Lin Wu. It is a pleasure to meet you." Nanji glanced at her, acknowledged her with a brief sound, and after shaking her hand, he greeted a few others who had gathered around before taking his seat. Feng Tingshan sat to Nanji's right, while the individual on Nanji's left initiated a conversation upon his arrival. Consequently, Nanji engaged in a dialogue, albeit sporadic, with the other person. Feng Tingshan remained seated, listening attentively to the speakers on stage. Lin Wu, eager to converse with Nanji, found her attempt hindered by the presence of Feng Tingshan. Observing that Feng Tingshan did not strike up a conversation with Nanji, she was somewhat taken aback and leaned in to quietly inquire, "Have you had a disagreement with Mr. Nan before?" Feng Tingshan smiled, "Not at all." "Then why?" Given the rare opportunity to converse with Nanji, who wouldn't wish to seize the moment? Now that Nanji sat adjacent to him, yet he remained reticent. She had contemplated switching seats with Feng Tingshan, but Nanji was currently engaged in an amiable discussion with a prominent businessman. This businessman was no ordinary individual. As a junior with little renown, she feared that approaching Nanji might disrupt the conversation and offend the esteemed guest. With this thought in mind, she refrained from requesting a change of seats. "He looks down on me." "What?" Lin Wu was taken aback, doubting whether she had misheard. Upon seeing the smile on Feng Tingshan's face, she realized she had indeed heard correctly. However, if that were the case, would it not imply some prior discord? Yet Feng Tingshan appeared utterly unconcerned. He seemed unwilling to elaborate further, and Lin Wu chose not to press the matter. Time passed, and eventually the conference came to a close. Word began to circulate that Nan Jiji would not be departing immediately. Upon receiving this news, many individuals hurried towards the front rows. However, by the time those situated further back surged forward, Nan Jiji had already been surrounded by those who had been seated at the front. Lin Wu found herself in the front as well, yet she refrained from engaging with Nan Jiji. Lin Lilan, noticing this, grew somewhat anxious and waved at Lin Wu. Upon seeing her gesture, Lin Wu approached, addressing her as aunt. Understanding Lin Lilan's intent, Lin Wu preemptively spoke before her aunt could voice her thoughts. "Mr. Nan is currently surrounded by prominent figures. Even if I were to push my way through to speak with him, I would scarcely manage a few words." Tingshan mentioned that he would seek an opportunity to converse with Mr. Nan privately at a later time. Realizing her impatience, Lin Lilan nodded in agreement. The individuals on Feng Tingshan's side were of such esteemed status that they were typically beyond their reach. Lin Lilan hoped her niece could familiarize herself with more influential people, gently urging her to return. Lin Wu, maintaining her composure, replied, "I am already acquainted with those individuals." Due to Feng Tingshan's association, those prominent figures treated her with great courtesy. Lin Lilan was aware of Feng Tingshan's deep concern for Lin Wu. Upon hearing this, she felt a sense of relief and smiled. "That's wonderful." However, after conversing with Lin Lilan for a while, Lin Wu eventually returned to Feng Tingshan's side. The crowd here was quite large, making it difficult for an ordinary person to navigate through. Nevertheless, it was well known that she was Feng Tingshan's companion, and upon seeing her, people would readily part to allow her passage. Some distinguished individuals, after engaging in conversation with Nan Jiji, chose not to approach him further but instead congregated to discuss matters pertaining to the business realm. Upon Lin Wu's return and her standing beside Feng Tingshan, someone amiably remarked, "Miss Lin truly embodies both talent and beauty. Tingshan is indeed fortunate to have such discerning taste." These prominent figures, despite their significant social status, did not solely evaluate individuals based on lineage or rank. Lin Wu's credentials were undeniably impressive. She was not only beautiful but also poised and gracious, with a temperament that was calm and composed. Altogether, she was indeed an exceptionally remarkable young person. Therefore, their compliments towards Lin Wu were genuinely heartfelt. Feng Tingshan chuckled lightly, and Lin Wu graciously responded, "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Yuan." Their conversation was quite enjoyable. However, Nan Jiji, with limited time, soon informed everyone that he had matters to attend to and would be leaving shortly. The others, recognizing the gravity of his connections, dared not to detain him, as Nan Jiji had the backing of the government, and no one could underestimate the importance of his affairs. With that, Nan Jiji departed. Meanwhile, Rong Ci and others were deeply engaged in discussions with the technical personnel from other enterprises. She and Yu Mashuan did not approach Nan Jiji to converse like others did. After all, they had no need to, should they wish to meet Nan Jiji. Well, it may not be exceedingly easy, but it certainly was not difficult either. As it happened, after a brief while, Yu Mashuan received a message. He then pulled Rong Ci out. They departed the exhibition hall and met Nan Jiji outside in the parking lot. Nan Jiji was engrossed in his phone, seemingly responding to messages. Upon noticing their arrival, he lifted his gaze. Rong Ci halted in his tracks. "Teacher." Nan Jiji replied curtly, With an indifferent tone, he remarked, "I have reviewed your exhibits. They are passable." Yet, his gaze swept coldly over the two of them. 3 years have passed, and this is the extent of your progress? Chapter 37. A delightful conversation. Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci felt an immediate tension creeping over them. Yu Mashuan quickly remarked, "We are already preparing new products. We should have a prototype by next year." Nan Jiji responded coolly, adding, "Do not come to see me again until it is completed." Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan replied in unison, "Understood." Nan Jiji continued, "Send me a reflection on tonight's exhibition." In an instant, Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan grasped that their teacher referred to a technical summary of the works they had showcased that day. "Yes." As the words fell, Yu Mashuan hastily added, "Teacher, completing this in one night might be a bit challenging." In truth, it was not merely challenging. It was exceedingly difficult. He continued, "Would a month suffice?" With so many exhibits and various technical summaries to consider, he estimated they would need to write at least tens of thousands of words, if not over 100,000. How could they possibly encapsulate everything in a single night? Nan Jiji remained silent, merely observing them. Although he appeared gentle and refined, his gaze bore an intensity that most would find hard to withstand. Yu Mashuan instantly felt a shiver run through him and declared, "Understood. We will ensure the task is completed." Rong Ci could only manage a silent response. At this juncture, it was clear that the conversation between teacher and students was drawing to a close. Then, Nan Jiji turned his attention to Rong Ci. Rong Ci stiffened, her spine rigid. "Teacher, who did you find?" Nan Jiji shot her a fleeting glance, coldly uttering his response before turning to depart. Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback. Yu Mashuan remarked, "The teacher mentioned your husband." The meaning of Nan Jiji is reflected in the observation of one's choice in a partner. Rong Ci has come to understand this as well. However, did they exchange any words? Earlier, in the conference hall, she was quite distant from Yu Mashuan in the front row. Although she noticed that after their teacher concluded the speech, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu stood to greet him, the particulars of their conversation remained unclear to her. Yu Mashuan shook his head, replying that he did not know. Rong Ci acknowledged this with a simple, "Indeed." They were engrossed in their discussion, unaware that while they conversed with Nan Jiji, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan had also emerged, catching sight of them speaking with Nan Jiji. Observing the departing figure of Nan Jiji, Lin Lilan remarked to Lin Wu, "It matters not. She lacks your expertise. What significance does her acquaintance with Nan Jiji hold? It avails her nothing, for she cannot become his disciple. Lin Wu replied, I understand. She added, let us depart. Rong Xi and her companions had merely intended to engage Nan Jiji in conversation, not to take their leave, as this presented a splendid opportunity for interaction with peers in their field. To leave at this juncture would indeed be a lamentable loss. Hence, following Nan Jiji's exit, Rong Xi and her group returned to the exhibition hall. Subsequently, they encountered Feng Tingxin. However, Rong Xi refrained from approaching him, and Feng Tingxin did not come over either. To the onlookers, they appeared as complete strangers, utterly unacquainted. Lin Wu and her companions chose not to depart either. Previously, when Rong Xi encountered Lin Lihai at the jewelry store, he took the initiative to greet her, expressing that she occupied his thoughts. However, in today's gathering, despite their frequent encounters, he did not approach her with the same concern as before. This thought struck Rong Xi as somewhat amusing. Yet, she understood the reason behind it. After all, Lin Wu was present. It was common knowledge that he was Lin Wu's father. If he were to approach her and acknowledge their relationship, and if others were to discover her marital ties to Feng Tingxin, it would severely compromise his dignity as a father in such a setting. Moreover, Lin Wu would be subjected to undue scrutiny and gossip. This situation starkly illustrated Lin Lihai's evident bias towards Lin Wu. While he wished to maintain distance from Rong Xi in this context, he was unwilling to forego the acquaintance of Yuemo Sun. Thus, when Rong Xi excused herself to the restroom, he, along with Lin Wu and Lin Lilan, approached Yuemo Sun. He introduced himself, saying, Hello, Mr. Yu. I am Lin Lihai, the father of Xiao Wu and Xiao Xi. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yuemo Sun graciously shook his hand, responding, Ah, Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure. Lin Lihai glanced at Lin Wu and remarked, Xiao Xi has a rather impulsive temperament, and there exists some misunderstanding between her and Xiao Wu. As a father, I have always hoped they could coexist harmoniously. But alas, Xiao Xi remains obstinate. Yuemo Sun, suddenly enlightened, replied, I see, that makes sense. Lin Lihai sighed and then smiled, saying, However, I am quite pleased that Xiaozi has the opportunity to know a young talent like you. I have heard that Xiaozi has joined your company. I kindly ask you to take good care of her. His words indeed conveyed a semblance of concern for Rongxi. Had Lin Lihai not deliberately approached him to converse in Rongxi's absence, and had he not possessed a clear understanding of her past and her relationship with Feng Tingxin, he might have been inclined to believe his words. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and replied with a smile, You are too kind, Mr. Lin. Xiaozi is exceptionally gifted, and her presence is a boon for our Changma. Lin Lihai and Lin Wu perceived Yu Mashuan's words as mere pleasantries. Given Rongxi's credentials, what assistance could she possibly offer Yu Mashuan? At best, she might perform menial tasks or engage in work akin to that of a typical programmer. However, Lin Lihai naturally kept this opinion to himself. Lin Wu remained silent, and Lin Lilan offered a nonchalant smile. Lin Lihai continued, You should be aware of Xiao Wu's situation, Mr. Yu. She has always been very interested in CUAP and hopes to have the opportunity to work at Changma. Although with Feng Tingxin's arrangements, Lin Wu would soon meet Nan Jiji, granting her ample opportunities to explore CUAP in the future. It would still be advantageous to cultivate a good relationship with Yu Mashuan, considering Changma's impressive growth and Yu Mashuan's privileged background. Who knows, they might have deeper collaborations with Changma in the future. Yu Mashuan turned to Lin Wu and said, Thank you for your kind words, Miss Lin. You are indeed remarkable. I would be delighted if you could join Changma. However, Xiaozi is my friend. At this moment, Lin Wu was no longer intent on securing a position at Changma. She simply wished to avoid animosity with Yu Mashuan. After all, they might very well become colleagues in the future. Having one more friend is certainly preferable to acquiring another adversary. Today, Yu Mashuan's demeanor was significantly more amiable than it had been at the banquet. She remained uncertain whether his change in attitude was genuine or feigned, but time would tell. There was a possibility that they could develop a solid friendship in the future. Lin Wu replied, I understand and will not impose. There is no need for you to worry, Mr. Yu. Yu Mashuan smiled and said, Thank you for your understanding, Miss Lin. From a distance, they appeared to be engaged in a lively conversation. Rong Xi emerged from the restroom and paused upon seeing them, while Lin Lilan noticed and smiled. Chapter 38. You decide Lin Wu, upon noticing Rong Si, calmly informed Yu soon, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave for now. Let us converse another time. Yu soon shook hands with them, replying very well until next time. Lin Wu did not spare Rong Si a glance as she turned away with Lin Lihai and the others. As Yu soon's esteemed status dictated, numerous influential figures approached him around midday, inviting him to join them for a meal. Furthermore, it appeared that Feng Tingxin would also be in attendance. A considerable number of industry leaders gathered around Feng Tingxin, likely all intending to dine together. The future trajectory of the AI sector largely hinges on the maneuvers of these eminent personalities, rendering this an opportune moment to gain profound insights into the market's forthcoming direction. Additionally, fostering deeper connections could potentially lead to fruitful collaborations once the meal concluded. Yu soon was indeed eager to participate. He glanced at Rong Si, silently seeking her perspective. With Feng Tingxin present, he pondered whether she would. However, Rong Si resolutely declared, I shall go. Upon exiting, she and Feng Tingxin regarded each other as strangers, yet that did not imply she would avoid him. The group of distinguished individuals then guided Rong Si and Yu soon towards Feng Tingxin. Observing their approach, Feng Tingxin maintained a composed demeanor, but Lin Wu furrowed her brow momentarily. Soon after, she relaxed, her expression indifferent as she averted her gaze. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan also joined, and upon noticing Rong Si's presence, their expressions soured. Today, someone greeted Yu Mashuan for the first time upon seeing him approach. When it was Feng Tingxin's turn, he extended his hand to Yu Mashuan, saying, Hello. Hello? Replied Yu Mashuan with a smile. Mr. Feng, I've long admired your reputation. You are too kind, Mr. Yu. He responded. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Tingxin and Lin Wu were surrounded by a group of people as they made their way to the parking lot, followed closely by Rong Si and Yu Mashuan. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan discreetly sought an opportunity to approach Rong Si, attempting to signal her not to follow along. However, Rong Si appeared oblivious to their presence. Feng Tingxin and Lin Wu boarded the same vehicle, while Rong Si entered Yu Mashuan's car. Seeing that she could not deter Rong Si, Lin Lilan frowned and remarked, This Rong Si truly is. Their party consisted of over 20 individuals. The dining room was spacious, and everyone gathered around a large round table. Naturally, Feng Tingxin sat beside Lin Wu. Lin Lilan had intended to sit next to Rong Si, concerned that she might speak out of turn during the meal, and wished to keep an eye on her. However, she was a moment too slow, as the last available seat beside Rong Si was claimed by Yu Mashuan. Once seated, the group engaged in conversation while ordering dishes. Feng Tingxin handed the menu to Lin Wu, inviting her to make selections. She accepted and inquired, What would you like to eat? You decide, he replied. Those seated nearby chuckled upon hearing this, commenting, Mr. Feng and Miss Lin share a wonderful rapport. Lin Wu smiled as she selected several dishes based on Feng Tingxin's tastes. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan observed, their faces adorned with smiles. Yu Mashuan also held the menu, inquiring about Rong Si's preferences. Hearing the commotion from that direction, he glanced over before turning his attention back to Rong Si, who displayed no particular reaction. When Yu Mashuan asked her, she deliberated with him on ordering 2 dishes. Noticing that Rong Si showed no signs of outrage, Lin Lilan and Lin Lihai felt a temporary sense of relief. As Lin Lihai and the others exhibited some concern for Rong Si, Lin Wu, understanding their thoughts, leaned in and whispered, There's no need for worry. With Tingxin around, she wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If Rong Si truly dared to cause a scene, it would surely displease Feng Tingxin. Given my understanding of the dynamics between Rong Si and Feng Tingxin, she would never risk incurring his ire. After all, provoking Feng Tingxin again would only deepen his disdain for her. Upon hearing this, Lin Lilan felt somewhat reassured. Yet, she feared that Feng Tingxin's kindness towards Lin Wu might be too much for Rong Si to bear. Regardless of their thoughts, Rong Si paid little heed to their situation, as the individual seated beside her was Professor Liu. Professor Liu had long been aware of Rong Si's presence at the exhibition, having previously sought opportunities to greet her there. During their last encounter at a banquet, they had enjoyed a delightful conversation, and he had been eager to engage with her again, but their busy schedules had prevented it. Now that they had fortuitously met, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Thus, shortly after taking his seat, he initiated a conversation with Rong Si. The table was quite large, and both Rong Si and Professor Lu were mindful not to disturb others, keeping their voices low during their conversation. Observing Professor Lu's amiable demeanor as he engaged in lively discourse with Rong Si, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan assumed that Rong Si was merely seeking guidance on some specialized matters, thus paying little heed to the exchange. Those seated beside Professor Lu couldn't help but tease him, saying, "Old Lu, your professional habits are impossible to shake. You've been chatting for so long, and even now that we're at the dining table, you can't seem to stop talking." Another chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, just earlier in the exhibition hall, Old Lu was engrossed in conversation with Miss Lin for quite some time as well. Upon realizing the topic had shifted to him, Professor Lu smiled but decided not to indulge their banter, responding, "Typically, when I share technical insights, you all defer to your engineers. Now that I'm not engaging with you, it seems you've grown quite unaccustomed." Someone glanced between Lin Wu and Rong Si, remarking, "Who would have thought that today's young ladies would exhibit such keen interest in AI and programming? Times have certainly changed." "Indeed," another responded. After conversing with Miss Lin at the exhibition, Old Lu expressed his admiration for the increasing pool of talent available today, proclaiming that our nation's future is promising. Ha ha ha. Miss Lin, being a distinguished graduate from a world-renowned university, truly embodies that potential. As the compliments flowed her way, Lin Wu humbly smiled. "You all flatter me." Given Feng Tingshin's distinguished status, it was only natural that Lin Wu, as his partner, would receive a measure of deference from the group. Regarding Rong Si, everyone is aware of her striking beauty. However, it is said that she is merely an employee at Yu Mashuan's company. Although her relationship with Yu Mashuan is somewhat ambiguous, she lacks any other notable background, which naturally leads people to refrain from placing excessive attention on her. Once the dishes arrived, Lin Wu served a portion of food to Feng Tingshin, who graciously accepted it. At that moment, the conversation began to flow freely, gradually shifting to discussions about the development prospects of certain exhibits from today's exhibition. Someone could not help but remark, "Speaking of which, President Feng, your autonomous vehicle seems to align perfectly with the intelligent traffic programming language from President Yu's company. It truly piques my interest. Are you really not considering a collaboration?" Chapter 39. Embracing each other, everyone had been seated at the dining table for quite some time, yet Feng Tingshin and Yu Emosun had not exchanged a single word. Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshin picked up a nearby napkin to dab at the corner of his lips, directing his gaze towards Yu Emosun, and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, I have contemplated this idea. I wonder what President Yu thinks?" Yu Emosun naturally would not let a business opportunity slip by. To be valued by President Feng is indeed an honor for our Changemo. Should a collaboration between Feng Tingshin and Yu Emosun materialize, Lin Wu would wholeheartedly welcome it. After all, if their interactions became more frequent, her chances of engaging with Yu Emosun would increase. Consequently, it would become easier to draw him closer to her cause. With this thought in mind, she cast a cold glance at Rong Si, who was primarily engrossed in conversation with Professor Lu. Although he occasionally noted the movements of others at the table, he did not seem particularly invested. If Yu Emosun genuinely desired to collaborate with Feng Tingshin, she held no objections. There was no reason for her to be at odds with financial prospects. As the meal neared its conclusion, the guests were not inclined to remain seated indefinitely. Should any of them harbor intentions of collaboration, they would rise and gather on the nearby sofa to converse. It was clear that Feng Tingshin's earlier mention of a potential partnership with Changemo was merely a verbal expression, and whether it would evolve into a genuine collaboration remained uncertain to Rong Si. However, Yuan, who was dining with them, genuinely sought a partnership and, without delay, began discussing it with Yu Emosun, accompanied by the management team he had brought along. Rong Si followed suit. In matters of technical discourse, Rong Si excels, yet when it comes to negotiations, it is undoubtedly Yu Emosun who takes the lead. Rong Si, sitting quietly beside him, seldom speaks, but upon noticing Yu Emosun's glass of water had been depleted, she promptly took it upon herself to refill it. "Allow me to pour you some more," she offered. Yu Emosun smiled in acknowledgement. "Thank you." Observing Rong Si's role as an aide to Yu Mo soon, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan were increasingly convinced that Rong Si's presence in Chang'emo was merely to assist Yu Mo soon with trivial matters. As Rong Si turned to carry the glass, she took a few steps and, when nearing Feng Tingshun, was unexpectedly bumped into by someone turning beside her. Caught off guard, she stumbled forward, the glass in her hand tipping dangerously as she fell into Feng Tingshun's embrace. The onlookers paused in astonishment. While it appeared as though she had been accidentally knocked down, one couldn't help but wonder if it had been a deliberate act. After all, how fortuitous that she would land directly in Feng Tingshun's arms. Rong Si's striking beauty was undeniable. Her figure was both graceful and supple, her skin smooth and fair as if crafted from delicate tofu. Although Lin Wu was also undeniably alluring, many in the vicinity found Rong Si to be the more captivating of the two. The sight of such a woman intentionally seeking refuge in someone else's arms stirred intrigue among the men present. However, Feng Tingshun remained unaffected. With a demeanor that betrayed no interest in her allure, he coolly steadied Rong Si by the shoulder before gently pushing her away. It was only when Rong Si, nestled against Feng Tingshun, inhaled his familiar scent that she fully grasped the identity of the person she had collided with. Upon regaining her composure, she softened her expression, stood upright, and softly uttered an apology before turning to leave. Lin Wu and Lin Lilan perceived that Rong Si had intentionally thrown herself into Feng Tingshun's embrace. Lin Lilan scoffed and remarked to Lin Wu, "I told you she would never behave herself." Yet, despite her elaborate efforts, they bore little fruit, for Feng Tingshun remained utterly unmoved. Indeed, Lin Lilan chuckled, "Tingshun's reaction certainly provides you with a sense of security." At this, Lin Wu smiled sweetly, lowering her gaze. Lin Lihai frowned, realizing he had misjudged Rong Si. Who would have thought that beneath her serene exterior lay a multitude of hidden intentions? Noticing the unfolding situation, Yu Mashuan promptly ceased his conversation with General Yuan and approached Rong Si. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Rong Si shook her head. "Did you twist your ankle?" "A little," she admitted, feeling a twinge of pain in her ankle, likely indicating a sprain. The warmth of Yu Mashuan's concern brought a flicker of comfort to her heart, though it was tinged with sadness. She was acutely aware of the gazes cast upon her. She knew that others believed she had deliberately sought out Feng Tingshun's embrace. Now, even in her injured state, they probably thought she deserved it. As for Feng Tingshun, he had not even bothered to offer her support. Upon witnessing her fall, he hadn't uttered a single word of concern. In this moment, the only one who genuinely cared for her was Yu Mashuan. "May I take a look?" he offered. "There's no need. So many people here." Yu Mashuan disregarded her words, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her away from the crowd before setting her down. He knelt before her, removing her high-heeled shoes, gently elevating her calf, and noticing the swelling at her ankle. He instructed a waiter to summon a doctor and also requested assistance in procuring a pair of flat shoes for Rong Si. Observing Yu Mashuan's unabashed concern for Rong Si, several onlookers paused, taken aback. In that moment, many began to think that Rong Si's apparent affection for Feng Tingshun might have been a misinterpretation, as she indeed seemed to share a close bond with Yu Mashuan. Lin Wu pressed her lips together, withdrawing her gaze. She then turned her attention to Feng Tingshun, who, although aware of the intimate interaction between Rong Si and Yu Mashuan, remained unfazed, conversing casually with others, seemingly indifferent to their closeness. The corners of Lin Wu's lips relaxed, and she resumed her conversation with the others, no longer focused on Rong Si. Shortly thereafter, the restaurant's on-call doctor arrived. After examining Rong Si, he prescribed some medication for her injury. Once the doctor departed, Yu Mashuan proceeded to apply the ointment. Rong Si attempted to tend to her injury herself, but was met with a stern look from Yu Mashuan. Reluctantly, she raised her hands in surrender. After Yu Mashuan finished applying the medicine, a waiter returned with the shoes. Rong Si stood up to test them and remarked, "Fortunately, I can walk." "That's good to hear." However, her foot was indeed quite inconvenient. On the exhibition side, Yu Mashuan advised her not to go for the time being, as he had already arranged for someone to photograph the exhibits. She could review the footage later. Although it was somewhat regrettable, there was no alternative. After informing others, Yu Mashuan took Rong Si back home. Once they departed, the others also prepared to leave. After escorting Rong Si home, Yu Moshuan had other matters to attend to and departed shortly thereafter. Having been busy for most of the day, Rong Si felt fatigued and wished to rest a little. Later, when Yu Moshuan finished his discussions, she intended to converse with him about the assignments given by their teacher. She set her phone aside, ready to sleep, when suddenly it rang. Upon checking the screen, she noticed an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, she answered, "Hello. May I ask who is this?" "He Chong-song." Rong Si was taken aback and sat up in bed. "Mr. He?" To be honest, she had been exceedingly busy today, and had it not been for He Chong-song's call, she might have completely forgotten about this morning's matters. "I have arranged for someone to handle your car. You can come by later to pick it up." Before Rong Si could respond, He Chong-song continued, "If you have other commitments, I can have someone drive the car back for you." Chapter 40. Impossible to evict. Rong Si instinctively declined, saying, "There's no need for trouble. I can retrieve it myself." Her refusal was decisive and unyielding, causing a moment of silence on the other end. "Mr. He?" She continued, "All right, I will send you the contact information for the repair shop shortly." "Thank you for your trouble," came the response from He Chongbai before he ended the call. Given the severity of her foot injury, it was evident that she could not fetch the car by herself. After some contemplation, she decided to seek assistance from Yu Moshuan. He readily agreed to return her vehicle once he completed his tasks. That evening, after ordering takeout, Rong Si had just finished her meal when a call from Feng Jingxin came through, inquiring about her return home. Rong Si replied directly, "Mother has sprained her ankle and is finding it difficult to walk. She is currently recuperating outside and will not be coming home. Please rest early." Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxin immediately expressed concern. "What? Mother, is your injury serious? Does it hurt?" "It hurts, but it's not severe. I should recover in a few days." "All right," Feng Jingxin responded, somewhat relieved, before asking with genuine care, "Where are you now? When father returns, we can find a time to visit you." Rong Si assured her, "There's no need. I can take care of myself. Focus on your studies." "Very well." After a few more exchanges, they concluded the call. Shortly thereafter, Feng Tingdeep returned home. Feng Jingxin observed and called out, "Dad." Before Feng Tingxin could utter a word, she hurriedly added, "Dad, Mom has injured her foot and is currently recuperating outside." Feng Tingxin acknowledged with a soft removing his exquisite suit jacket and handing it to the butler, saying, "I am aware." "Ah!" Feng Jingxin looked up in surprise. "How did you know, Dad? Did Mom tell you?" Feng Tingxin took a seat, accepting the cup of water that Aunt Lu offered, and replied, "No, I witnessed it with my own eyes." "Witnessed it?" Feng Jingxin paused for a moment. "Were you there when Mom got hurt?" "Yes." Feng Jingxin seemed to recollect something, saying, "Oh, right. Mom works at Dad's company, so you saw her when she got hurt, didn't you?" "Not quite," Feng Tingxin responded in a calm tone. "Mom no longer works at Dad's company." "Ah!" Feng Jingxin looked up, puzzled. "Then where does Mom work now?" "At a place she enjoys." "Oh!" After finishing his water, Feng Tingxin set the cup down and stood up to head upstairs. He gently ruffled her hair with his fair hand, saying, "Get some rest early." "Got it," Feng Jingxin replied. Later, around 8:00 and Oppo's clock, Yu Moshuan returned with the car for Rong Si. Rong Si took the keys and asked, "How much did the repairs cost in total?" Indicating her intention to reimburse him, Yu Moshuan sat down on the sofa and said, "How would I know?" "Huh?" Rong Si countered, "How could you retrieve the car without payment?" "No one informed me about the payment. Upon learning it was your vehicle, they simply allowed me to take it away." Rong Si paused momentarily. "So, it was He Chongbai who facilitated the payment for her?" This truly took her by surprise. "What's wrong?" Noticing her unusual expression, Yu Moshuan inquired. Rong Si shook her head and replied, "Nothing." "Then let us proceed with our homework. Once completed, I can return to rest, as I am utterly exhausted after a day of busyness." The homework he referred to was undoubtedly the reflections on the exhibits assigned to them by Nan Jiji earlier that morning. Rong Si responded affirmatively. Reflecting on the repair costs, she added, "I need to make a phone call first." "All right." Rong Ci casually dialed He Changbai's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, Mr. He. It's me, Rong Ci. He Changbai replied, I know. What's the matter? Rong Ci explained. I've retrieved the vehicle. May I ask if you are covering the repair costs? How much is it in total? I will transfer the money to you right away. He Changbai paused for a moment before responding. I will send you the account number shortly. Understood. Rong Ci courteously replied. I apologize for the disturbance. Also, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. He Changbai replied nonchalantly, no need for courtesy. With that, he promptly ended the call. Yu Moshuan, who had been listening nearby, asked, Was it He Changbai who assisted you with your car today? At that moment, He Changbai sent over the account number along with a photo of the invoice for the repairs. Rong Ci cast a glance before opening her mobile payment application, remarking affirmatively. From the tone in which she conversed with He Changbai, Yu Moshuan discerned that Rong Ci and the other party seemed to be unfamiliar with one another. As for He Changbai, Yu Moshuan was well acquainted with him and was aware that Rong Ci recognized him too. To his knowledge, there was little camaraderie between Rong Ci and He Changbai. Thus, when he heard her refer to the individual on the other end as Mr. He did not associate it with He Changbai. Rong Ci transferred the exact amount of money back to He Changbai. After sending a note of gratitude, she and Yu Moshuan officially commenced the task assigned to them by Nan Jiji for the day. They succinctly annotated the core technologies of all the exhibits in the form of a PowerPoint presentation. Nonetheless, due to the multitude of exhibits, by the time they finished and sent the content to Nan Jiji, it was already past 2 in the morning. Yu Moshuan was utterly exhausted, but as he had no change of clothes, Rong Ci did not insist he stay over. After he departed, Rong Ci hobbled to the bathroom to take a shower before retiring to her room for sleep. Her foot injury was not severe, yet Yu Moshuan still hoped she would rest for a few days before returning to work. Consequently, when Rong Ci awoke the next day, she opted to work from home and did not venture outside. Not long after she got up, she received a call from Feng Jingxin. Mom, is your foot feeling any better? Rong Ci gently tested her foot while preparing breakfast in the kitchen, replying, It's improved. That's good to hear. Feng Jingxin was still having her breakfast. After speaking, she found herself at a loss for words. Rong Ci sensed this change. In truth, it had not always been this way. In the past, Feng Jingxin would have an abundance of words to share with her. Over the past 2 years, their communication had dwindled, and whenever Feng Jingxin had something on her mind, she would confide in Lin Wu first. Gradually, the bond between mother and daughter had become strained, leaving them with little to say to one another. Despite her recent injury, Feng Jingxin seemed to express concern for her, yet it felt rather superficial. Her concern was genuine, but it lacked depth. Previously, even a minor injury or a common cold would have brought Feng Jingxin to tears, enveloping her in comforting embraces and refusing to let go, always eager to care for her. During those times, she truly was a warm and tender presence. However, unbeknownst to her, all that affection had been redirected towards Lin Wu. Just like the last time Lin Wu fell ill, when Feng Tingxin had barely finished his breakfast before rushing over, Feng Jingxin had discreetly sent messages to Lin Wu, expressing her concern. Once school was over, she immediately instructed the driver to take her to see Lin Wu. Thus, if she had genuinely worried for her, she could have simply insisted on knowing her address the previous night and had the driver bring her over. Yet, she ultimately chose not to come. At a loss for words, Feng Jingxin turned to Feng Tingxun, who was seated across from her, and asked, Father, would you like to have a phone conversation with Mother? Chapter 41. A date uninterrupted upon hearing Feng Jingxin's words. Rong Ci abruptly regained her composure. Yesterday, when she fell, he had not offered to assist her. When she was injured, he remained indifferent. His actions, besides reflecting a genuine lack of concern, perhaps also stemmed from a fear of Lin Wu misunderstanding the situation. In his heart, Lin Wu's thoughts and feelings seemed to hold paramount importance, while her well-being appeared to be of no consequence to him. Otherwise, how could he have maintained such an attitude upon witnessing her fall and subsequent injury? Contemplating this, her expression grew cold, and just as she was about to express her desire to decline, Feng Tingxin spoke first. Ask your mother. At this, Feng Jingxin turned to Rong Ci and inquired, Mom, Dad wants to know if you wish to speak with him on the phone. Rong Si pursed her lips and replied directly. No need. Mom has other matters to attend to. Oh. Feng Jingxin conveyed this to Feng Tingshin, stating, Dad. Mom says no. Feng Tingshin responded with a simple, Feng Jingxin then remarked, well, Mom, goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up, Feng Jingxin set her phone down and turned to Feng Tingshin, saying, Dad, it seems Mom is a bit angry. She could not quite fathom why, but she suddenly felt that way. Feng Tingshin replied in a nonchalant manner, Is that so? Yes. And then the conversation fell silent. In the following days, Rong Si continued to work from home. Feng Jingxin, however, called her daily to inquire about her injuries. Yet, as she had anticipated, there was no mention of a visit. The assignment submitted by her and Yu Mashuan received a response from Nan Jiji just 2 days later. The core technological content they had discussed was deemed confidential in other contexts, yet here it was dismissed as worthless. Consequently, over the next 2 to 3 days, Rong Si and Yu Mashuan dedicated substantial time to revising their work based on Nan Jiji's critiques while simultaneously managing their other responsibilities. By Monday, Rong Si's foot had nearly recovered. Although she was not yet confident enough to drive, she was able to return to the office as usual. Upon her arrival, Yu Mashuan informed her that Feng Tingshin was indeed serious about collaborating with them. Although Feng Tingshin himself had not come, he had sent someone to initiate discussions the previous week. Concerned that the news might unsettle Rong Si, Yu Mashuan had refrained from mentioning it to her. Shortly, another representative from Feng Tingshin's side would arrive for further discussions, and if all went well, they could finalize a preliminary cooperation plan. The technical director sent by Feng Tingshin was a member of his personal technology company, not an employee of the Feng family group. This would be the first meeting between him and Rong Si. Upon learning that she was also involved in technology, he greeted her courteously. Hello, Miss Rong. Rong Si replied, Hello. The subsequent exchanges were exceedingly pleasant. By noon, Zhang Mo hosted a meal for several individuals from Feng Tingshin's company. Upon arriving at the restaurant, as they got out of the car, they coincidentally encountered Feng Tingshin and Lin Wu, who were also alighting from their vehicle. Seeing them, Rong Si paused momentarily. Yu Mashuan also rubbed his brow, surprised by the coincidence. However, Director Quan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Mr. Feng. Feng Tingshin and Lin Wu turned around, seemingly taken aback upon seeing Rong Si and Yu Mashuan. After greeting them, Director Quan approached Feng Tingshin and Lin Wu. Since Feng Tingshin had already spotted them and they were to collaborate further, Rong Si and Yu Mashuan exchanged glances before following suit. It was evident that Director Quan was also acquainted with Lin Wu, greeting her warmly, Miss Lin. Lin Wu replied coolly, hello. Her tone was somewhat frosty, but Director Quan paid no mind, recognizing that Lin Wu was currently the apple of Feng Tingshin's eye and would likely become their future superior. Thus, it was only natural for Lin Wu to maintain a certain distance from them, her subordinates. Director Quan turned his attention back to Rong Si and Yu Mashuan before explaining to Feng Tingshin, I went to Changma today to discuss a collaboration. Now, during lunchtime, I am dining with Mr. Yu and the others. Feng Tingshin nodded, shaking his hand, and remarked, Thank you for your efforts. Director Quan responded, It is my duty. Feng Tingshin's gaze shifted to Rong Si and Yu Mashuan, greeting Yu Mashuan with Mr. Yu. However, he did not address Rong Si. Yu Mashuan acknowledged him with a nod and suddenly proposed, Since we run into each other, why not join us? Yet, Feng Tingshin replied, No. My arrangements are personal and rather inconvenient. I shall certainly treat Mr. Yu to a meal next time. Private arrangements refer to a rendezvous with Lin Wu, is it not? This signifies a desire to avoid disturbances from others. Internally, Yu Mashuan scoffed, yet outwardly he responded with a smile. President Feng is too courteous. As for Lin Wu, she indeed wished to cultivate a closer rapport with Yu Mashuan. However, in comparison to him, her affections were undoubtedly more inclined towards Feng Tingshin. Naturally, she felt a sense of joy at Feng Tingshin's attentiveness to their meetings and did not wish for their personal moments to be interrupted. Upon hearing Feng Tingshin's words, she chose not to elaborate further and departed with him. Once they had distanced themselves, Yu Mashuan inquired, Do Director Quan and Miss Lin know each other? They have met a few times, Director Quan replied. As you are aware, President Feng is quite concerned about Miss Lin and has brought her to the company on several occasions. So it is thus. Although Rong Ci has been married to Feng Tingshan for many years and has a general understanding of the companies he has founded, she has never set foot in any of them, as Feng Tingshan forbade her. Curiously, the restrictions he imposed upon her were never extended to Lin Wu. Seizing a moment when Director Quan was not attentive, Yu Mashuan lowered his voice and remarked, following the fiasco at the recent charity gala and last week's technology exhibition, the Lin family has established quite a network in the capital. It is said that they have secured several projects in recent days. Once these projects are completed, the Lin family will undoubtedly solidify their standing in the capital. The achievements that many business people ardently aspire to were swiftly attained by the Lin family, thanks to the profound support of Feng Ting, all within just a few days, inciting a great deal of envy from many outside. Upon hearing this, Rong Ci lowered his gaze and replied with a soft murmur of acknowledgement. Chapter 42. No need to avoid Miss Lin after dining. The two parties engaged in several hours of discussion that afternoon, ultimately establishing a preliminary cooperative relationship. 2 days later, Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun visited the technology company Sundu, led by Feng Tingshan, to negotiate contract details. Upon their arrival at Sundu, they were greeted by Director Quan and a core executive, General Manager Jean. However, General Manager Jean arrived later than expected. Upon entering the conference room, he promptly apologized to Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun, explaining that he had just concluded a meeting with General Feng upstairs and regretted his tardiness. Rong Ci pondered, so Feng Tingshan is also at Sundu? He exchanged a handshake with Yu Mo-sun and said, "It's quite all right." After General Manager Jin's arrival, they resumed their discussion on the contract. Shortly thereafter, someone entered the room. Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun paid little attention. Assuming it was a regular employee of Sundu, however, Director Quan and General Manager Jean immediately stood to greet the newcomer. Miss Lin. Rong Ci paused, raising his head to confirm it was indeed Lin Wu. Yu Mo-sun also furrowed his brow. Lin Wu cast a brief glance at Rong Ci before addressing Director Quan and General Manager Jean, stating, "I merely came to take a look. You may continue with your work without concern for me." Director Quan and General Manager Jean readily acquiesced, yet did not hesitate to instruct their secretary to pour water for Lin Wu. Their demeanor was warm and respectful, clearly treating her with the utmost deference, as if she were the lady of the house. Lin Wu also acknowledged Yu Mo-sun with a nod. "General Yu." Yu Mo-sun responded with a slight nod. "Miss Lin." Lin Wu accepted the tea poured for her by Secretary Jean and seated herself on the chair specially brought over for her. After taking a sip of water, she set down the cup and noticed a contract nearby. "May I have a glance?" she inquired. President Jean chuckled, of course. As he observed Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci looking over, he continued with a smile, "Miss Lin is the girlfriend of our President Feng. He does not shy away from her presence when signing contracts." His implication was clear. Lin Wu was one of their own, alleviating any concerns regarding potential confidentiality breaches. Yu Mashuan replied, "With President Jin's reassurance, we can rest easy." Meanwhile, Rong Ci remained silent, her head bowed. The study at home belonging to Feng Tingshan, due to its association with company secrets, had always been off-limits to her. This was a stipulation he had the housekeeper convey to her from the very first day she moved in. Consequently, she had never set foot in that study for all these years. Yet, here was Lin Wu, freely perusing confidential documents of Feng Tingshan's company, a matter well known among the informed. This clearly indicated the depth of their relationship. Lin Wu understood the reaction from Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci at her handling of these documents. Their concern for potential leaks was intertwined with their astonishment at the closeness of her relationship with Feng Tingshan. She set the documents aside and turned her gaze towards Rong Ci, who averted her eyes, seemingly hesitant to meet her gaze. With a smile, Lin Wu lifted her teacup. Seated there, she truly resembled the proprietress overseeing her domain. As Yu Mashuan observed, while General Manager Jean and the others were revising a contract, he suddenly inquired, "Miss Lin, do you not intend to remain at Xuandu?" Lin Wu set down her cup, gazing directly at him, and replied, "Tingshan has also asked me whether I would like to work at Xuandu, but I prefer to rely on my own merits and do not wish to take advantage of connections, so I declined." Before Yu Mashuan could respond, General Manager Jean interjected with a smile. Miss Lin, you are too modest. We all recognize your exceptional talent in the field of AI. Even if you share a close relationship with General Feng, we would never perceive your entry as nepotism. On the contrary, if our company could enlist Miss Lin, our endeavors would undoubtedly progress more smoothly. Would you reconsider? Lin Wu smiled faintly, perhaps another time. This implied that as long as Lin Wu wished, she could join them at any moment. The preferential treatment shown by Feng Tingshan was something Rong Ci no longer wished to enumerate. She lifted her glass for a sip of water, at which point she noticed someone standing outside the glass door. She raised her gaze slightly. It was Feng Tingshan. She paused momentarily. Feng Tingshan had also spotted her, yet his focus seemed not to rest upon her. Rong Ci turned back, only to see Lin Wu offering a gentle smile towards the entrance, evidently greeting Feng Tingshan. Subsequently, Lin Wu addressed General Manager Jean. I must take my leave. It was only then that General Manager Jean and Director Quan realized Feng Tingshan had arrived. As noon approached, it became evident that Feng Tingshan had come specifically to escort Lin Wu for lunch. As the entire management team prepared to rise and greet him, Feng Tingshan remarked, There is no need for formality. Please continue with your duties. The team nodded in agreement. Feng Tingshan then courteously addressed Yu Mashuan, saying, There are many matters at hand, and I am unable to personally attend to you. I hope you can understand. You are too courteous, Mr. Feng. I fully comprehend your busy schedule, Yu Mashuan replied. Feng Tingshan offered a brief smile, glanced at Rong Ci, and chose not to elaborate further, departing alongside Lin Wu. It was well known in their circle that Feng Tingshan managed numerous companies. Yu Mashuan was taken aback not only by Feng Tingshan's presence at Xuandu today but also by Lin Wu being there as well. He looked at Rong Ci and silently patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Rong Ci shook her head. She was fine. During her journey to Xuandu, she had indeed prepared herself for the possibility of encountering Feng Tingshan. However, she had not anticipated that Lin Wu would also be present. Just days prior, Director Quan had mentioned that Lin Wu had visited Xuandu, and she had presumed it was merely an occasional appearance. To her astonishment, Lin Wu seemed to enter Feng Tingshan's company as if it were her own home, coming and going at will, and had become quite familiar with Feng Tingshan's associates. The collaboration involved numerous technical cooperation issues in the later stages, with extensive terms to discuss. To prevent unnecessary disputes during the partnership, they meticulously negotiated each clause of the contract. By the time they had thoroughly settled the terms, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. After Yu Mashuan affixed his signature, General Jean personally took the documents to Feng Tingshan for his signature. Yu Mashuan paused, inquiring, Is Mr. Feng still at the company? Yes, came the reply. The general director remarked, I am simply too occupied, tending to matters related to another project. Is it truly a matter of being overly busy, or is there a reluctance to engage with her? Rongzi pondered this as well. Both the general director and Yu Mashuan are technically inclined and have known each other for some time. After finalizing the contract and relaxing a bit, he cleared his throat and lowered his voice, saying, Miss Lin is also present. It is said that she has been accompanying President Feng throughout the day. Their relationship is indeed quite commendable. Rongzi, seated beside Yu Mashuan, naturally overheard this. Shortly thereafter, President Jean returned with the signed documents from Feng Tingshan. Yu Mashuan declined President Jean's invitation for dinner, citing important personal matters to attend to that evening. President Jean and the general director did not press the issue, courteously seeing them to the elevator, where they unexpectedly encountered Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. Chapter 43. He has not returned. Yu Mashuan paused. What a coincidence. Feng Tingshan replied, Indeed, quite a coincidence. Yu Mashuan suggested, Since there are so many of us, why don't you go ahead, Mr. Feng? We shall wait for the next one. All right. See you next time. See you next time. As the elevator doors closed once more, Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan had no choice but to await the subsequent lift. After a while, they entered the elevator, and Rong Ci's phone began to ring. It was a call from Feng Jingxin. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, she answered, Hello. Mom, have you finished work? When will you be home? Since Rong Ci injured her foot, Feng Jingxin had been calling her daily. Upon learning that her foot had healed, she inquired yesterday about when she would return home. having been busy with work. Rong Xiai had not agreed to go back to accompany her the previous evening. Now, hearing Feng Jingxin's question, she replied, I just wrapped up. I'll be home shortly. As she hung up, the elevator had already reached the ground floor. Director Quan, curious, asked, Miss Rong, do you have children? Rong Xiai responded, yes. Really? One cannot tell at all. He had assumed that Rong Xiai and Yu Mashuan were in a romantic relationship, for their rapport appeared quite amicable, and Yu Mashuan seemed particularly attentive to her. Director Quan was quite surprised, as Rong Xiai looked remarkably youthful and showed no signs of having borne a child. He casually inquired, Is your husband also in our line of work? Rong Xiai hesitated before answering, in a way, yes. The general director had also engaged in technical discussions with Rong Xiai, recognizing her exceptional professional capabilities. He assumed that Rong Xi's husband was also in their industry and was about to inquire about his name. However, noticing Rong Xi's indifferent demeanor, as if she preferred not to elaborate, he refrained from pursuing the topic. Yuemo Sun, on the other hand, yearned to disclose that the gentleman they referred to as Rong Xi's husband was none other than their company's esteemed CEO, Feng Tingshen. Yet, considering that Rong Xiai was on the verge of divorce, and given the forthcoming interactions with the general director and his team, revealing this information would likely complicate their relationship with Rong Xiai. Furthermore, upon learning of Rong Xi's true identity, it was plausible that some might deliberately target her to curry favor with Lin Wu. In light of the potential for unnecessary complications, Yuemo Sun ultimately chose to remain silent. Once the meeting concluded, Rong Xiai and Yuemo Sun departed separately in their vehicles. Upon arriving at the villa, Rong Xiai was greeted by Feng Jingxian, who rushed to her side, exclaiming, Mom! Rong Xiai replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Just as she intended to ask if her daughter was hungry, Feng Jingxian promptly gazed at her feet, asking, Mom, are you really better now? Yes, I'm fine. Rong Xiai affirmed. Where did you injure yourself before? Let me see. No need to check. Mom is already well, she insisted. Please, let me see. Feng Jingxian persisted. Reluctantly, Rong Xiai removed her cotton shoes and pointed to her previously injured ankle. Feng Jingxian squatted down to inspect. It seems there are no wounds. It's not swollen anymore, so it's naturally not visible. Oh. She said, Mom, it's just right for you. You shouldn't stand for too long. Dinner is already prepared, so let us eat. Rong Xiai replied, all right. With a cheerful demeanor, Feng Jingxin took her hand and led her to the dining room. The table was set for two with only 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. The seat meant for Feng Tingshen was conspicuously empty. Noticing her gaze, Feng Jingxin remarked, Dad said he has something to attend to and won't be home for dinner tonight. Mom, it's just us. Rong Xiai recalled her encounter with Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu in the elevator, pondering whether his business meant dining with Lin Wu. However, she kept her thoughts to herself. As they dined, she engaged in light conversation with Feng Jingxin. Perhaps due to the ample freedom she had recently granted him, he had become noticeably more affectionate and had not shown any signs of impatience towards her. Thus, after dinner, Feng Jingxin requested her assistance with his bath, hair washing, and drying, to which Rong Xiai readily agreed. He then asked her to accompany him to school the following day, and she consented. Since their time at the hot spring resort, she and Feng Jingxin had not formally seen each other for 10 days. Therefore, that evening, she decided to stay in the villa, though she opted not to return to the master bedroom. Instead, she planned to sleep alongside Feng Jingxin. The last time she had slept next to her mother was due to illness. Yet this time, she was neither unwell nor had she requested her mother's company for the night. As she observed Rong Xiai bathing in her room and preparing to sleep there, Feng Jingxin found himself puzzled as to why she did not return to the room she shared with his father. However, she genuinely cherished the moments spent sleeping beside Rong Xiai, for he exuded an enchanting fragrance and a delightful softness that made holding him particularly comforting. Thus, she refrained from inquiring further. Nevertheless, with her mother present, she needed to exercise caution when bidding goodnight to Aunt Wu Wu, lest her mother discover anything amiss. That evening, when Rong Xiai finally succumbed to slumber, it was already past 11 o'clock. Yet, Feng Tingshen had yet to return. Upon awakening the next day, She learned that Feng Tingshan had not come home the previous night. The last time she had seen him was in the elevator, departing with Lin Wu. Given his absence, it was likely that he had spent the night with Lin Wu. Rong Si withdrew her thoughts and accompanied Feng Jing Xian to school before heading back to work at Chang'emo. Feng Jing Xian's affections were evidently still directed towards Lin Wu, while her need for Rong Si seemed to be fleeting and sporadic. For instance, she would only think of her when too much time had elapsed since their last meeting, or when Feng Tingshan was unavailable, leaving her feeling bored. Otherwise, Feng Jing Xian had no pressing need for her. Indeed, following the news that her foot had fully healed, Feng Jing Xian no longer called her daily as she had in previous days, nor did she inquire why she had not returned home at night. As for Feng Tingshan, he had never shown any concern for her whereabouts. Recently, Chang'emo had secured 2 substantial projects, resulting in a significant influx of revenue. Consequently, on Friday, the company organized a grand team-building event. The location was determined through discussions among the staff, and ultimately, a unanimous decision was reached to indulge in a hot spring retreat. Upon receiving the news, Rong Si was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile. Yu Moshuan inquired, "What's the matter? Do you not wish to indulge in the hot springs?" "Not at all. I merely recalled the incident from 2 weeks prior when I was abandoned by the Feng family at the hot spring resort, left all alone. It feels as if it transpired just yesterday, yet in reality, nearly half a month has elapsed. How swiftly time passes." Although she was somewhat reluctant to visit the hot springs, this occasion marked her first major team-building event since returning to the company, and she felt it would be impolite to decline. Thus, she joined her colleagues. The last time they visited a hot spring resort, it was a private domain of the Feng family. However, this time, the company was at a large hot spring vacation hotel, replete with various entertainment facilities. After changing into a bathrobe, Rong Si proceeded to the hot spring pool. With few women in her company, she arrived early and found herself alone in the women's area. Just as she had settled in, she spotted a little girl, roughly the same age as Feng Jingxin, crouching by the edge of the pool, curiously reaching her hand towards the water. The pool was approximately 1.2 meters deep, while the child appeared to be under that height. Concerned that the girl might fall in, Rong Si stood up, but before she could react, there was a splash. The girl indeed tumbled into the pool. Rong Si rushed over, swiftly retrieving the child and cradling her in her arms. The little girl clung to her neck, sobbing and coughing, her face flushed. Rong Si gently patted her back, offering comfort while inquiring about her family. Together, they made their way to find a staff member. Just as they stepped outside, she spotted He Changbai not far away. Before Rong Si could react, the little girl in her arms cried out and reached out her hands towards He Changhua, exclaiming, "Uncle, uncle." Chapter 44. The Unusual Attention Dan Dan. He Chaobai approached, taking the little girl from Rong Si's arms. It was only at this moment that He Chaobai noticed Dan Dan was entirely drenched. He paused and looked at Rong Si, inquiring, "What happened?" Rong Si, equally surprised to discover the little girl was his niece, explained, "She fell into the pool and I immediately lifted her out." He Chaobai replied, "Thank you. No need for that," Rong Si said. "Just help her change into dry clothes to prevent her from catching a chill." He Chaobai nodded, glancing at Rong Si, wishing to say something, but his little niece clung to him, weeping incessantly, clearly frightened. He chose to remain silent, softly comforting her, and with a slight nod to Rong Si, he carried the child into the elevator. Seeing that her involvement had concluded, Rong Si returned to the hot springs to continue her relaxation. After indulging in the soothing waters, she changed her attire and made her way to the self-service area for a meal. Before she had finished, He Chaobai appeared before her, leading his little niece by the hand. "May we sit here?" Rong Si was somewhat reluctant to engage further with He Chaobai. However, since he had already spoken, she acquiesced with a nod, saying, "Please have a seat. Dan Dan, stay put here. Uncle will get you some food." Dan Dan timidly glanced at Rong Si, then nodded, responding softly, "Okay." He Chaobai turned to Rong Si once more, asking, "Could you keep an eye on her for me?" Though she preferred to maintain her distance from He Chaobai, given the circumstances, she reluctantly agreed, saying, "All right." Once He Changbai departed, Only Rongzi and Shandan remained in each other's presence. Shandan appeared rather shy, and Rongzi feared that speaking abruptly might startle her. Unfamiliar with Shandan's dietary preferences and any potential restrictions, she hesitated to offer her food. After a moment's contemplation, she gently remarked, "Your uncle will return shortly." Shandan, with her dark, beautiful eyes fixed upon her, eventually nodded in acknowledgement. "Did you hurt your nose when you choked on the water?" Rongzi inquired, to which Shandan shook her head once more. After a brief interval, He Changbai returned, placing one of the dishes before Shandan and handing her a knife and fork. Quietly, Shandan began to eat, taking small bites. "Is it tasty?" He Changbai asked. Shandan nodded in response. He Changbai glanced at Rongzi before addressing Shandan. "This lady here was the one who saved you earlier. You should thank her." With her little tongue delicately licking the cake off her fork, Shandan looked up at Rongzi and softly said, "Thank you, Auntie." It became clear that he had prompted the child to express her gratitude. Upon hearing this, Rongzi warmly replied, "No need to mention it." Shandan then turned her gaze back to He Changbai, who reassured her, "It's all right, just keep eating." Shandan resumed her meal with focus. After taking a bite herself, He Changbai shifted his attention back to Rongzi and asked, "Did you come alone?" Rongzi replied, "It was a company team-building event. I came with colleagues." He Changbai was unaware that Rongzi had already resigned from Feng's group. Upon hearing this, one might assume that the Feng group was also engaging in team-building activities here. After a brief pause, he replied, "I see." At that moment, Yu Mashuan noticed Rongzi and waved to her. Since Rongzi wished to maintain a distance from those around Feng Tingshan and felt there was little to discuss with He Changbai, she seized the opportunity to respond to Yu Mashuan's gesture, then turned to He Changbai and said, "Thank you very much for what happened last time. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Please enjoy your meal." He Changbai could sense her discomfort in his presence and noted that her demeanor towards him had grown less warm than before. He attributed this change to their previous unpleasant conversation at the racetrack and did not dwell on it. Acknowledging Rongzi's intention to leave, he nodded in understanding and did not press her to stay. As Rongzi walked away, Yu Mashuan turned to He Changbai and inquired, "Who was that?" He had his back turned when greeting Rongzi and, seeing the man's broad and upright silhouette while sitting next to a child, initially thought he might be someone joining her at the table. However, upon observing their interaction, he sensed a familiarity between them. "He Changbai, is it him?" Yu Mashuan exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't you two not well acquainted? How did you end up sitting together?" "He was here to express his gratitude after I rescued his niece from the hot spring pool," He Changbai explained. Yu Mashuan's realization dawned upon him. "Ah, I see." Rongzi mentioned that she had come with a colleague, leading He Changbai to assume that the person she had greeted earlier was merely her ordinary coworker, prompting him to refrain from turning back to acknowledge them. As Rongzi and Yu Mashuan distanced themselves, He Changbai, observing their retreating figures, discerned that Yu Mashuan was a tall young man. In terms of silhouette, they seemed quite compatible. Moreover, the space between them as they walked indicated a comfortable rapport. "Uncle." Upon hearing his niece's voice, He Changbai returned to the present. "Have you eaten well? Once you've finished, we shall ascend to the upper floors." "Yes, I've eaten," replied Dan. He had already dined, so he set down his napkin and ascended the stairs with her. When Rongzi returned to her room, she intended to read on the balcony, but suddenly her phone rang. To her surprise, it was a call from Feng Tingshan. Typically, he would only reach out when there was something significant to discuss. Contemplating this, she answered the call with a cool tone. "Hello. Grandmother wants you to come back for dinner tomorrow evening," he informed her. Rongzi paused momentarily before responding, "All right, I understand." As soon as her words fell, the call was abruptly terminated without a moment's hesitation from his end. Rongzi shrugged off the abruptness, placing her phone aside and settling down to continue her reading. That night, she enjoyed a restful sleep and awoke early the next morning. She rose to run for a while in the hotel gym, and after a brief respite, she indulged in the hot springs for some time. At that moment, a woman in her 40s or 50s approached, holding Dan's hand. Rongzi recognized the woman from the previous day. It seems that the He family has employed a nanny to care for Dan. Yesterday, due to an urgent phone call, the nanny momentarily lost focus, and Dan went missing. Had it not been for Rong Ci fortuitously encountering Dandan in the hot spring pool and rescuing her, the consequences could have been dire. Now, upon seeing Rong Ci, the nanny hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Rong Ci replied, "No need to thank me." She assumed that after yesterday's ordeal, Dandan would be hesitant to enter the water again. However, perhaps with He Changbai's assistance in helping her overcome her fear, Dandan, holding the nanny's hand with one hand and clutching a swimming ring with the other, tentatively tested the water with her feet before gradually submerging herself. After a while, she began to kick her legs and paddle towards Rong Ci, softly calling out, "Auntie." Rong Ci turned to her, asking, "What is it?" Yet, Dandan fell silent, her spirits evidently high as she swam around her. The nanny remarked with a smile, "Dandan really likes you." Rong Ci smiled in return but said nothing. Later, as there was an event at the company, she had to take her leave. Before departing, she bid farewell to Dandan. However, Dandan opened her arms wide, exclaiming, "Auntie, hug." Rong Ci had no choice but to lift her and carry her back to the shore. After changing into a dry bathrobe, Rong Ci held Dandan in her arms as they headed to the elevator, anticipating that they would part ways once they reached their floor. Yet, while they waited for the elevator, He Changbai appeared. A radiant smile blossomed on Dandan's fair, petite face as she exclaimed, "Uncle." He Chunbai approached, extending his hand towards her, yearning to embrace her. However, he found it difficult to relinquish Rongzi while simultaneously desiring to hold her close. Ultimately, he stretched out one arm. Chunbai then drew her into his embrace, yet his other hand remained firmly grasping the collar of Rongzi's garment. As he held her, his grip tightened, inadvertently tearing open her bathrobe. Thus, Rongzi appeared before He Chunbai clad in a blue lace lingerie set. Her flawless, snow-white skin, the alluring contours of her full bosom, and her delicate waist were all strikingly captivating. Chapter 45. She could not be bothered. Rongzi's face flushed crimson, filled with embarrassment, as she tugged the collar of her garment back into place. He Changbai's gaze darkened, and upon realizing the situation, he turned away, averting his eyes. The maid beside them was equally mortified. Fortunately, there were no other witnesses. Otherwise, the awkwardness would have escalated. She hurriedly assisted Rong Ci in adjusting her attire. Typically reserved, Rong Ci had never exposed herself in front of any man other than Feng Tingshan, particularly not in the presence of someone who was a close friend of his. This realization made her even more uncomfortable. Once she had composed herself, her expression still somewhat unnatural, she stated, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." It was only then that He Changbai turned back and apologized. The maid, aware of her misstep, feared she had displeased Rong Ci, and seeing the redness in her eyes, she softly offered her apology. "Auntie, I am truly sorry." Rong Ci understood that it was unintentional and could not be too harsh with her, replying, "It's all right. I know you did not mean it." After a gentle smile and a wave to the maid, she turned and entered the elevator. He Changbai watched as the doors closed, then addressed the maid he had been holding, "Dandan, you must not cling to others' collars like that in the future. Understand?" Dandan nodded vigorously, "Yes, I understand." As they were to return to the Feng family's ancestral home for dinner, Rong Ci began to prepare for her early departure around 4 o'clock after completing the group activities. She was about to leave early, and Yu Mashuan accompanied her to the parking lot, reminding her, "Drive carefully." "I know," Rong Ci replied. As she spoke, a car slowly approached them. Initially, Rong Ci paid no heed, but then the rear window gradually descended, revealing a small head that poked out, waving at her. "Goodbye, Auntie." Rong Ci smiled faintly and replied, "Goodbye, Dandan." As she spoke, she noticed He Changbai watching her, and paused momentarily to nod at him as a form of greeting. He Changbai returned the gesture, then glanced at Yu Mashuan beside her before averting his gaze. Watching the car depart, Yu Mashuan stroked his chin and remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that He Changbai just scrutinized me." Rong Ci, however, paid it no mind. "Really? Why would he scrutinize you?" Yu Mashuan was unsure. It was merely a feeling he had. After a moment of hesitation, he speculated, "Could it be that he thinks our closeness suggests an overly ambiguous relationship, prompting him to keep a closer eye on me for his good friend Feng Tingshan?" Upon hearing this, Rong Si's smile faded slightly, and she replied dismissively, "Rest assured, that is certainly not the case. He Changbai and the others are quite fond of Lin Wu. Clearly, they would prefer Feng Tingshan to be with her rather than me. He and Qi Yuming would likely welcome the idea of my involvement with someone else, freeing Feng Tingshan from any attachments. Why would they be concerned about me possibly having an ambiguous relationship with another man and worry about me putting a green hat on Feng Tingshan?" After getting into the car, Rong Si drove away. Upon arriving at the old residence, the sky had completely darkened. Besides the servants, only the elderly matriarch was present. Upon learning of her return, she personally came out to greet her. However, when she noticed that only one person had returned, the matriarch's smile faltered slightly. "Where is Xin?" It was not unusual for Feng Tingshan to travel separately, so she did not press further. Yet, it was customary for Feng Jing Xian to accompany her on such occasions, was it not? Ever since her foot had healed, after sharing a meal with Feng Jing Xian at the villa, there had been no further communication from her. As for where they had ventured this weekend, or with whom, Rong Si was entirely in the dark and had little inclination to inquire. Hearing the matriarch's words, she chuckled softly and replied, "They should be arriving shortly." Yet, in truth, whether they would come tonight remained uncertain. After all, had it not been the same during their previous visit to the hot spring resort? The matriarch, interpreting her words as knowledge of Feng Tingshan and his daughter's itinerary, refrained from further questioning. Rong Si entered the house and engaged in conversation with the matriarch for quite some time. As the clock approached 7:30, the absence of Feng Tingshan and Feng Jing Xian was still notable. The matriarch frowned and remarked, "What time is it? Why are they not here yet?" Clearly, she was reminded of the last occasion when Feng Tingshan had been absent during their trip to the hot spring resort. Her expression darkened as she turned to Rong Si and said, "Xiao Si, please call and urge them." Reluctantly, Rong Si picked up her phone and dialed Feng Tingshan. The call was answered promptly. Having anticipated the purpose of her call, he spoke first. "I will arrive in 20 minutes. Just as Rong Si was about to respond, Feng Jingshin's voice pierced through the phone. "Goodbye, Aunt Wu." Rong Si lowered her gaze. Indeed, they were together with Lin Wu. As this thought crossed her mind, she heard Lin Wu's gentle voice. "Yes, goodbye, Xian. Subsequently, she listened as Lin Wu softly told Feng Tingshan, "I will head up first." Feng Tingshan replied with a curt mm. At that moment, she heard Feng Tingshan's cold inquiry, "Is there anything else?" Coming back to her senses, Rong Si replied, "No." As soon as she finished speaking, she intended to hang up. However, Feng Tingshan was quicker to act. Rong Si asked, "What's the matter? Are you not coming back?" The elderly lady, fuming, remarked, "Tingshan truly is inconsiderate." Rong Si smiled faintly, saying, "At this hour, there's bound to be traffic. They will arrive in 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's expression softened slightly, though she remained irate. "Then let us eat first. Don't wait for him. He deserves to have leftovers." The butler chimed in with a grin, "Miss Xian is still in the car, too." The elderly lady paused, then huffed, "For the sake of my little great-grandson, I shall spare him this time." Rong Si listened, chuckling softly, but chose not to respond. Chapter 46. Embraced together 20 minutes later, Feng Tingshan and his companions returned. The elderly lady did not glance at Feng Tingshan, but instead, with a warm smile, beckoned to Feng Jingshin, saying, "Xin has returned. Great-grandmother." Feng Jingshin ran towards the elderly lady, who embraced her and affectionately tousled her hair. Afterward, she approached Rong Si saying, "Mother." Indeed, as Rong Si held Feng Jingshin, she caught a faint whiff of the perfume that Lin Wu had previously worn. She refrained from commenting, merely gently pushing Feng Jingshin away. Feng Tingshan sat beside the elderly lady, presenting her with a box. A token of apology, he stated. Inside was a rare snow tea, a delicacy that was hard to come by, almost priceless. The elderly lady recognized this gesture as an apology for his previous absence during their trip to the hot springs. With a huff, she remarked, "You know to prepare gifts for me? But what about Xiao Si? Have you prepared an apology gift for her as well?" Feng Tingshan smiled but remained silent, casting a glance at Rong Si. Yet, it was merely a fleeting look, devoid of any deeper emotion. The elderly lady intended to advocate for her and hoped that Feng Tingshan would pay more attention to her. However, from Rong Si's perspective, such efforts were unnecessary. She did not look at Feng Tingshan and spoke with a gentle smile. "Grandmother, the food is getting cold. Shall we eat?" The elderly lady, misinterpreting Rong Si's words as a diversion, believed she wished to avoid further discussion about Feng Tingshan. After all, in the past, when Feng Tingshan had neglected her, the elderly lady would often chastise him on her behalf, and Rong Si would invariably defend him. The elderly lady sighed helplessly. "You always side with him." Rong Si merely smiled in silence. Feng Tingshan maintained a cool demeanor, his expression unchanged despite her attempt to defend him. As time was getting late, it was indeed time for dinner. The elderly lady rose and took Feng Jingxian's hand, saying, Xin hasn't sat down to eat with her great-grandmother in quite a while. How about you sit with me for a bit?" Feng Jingxian obediently nodded. "Okay. Such a good child," the elderly lady remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Tingshan, her meaning unmistakable. Rong Si understood that the elderly lady was once again trying to bring her and Feng Tingshan together. She chose not to observe Feng Tingshan's reaction and followed the elderly lady into the dining hall. As she settled down across from the elderly lady and Feng Jingxian, she caught a glimpse of Feng Tingshan pulling out the chair beside her and taking a seat next to her. The elderly lady finally appeared satisfied. Once the dishes were served, she instructed Feng Tingshan, "Serve some food for Xiao Si." Rong Si did not look at Feng Tingshan and replied, "No need, Grandma, I can do it myself." Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Tingshan had already placed her favorite stir-fried pork into her bowl. Rong Si paused. "Thank you." Feng Tingshan remained silent. When the elderly lady asked Feng Tingshan to serve food for her, it generally implied that he was to take care of her throughout the meal, not just offer a single bite. Consequently, as the dishes in Rong Si's bowl neared the end, Feng Tingshan would replenish them with new servings, and the dishes he chose were always those she enjoyed. However, this did not signify anything substantial. Indeed, such occurrences have transpired several times over the past few years. With Feng Tingshan's remarkable memory, he would undoubtedly retain them, even without deliberate effort. After dining, Feng Tingshan engaged in conversation with the elderly lady, while Rong Si sat quietly nearby, seldom interjecting or initiating dialogue, and rarely casting a direct glance at him. Observing the couple's apparent lack of communication over the years, the elderly lady sighed in resignation. As the clock approached 9, fatigue overcame her, prompting her to gesture for them to retire upstairs for rest. Rong Si proceeded to bathe Feng Jingxian and dry her hair. While watching her mother silently tending to her, Feng Jingxian suddenly realized that her mother had recently become rather reticent. Previously, Rong Si would always find a multitude of topics to discuss with her. Noticing Feng Jingxian's contemplative gaze, Rong Si inquired, "What troubles you?" Feng Jingxian shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. Perhaps I am just overthinking." Or maybe her mother harbored unspoken worries, preferring silence. Once her hair was dry, Feng Jingxian rolled about on her bed and asked, "Mother, will you sleep with me tonight?" Rong Si paused. "Do you wish for your mother to sleep with you?" "I can certainly do that. However, it seems I haven't spent time with your father in quite a while. Shouldn't I accompany him instead? I shall return shortly." Their divorce papers had yet to be finalized, and if Feng Jingxian did not expressly invite her to stay, lingering would likely provoke further complications with the elderly lady. As she exited Feng Jingxian's room and made her way back, the light in her own room remained aglow. Feng Tingshan sat quietly nearby, engrossed in his computer, oblivious to her presence. Upon noticing her return, he cast a fleeting glance in her direction. Rong Si averted her gaze and proceeded into the cloakroom to select attire for her bath. When she emerged, refreshed from her shower, Feng Tingshan remained at his keyboard, diligently typing away. Dressed in her nightwear, Rong Si settled at the head of the bed, attended to her skincare routine, and, finding ample time before slumber, leaned against the headboard to read. In the sanctuary of their bedroom, the two engaged in their respective pursuits, enveloped in a serene silence, devoid of any exchange. As the hour approached midnight, fatigue enveloped Rong Si, prompting her to set aside her book, extinguish the bedside lamp, and lie down in preparation for sleep. She anticipated a restless night, for it had been ages since she and Feng Tingshan had shared the same bed. Yet, a thought crossed her mind. Once Feng Tingshan concluded his work, it was likely he would venture out to accompany Lin Wu. The prospect of him staying the night seemed uncertain. Lost in this train of thought, she gradually succumbed to a hazy slumber, lulled by the intermittent sounds of typing. Her rest was deep and soothing, cocooned in the warmth of her blankets. Just as she prepared to rise, she felt a gentle warmth brushing against her ear, and the unmistakable sensation of holding someone close. Realization struck her like lightning, causing her body to stiffen. Her consciousness snapped into clarity. As she opened her eyes, she found herself nestled in the embrace of Feng Tingshan, who held her tightly, his legs entwined with hers, lost in a deep slumber. They were inextricably close, with scarcely any distance separating them. Rong Si could distinctly perceive the warmth emanating from his chest and large palm. She considered herself to be a rather placid sleeper. The previous night, prior to drifting off, she had deliberately positioned herself near the edge of the bed, contemplating that even if she shared the same bed with Feng Tingshan, a considerable gap would remain between them, preventing any physical contact. Thus, it seemed implausible that she would unconsciously roll into his embrace during slumber. Unless Feng Tingshan had, in the days of her absence, grown accustomed to sleeping with Lin Wu in his arms. Perhaps, in a state of semi-consciousness last night, he mistook her for Lin Wu and drew her into his embrace. Reflecting on this, Rong Si withdrew her hand from Feng Tingshan's chest, gradually curling it into a tight fist. She shifted slightly, attempting to extricate herself from his hold. It appeared that her movement startled him. She felt his grip on her tighten a fraction more, pulling her closer into him. Rong Si was momentarily taken aback when, at that instant, a kiss alighted upon her forehead, accompanied by the gentle suggestion to sleep a little longer. Chapter 47. The distinction. Feng Tingshan's words were undeniably not directed at her. After many years of marriage, he had never held her in such a manner while sleeping. As for a morning kiss, that was even less likely. Rong Si was convinced that Feng Tingshan was mistaking her for Lin Wu. She bit her lip, her eyes gradually reddening. Feng Tingshan remained in slumber. Rong Si gazed at him, suppressing the bitterness within her heart. After taking a deep breath, she slowly distanced herself, extricating herself from his embrace. They were nestled so closely that even the slightest movement would inevitably disturb him. Indeed, just as she removed his hand from her waist and turned to sit up, he awakened. Their gazes met. Upon regaining consciousness, Feng Tingshan seemed to comprehend the situation, realizing he had embraced the wrong person. He paused momentarily before releasing his hold on her. Rong Si retracted her legs, turned away, and without casting another glance at him, made her way to the bedside to slip on her slippers before heading to the bathroom. When she emerged from her morning routine, the room was devoid of Feng Tingshan's presence. Upon exiting the room, she discovered him at the end of the corridor, clad in his sleepwear, engaged in a phone conversation. She glanced at him briefly before averting her gaze and descending the stairs. The elderly lady was already awake. Shortly thereafter, Feng Jingxin also made his way downstairs. The elderly lady smiled. "Now that everyone is awake, let us have breakfast." Feng Jingxin replied, "All right." Just as his words fell, Feng Tingshan descended as well, taking a seat beside Rong Si once more. Recalling the events of this morning, Rong Si shifted slightly in her seat, creating a bit of distance between herself and him. Feng Jingxin, while savoring her noodles, glanced at Feng Tingshan and, as if struck by a thought, inquired with her enchanting, wide eyes, "Does Daddy also enjoy holding Mommy while sleeping?" Rong Si, who was sipping her soup noodles, unexpectedly choked upon hearing this. Feng Tingshan, however, remained silent. Rong Si's face, already flushed from choking, grew even more awkward, her expression increasingly unnatural. The elderly lady, overhearing the conversation, was quite delighted. "Oh? Why does Xin say that? Just a moment ago, when I woke up and went to Mommy's room looking for her, I found Mommy in Daddy's embrace." The elderly lady chuckled, suddenly enlightened, and teasingly regarded Rong Si and Feng Tingshan. Yet, Feng Tingshan continued to remain silent, while Rong Si's discomfort deepened. She was acutely aware that the person Feng Tingshan longed to hold was not her at all. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from Grandma Rong. "Grandma," she answered. On the other end, Grandma Rong informed her that her uncle had returned and brought gifts for her, asking if she had time to come home for dinner. Looking towards the elderly lady, Rong Si replied, "Xin and I are at the old residence now." Understanding the purpose of Grandma Rong's call, the elderly lady remarked, "Then take Xin back with you." She glanced at Feng Tingshan and remarked, "Tingshan, it has been quite a while since you visited Grandma Rong. Since you have some free time now, why not accompany Xiaozi back for a visit?" Feng Tingshan, while partaking in his breakfast, replied nonchalantly, "I have matters to attend to shortly." Rong Si, listening to this, displayed no signs of surprise. She had anticipated such a response. For her affairs, Feng Tingshan was perpetually occupied, yet he always managed to carve out time when it came to Lin Wu. This was the stark contrast. The elderly lady's expression darkened. "What could possibly be so important that you haven't returned with Xiaozi in so long?" "Grandma," Rong Si interjected, her demeanor calm, "it's nothing serious. Since Tingshan has matters to attend to, I can simply return with Xin." In making this statement, Rong Si aimed not to impose or show any concern. However, the elderly lady misinterpreted her intent, believing that she was merely trying to spare Feng Tingshan any discomfort. Witnessing Rong Si's continued consideration and compliance towards him, the elderly lady felt a mix of sorrow and helplessness. Thus, the decision was made. After breakfast, and a brief conversation with the elderly lady, Rong Si prepared to leave with Feng Jingxin. The elderly lady had prepared numerous gifts for Rong Si to take to her good friends, which Rong Si could not decline. Feng Tingshan had yet to depart, accompanying the elderly lady to see them off. Feng Jingxin approached and hugged Feng Tingshan's leg, asking, "Daddy, will you come home tonight?" Feng Tingshan affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, "I will." Throughout the entire exchange, there was still no communication between Rong Si and Feng Tingshan. After seeing Feng Jingxin into the car, she waved goodbye to the elderly lady and drove away. In the rearview mirror, she beheld Feng Tingshan standing alongside the elderly matron, both watching her vehicle depart. Upon arriving at the Rong residence, Rong Si parked the car within the villa and Appo's courtyard, where the matriarch and her aunt, He Mingxue, emerged to greet them. Noticing the trunk brimming with gifts, the elderly lady furrowed her brow and inquired, "Why did you bring so many items?" "It is grandmother who asked me to bring these for you." Ever since Rong Si and Feng Tingshan's marriage, the interactions between the two matriarchs had become less frequent than before. Upon hearing this, the elderly matron snorted but remained silent. Rong Si observed that the villa opposite them was undergoing renovations, prompting her to change the subject by asking, "Is someone moving into that villa?" "It seems so. The renovations began last week, and according to the workers, the owner appears eager to move in." Indeed, in just a few days, significant progress had been made on the substantial villa's refurbishment, and it was likely that occupants would soon take residence. This area was an old villa district, where neighbors had cohabited for over a decade or two, fostering familiarity among them. With new inhabitants arriving directly across from their home, Rong Si's aunt, He Mingxue, while assisting with the parcels, remarked, "Let us hope the new neighbors are amiable. If they prove to be unreasonable, the days ahead may not bode well." Upon entering the room, He Mingxue presented a bowl of exquisite bird's nest soup that she had specially prepared for Rong Si. "I heard from mother that you have been looking rather haggard lately. I had someone set aside this bird's nest for you. Please take some home tonight. Let someone prepare it for you." Rong Si accepted the bowl graciously, replying, "Thank you, aunt." Her uncle, Rong Chongsheng, was preoccupied with work and only returned home by dinner. Recalling the last incident where Yu Mashun had retaliated against Lin Wu for her sake, leading to severe repercussions for Rong Chongsheng, including the loss of a project, Rong Si felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Uncle, I apologize for what happened last time." "It's nothing. It's all in the past," Rong Chongsheng replied nonchalantly. "I had mentioned before that even without the Lin family, given the current circumstances of the Rong Corporation, we wouldn't have been able to handle that project. You needn't blame yourself. This matter must never reach the elder matriarch's ears. If she were to discover that Feng Tingshan had aided Lin Wu in bullying their family, she would undoubtedly be furious." Noticing the matriarch's approach, Rong Chongqing subtly urged Rong Si to change the subject. She complied and redirected the conversation. Chapter 48. Father has arrived. Next month marks the 70th birthday of the esteemed matriarch Rong. Rong Si and Rong Chongsheng deliberated on how best to celebrate this significant occasion, considering what would please her most. However, upon hearing their plans, the matriarch displayed little enthusiasm, stating, "Let us not indulge in extravagant displays. A simple gathering of our family for a meal suffices." Aunt He Mingxue, Rong Si's mother, interjected, "After all, it is a milestone birthday. We ought to celebrate it grandly." Rong Si and Rong Chongsheng shared this sentiment. Acknowledging the heartfelt intentions of her descendants, the matriarch acquiesced without further protest. The following day, Feng Jingxin had school commitments, so after dinner, Rong Si drove her home. Upon arriving at the villa, Feng Jingxin alighted from the car, her joy evident as she darted towards the house. Rong Si remained seated in the vehicle and called out to her, "After your shower, make sure to rest early. I have matters to attend to and will not be coming up just yet." Feng Jingxin's smile faltered momentarily as she turned back, her small brow furrowed in concern. "Mom, do you really have more work?" Rong Si maintained her composure, replying, "Yes, focus on your studies. If you need me, call." Feng Jingxin, feeling a tinge of disappointment, pouted slightly before conceding, "All right." During busy periods, Feng Tingshin often returned home late, and in light of this, Feng Jingxin assumed that Rong Si's late nights were similarly due to work, never considering any other explanation. The housekeeper, having been informed of their return, came out to greet them. Feng Jingxin inquired, "Has Dad come home?" The housekeeper beamed, "Indeed he has." Upon hearing this, Rong Si displayed little reaction on her face and simply said to Feng Jingxin, "Mother is leaving now." "Oh." Feng Jingxin stepped aside. The butler, however, appeared somewhat perplexed, inquiring, "Is it really necessary for Madam to go out at such a late hour?" Rong Si offered no further explanation, merely responding, "Yes, there are a few matters to attend to." With that, she turned to Feng Jingxin once more and advised, "It's chilly outside. You should head inside." "Understood." Feng Jingxin waved goodbye to Rong Si and entered the house with the butler. As Rong Si observed them, she shifted the car's direction and drove away. Once inside, Feng Jingxin asked the butler, "Where is Father?" "He should be in the study," the butler replied. Ascending the stairs, Feng Jingxin noticed the study door ajar. At that moment, she beheld the tall and imposing figure of Feng Tingshin leaning against the window, seemingly smoking. "Father," Feng Jingxin called out. "Yes?" Feng Tingshin turned to face her. Feng Jingxin explained, "Mother had something to attend to and left shortly after returning." Feng Tingshin extinguished his cigarette and discarded it into the ashtray, responding, "Yes, Father is aware. I saw her." Feng Jingxin scrunched her little nose, remarking, "Mother has been quite busy lately, almost as busy as you, Father." Feng Tingshin chuckled softly. Indeed, with the hour growing late and fatigue setting in, Feng Jingxin yawned and declared, "I'm going to take a bath and then sleep. Good night, Father." "Good night, sweet dreams." Upon returning home, Rong Si washed up and went directly to bed. The following day, she arrived at the office punctually. In the afternoon, due to work requirements, she and Su Yuchuan, along with other technical staff, proceeded to soon do to address some technical maintenance tasks. This time, there was no sight of Feng Tingshin or Lin Wu. In the following days, including when she returned to the villa on Thursday to prepare a meal for Feng Jing Xian, she did not encounter Feng Tingshin again. It was said that he had not gone on a business trip. Rather, he was preoccupied with some personal matters and would not be home for dinner. As for his so-called affairs, whether they involved a rendezvous with Lin Wu or genuine social engagements, Rong Si did not inquire further. On Friday evening, as Rong Si contemplated what to eat, Feng Jing Xian's call came through. "Mom, Dad will be away this weekend. When are you coming back?" This implied that she would be responsible for looking after Feng Jing Xian during that time. Regardless of the reasons, it was indeed Feng Tingshin who had been primarily responsible for caring for Feng Jing Xian over the past 2 years. Now, whether Feng Tingshin had personal commitments that made it inconvenient for him to take Feng Jing Xian along, or if he was genuinely occupied with social obligations, it was clear that since he was unavailable, the onus fell upon Rong Si to care for Feng Jing Xian. Upon returning to the villa during dinner, she asked Feng Jing Xian where she would like to go over the weekend. Feng Jing Xian pondered for a moment and then shook her head, saying there was nowhere in particular she wished to visit. Observing her demeanor, Rong Ci understood that it was not a lack of desire for places to go, but rather that she preferred to be with Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu during the weekend. With both of them absent, she found little enthusiasm for any activity. Rong Ci chose not to confront her feelings directly and instead asked, "Would you like to go horseback riding?" Feng Jing Xian had not ridden in quite some time, and upon hearing this suggestion, her interest was piqued. She eagerly nodded and replied, "Yes." The next day, Rong Ci took Feng Jing Xian to the equestrian center. Upon arriving at the equestrian center, Rong Ci changed into her riding attire and overheard Feng Jingxin, with her back turned, conversing with the riding instructor. She remarked, "My father and my aunt are exceptional riders, not to mention incredibly handsome. Unfortunately, they are occupied today and cannot accompany me." Rong Ci lingered at the entrance, not wishing to intrude upon their conversation. It was the instructor who noticed her, rising to greet her, "Miss Rong." She nodded in acknowledgement, and the instructor inquired, "Shall I call another person to accompany you?" Rong Ci agreed with a nod. In truth, she possessed equestrian skills, having introduced Feng Jingxin to the riding world when she was younger, though her focus had primarily been on the latter, leaving her own riding experience somewhat neglected. It had been 3 or 4 years since she had last ridden properly. While her proficiency was commendable, she deemed it prudent to have assistance at the outset. As Feng Jingxin was led away by another instructor, Rong Ci proceeded to a different arena. The instructor, initially assuming she was inexperienced, was taken aback when he observed her adeptness in mounting the horse. "So, Miss Rong can ride?" he exclaimed. "Indeed," she replied. After allowing the instructor to guide her for a short while, she confidently took the reins, flicked the whip, and urged the white horse into a gallop. It was only after several laps that she decided to seek out Feng Jingxin. Approaching her, Rong Ci halted abruptly, about 10 meters away, upon spotting Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu. To her surprise, they too had come to this place. Feng Jingxin joyfully clung to Lin Wu's leg, and the three of them appeared to be engaged in delightful conversation, their camaraderie evident in the cheerful atmosphere. Subsequently, Feng Jingxin mounted a horse alongside Lin Wu, with Feng Jingxin seated in the front and Lin Wu in the rear. Meanwhile, Feng Tingshen rode another horse. The two steeds ambled side by side, their laughter and chatter echoing in the air, resembling a harmonious family of 3 from a distance. As their figures gradually receded, they remained oblivious to her presence. Rong Ci watched them for a moment before withdrawing her gaze and turning to leave. She changed out of her riding attire, took a sip of water, and sat quietly for a while until Feng Tingshen's call came through. Rong Ci answered, "Hello." On the other end, Feng Tingshen said, "I'm also at the riding grounds. I'll come to pick Xian up." Rong Ci replied, "All right." Just as her words fell, she heard the decisive sound of Feng Tingshen hanging up the phone. Sitting there, she had been awaiting this very call from him. Now that she was clear about Feng Jingxin's whereabouts, she picked up her bag and turned to depart. Chapter 49. Nowhere to go. As Rong Ci departed from the racetrack, she found herself momentarily lost, uncertain of her destination. Chu Xilan and Yu Mashuan had their own affairs to attend to. Although she desired to return to the Rong family home, Feng Jing's heart was elsewhere. Venturing back alone would only serve to worry the elderly matriarch. In the midst of her contemplation, she passed by a wetland park, where she observed numerous couples camping with their children and young individuals accompanying their parents for leisure. Witnessing their affectionate bonds and harmonious families evoked an involuntary twinge of envy and a bittersweet pang within Rong Ci's heart. After driving for a while, she abruptly pulled over to the roadside. Grasping her phone, she hesitated for a moment before dialing a number. When the call connected, she inquired, "Hello, Director. May I ask how my mother is faring at the moment?" An hour and a half later, at the Iha nursing home, Rong Ci stood in the courtyard, gazing at Rong Ingsheng seated on a distant bench, her expression vacant and her countenance gaunt. A stark contrast to the vivacious beauty Rong Ci remembered from her childhood. Despite having grown accustomed to her mother's current state, a profound unease lingered in Rong Ci's heart. After a while, the director softly remarked, "She's still the same." There has been no change. Rong Yingsheng was forbidden from interacting with individuals from her past, for fear of plunging into another cycle of turmoil. Now, in a rare moment of mental tranquility, Rong Ci felt reluctant and apprehensive to intrude upon her. After lingering for a brief period, she departed the courtyard, concerned that her mother might notice her presence. After wandering a bit farther, she addressed the director and the staff caring for Rong Yingsheng, saying, "I must trouble you with my mother. Miss Rong is too kind." "This is our duty," they replied. Rong Ci gazed at Rong Yingsheng through the glass window for a moment longer before setting down the books and supplies she had brought for her and departed from the sanatorium. Though she had left the facility, a heaviness lingered in her heart. On her way back, as she passed the wetland park once more, she observed the multitude of kites soaring in the sky and decided to change direction and enter the park. A gentle breeze caressed her face. The sunlight was just right, and the scenery was quite pleasant. However, everyone was accompanied by friends, and she felt somewhat out of place amidst the crowd. Standing before a small stall, she contemplated whether to purchase a kite when suddenly, a small hand grasped her finger and gave it a gentle shake. "Auntie." Startled, Rong Ci turned to the source of the voice and exclaimed, "Dan Dan?" Dan Dan nodded slightly, her small hand still holding onto Rong Ci's finger. When He Changbai approached and saw Rong Ci, his voice trailed off momentarily before he walked over. "Are you here to play as well?" "Yes," she replied. "Did you come with Xian?" Rong Ci lowered her gaze and replied nonchalantly, "No, I came alone." Upon hearing this, He Changbai seemed to understand something and fell silent. As Rong Ci pondered their lack of familiarity and considered leaving, Dan Dan looked up at her and said, "Auntie, let us fly kites together." Rong Ci declined. "No, Auntie has something else to attend to. Loneliness." "Oh." He Changbai said, "Let's go together. We are but two." As if he understood her thoughts, he added, "I will stand by and watch, not intruding upon your time. Think of me as merely an additional companion." Rong Ci actually held a fondness for Dandan. Moreover, she truly did not wish to be alone at this moment. Upon hearing this, she did not decline. Together, they chose a kite, a blue butterfly, which both cherished. Rong Ci had previously flown kites numerous times during outings with Feng Jingxin, so she possessed a fair amount of experience. However, the kite they had purchased this time was rather large, and with Dandan still small, they found it somewhat challenging to maneuver. He Changbai approached silently to assist her. Once the kite was successfully launched, both Rongzi and Dandan erupted in joyous laughter. Observing Rongzi's radiant smile, He Changbai's gaze deepened. Noticing his look, Rongzi inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing," he replied. She did not press further, and led Dandan a little further away, while He Changbai remained at a distance, watching without engaging. Tiring of kite flying, Rongzi and Dandan settled by the lake to fish or crouched nearby to study the small fish darting about in the vendor's little pool, attempting to catch them with a net. Soon noon arrived. He Changbai had initially intended merely to take Dandan for a stroll, and unlike others, they had not brought food. Now that mealtime had arrived and Dandan was hungry, He Changbai suggested dining at a nearby small restaurant. After a couple of hours of relaxation, Rong Ci felt significantly better and did not decline He Changbai's suggestion. During the meal, she primarily engaged in conversation with Dandan. Observing their cheerful interaction, He Changbai refrained from intruding, merely shifting their favorite dishes closer to them. Engrossed in her dialogue with Dandan, Rong Ci remained oblivious to his actions. Moments later, He Changbai's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he informed Rong Ci, "I need to take a call." "Sure," she replied. The call was from Chi Yuming. He walked a little farther away before answering, "What's up? Where are you now? Have you eaten? A friend just sent me some fresh seafood. Would you like to join? Ting Shin and the others will be coming too." He Changbai glanced over at Rong Ci and Dandan before gently declining. "We've already eaten. Perhaps another time. Do you have plans for tonight? There's a cruise party happening here, and Ting Shin and the others have confirmed their attendance. Why not bring your little niece along? We haven't had the chance to meet her yet. It would be a good opportunity for introductions." He Changbai replied, "She is shy, and with so many people on the cruise, I worry it might make her uncomfortable. It's alright. Xian will be there too. They are of similar age and should get along well." Before he could decline further, she added, It's settled then, 7 o'clock. Don't forget to come. With that, Chi Yuming ended the call. Hichonghua. After dining, Rongzi and Shandan chased butterflies and rode bicycles until they were both exhausted and finally paused. Shandan, worn out, drifted into slumber. Rongzi, yearning to return home for rest, departed in her vehicle. Hichonghua watched her car fade into the distance, before he too took his leave. Some time later, Shandan awoke to find Rongzi absent, her little brows furrowing as she inquired. "Where is Auntie?" "She has gone home," came the response. Shandan's expression fell. "Oh." At 7 in the evening, Hichonghua arrived punctually at the yacht. Feng Tingxin and others were already present. Upon noticing him, Chi Yuming waved. Looking at Shandan, Chi Yuming smiled first. "I presume this lovely young lady is Shandan." "Greetings, little beauty. I am Uncle Chi, a friend of your uncle." The yacht was bustling with numerous guests, and Shandan indeed felt somewhat shy. After Chi Yuming completed his introduction, Lin Wu approached, holding Feng Jingxin's hand. Upon seeing them, Hichonghua hesitated momentarily. Aware of Shandan's shyness, Feng Jingxin, after introducing herself, extended her hand and said, "There are many children over there. Would you like to come play with me?" Shandan glanced at Hichonghua, and with his nod of encouragement, she mustered her courage to follow Feng Jingxin. As the two children wandered off, Chi Yuming inquired with a smile, "How does it feel to be a first-time dad?" "Not too bad," he replied. Although his little niece was shy and timid, she was quite well behaved, making it manageable for him to care for her. Feng Tingxin handed him a glass of wine. "Care for a drink?" Chapter 50. "Do you not have a mother, Xian Xian?" Hichonghua gazed at Feng Tingxin, pausing momentarily before responding, "Thank you." The two clinked their glasses, sipping wine as they engaged in conversation. After a while, Feng Tingxin suddenly cast a lingering glance in his direction. Hichonghua raised his eyes, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Chi Yuming interjected, "You seem a bit off today." Feng Tingxin smiled slightly, indicating his agreement with Chi Yuming's observation. Hichonghua maintained his composure, replying nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Chi Yuming raised an eyebrow. "Is it not?" Hichonghua took a sip of his drink, remaining silent. At that moment, others approached to greet them. After the guests departed, Hichonghua checked the time, concerned that Dan Dan might be hungry. Just as he was about to head over, Dan Dan and Feng Jingxin returned. Dan Dan asked, "Uncle, may I go eat the little cakes over there?" Dan Dan had a hypersensitive constitution and could not consume many foods. Hichonghua replied, "You stay here. Uncle will get it for you." "All right." In contrast, Feng Jingxin was accustomed to freedom and had no health issues, so she retrieved whatever she desired, returning to ask Feng Tingxin, "Daddy, do you want some?" Feng Tingxin ruffled her hair, saying, "No need." The two children sat together, enjoying their snacks. Lin Wu, indulging in something delicious, shared it with Feng Jingxin. Feng Jingxin cheerfully accepted. "Thank you, Aunt Wu." Dan Dan, looking up in confusion at Lin Wu, then asked Feng Jingxin, Xian, "Isn't this Auntie your mother?" At this utterance, the room fell silent. Feng Jingxin paused before shaking her head. "No." With a hint of trepidation, Dan Dan inquired, "Do you also no longer have a mother?" Feng Jingxin shook her head. "No, I have a mother." "Oh." On the cruise, some souvenirs were distributed, and Dan Dan took a particular liking to a crystal keychain, selecting 2 for herself. There were only 2 of this particular design in total. Feng Jingxin, who secretly admired it as well, couldn't help but ask, Dan Dan, could you possibly share one with me? I wish to gift it to Aunt Wu Wu." Dan Dan hesitated, expressing, I also want to give one to my aunt." Reflecting on Rongzi, Dan Dan felt compelled to share with Feng Jingxin. "Today, my uncle and aunt accompanied me to fly kites, catch fish, ride bicycles, and chase butterflies. My aunt is very beautiful. She will surely adore this crystal." The adults were present and had not paid much attention to the children's conversation, but upon hearing this, Lin Wu, Chi Yuming, and Feng Tingxin all turned their gaze towards Hichonghua. Chi Yuming immediately interjected, "Chonghua, what is going on? Or should we say, is there something already brewing?" As he continued, his excitement grew. "When did this happen? Why haven't you informed us?" "Right, Tingxin." Feng Tingshen smiled. Merely watching He Changbai, eager to hear his response. With a calm demeanor, He Changbai replied, "It was merely a chance encounter." "Is that so?" Qi Yuming expressed skepticism, as if recalling something. "So, you had lunch with them as well? No wonder a grown man like you can manage children so effortlessly. It seems you have assistants." He Changbai fell silent. Feng Ting gazed deeply at him and decisively remarked, "You have feelings for her." He Chunbo paused, opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from refuting her assertion. Lin Wu was taken aback, her smile fading. Could it be true? Qi Yuming, having initially jested, was astonished to find it was indeed the case. He hastily inquired, "Who is she? Do we know her? Why didn't you bring her along for us to meet?" He Chunbo remained silent, leading Qi Yuming to presume that he simply found the matter too trivial to discuss. Aware that questioning him would yield no results, Qi Yuming chuckled and knelt down to ask Dan Dan. "Dan Dan, how many times have you met the aunt who had lunch with you today? Do you know her name?" He Chunbo tightened his grip on the cup abruptly. Yuming, Dan Dan, oblivious to the adults and Appo's sentiments and not particularly familiar with Qi Yuming, contemplated briefly upon hearing him mention Rong Ci and innocently replied, "3 times. As for the aunt's name, when He Chinbua encountered Miss Rong today, he hadn't even referred to her as such, leaving Dan Dan unable to recall her name. She looked to He Chinbua for help. "Uncle, what is the aunt's name?" He Chinbua lowered his gaze. "Next time you see her, Dan Dan can ask for herself." Dan Dan nodded eagerly. "All right." Qi Yuming interjected. "Stingy." He Chinbua paid him no mind. Dan Dan noticed that Feng Jingxin was quite taken with the crystal button in her hand. Despite feeling a twinge of reluctance, she still offered it to Feng Jingxin. Feng Jingxin was delighted. "Thank you, Dan Dan." Lin Wu also expressed her gratitude. "You're welcome," she replied. Noticing the elation on Feng Jingxin's face, she inquired, "Xin, aren't you going to choose one for your mother as well?" Feng Jingxin hesitated momentarily, her voice softening as she replied, "I'll pick one shortly." After dinner, Rong Ci spent some time reading before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Just as she emerged, her phone rang. It was Rong Chongqing. "Xiao Ci, I just spotted Xiang Ruofeng in the neighborhood." Xiang Ruofeng, Lin Wu's aunt? Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback, still processing the information when she heard Rong Chongqing continue. "At first, I didn't pay much attention, but after I entered my home, I realized she had gone into that villa across from us, which is currently under renovation." Rong Ci's expression shifted dramatically, and she sat up abruptly. Although Rong Chongqing was typically mild-mannered, at that moment, his teeth were clenched in frustration. They must be doing this on purpose. The fact that Rong Tingshen had assisted the Lin family in establishing their foothold in the capital was well known within the business circles. While the Rong family was currently facing difficulties, Rong Chongqing was still a part of that circle. How could he remain unaware of such matters? He simply refrained from mentioning it to spare Rong Ci's feelings. If the Lin family intended to settle in the capital and acquire property, that was understandable. However, they were fully aware of the Rong family's residence. The capital is vast, yet they deliberately chose to purchase a house directly opposite the Rong family. If that were not intentional, who would believe it? Rong Ci grasped his meaning and tightened her grip on her phone, declaring, "I need to call Feng Tingshen." Very well. In matters of lesser significance, Rong Chongqing would never allow Rong Ci to seek assistance from Feng Tingshen. However, this situation is distinctly different. Should Xiang Rufeng and her companions truly take up residence, they would likely seek to assert their presence before them on a daily basis. The elderly lady's health is rather frail at present, and she cannot endure undue stress. After Rong Ci ended the call, he promptly dialed Feng Tingshen. After a brief pause, someone finally answered on the other end. "Hello," came the voice of Lin Wu. Chapter 51. Whatever conditions, I shall agree upon hearing that it was Lin Wu on the other end of the line. Rong Ci felt no surprise. After all, she and Feng Tingshen had grown so close that they were practically inseparable. What was the issue with her answering Feng Tingshen and Appo's call? She spoke calmly, "I am looking for Feng Tingshen." Lin Wu was aware that it was Rong Ci on the line. Coldly, she replied, "He is in the shower. If you have something to discuss, you may speak with me." Speak with her? Indeed, this matter was pertinent to her. Earlier that day, Lin Wu's uncle had spotted Lin Wu's aunt in the neighborhood, but the purchaser of that villa could very well be Lin Lihai. He might have acquired that villa as a gesture of filial piety towards Lin Wu's grandmother, who was now his mother-in-law. Therefore, if she were to divulge this information to Lin Wu, would she prevent her grandmother and uncle's family from moving into that villa? No, she would not. Moreover, she did not believe that Lin Wu would remain oblivious to her uncle's family's intentions to relocate opposite their uncle's villa. Thus, sharing this news with Lin Wu would serve no purpose. It would only yield counterproductive results. Rong Ci remained silent and promptly ended the call. More than an hour passed, yet she had still not received a call back from Feng Tingxin. She was uncertain whether Lin Wu had failed to inform him of her call, or if he simply chose not to return it. To her, the distinction was inconsequential. With a tranquil demeanor, she dialed his number once more. However, at that moment, Feng Tingxin's phone was switched off, rendering her attempts futile. Rong Ci tightened her grip on her phone, applying a bit more pressure. After a while, she composed herself and called the butler at Feng Tingxin's residence. Inquiring, "Are they home?" The butler replied, "No, is something wrong?" "Nothing at all." That evening, Rong Ci struggled to find rest. The following day, after 9 o'clock, she called Feng Tingxin once more. This time, the call connected, only to be abruptly terminated. Rong Ci was uncertain whether it was Lin Wu or Feng Tingxin who had ended the call, and she chose not to delve into the matter. Grabbing her phone and bag, she stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, she returned to Feng Tingxin's villa. The butler greeted her with delight. "Madam, you have returned." "Yes," she replied. "Will you be having lunch at home? I can have someone prepare it for you." "All right, thank you." Ascending to the second floor, she paused momentarily before entering the master bedroom. She placed her bag down and sat at the edge of the bed. The master bedroom remained unchanged, as if time had stood still. However, the skincare products she had previously brought when accompanying Feng Jingxin had been returned to this space. Furthermore, her discarded clothing had been placed back in the wardrobe, hanging closely alongside Feng Tingxin's garments. It appeared as though she had never truly left. She refrained from calling Feng Tingxin again, and he had not returned her previous calls. Dinner was a solitary affair. In truth, she had contemplated seeking assistance from old Madame Feng, yet she feared that involving her would complicate matters further. Moreover, although Feng Tingxin held great respect for the elderly matriarch, whether he heeded her words was entirely at his discretion. After dinner, she opened her computer and resumed her tasks. As the night deepened, she presumed that neither Feng Tingxin nor Feng Jingxin would return that evening. Eventually, the sound of a car echoed from outside. Upon disembarking, Feng Jingxin noticed Rong Ci and Appo's vehicle and exclaimed to Feng Tingxin, "Oh, it an Appo's mom and Appo's car. Dad, Mom is home." "Indeed," Feng Tingxin replied, casting a glance at Rong Ci's car before entering the house alongside Feng Jingxin. The latter inquired of the steward who greeted them, "Where is my mother?" "Madam is upstairs." "Great." Feng Jingxin cheerfully dashed up the stairs. Just as Rong Ci finished shutting down her computer and tidying her belongings, she stepped out of the master bedroom, only to be enveloped in a sudden embrace from Feng Jingxin, who exclaimed, "Mom, Rong Ci merely ruffled her hair, refraining from returning the hug. Unbeknownst to Feng Jingxin, she continued to chat happily with Rong Ci. At that moment, Feng Tingxin ascended the stairs as well. When Rong Ci caught sight of him, their eyes met briefly. Feng Tingxin's expression was devoid of any discernible emotion, while Rong Ci maintained a calm demeanor. She turned to Feng Jingxin, saying, "Let Aunt Lu help you with your bath. I have something to discuss with your father." Upon hearing this, Feng Tingxin paused in his tracks. Having spent 2 delightful days outside, Feng Jingxin was in high spirits. Though reluctant to comply with Rong Ci's suggestion, she said little and retreated to her room, where she allowed Aunt Lu to wash her hair and bathe her. Rong Ci glanced at Feng Tingxin, who was leaning against the wall, engrossed in his phone. She inquired, "Shall we discuss this in the room?" He nodded in agreement. As Rong Ci entered the room, she remarked, "Please close the door." She was concerned that if they raised their voices, it might disturb Feng Jingxian. Despite being married for many years, their relationship, though strained, had never culminated in an argument. Feng Tingshin was often too indifferent to engage in conflict with her, let alone quarrel. As for her, she cherished the moments spent with him and was reluctant to provoke discord. Feng Tingshin casually shut the door and turned to her, asking, "What shall we talk about?" Rong Ci addressed the matter directly. "Lin Wu's uncle has purchased the villa across from my uncle's house, and they have been renovating it for some time. They are likely to move in soon." Lin Wu's mother, surnamed Sun, was called Sun Yueqing. However, the entanglement between the Rong and Sun families did not commence with Sun Yueqing and her mother, Rong Yingsheng, but rather began with their grandmothers during their youth. They were once close friends, but Lin Wu's grandmother faced a difficult marriage and lived in hardship. Rong Ci's grandmother often provided her with support. Eventually, their daughters, Sun Yueqing and Rong Yingsheng, also became good friends. The Lin and Rong families were well matched in status. Lin Lihai and Rong Yingsheng fell in love freely, and their relationship initially flourished. However, everything began to change after Sun Yueqing graduated from university, as the Lin Wu's family had already severed ties with Rong Ci's grandmother to elevate Sun Yueqing's position. Over the years, whenever she encountered the Sun family, their demeanor towards her uncle and grandmother was always one of condescension, completely devoid of the sincerity and humility they once displayed when pleading for her grandmother's shelter. The entanglements among the Rong, Lin, and Sun families were intricate. Even if she chose not to elaborate now, she firmly believed that Feng Tingshin was undoubtedly aware of them. Thus, she was confident that having expressed herself to this extent, he should indeed comprehend her intentions. Feng Tingshin took out a cigarette, hesitated before lighting it, and inquired, "Do you mind?" Rong Ci shook her head. As he lit the cigarette, he asked, "Do you want me to make them move?" "Yes." Feng Tingshin inhaled deeply, pausing before responding. This matter held immense significance for her. While she could overlook many other issues, this one was non-negotiable. Her fists clenched, her eyes reddening. She gazed at him and implored, "Consider it a plea from me. As long as you agree, I will accept any conditions." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly heard him say, "All right." She was taken aback, not anticipating such a prompt acquiescence from him. Chapter 52. Wiping away her tears lingered in her eyes, and for a brief moment, her mind wandered. However, she quickly regained her composure and said, "Thank you, but what are the conditions you promised?" Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Tingshin suddenly withdrew the cigarette, reached out to wipe away the tear that had just slipped from her eye, and said, "Get some rest." Rong Ci was taken aback, watching his retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. When she finally came to her senses, she found herself uncertain of what to do next. Did Feng Tingshin mean for her to stay the night? Though she had moved out, they had not formally divorced, so spending a night there was not an issue. However, staying in the master bedroom? Perhaps not. With that thought, she calmed her emotions, gathered her belongings, along with a change of clothes and some toiletries, and headed to Feng Jing Xian's room. That night, she settled into Feng Jing Xian's quarters. The following day, she awoke before 7. After a brief moment of wakefulness, Feng Jing Xian also stirred, wrapping her arms around Rong Ci's neck and playfully requesting that she take her to school. Rong Ci agreed. After freshening up, they went downstairs for breakfast. Soon after, Feng Tingshin entered the dining room and took a seat across from them. Feng Jing Xian greeted him with youthful exuberance. "Good morning, Daddy." "Good morning," Feng Tingshin replied, casting a glance at Rong Ci without uttering another word, and then silently began his breakfast. Rong Ci observed in silence as well. Feng Tingshin had agreed yesterday to assist her, yet this did not imply that their relationship could evolve in any significant manner. Their connection remained unchanged as ever. After breakfast, Rong Ci accompanied Feng Jingxin to school before heading to the office. Since participating in the technology exhibition, both Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan had conceived numerous innovative ideas. However, due to their prior commitments with Xindu, they had not found the opportunity to delve into these discussions. Now, with time on their hands, they began to solidify their thoughts and devise strategies for advancement. Consequently, their agenda for the day was exceptionally full. Rong Ci had even planned to order takeout for dinner and work late at the office. Yet, around 6 in the evening, while she was still engrossed in her tasks, having not even found the moment to place her takeout order, her phone rang. It was once again Feng Tingshan calling. Glancing at the screen, she excused herself from the others and stepped out of the meeting room to answer. "Hello, Grandma has arrived," Feng Tingshan remarked. "Come back early." Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. Regaining her composure, she returned to the meeting room and informed Yu Mashuan that she had to leave due to an urgent matter. She added, "Please compile the meeting progress and any issues that arose, and send them to me. I will find time to address them, ensuring that I do not impede the team's progress." Yu Mashuan nudged her lightly. "Understood, go on." Half an hour later, Rong Ci drove back to the villa. Feng Tingshan's usual vehicle was already parked nearby, indicating that he had likely returned as well. As she pondered these thoughts, she entered the room and indeed saw Feng Tingshan. He was seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation with Grandma Feng and Feng Jing Xian. He was the first to notice her return, yet he remained silent. Upon seeing her, Grandma Feng rose with a smile, exclaiming, "Is Xiao Ci back?" "MHM," she replied. The elderly lady patted her hand gently, inquiring, "Are you hungry? The meal is nearly ready. Let us dine first." "All right." This time, without the need for further prompting, Feng Tingshan directly took a seat beside her. Grandma Feng served her some dishes, sighing, "Look at you, you've lost weight again. Why do you neglect to take care of yourself?" Despite her words, she shot a disapproving glance at her grandson. He remained unfazed, but without needing further encouragement from Grandma, he proactively served Rong Ci some food. "Thank you," she said. The elderly lady then mentioned that she had brought a plethora of supplements for them, promising that after dinner, she would ensure some were set aside for both Rong Ci and Feng Tingshan to bolster their health. Rong Ci found it difficult to refuse and could only nod in agreement. In her youth, Grandma Feng had ventured to Y City, mastering the art of crafting exquisite, nourishing soups. After the meal, she insisted on personally supervising the preparation of tonics for both Rong Ci and Feng Tingshan. When Rong Ci attempted to assist in the kitchen, she was gently but firmly ushered away. Thus, she settled back onto the sofa. Feng Jing Xian and Feng Tingshan were also present, each absorbed in their own tasks, one managing affairs on his phone, while the other fiddled with a traditional Chinese puzzle. They remained quietly engaged, without uttering a word. At that moment, Umo soon coincidentally sought her attention. She glanced at the message he had sent and promptly replied. She was so engrossed in her tasks that she hardly noticed when the elderly lady emerged from the kitchen. Meanwhile, Feng Tingshan had already set his phone aside. Rong Ci hurriedly put down her device and exclaimed, "Grandma." The elderly lady gazed at the three of them, sighed, and remarked, "You all." At a loss for words, she moved closer to Rong Ci, seated herself, and inquired, "What are you busy with?" "Just work at the company." The elderly lady snorted, gesturing toward Feng Tingshan. "If you have work, you could discuss it with him. Otherwise, is he merely a decoration here?" Rong Ci hesitated, refraining from mentioning that she had resigned from the Feng group. She glanced at Feng Tingshan, who appeared to be in a fairly good mood. Upon hearing the elderly lady's remark, he chose not to disclose her resignation, likely fearing that she would insist on her returning to the Feng group. The elderly lady swiftly shifted the conversation and then urged Rong Ci and Feng Tingshan to accompany her for a stroll in the garden. Upon their return, the elderly lady, feeling fatigued, announced, "I shall take a bath and rest for a bit. Later I will prepare some soup, so do remember to drink it." Rong Ci was about to respond affirmatively but suddenly realized the implication of her words, that she intended to stay the night. She paused, looking toward Feng Tingshan. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, he stated, once the elderly lady had moved a little further away, "Grandma said she would be staying here for a while." "What?" Rong Ci stood frozen in place. Feng Tingshan offered no further explanation, simply saying, "I'll head to the study." With that, he ascended the stairs without waiting for her to react. Feng Jingxin hurriedly descended from the upper floor, urging her to join in the pursuit of unraveling the intricacies of the Luban lock. After accompanying Feng Jingxin for over an hour, Aunt Lu approached with a bowl of freshly prepared soup. "Madam, the soup is ready." She handed one bowl down to her. "Thank you," Rong Ci replied. The elderly lady advised that it should be consumed while hot. "All right, I understand." Aunt Lu then departed, delivering the other bowl of soup to Feng Tingshan. Rong Ci savored the warm broth before encouraging Feng Jingxin to take a bath. Since the elderly lady was staying there, it was only proper that she did not spend the night in Feng Jingxin's room. After Feng Jingxin finished her bath, Rong Ci returned to the master bedroom, finding Feng Tingshen absent, likely still in his study. She had yet to address some content sent by Mo Sun. Seizing the moment, she responded to part of it, though some challenges remained. Pondering these difficulties, she entered the bathroom. Once she had finished bathing and changed into her nightgown, she realized she had forgotten to retrieve her sleep pants. The clothes she had changed out of were considerably dampened while she washed her face. Feng Tingshen should still be away. With this thought, she hesitated for a moment before pushing open the bathroom door and stepping out. However, as she emerged, she found herself meeting the gaze of Feng Tingshen. Chapter 53. The boyfriend shirt effect. Rong Ci felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet it was not overwhelming. After all, they were already married, and the things that were meant to be done had been done on numerous occasions over the years. Throughout their marriage, she had always hoped that Feng Tingshen would come to love her. However, she had never intentionally sought to seduce him. It was not that she had not considered it. Rather, she believed it would be futile and thus refrained from taking action. Consequently, her loungewear at home consisted largely of loose-fitting, collared two-piece sets. The top she was currently wearing happened to be quite loose and lengthy, providing sufficient coverage even in the absence of pants. She reassured herself that she harbored no intentions of deliberately tempting him. Nevertheless, to avert any potential misunderstanding, she explained, "I simply forgot to grab my pants." Rong Ci thought that her loose top with its elongated hem was not revealing despite the lack of sleep shorts. However, she overlooked the fact that her figure was quite alluring, with a harmonious blend of curves and proportions. The design of her top, shorter in the front and longer in the back, accentuated her fair, elongated legs, while the triangular area remained subtly suggestive. Coupled with the freshness of having just bathed, her complexion was radiant and her skin luminous, evoking an impression of pristine purity. Thus, this sleepwear inadvertently bestowed upon her the allure of a boyfriend's shirt, proving to be even more enticing than traditional seductive nightwear. Feng Tingshen listened to her words, glanced at her a couple of times, then averted his gaze, responding with a nonchalant, Rong Ci, relieved to see that he had not misunderstood her, exhaled softly and chose not to utter another word as she turned towards the cloakroom. After donning her attire, she emerged to find Feng Tingshen still present in the room. Observing him, she acknowledged that there was little to discuss between them. Hence, after casting a brief glance in his direction, she passed by him and took her seat at the vanity, commencing her skincare routine. Meanwhile, Feng Tingshen rose to retrieve his garments from the cloakroom and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. As time progressed, Rong Ci, having completed her skincare, made her way to bed. The last time she shared a bed with Feng Tingshen at the old residence, her heart had been placid, and she had quickly drifted into slumber. However, perhaps due to his recent assurance to assist her, her emotions now felt somewhat intricate, causing her to lie in bed for an extended period without the slightest hint of drowsiness. At that moment, Feng Tingshen had also finished his shower and exited the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, he dimmed the lights and lay down on the opposite side of the bed. Though Rong Ci kept her eyes closed, she sensed a palpable distance between them, as Feng Tingshen appeared disinclined to engage her in conversation. The room enveloped them in a profound silence. After what seemed like an eternity, her consciousness gradually transitioned from clarity to obscurity, and she unwittingly succumbed to sleep. The following day, when Rong Ci awoke, she found herself alone in the bed. After freshening up and changing her clothes, she descended the stairs, only to discover that the elderly lady had already risen. Upon seeing her, the elderly lady was about to speak, but just then, Feng Tingshen returned from outside. Clad in a gray tracksuit with damp hair clinging to his forehead, he appeared to have just completed a run. He glanced at the elderly lady and greeted her with a simple, "Good morning." The elderly lady gazed at the two of them, yet her expression betrayed her displeasure. Both of you are up so early?" Upon hearing this, Rong Ci found it somewhat peculiar. Was it not commendable for her and Feng Tingshen to rise early and retire early? Why did it seem to irk the old lady? As she pondered this, She heard Feng Tingshin speak in a calm manner. I have studied pharmacology. The soup you made is of no use to me. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. Rong Xiai paused for a moment, and only after 2 seconds did she grasp the implication of Feng Tingshin's words, that the old lady had added a drug to the soup they had consumed the night before. A rather potent one at that. However, Feng Tingshin was knowledgeable about medicinal properties and had seen through it. It appeared he had not partaken of the soup last night. Rong Xiai was taken aback by the old lady's audacity. Furrowing her brow, she had yet to respond when the old lady sighed in dissatisfaction. Sometimes, having a grandson who knows too much is not a blessing. Sigh, I was hoping for another grandson. Little Xiai, if you find the time, do make an effort with Tingshin. Understand?
Rong Xi.
She was at a loss. Although Feng Tingshin had agreed to assist her the previous night, she was acutely aware that there was no possibility for them to continue their relationship. If something had truly transpired between them last night, it would have been a genuine calamity. As for having another child, that was even less feasible. Lost in her thoughts, Feng Jingxin descended the stairs. Upon seeing her and recalling her admiration for Lin Wu, her expression dimmed slightly. During breakfast, Feng Tingshin continued to sit beside her, as was his habit. Yet none of them took the initiative to engage in conversation. Yesterday, Rong Xiai accompanied Feng Jingxin to school, and today, Feng Jingxin requested Feng Tingshin to escort him. Feng Tingshin consented, stating, "Understood." The elderly lady cast a glance at Rong Xiai and remarked, "Tingshin, you should also take Xiao Xiai along. They are, after all, at the same place." Rong Xiai interrupted her. "No need, Grandma. He has many social engagements and won't be at the company often. I have no vehicle, so it's quite inconvenient." However, the elderly lady was insistent, saying, "Let him attend his social gatherings. If you find yourself without a ride after work, simply call ahead for the driver to pick you up, won't you?" Before she could respond, the elderly lady decisively concluded that S settled then.
Rong Xi.
She turned her gaze towards Feng Tingshin, who remained silent, which essentially signified his agreement. After breakfast, Rong Xiai had no choice but to accompany Feng Jingxin in Feng Tingshin's car. Feng Jingxin seemed quite at ease when getting into the vehicle, and she felt particularly joyful today, thanks to the presence of Rong Xiai and Feng Tingshin. However, Rong Xiai could scarcely recall the last time she had ridden in Feng Tingshin's car. As Feng Jingxin settled in, Rong Xiai intended to follow when Feng Tingshin suddenly instructed, "You sit over there." Rong Xiai hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward, yet she complied and made her way to the opposite side, entering the vehicle as the driver opened the door for her. She found herself seated beside Feng Jingxin, with Feng Tingshin positioned on the other side, seemingly preoccupied as he attended to messages on his phone. Rong Xiai gazed ahead, while Feng Jingxin had nestled into Feng Tingshin's embrace, peeking out from his chest to scrutinize his phone. "Ah, it's Aunt Wu Wu," she exclaimed. Feng Tingshin's gaze remained fixed on the screen, and he merely responded with a non-committal acknowledging Feng Jingxin's words, perhaps recalling her presence. Rong Xiai noticed Feng Jingxin stealing glances at her before returning her attention to Feng Tingshin's phone, refraining from disclosing the content of his conversation with Lin Wu. After a while, Feng Jingxin, presumably feeling bored, emerged from Feng Tingshin's arms and opened the car's storage compartment. Rong Xiai, though not intentionally seeking to pry, inadvertently caught sight of its contents. A lipstick, a small women's handbag, and a tiny backpack previously used by Feng Jingxin. It was evident that the lipstick and handbag belonged to Lin Wu. At this moment, she finally comprehended why Feng Tingshin had insisted she not occupy the seat beside him when they had entered the car. That spot was typically reserved for Lin Wu. He would not permit her to sit there. Chapter 54. Grandmother sent me to fetch you. Upon this thought, Rong Xiai felt a pang of discomfort in her throat, and suddenly the car felt rather stuffy. She withdrew her gaze, intending to open the window for some fresh air, yet hesitated just before pressing the button. Ultimately, she refrained from doing so, instead turning her head to gaze out of the window. Time passed, though she could not discern how long, until they arrived at Feng Jingxin's school. Rong Xiai alighted to escort her, while Feng Tingshin remained seated in the car, unmoving. "Father," Feng Jingxin began. "Father has matters to attend to," came the reply. "Oh." Rong Xiai understood. Previously, when Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu had accompanied Feng Jingxin to school, he would always exit the vehicle alongside Lin Wu, handing Feng Jingxin over to her teacher. Now, with her replacing Lin Wu, she was uncertain whether he genuinely had business to attend to or simply preferred not to be seen standing with her in a public setting. Contemplating this, she decided against pressing the issue, turning to Feng Tingshen in the car and saying, "You may go ahead. I will take a taxi to the office shortly." Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshen turned his head to regard her for a moment and replied, "It's on the way." However, Rong Xi no longer wished to accept his ride. She contemplated persuading him, yet felt that if he did not mind, then neither should she. Ultimately, she remained silent. After watching Feng Jingxin follow her teacher into the school, Rong Xi turned back and entered the car. Inside, she and Feng Tingshen shared a quiet journey. As they approached Changma, just 10 minutes away, Yu Mashuan sent her some documents. Rong Xi opened them, becoming engrossed in the material, so much so that she failed to notice when they arrived at the building where Changma was located. It was only when she heard Feng Tingshen speaking to her that she regained her senses. Feng Tingshen's vehicle, an exquisite Bentley, was parked prominently at the entrance of the building, drawing considerable attention. Rong Xi noticed many people glancing their way. Since her future interactions with Feng Tingshen would likely be limited, she wished to avoid unnecessary scrutiny. Hastily collecting her bag, she exited the car and expressed her gratitude to Feng Tingshen. "Thank you." He cast a brief glance in her direction and responded with a nonchalant before instructing the driver to depart. The vehicle soon drove away, and Rong Xi turned to enter the office. At noon, Yu Mashuan had arranged a lunch with business partners, and Rong Xi accompanied him. As their car pulled into the restaurant's parking lot, she spotted Feng Tingshen just stepping out of his vehicle. At that moment, Lin Wu also emerged from the car. Once Yu Mashuan parked, he noticed them as well and rubbed his temples, remarking, "What a coincidence." "Indeed," Rong Xi replied. As her words lingered in the air, she became aware of Lin Lihai and Xiang Rufang among the group, who seemed to have arrived earlier and were waiting for Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu. Upon seeing their arrival, they quickly approached. "Shall we get out?" Yu Mashuan inquired from inside the car. "Or wait until they leave?" "Let us get out," she replied firmly. She had done nothing to warrant evasion. As they exited the vehicle, Lin Wu and Feng Tingshen were facing them and immediately noticed their presence. Feng Tingshen's expression remained neutral and unperturbed. He merely glanced at them before averting his gaze. However, Lin Wu's demeanor shifted to one of coldness upon spotting Rong Xi. In the past, Lin Wu observed her with a certain aloofness, yet she would not have so openly displayed a cold demeanor. Lin Wu's current reaction, as Rong Xi speculated, stemmed from Feng Tingshen's conversation about advising her uncle and his family against residing opposite her uncle's home. Indeed, Feng Tingshen had conveyed this information to her, and she had acquiesced. This matter held little significance for her. What truly vexed her was Rong Xi's request for assistance from Feng Tingshen. She wished to diminish the connection between Rong Xi and Feng Tingshen. With this thought, Lin Wu's expression grew even frostier. At that moment, Lin Lihai noticed something amiss in Lin Wu's demeanor and glanced in her direction, only to see Rong Xi. He furrowed his brow. This was the first time Xiang Rufang had witnessed such a scene. Considering Feng Tingshen's concern for Lin Wu, she looked at Rong Xi with a hint of satisfaction. However, with Feng Tingshen present, she refrained from speaking too freely. Lin Wu approached, yet her intended interlocutor was Yu Mosun. She smiled and said, "Mr. Yu, what a coincidence to meet you again." Yu Mosun responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Indeed, quite the coincidence. I had intended to invite you to dinner earlier," she continued, "but I've been quite busy and unable to find the time." "Miss Lin, there is no need for formality. I am well aware of your busy schedule," he replied, noting that it had been over a month since their first meeting, and she had yet to return to work at Changmo. Lin Lihai also sought to cultivate a relationship with Yu Mosun. Seeing Lin Wu disregard Rong Xi, she took the initiative to greet Yu Mosun, and Feng Tingshen seemed to have no objections, following her lead. Lin Lilan noticed this and also approached. After Lin Lihai exchanged pleasantries with Yu Mosun, he turned to Rong Xi and called her softly, "Xiao Xi." Rong Xi did not respond. Lin Lihai did not press further. redirecting his attention to Yu Mo Soon instead. After their brief exchanges with Yu Mo Soon, they all averted their gazes from Rong Si and returned to Feng Tingshan's side. Subsequently, they entered the restaurant together with him. Yu Mo Soon observed this and felt a headache coming on. They had completely overlooked her. Rong Si's tone was indifferent as she replied, She continued, "Let us also depart. We shouldn't keep the guests waiting for too long." Later that evening, Rong Si had to work overtime. However, around 7 o'clock, the elderly lady called, inquiring when she would be home. Although it was customary for her to return early upon the lady's arrival, she found herself reluctant to abandon her current tasks, as she still had many thoughts to organize. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "I'm sorry, Grandma. I have to work late and won't be able to return soon." The elderly lady sighed, "Tingshan is busy, and so are you. At this rate, when will you both make any progress?" Implying that Feng Tingshan would also be late returning tonight. Rong Si answered, "Grandma, I'm sorry. Oh, it's all right. Just remember to eat well even when you're busy." "I will, I promise." After hanging up the phone, her takeout had also arrived. After dining, Rong Si remained occupied until nearly 10 o'clock before leaving the office. However, she had not driven herself today. She had called the driver half an hour in advance. At this hour, the driver should have already arrived. Upon descending the stairs, Rong Si indeed found that the driver was present, albeit it was not the one she had contacted. Instead, it was Feng Tingshan's chauffeur. Feng Tingshan himself was seated in the back. Noting her hesitation to move, he slowly lowered the car window and remarked, "Grandmother sent me to pick you up." Upon hearing this, Rong Si circled around and entered the vehicle, taking her usual seat from the morning. The car smoothly merged into the flow of traffic, enveloping them in silence once more. Feng Tingshan was engrossed in his own affairs, his focus elsewhere. However, Rong Si recalled something and suddenly inquired, "Did they agree?" She was referring, of course, to the matter of preventing Lin Wu and her uncle from moving in. When she encountered Lin Wu earlier that day, the latter's expression had seemed off, leading her to surmise that Lin Wu had likely acquiesced. But what about the others? Feng Tingshan, still fixated on his phone, replied, "They agreed." Then, Rong Si hesitated for a moment before resolutely asking, "I wish to purchase that villa. Is that permissible?" Her intention was to eliminate future troubles. Feng Tingshan paused, turned his head to glance at her and replied, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Rong Si finally exhaled in relief, saying, "Thank you." Feng Tingshan simply acknowledged her with a nod. Chapter 55. Granting her the property title upon their arrival home, the elderly lady had yet to retire for the night. Only when she saw that Rong Si had indeed returned in Feng Tingshan's car did she feel reassured enough to retreat to her room for rest. After ascending the stairs, Rong Si placed a call to Rong Changsheng to update him on the developments. No sooner had she concluded her conversation with Rong Changsheng than she received a call from Yu Mo Soon. Half an hour later, after finishing the call, Rong Si found that Feng Tingshan had already completed his shower and was now reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a book. As she entered the room, Feng Tingshan briefly shifted his gaze from his reading to glance at her before returning his attention to the pages. Rong Si, in turn, averted her eyes and proceeded to wash up and attend to her skincare routine. Once she had completed these tasks, she noticed that time had grown late. Casting a glance at Feng Tingshan, she reflected on their earlier interactions. She had grown accustomed to his cold demeanor, and now, in their moments of solitude, she felt an unexpected ease. With his assistance, their relationship had softened somewhat, leaving her uncertain about how to engage with him. Nevertheless, she recognized that the fundamental nature of their relationship would remain unchanged. With these thoughts in mind, Rong Si quietly climbed into bed, preparing for sleep. Just as she settled down, Feng Tingshan set aside his book, turned off the light, and lay down beside her. It was as if he had been waiting for her to return, merely to extinguish the light for her. Rong Si paused for a moment, feeling that she might be overthinking the situation. Gradually, her heart found tranquility, and before long, she drifted into slumber. The following day, the elderly lady once again expressed her desire for Feng Tingshan to escort Rong Si to the office. Rong Si once again declined, saying, "Grandma, I have social engagements today and must go out. It's inconvenient without a car. The elderly lady furrowed her brow and looked towards Feng Tingshun, implying that she wished for him to offer her a ride. However, Feng Tingshun remained silent, quietly consuming his breakfast, neglecting to voice the words that the old lady desired to hear. Observing this, Rong Ci lowered her gaze. Noticing Feng Tingshun's reluctance, the old lady did not press further. In truth, Rong Ci had no engagements that day. Her refusal stemmed from a desire to avoid taking Feng Tingshun and Appo's car and not to trouble him. The day passed without any noteworthy events. Consequently, Rong Ci remained at the office, working late until after 9 before driving herself home. Upon her return, she was taken aback to find that Feng Tingshun had already arrived, for he typically returned home quite late unless something significant occurred. Feng Tingshun was not in the bedroom. As Rong Ci turned on the lights and set her bag aside, she intended to check on Feng Xian in her room when she noticed a red booklet on her vanity. Rong Ci paused, for although she and Feng Tingshun shared a bedroom, the left side of the bed belonged to him, and she typically refrained from encroaching upon his area. Similarly, the right side was hers, and Feng Tingshun seldom ventured there. Their personal belongings, such as wallets, watches, and skincare products, were always neatly arranged in their respective places, never in disarray. Therefore, the appearance of this red booklet indicated that it was unlikely to have been misplaced by Feng Tingshun. With this thought in mind, Rong Ci approached the vanity and discovered that it was a property certificate. She immediately had a conjecture and hurriedly opened it. Indeed, it was the property deed for the villa opposite her uncle's house. Furthermore, the deed bore only her name as the rightful owner. Before Rong Ci could fully process this revelation, Feng Tingshun had already retreated to his room. Hearing his footsteps, she turned to him and earnestly stated, "I have reviewed the property deed. Thank you." Before he could respond, she continued, "I currently do not possess such a sum of money. I will acquire the funds for the house at a later time." Although it was an old villa district, the environment was quite pleasant, and given that the capital's real estate prices were among the highest in the country, this villa would not come without a price tag of 200 or 300 million. Such a sum was beyond her current means. Feng Tingshun had only just returned and, loosening the bow tie around his neck, seemed somewhat intrigued by her words as he raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "Are you suggesting that I need your financial assistance?" "No, I do not require it," he stated, placing the untied tie aside. "This amount of money I can repay." With that, he set down his watch as well and entered the bathroom. Rong Ci gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily stunned, and chose not to persist further. After their marriage, in an effort to avoid inconveniencing him, she had seldom asked for anything. In retrospect, this house could be considered the first tangible gift he had willingly bestowed upon her over the years. Perhaps it could serve as a memento of their impending separation. With this thought, Rong Ci placed the deed into the drawer. After several days of relentless busyness, she finally found herself less occupied on the 4th day. In recent days, both she and Feng Tingshun have been preoccupied, leaving little time to spend with Feng Xian. One afternoon, Feng Xian called to inquire whether she was available, expressing that it had been a long time since she had picked her up from school. After considering that her remaining tasks were few, Rong Ci decided to leave work early and collect Feng Xian from school. Upon hearing that Feng Xian desired her home-cooked meals, Rong Ci changed her attire and ventured into the kitchen. With Rong Ci returning home early, the elderly lady was delighted. Upon witnessing Rong Ci personally cooking, she called Feng Tingshun to invite him for dinner. However, Feng Tingshun declined, stating, "Grandma, I still have matters to attend to at the company." Initially displeased, the elderly lady soon brightened, and after hanging up, she remarked to Rong Ci, "Xiao Ci, why don't you take some food to Tingshun later?" Rong Ci hesitated and responded, "Grandma, since he is busy, it would be best not to disturb him. Surely he must take time to eat regardless." Before she could finish, the elderly lady decisively proclaimed, "It's settled then." Subsequently, she instructed Aunt Lu and others to prepare a couple more dishes. Given the elderly lady and Appo's determination, Rong Ci felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. However, the thought of delivering food to Feng Tingshun raised concerns. She was unaware of which company he was currently at, making it difficult to deliver the meal. Furthermore, it was likely that Feng Tingshin would have other engagements after finishing his work, rendering her efforts potentially futile. Contemplating this dilemma, she seized an opportunity to call Feng Tingshin as she ascended the stairs. After a brief moment, Feng Tingshin finally answered the phone, inquiring, "What is it?" "Grandmother asked me to deliver your dinner," Rong Si replied, not allowing him to speak further. She continued, "Do you have other plans? If so, I can inform grandmother." She believed it was unlikely that Feng Tingshin would require her to bring him a meal, and her words subtly urged him to cooperate with her. "Yes, please tell grandmother." Feng Tingshin began, but was interrupted by Lin Wu's voice. "Tingshin, the food has arrived." Rong Si paused momentarily. Feng Tingshin responded to Lin Wu, "All right." He then turned back to Rong Si, saying, "I have made other arrangements for dinner, so please inform grandmother." Rong Si was not taken aback. "All right, I understand. I will let grandmother know," she replied. "Okay." With that, Feng Tingshin promptly ended the call. Chapter 56. The one I am appointed with is Feng Tingshin. Rong Si put down her phone and descended the stairs, informing the elderly lady that Feng Tingshin had made arrangements for dinner. That evening, Feng Tingshin did not return. Upon waking the next day, the elderly lady learned of Feng Tingshin's absence the previous night and felt a twinge of annoyance. "Tingshin, really, even if he is busy with work, can't he spare a moment to return home?" Rong Si merely smiled at her words, choosing not to respond. Regardless of how occupied Feng Tingshin might be, he surely could find time to come home. After all, even he required rest. She recalled the voice of Lin Wu echoing in her mind from last night's phone call. She surmised that his absence might be attributed to a more appealing engagement elsewhere. In the days to come, the pivotal projects for Changmo over the next 2 years had been established. However, Umo soon still meticulously consolidated their ideas and sent them to Nanjiji, seeking his assistance for some feedback. Nanjiji, typically preoccupied and elusive, was not expected to respond for several days, perhaps even half a month. To their surprise, however, he called that very afternoon. His thoughts were quite commendable. With Nanjiji's endorsement, Rong Si and Umo soon felt a renewed confidence in the project they were assembling. It is worth noting that their mentor's standards were exceedingly high. Receiving such praise was indeed a remarkable accolade. Nanjiji further remarked, "From the content you submitted, it is evident that you have not overlooked the foundational elements of the past, nor the recent advancements in the field of AI. Quite commendable, indeed." This statement is evidently directed at Rong Si. Feeling a wave of emotion, Rong Si had yet to respond when Nanjiji coldly remarked, "However, you are still rather negligent. The journey of learning is one of progression. Stagnation equates to regression, and in truth, you are regressing." Rong Si hastily replied, "I understand, teacher. I will endeavor to make up for the efforts I have missed over the years." Indeed, Nanjiji and Appo's teaching style was always succinct. With that, he fell silent. Noticing that Nanjiji seemed to have some free time today, Rong Si could not help but ask, "Teacher, do you have time this evening? I would like to have dinner with you." It had been quite a while since even Umo-sun had dined with Nanjiji. Upon hearing Rong Si's words, Umo-sun eagerly nodded. "Yes, teacher, are you free?" Nanjiji replied in a calm voice, "I have an appointment and am unavailable." "Oh?" Umo-sun felt a deep sense of disappointment. So did Rong Si. She was about to inquire when Nanjiji would be free so she could arrange another meeting, but before she could utter a word, Nanjiji continued, "The person I have an appointment with is Feng Tingshin." Rong Si was taken aback. Umo-sun paused as well, glancing at Rong Si, and quietly asked, "Then, teacher, why would President Feng seek you out? Could you share that with us? He mentioned wanting to introduce someone to me." With that, Nanjiji said no more and ended the call. Umo-sun turned to Rong Si and remarked, "Your husband must be the person President Feng intends to introduce to the teacher, right? Cannot possibly be Lin Wu, can it?" During the last interaction with the Lin family, he discovered that they possessed their own technology company. The reason Lin Wu had previously considered employment with their firm was due to their programming language, QAP. The outside world believed that QAP was developed under the guidance of their teacher. Now that Lin Wu found herself unable to join their company, It was indeed plausible that she might seek out their teacher to further her research on Quap. Moreover, Lin Wu harbored aspirations of becoming a student of their teacher. Contemplating this, Yu Mashuan exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it!" Rong Xi had also arrived at the same conclusion. Furthermore, she speculated that this could be a form of compensation from Feng Tingshun for preventing Lin Wu's uncle's family from moving in across from her uncle's residence. After all, given his feelings for Lin Wu, how could he bear to see her suffer for his assistance? Yu Mashuan mused, if she truly conceals her capabilities, then despite being students of Nanjiji who, although often cold towards them, actually shares a good rapport with them, he would not refuse to accept Lin Wu purely because of the grievances between Rong Xi and Lin Wu. For, although Nanjiji is strict, he is inherently compassionate. He is a man of principles. If Lin Wu's talents and abilities are indeed substantial, he would not dismiss her based on past conflicts. Thus, Rong Xi quickly regained her composure and remarked, "Let us focus on our own matters." The only thing she could do was to excel in her own pursuits. That evening, she returned home later than usual, finding that the elderly lady had already retired for the night. However, upon her arrival, Feng Tingshun had yet to return. It is possible that she may never return. However, upon emerging from the bathroom after her shower, she encountered Feng Tingshun. To her surprise, he had returned. Momentarily taken aback, she paused in her steps and offered him a slight nod as a form of greeting. As for why he had invited Nanjiji today, she refrained from inquiring. Feng Tingshun remained silent. After casting her a brief glance, he retreated into the bathroom to wash up. The following morning, she awoke rather late. As she descended the stairs, she overheard the elderly lady making a sardonic remark to Feng Tingshun. "I went to bed past 10 last night, yet you still hadn't returned. I thought perhaps you were reluctant to come back." Feng Tingshun sat across from the elderly lady, calmly sipping his water, unperturbed by her words. The elderly lady rapped her knuckles on the table and feigned annoyance, exclaiming, "Speak up, quit pretending to be mute." Feng Tingshun set down his cup, and upon noticing Rong Xi descending the stairs, he calmly turned to her and said, "Did you not insist that I must return home this morning to accompany you on an outing?" "Humph. I thought you had dismissed my words as mere wind," she retorted. Her grandson dared not defy her. Yet, despite her words, his demeanor remained composed, betraying no hint of fear. The elderly lady, exasperated, chose to ignore him and beckoned Rong Xi to join her. Rong Xi obliged and inquired, "Grandma, are you going out to play soon?" "Not you, but we," the elderly lady corrected with a smile. "We shall go together." "Little Xi, where would you like to go?" "Grandma will follow your lead." At times, Rong Xi felt undeniably mundane. She truly could not conceive of a recreational venue that would please everyone. She remarked, "I am open to anything. I defer to your judgment." In truth, the elderly lady had already formed an idea. Upon hearing Rong Xi's words, she inquired, "What about a hot spring? Last time we planned to go, we ended up unable to, and I was left quite vexed. This time, I must ensure that someone compensates me for that experience." The someone she referred to was, of course, Feng Tingshun. Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshun remained composed, sipping his tea, his expression betraying no discomfort or embarrassment at the mention of the incident. It seemed to him that the matter was hardly worth consideration, and he had never truly let it bother him. Contemplating this, Rong Xi averted her gaze. She had already visited a hot spring previously and currently felt indifferent towards the idea. However, since the elderly lady had suggested it, she could only acquiesce, saying, "Very well." Chapter 57. Feng Tingshun's thoughts after having breakfast. Rong Xi began to pack her clothes and other essentials for the hot spring resort. However, she only gathered her own belongings, deliberately avoiding Feng Tingshun's. After all, although Feng Tingshun was her husband in name, he was not her man. He belonged to Lin Wu now. She presumed he would not appreciate her handling his possessions, and at this moment, she had no desire to do so either. The items belonging to Feng Jing Xian were being attended to by Aunt Lu. In the past, she might have worried whether Feng Jing Xian's belongings were adequately packed. Even if Aunt Lu had assisted, she would have meticulously checked everything again. Yet now, after organizing her own things, she simply dragged her small suitcase downstairs, indifferent to the situation regarding Feng Jing Xian. After waiting for a while downstairs, Feng Jing Xian and Feng Tingshin eventually appeared. Upon arriving at the hot spring resort, Feng Tingshin seemed to have gone off to make a phone call. While Rong Si was arranging her clothes in the room, the elderly lady entered, presenting her with a box and quietly saying, "This is a set of clothes prepared by your grandmother. Remember to wear them when you take a soak in the hot springs." Observing the expression on the elderly lady's face, Rong Si immediately understood the contents of the box. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she replied, "Grandma, I brought my own. Don't worry, it's not inappropriate. If you don't believe me, you can open it and see." Rong Si opened the box, and as she had anticipated, it contained a set of lingerie. Moreover, the style appeared quite similar to what she usually wore. Looking at it, she felt a sense of reassurance. The elderly lady smiled and gently reminded, "Be sure to remember to put it on." Rong Si replied, "All right." Just as she agreed, Feng Tingshin returned to his room, having noticed the contents of the box in her hands. Startled, Rong Si hastily closed the box. Feng Tingshin, seemingly oblivious, turned his gaze away with indifference and inquired of the elderly lady, "Did you come for something, Grandma?" "Of course, to urge you to enjoy the hot springs," she exclaimed, playfully nudging Feng Tingshin. "Hurry, go change your clothes." Feng Tingshin paused but did not decline. A while later, he emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe. Seeing him come out, Rong Si entered the bathroom herself. By the time she emerged in her own bathrobe, Feng Tingshin had already vanished from the room. As she contemplated heading to the hot spring pool alone, the elderly lady approached from the adjacent room, beaming as she said, "Tingshin is in the small pool on the left. Off you go." The small hot spring on the left was modest in size, barely 3 square meters. If both she and Feng Tingshin were to sit inside, they need not extend their legs fully to touch one another. The elderly lady was clearly intent on fostering their relationship, especially since they would be clad rather minimally. Generally speaking, it was indeed quite easy for a solitary man and woman to spark something in such an intimate setting. However, as the elderly lady insisted on watching her enter, Rong Si had no choice but to comply. As she approached, she found Feng Tingshin already seated in the pool, having shed his bathrobe. Upon noticing her arrival, his gaze settled upon her. Rong Si was indeed adorned in the undergarments prepared for her by the elderly lady. Initially, she perceived no significant difference between these garments and her usual attire. However, at that moment, she had only examined the upper portion, neglecting the lower half, and it wasn't until she retrieved them for wear that she suddenly realized the fabric of the panties constituted nearly half less material than what she was accustomed to. While they were not overtly revealing, they certainly diverged from her previous style. Moreover, they were crimson, crafted from an extraordinarily soft material, and coupled with her exceptionally fair skin, she discovered upon gazing in the mirror that she appeared quite alluring. Even she felt a twinge of discomfort while observing her reflection. Nevertheless, she bore no aversion to it and thus chose to wear them. Now, clad still in her bathrobe, she caught a glimpse of Feng Tingshin's gaze upon her, and her thoughts momentarily flickered to the lingerie she wore beneath. Her steps faltered for an instant, yet she swiftly resumed her nonchalant approach towards him. She made her way to the sink, set down the items she was holding, and then shed her bathrobe. The undergarments she donned were now fully unveiled before Feng Tingshin's eyes. He paused for a moment, observing her. Rong Si was confident that Feng Tingshin was aware that this nightwear was gifted to her by the elderly lady. By choosing to wear it, he might presume she harbored intentions of a more intimate nature with him. However, that was not her intention at all. How he interpreted the situation was his own concern. She saw no reason to forego wearing this lingerie, which she rather liked, simply because he might misconstrue her motives. With this thought in mind, as she removed her bathrobe, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. She did not deliberately pay attention to Feng Tingshin's gaze upon her. She stepped out of the hot spring pool and sat down beside him, maintaining a distance of approximately 2 people. Feng Tingshin averted his eyes. The two of them sat in silence, and Rong Si could catch a glimpse of his well-defined chest, prompting her to subtly shift her gaze away. Just as she thought they would remain in this quietude, Feng Tingshin inquired, "Would you like something to eat?" The staff at the villa had prepared a variety of delicacies for them. He pushed a bowl towards her. Rong Si replied, "Thank you." Feng Tingshan remained silent. Rong Si picked up a piece of pastry and took a bite. However, her appetite was lacking. After consuming just one piece, she returned the bowl to his side. The water in the pool was crystal clear, and as she pushed the bowl back to Feng Tingshan, she distinctly saw his lower region. There was no reaction. Perhaps another woman might have assumed he was incapable, but Rong Si was well aware of his abilities. His lack of response was simply a testament to the fact that she had never held any allure for him. This had nothing to do with her attire. Rong Si had long anticipated this outcome. With their impending divorce, she had no desire to rekindle anything between them. Hence her choice of clothing was influenced by her understanding that such tactics would bear no fruit. Rong Si discreetly withdrew her gaze. In such weather, soaking in the hot spring was undeniably delightful. After sitting for a while, she found herself growing pleasantly drowsy. However, she had not truly fallen asleep. Fatigue undeniably enveloped her. She rose and spoke to Feng Tingshan. "I shall take my leave now." Feng Tingshan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Rong Si stepped ashore, donning a bathrobe as she departed. As she exited, she noticed that Feng Tingshan had also come ashore. While preparing to ascend in the elevator, she fortuitously encountered the elderly lady. The elderly lady inquired, "Have you finished your soak so soon?" Rong Si replied, "Yes." The elderly lady seemed poised to say more, but then spotted Feng Tingshan, who was also preparing to go upstairs to change. It was evident that she harbored hopes for a blossoming connection between them, yet the distance separating them spoke volumes about the absence of any such development. Her efforts had yielded naught. With a sigh, the elderly lady remarked, "A friend of mine has come here for treatment. She just called me, and I must return for a moment. Do enjoy yourselves here." She patted Rong Si's hand and turned to Feng Tingshan, admonishing, "Do not bully Xiao Si. Understood?" Feng Tingshan replied, "Understood." Chapter 58. Ascending the stairs to call Mother down for dinner at that moment, another elevator door opened, and Qi Yuming stepped out. Seeing him, Rong Si was somewhat taken aback, not expecting him to arrive at the hot spring resort as well. However, the elderly lady and Feng Tingshan exhibited no surprise, clearly aware of Qi Yuming's presence at the resort. Upon noticing Rong Si, Qi Yuming raised an eyebrow and affectionately addressed the elderly lady. "Are you leaving now, madam? Shuden and Appos. Do you have lunch before departing?" The Feng and Qi families shared a cordial relationship, and thus the elderly lady, who had watched Qi Yuming grow up, responded with a warm smile. No, you all enjoy yourselves." The group escorted the elderly lady to the exit. Once the car had driven away, Feng Jingxin eagerly inquired, "Uncle Qi, what brings you here?" Qi Yuming bent down to gently pinch Feng Jingxin's fair cheek. "Your father sent me. I greeted Grandma Feng and came right over." "How about that? Uncle Qi is quite loyal, isn't he? So it was father who asked you to come?" she questioned. "Indeed," Qi Yuming replied with a cheerful smile. "Upon learning that your great-grandmother was leaving, I informed Uncle He and Aunt Lin Wu as well. They have already set off and will arrive shortly. Are you happy about that?" As he spoke, Qi Yuming deliberately cast a glance at Rong Si. She noticed this and realized that his words were intentionally directed toward her. Naturally, Feng Jingxin was delighted. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, she hesitated, glancing up at Rong Si. Rong Si chose to ignore the situation, gently tousling her hair and saying, "You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave." With that, she averted her gaze from Feng Tingshan and Qi Yuming, turning to depart. Observing Rong Si's indifference, devoid of the previous concerns and anxieties about Lin Wu's arrival, Feng Jing's heart was heavy. Unable to voice his thoughts, he leaned closer to Feng Tingshan and inquired in a hushed tone, "What is happening?" Feng Tingshan maintained his composure and asked, "Did you come alone?" "Of course not. What would be the point of attending such a splendid hot spring event alone?" "Naturally, I brought my precious one along," he replied, but before he could finish, Qi Yuming interrupted, "Wait, you are diverting the topic." Feng Tingshan did not deny this and merely stated, "Your precious one has arrived." At that moment, a strikingly tall beauty approached them. Her bathrobe opened to reveal a bikini-clad figure. After returning to her room, Rong Si changed into her casual attire, sat at a small round table, and opened her laptop to delve into an in-depth study of the exhibits showcased at the last technology fair. Integrating the information she had gathered over the past few days, she suddenly had an epiphany half an hour later and called you Mo soon. Are you available? I am attending a masquerade ball. What is it? He replied. Rong Ci conveyed her thoughts to him. Yu Mo soon's expression shifted to one of seriousness and excitement. Hold on. I shall return immediately. All right. After hanging up, Rong Ci focused intently on her work once more. Uncertain of how much time had passed, she suddenly heard a series of conversations emanating from downstairs. Rong Ci paused, realizing that it was likely He Changbai and Lin Wu who had arrived. Rising from her seat, she closed the window. At that moment, a hint of hunger struck her, prompting her to place a call via the internal line, requesting someone to bring her a meal. The response came swiftly. Once her meal was prepared, the staff of the villa promptly delivered it to her upstairs. As they traversed the hall towards the elevator, they encountered Feng Tingxian and his companions. Qi Yuming inquired, "Is this meal for?" The staff member replied immediately, "It is for the madam." Naturally, the one referred to as madam was Rong Ci, whose status allowed the staff to address her as such without hesitation. They made no effort to impede the staff, allowing them to proceed with the delivery. However, once the staff member departed, Feng Tingxian chuckled, "It seems we need not summon her for dinner." Feng Tingxian spoke in a subdued tone, "Perhaps we should invite her after all." Upon hearing this, Lin Wu paused, biting her lip as she glanced at Feng Tingxian. He Changbai and Qi Yuming were equally taken aback. Nevertheless, Qi Yuming soon smiled and remarked, "Indeed, the old lady has specifically instructed us to take good care of her. If we dine without inviting her, the old lady will not take it lightly." After all, this was the Feng family's private villa, and it was likely that the old lady had her informants. Any happenings here would surely reach her ears with ease. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu released her previously pursed lips. She once believed that with the matchmaking efforts of the elderly Madame Feng, Feng Tingxian truly had feelings for Rong Ci. However, upon hearing Qi Yuming's words, she realized that she had been overthinking. He Changbai, after listening to Qi Yuming, also averted his gaze. At that moment, Feng Jing Xian returned, and Feng Tingxian affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Go upstairs and call your mother down for dinner." Feng Jing Xian paused, hesitatingly asked, "Should I invite mother to join us?" "Yes." She opened her mouth, furrowed her brow, and then glanced at Lin Wu. She did not wish for her mother to dine with them, for if she did, it was certain that her mother would target Aunt Wu, leading to an unpleasant atmosphere for everyone. Lin Wu smiled gently and encouraged, "Go on." After a moment of hesitation, Feng Jing Xian ascended the stairs. As she rang the doorbell, Rong Ci was already in her room having her meal. Noticing the surveillance on the television and seeing Feng Jing Xian standing outside, Rong Ci set down her bowl and chopsticks and opened the door. Xian? Feng Jing Xian bit her lip and looked up at Rong Ci. "Mother, father said I should ask you to come down and eat with us." Rong Ci promptly declined, "Mother is already eating. You all go ahead." Feng Jing Xian breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, then. Shall I tell father that?" Rong Ci understood her reluctance to join them for dinner. She observed the expression on Feng Jing Xian's face and replied softly, "Yes, go on." Feng Jing Xian broke into a smile. "Okay." As she spoke, a smile graced her lips before she turned to depart. After taking a mere 2 steps, a pang of guilt washed over her. "Mother, are you truly all right by yourself? Perhaps I could keep you company?" The bustling crowd downstairs was lively and animated. Leaving her mother alone in such an environment would indeed seem rather pitiable. However, when she offered her company, her tone carried a hint of reluctance. Clearly, she would have preferred to join Feng Tingxian and Lin Wu for dinner rather than stay with her mother. Rong Ci did not wish to impose upon her. Such a forced companionship was unnecessary. She bent down and gently reassured, "It's all right. Mother enjoys her solitude. You may go." Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxin felt her guilt diminish significantly, and with a nod, she replied, "All right, then I shall take my leave." Rong Ci responded, "Go ahead." Soon, Feng Jingxin departed. Rong Ci watched her retreating figure, closed the door, and returned to her meal. Chapter 59. No one truly welcomes her downstairs. Feng Jingxin hurriedly approached Feng Tingshan and said, "Father, mother is already eating and won't be coming down." Qi Yuming raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused. He Changbai kept his eyes lowered, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Lin Wu couldn't help but smile subtly. She had anticipated that Rong Ci would not dare to descend. After all, there was not a single soul here who genuinely welcomed her. Even if she were to come down, she would only face ridicule and exclusion from everyone. In light of this, it was better for her to remain upstairs, retreating like a turtle in its shell. Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshan replied, "All right, father understands." He did not insist further and addressed the others, "Let us not wait any longer. Let us eat." Lin Wu's smile deepened at his words as she gracefully took a seat beside Feng Tingshan. Upstairs, after Rong Ci finished her meal, she continued to attend to her tasks. At that moment, Yu Mashuan had also returned home. As she shared her new ideas with him, Yu Mashuan, upon reviewing her submissions, sprang up in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, genius! Your perceptive ability is truly remarkable. Little junior sister, I knew you could do it." Without waiting for Rong Ci to respond, he lamented, 7 years. A full 7 years. If you hadn't gone off to get married, our company would probably be world-renowned by now." Listening to his enthusiastic outburst made Rong Ci's ears ache, prompting her to hold her phone a bit farther away. Yu Mashuan, realizing that such a joyous moment should not be marred by the mention of past grievances, refrained from bringing up unpleasant topics. He cleared his throat and began to address the matter at hand. To accomplish great endeavors, it was evident that they could not rely solely on the two of them. Yu Mashuan promptly reached out to his colleagues, including Su Yuchuan, inviting them to join the initiative. Su Yuchuan and the others had entered Changma not merely to pass the time, but out of a genuine desire to learn. Upon hearing Yu Mashuan's explanation, they realized the considerable gap in their capabilities within the realm of AI compared to Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci. Although they could not immediately grasp the key concepts, after a brief explanation from Yu Mashuan, they became invigorated and were unperturbed by the prospect of working overtime. Under such circumstances, it would have been ideal for everyone to convene at the office for a face-to-face discussion. However, Rong Ci's return to the office would take approximately 2 hours. When inspiration strikes, it is imperative not to pause, for the fleeting thoughts may vanish forever. Thus, they ultimately decided to hold a video discussion. Upon learning of Rong Ci's situation, Yu Mashuan seized a moment to inquire, "Are you alone in the room? What about your husband?" "I don't know. Perhaps he is having dinner," Rong Ci replied nonchalantly. "So it's just you and your daughter? Lin Wu and Qi Yuming are also here, and they leave you alone in the room?" "They did invite me downstairs for dinner, but I declined." "Well, that's fortunate. It seems Feng Tingshan still possesses some decency." However, Rong Ci held a different opinion. Her thoughts mirrored those of Qi Yuming, believing that Feng Tingshan simply wished to avoid the incessant chatter of the elderly lady. Moreover, even if she were to descend, the multitude rallied behind Lin Wu would undoubtedly ensure her protection from any potential bullying, thus alleviating any fears regarding her joining them for dinner. Rong Ci and Yu Mo-soon, along with their companions, had been diligently occupied for 4 consecutive hours. As dinner time approached, they resolved to take a brief respite, intending to resume their tasks after a 2-hour interlude. Rong Ci took a moment to consolidate the materials she had gathered throughout the day, shutting her laptop with the intention of stepping outside for some fresh air, thereby clearing her mind and perhaps plucking a couple of crates of apples from the mountains to bring back for Yu Mo-soon and the others to sample the following day. The hot spring resort was expansive, and she was unaware of Fei Tingshan and Appo's whereabouts. As she descended the stairs, she did not encounter them. The sky had not yet fully darkened, prompting Rong Ci to enlist the help of 2 staff members to accompany her up the mountain. The wind was somewhat brisk at this hour, yet clad in warm attire, she felt quite comfortable. After a spell of enjoying the breeze and picking apples, her mind began to unwind. Within a short while, they had successfully gathered 2 or 3 crates of apples. Rather than descending immediately, she chose to pause and relish the splendid sunset. At that moment, she heard the sound of footsteps accompanied by the joyful chatter of a child. Turning her head, she found herself face to face with Yi Changbai, who was equally taken aback by their unexpected encounter. Just then, The child on the video exclaimed with delight, "It's Auntie." It turned out that He Changbai had been video chatting with Dan Dan, showing her the apples on the tree, and planned to collect some to bring back for her the following day, unaware that he would coincidentally cross paths with Rong Si on his ascent. Despite having met several times recently and receiving assistance from He Changbai, Rong Si felt an insurmountable barrier that prevented her from wanting to grow closer to him. The moment she laid eyes on him, her expression turned cold. However, upon hearing Dan Dan's voice, her demeanor softened slightly. He Changbai observed the change in her countenance. He did not approach her immediately but instead inquired, "Dan Dan wishes to speak with you. Are you available?" That day, after leaving the self-healing clinic, her heart was laden with sorrow and discomfort. Although Dan Dan had expressed a desire for her company, in Rong Si's perspective, it was Dan Dan who was truly accompanying her, gently guiding her out of the suffocating emotions that enveloped her. Reflecting on this, she nodded in agreement. He Changbai extended his phone towards her. Aware of her disinclination towards him, he maintained a respectful distance of 2 to 3 meters. Rong Si engaged in conversation with Dan Dan for a while, learning that she had been taken out to play by her grandmother, which was why she had not accompanied He Changbai to the hot spring resort. Rong Si shared her fondness for sunsets with Dan Dan, and after a conversation lasting over 10 minutes, she returned the phone to He Changbai. After bidding farewell to Dan Dan, He Changbai turned to Rong Si and expressed his gratitude. "No need for thanks," she replied. By this time, twilight had nearly enveloped the surroundings. Nevertheless, the mountain was illuminated by street lamps, making the descent manageable. With that, she turned to head down the mountain. He Changbai, seeing this, followed her closely, yet throughout their descent, they exchanged not a single word. Upon arriving at the hot spring resort and preparing to enter, they unexpectedly encountered Lin Wu. Lin Wu watched as they descended the mountain, one after the other, momentarily taken aback before pressing her lips together in determination. Rong Si appeared oblivious to her presence, striding past her and entering the hall. Lin Wu gazed at her retreating figure, then turned to He Changbai, a frown creasing her brow as she spoke. "Changbai, you all." He Changbai replied nonchalantly, "We encountered each other on the mountain." He had previously video-called Shandan and ascended the mountain to show her the apple trees, a fact that Lin Wu was well aware of. If Rong Si was also on the mountain, their meeting was indeed quite plausible. With this thought, Lin Wu felt a sense of relief and opened her mouth to say something, but He Changbai preempted her, asking, "What about them? They're over by the pavilion, preparing the ingredients for the bonfire party, and we're just about to call you." "All right." As they spoke, they walked side by side towards the pavilion. Chapter 60. I will call her. This evening's bonfire gathering features a delightful array of hot pot, spicy chicken skewers, and barbecue. The crab roe chicken broth has already been simmered to perfection, and the spicy chicken skewers are fully prepared. A long table nearby is laden with an assortment of meticulously prepared, top-quality fresh ingredients. The bonfire has been ignited, and Qi Yuming and his companions have gathered around it. Upon returning, He Changbai and Lin Wu find Lin Wu naturally taking her place beside Feng Tingshan. Unable to resist, Qi Yuming has already begun indulging in the flavorful spicy chicken skewers. As he observes everyone has arrived, he is about to formally commence the feast when he suddenly remembers Rong Si. He turns to Feng Jingxin and says, "Xin, could you please go upstairs and invite your mother? Tell her we have delicious food here and encourage her to join us." Although he suspects that Rong Si might remain in her room as she did at noon, he feels the need to follow through with the gesture. Lin Wu understands his intentions. After all, they have done what they could, and if Rong Si chooses not to join them, that is her decision. With this thought in mind, she also encourages Feng Jingxin, saying, "Go on, Xin." Feng Jingxin frowns, reluctant to go. Deep down, she truly does not wish for her mother to join them. However, with so many urging her to call her mother, she feels compelled to comply. Just as she is about to set down her drink, Feng Tingshan speaks up, "I will go." His declaration brings a momentary hush to the surroundings. After speaking, Feng Tingshan rises and departs. Qi Yuming regains his composure and remarks with a smile, "Indeed, having Tingshan go will certainly convey more sincerity. It feels somewhat dismissive to always have the children call for Rong Si." Lin Wu pondered this notion as well. Feng Tingshan merely sought to appease the elderly matriarch. His assent to summon Rong Si did not signify any burgeoning affection for her. After all, his feelings for Rong Si had always been non-existent, and it was improbable that they had changed now. Upon hearing this, Feng Jing Xian pressed her lips tightly together, consumed by worry. She feared that with Feng Tingshan calling for Rong Si, she might indeed descend to join them. After all, their mother was particularly inclined to heed their father's wishes, and she could hardly bear to refuse him. Meanwhile, Rong Si returned to her room, ordered a meal over the phone, and proceeded to open her laptop. She had barely immersed herself in her tasks when the sound of a door opening interrupted her concentration. Startled, she turned her head to see Feng Tingshan entering with a room card in hand. Assuming he had come to retrieve something, she cast him a fleeting glance before redirecting her focus back to the computer. Just as she was about to immerse herself in work again, Feng Tingshan spoke. "There's a bonfire feast prepared downstairs. It's quite lively. Would you care to join us for a while?" Rong Si hesitated. Like Qi Yuming and the others, she perceived Feng Tingshan's personal invitation as merely a formality to satisfy the elderly lady's expectations. Nothing more. Moreover, even if it did carry some significance, she found herself indifferent to it. She replied, "I still have work to attend to, so I won't be coming down." Then, glancing at him, she added, "Rest assured, if Grandma inquires, I will ensure to play along with your narrative." At her words, Feng Tingshan smiled, his deep, enigmatic gaze fixated on her without a blink. Noticing the expression in his eyes, Rong Si's hand, which was poised over the keyboard, curled slightly. Although she had known him for many years and they had been married for quite some time, she often felt that she had never truly understood him, frequently bewildered by the thoughts that occupied his mind. In the past, she might have sought to explore the emotions hidden in the depths of his gaze. But now, Rong Si pressed her lips together, resolutely maintaining her stance. "Thank you for coming to fetch me, but I do not wish to go downstairs." Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshan smiled silently and replied, "Understood." With that, he turned and departed. As he descended the stairs, Qi Yuming and the others were already partaking in their meal. They were somewhat astonished to see him come down alone, having assumed, like Feng Jing Xian, that if Feng Tingshan had personally come to retrieve her, Rong Si would certainly not refuse. He Chongbai inquired, "She didn't come down?" Feng Tingshan replied, "No." He then instructed the staff attending them, "Prepare a portion of barbecue, spicy chicken and hot pot, and take it upstairs for my wife." Upon hearing this, Lin Wu bit her lip. Rong Si's refusal to come downstairs and Feng Tingshan's directive to have food sent to her upstairs did not signify much. However, she disliked the way he referred to Rong Si as my wife in front of others, as though he was publicly acknowledging her as such. Yet, she soon reasoned that the staff at the villa probably did not know Rong Si and Appo's name. If he did not call her my wife, who would know to whom the food was being delivered? Upstairs, Rong Si was indeed hungry. When the doorbell rang, she saw it was the staff bringing her meal. She stepped outside to open the door, allowing a staff member to push in a food cart. The personnel meticulously arranged the dishes on the table, unveiling the lids one by one while explaining the contents to her. However, at the moment the staff revealed the dishes, Rong Si furrowed her brow and inquired, "Have you delivered this to the wrong place? This is not what I ordered." The enticing aroma of the spicy hot pot broth wafted through the air, complemented by an array of seafood, beef, and lamb that undeniably piqued her appetite. She gazed at the spread, genuinely tempted to indulge, yet the fact remained that these were not her selections. "Indeed, these dishes were sent here by Mr. Feng," the staff replied respectfully. "Your ordered meal is nearly prepared and will be delivered shortly." Rong Si paused, contemplating the sheer volume of food before her. Even if there were a couple more dishes, she would struggle to finish, not to mention the additional items she had ordered. Consequently, she took a considerable amount of time to savor her meal. As their meeting time approached, she was still engaged in her dining. Yu Moshuan initiated a video call early, requesting some materials from Rong Si. However, upon entering, he found her in the midst of her meal and remarked, "What are you eating? It looks quite delectable." Rong Si adjusted her camera to show her feast. Others joined the call and were taken aback by the lavish spread before them, all of which consisted of expensive delicacies. "Is this just the beginning of your meal?" One queried. Rong Si replied, no, I'm almost finished. You're consuming all of this by yourself? Rong Si hesitated, this is not what I ordered. Yu Moshuan quickly realized, did your husband order this? Rong Si confirmed he had it sent over. Yu Moshuan, at least he possesses a modicum of conscience. In this regard, Rong Si preferred to refrain from commenting, nor did she wish to elaborate. She merely sought to fulfill her obligations to the elderly lady. As the appointed meeting time approached, she found herself somewhat satiated and thus set down her chopsticks, summoning someone to clear away the remnants of her meal. She then distanced her computer slightly, allowing the team to delve into the main agenda and resume their work. Their industriousness persisted until well past 10 o'clock in the evening, yet none of them seemed inclined to take a pause. Just as Rong Si remained engrossed in the content alongside her colleagues, delving deeper into another segment, the outer door swung open. Feng Tingshan stepped inside. From her seated position, the camera was able to capture the entrance, and upon realizing this, Rong Si promptly adjusted the camera's angle. Chapter 61. Your husband's voice is truly enchanting due to the angle and elevation. The participants in the video conference could only discern an elegant figure entering from the doorway, possessing a remarkable physique and exuding a calm demeanor. From their poise alone, it was evident to all that this individual was no ordinary person, though their face remained unseen. Initially, the colleagues speculated that there existed an ambiguous relationship between Rong Si and Yu Mo-sun. However, it was later revealed that Rong Si was married and had children who were already quite grown. Nevertheless, she seldom spoke of her private life, leaving her colleagues entirely uninformed about her husband. Rong Si's exceptional beauty, coupled with her increasingly evident capabilities, far surpassing their initial assumptions and even eclipsing those of Yu Mo-sun, fueled their curiosity about her husband. They were eager to discover what manner of man could win the heart of such a stunning and accomplished woman. Finally, when Rong Si's husband made his appearance, to everyone's surprise, she redirected the camera away. As Suyu Quan and the others were preparing to tease her, Feng Tingshan preemptively inquired, still busy? Rong Si turned to him, replying, yes. Feng Tingshan nodded, said nothing further, and proceeded to retrieve some clothes from the wardrobe before retreating to the bathroom to shower. Rong Si refocused her attention back to the task at hand, but her two female colleagues could not help but remark, your husband's voice is truly delightful. Indeed, Feng Tingshan was not only handsome but also possessed an exceptionally pleasing voice. As Rong Si listened to their praises of Feng Tingshan, she found herself at a loss for words and simply replied, thank you. The hour was indeed late, and although everyone was still eager to continue their work, overexertion was not advisable. Yu Mo-sun decided that once they addressed the remaining matters, he would conclude the meeting, leaving the rest to be addressed the following day or the day after. Nevertheless, even the final touches would take considerable time. At that moment, Feng Tingshan had just finished his shower and emerged from the bathroom, while they were still not finished. Noticing Rong Si was busy, Feng Tingshan remained silent. However, Feng Jing Xian had returned. Mommy. Rong Si heard the voice and turned towards the doorway. Before she could speak, Feng Tingshan preemptively stated, Mommy is working. Upon hearing this, Feng Jing Xian swallowed the words she had intended to say, watching as Rong Si approached Feng Tingshan, then leaned in to whisper, Daddy, may I sleep with Aunt Wu Wu tonight? Feng Tingshan nodded, of course. Feng Jing Xian joyfully embraced Feng Tingshan's neck, momentarily forgetting to modulate her volume. Thank you, Daddy. Fortunately, at that moment, Rong Si had officially concluded her work. She switched off the camera and, just as she was about to speak to Feng Jing Xian, she noticed Lin Wu standing at the doorway. Rong Si paused, her lips pressed tightly together. Both Feng Jing Xian and Feng Tingshan also observed Lin Wu. Feng Tingshan stood up and walked out, and shortly thereafter, the two departed side by side. Feng Jingxin observed, wishing to follow, but upon noticing Rong Si's pursed lips and seemingly troubled expression, she refrained from doing so. Instead, she softly called out, Mom. Rong Si withdrew her gaze, tidying the documents and books on the table while inquiring, Have you taken a bath? Yes, came the reply. Rong Si did not ask who had assisted her with the bath. Instead she asked, Are you tired? I am. If you and Appos retired, you should go to sleep. Hearing this, Feng Jingxin sighed in relief. Understood. Then Mom, you should rest early too. Yes, I will. Good night. Good night, Mom. After speaking, Feng Jingxin approached and embraced Rong Si before cheerfully departing. Rong Si finished organizing her belongings and prepared to take a bath. Feng Tingxin and Feng Jingxin left without closing the door. Assuming Feng Tingxin would not be returning, she intended to shut the door before entering the bathroom. However, as she walked over, she collided with Feng Tingxin, who was returning. Rong Si paused and stepped aside, thinking he had merely come back for something, considering his luggage was still here. Yet, as Feng Tingxin entered, he casually closed the door behind him. This gesture suggested that he did not plan to go out again that evening. Rong Si was taken aback. Before she could utter a word, Feng Tingxin brushed past her and entered further inside. As he passed by, Rong Si, with a heightened sensitivity, detected the lingering scent of Lin Wu's perfume on him. Furthermore, there were traces of lipstick on the collar of his nightshirt. He had just finished his bath, and his pajamas were freshly changed. One could easily discern that the fragrance of Lin Wu's perfume and the imprint of her lips on him were remnants from their earlier outing. The moment she laid eyes on him, she noticed that his lips appeared somewhat flushed, initially dismissing it as an illusion. However, it soon became evident that it was not. Feng Tingxin had already seated himself at the bedside, seemingly intending to stay the night. This was somewhat unexpected for Rong Si. She had presumed that, given the presence of the elderly lady and Appo's watchful eye, it was plausible for him not to share the night with Lin Wu. Thus, Lin Wu's earlier visit to seek him out suggested her unease regarding his well-being in her absence, perhaps fearing that something might transpire between them. Feng Tingxin was aware of Lin Wu's concerns. After their departure, the lingering scent of her perfume and the mark of her kiss on him indicated that they had indeed shared a passionate embrace. Rong Si dismissed these thoughts. Half an hour later, as she emerged from the bathroom, she found Feng Tingxin engrossed in a book. Notably, the book he held seemed to be one she had brought along. A frown crossed her face, displeased by his uninvited appropriation of her belongings. Just as she was about to voice her discontent, Feng Tingxin looked up, perhaps noticing her expression, and inquired, "Do you mind?" Rong Si did feel somewhat perturbed. However, aside from some annotations she had made during her initial reading, the book contained no confidential information pertaining to the company's meeting that day. She composed herself and replied, "A little." Feng Tingxin regarded her thoughtfully and said, "All right, I shall ask for your permission before borrowing next time." Is there a next time? She didn't believe that, given the nature of their current relationship, there would be another opportunity to share a bed under such circumstances. Feng Tingxin had already redirected his attention back to his book when he suddenly remarked, "The annotations are quite commendable." It was a compliment directed at her. However, Rong Si pretended not to hear, taking the hairdryer into the bathroom to dry her hair. After finishing her hair, she emerged to find Feng Tingxin still engrossed in his reading. Once she completed her skincare routine, she lay down on the opposite side of the bed, preparing to rest. Feng Tingxin did not immediately succumb to sleep. As for when he finally drifted off, Rong Si remained unaware, as she quickly fell asleep. The next morning, she awoke quite early, just as the sun began to rise. However, the other side of the bed was unoccupied. The room was enveloped in silence. Feng Tingxin had already left. To have vanished so early. Perhaps he hadn't even slept in the room last night. She had made plans with Yu Moshuan to return to the company to attend to some matters. After having breakfast and packing her belongings, she dragged her suitcase out the door. Just as she opened the door, she heard Feng Jingxin's voice from the hallway. "Aunt Wu is so naughty. She promised to sleep with me last night, but in the middle of the night, she woke up and went back to her own room." Feng Jingxin was complaining to Aunt Lu. Upon hearing this, Rong Si could almost ascertain that Feng Tingxin had not spent the night with her, but rather had gone to Lin Wu's room. Could he not endure a single night? Such fervent desires. Chapter 62 Invitation. At that moment, Feng Jingxin spotted Rong Si emerging with a suitcase. "Mother?" "Yes." Rong Si snapped back to reality, closing the door behind her. "Mother has some work to attend to, so I must leave now. You and your father should enjoy your time here." Feng Jingxin nodded eagerly. "All right, I understand, Mother." As Rong Si descended the stairs with her suitcase, she encountered Feng Tingxin, who was with Lin Wu. Noticing her intent to leave, he inquired, "Are you departing?" Rong Si replied coolly, "Yes. Have you called a car?" "I have." He did not attempt to detain her, simply responding, "Very well." With that, Rong Si exited, carrying her suitcase, and drove away. Qi Yuming awoke later than usual today. As he joined Feng Tingshen and the others for lunch, he suggested, "Tingshen, why not go upstairs and invite her again?" This invitation, of course, referred to Rong Si. Feng Tingshen replied nonchalantly, "No need. She has already left." Qi Yuming raised an eyebrow. "Left? Really?" He Zhuangbai paused momentarily. "Yes," Feng Tingshen affirmed. "She had matters to attend to at her company." Qi Yuming was well aware of Yu Emosun's reconsideration of hiring Lin Wu and the situation regarding Rong Si's employment at Changmo. He had not forgotten that the previous evening, Feng Tingshen mentioned that Rong Si could not join them for dinner due to her work commitments. Reflecting on this, he chuckled. It seems she was busy yesterday and is busy again today. Such a hectic schedule. One might think that without Changmo, she would be at a loss. Rong Si's entry into the organization was facilitated through connections, as she inherently lacked competence, and moreover, she was not a major shareholder of Changmo. Her claim of being busy seemed nothing more than a flimsy excuse. It was rather disheartening that she resorted to such a poor rationale. Qi Yuming was at a loss for words. Lin Wu understood Qi Yuming's sentiment and, while bowing her head to eat, managed a silent smile. Rong Si was oblivious to the opinions of Qi Yuming and the others. After departing from the hot springs resort, she made her way directly to Changmo, laboring tirelessly until dusk. After 2 consecutive days of relentless work, just as she intended to return home early for some rest, a call from her uncle Rong Chongxing interrupted her. Half an hour later, she arrived at the Rong family residence, where Rong Chongxing and his wife, along with their 2 children, Rong Sun and Rong Yunhe, awaited her return. Upon seeing her, they greeted her warmly. "Cousin." Rong Si smiled in response. Rong Yunhe inquired, "Where is Xin? Wasn't she supposed to have returned to the country? Why isn't she here for dinner?" "She has gone to enjoy the hot springs and hasn't returned yet." "Oh." Considering that Feng Jingxin might be accompanying Feng Tingshen to the hot springs, Rong Yunhe refrained from further questioning. As Rong Si approached the entrance, her steps faltered upon noticing the villa across from them. During her previous visit to the hot springs resort, she had not thought to bring along the key to that villa. Had she done so, she could have initiated the removal of all remnants left by the Sun family and commenced renovations anew. Rong Chongxing and his wife had already begun preparations for old Madame Rong's birthday banquet. Their call for Rong Si's presence was not solely to seek her input, but also to address a matter requiring her attention. These 2 invitations are intended for the Feng family and Feng Tinglin. Xiaozi, please find the time in the next few days to deliver them. Rong Si paused for a moment before accepting them, replying, "All right." After dinner, she engaged in conversation with the elderly lady and Rong Chongxing for a while. By around 9 in the evening, Rong Si prepared to take her leave. Before her departure, the elderly lady came out to see her off, holding her hand and saying, "If the Feng family members do not wish to attend, do not compel them. Whether they come or not, I am not so desperate." Although Rong Chongxing had kept his voice low and avoided her when handing her the invitations, she was well aware of the underlying sentiments. Rong Si responded, "I will." The elderly lady and Madame Feng were close friends. Logically, one would expect Madame Feng to attend the elderly lady's birthday celebration. However, given that Madame Feng was older than the elderly lady, according to their customs, relatives and friends older than the celebrant do not attend such festivities. In recent years, the elderly lady's birthdays had been rather understated, merely celebrated with a family reunion dinner. Furthermore, in these past few years, Feng Tingshen had not once come to celebrate the elderly lady's birthday. Initially, he cited a lack of time as an excuse. Yet, Rong Si knew that when he had the leisure, even when socializing with friends, he would still not attend. Nonetheless, as each year approached the elderly lady's birthday, she would still cling to a glimmer of hope, inquiring in advance if he would be available to accompany her back to the Rong family home to celebrate her grandmother's birthday. Unfortunately, she was met with nothing but disappointment. This year, she had no desire to inquire about Feng Tingshen. However, this year happened to be the elderly lady's birthday, and many of the Rong family's business partners, including Rong Chongxing, had extended invitations. Not to mention that she and Feng Tingshan had yet to finalize their divorce. Even if they had, given the long-standing friendship between the two matriarchs, it was only proper to invite the Feng family. Whether the Feng family chose to attend was entirely their affair. Rong Xi had initially intended to return to her own residence that evening. Reflecting on this, she turned the steering wheel and made her way back to Feng Tingshan's villa. Upon her return, she discovered that neither Feng Tingshan nor Feng Jingxian had yet arrived home. Meanwhile, due to prior commitments, the elderly matriarch had returned to the ancestral home for the next few days. Rong Xi set her bag down and entered the bathroom. Half an hour later, as she emerged from the bath, she heard the sound of cars arriving downstairs. Presumably, Feng Tingshan and the others had returned. With a calm heart, she thought to herself as she settled down to dry her hair. Upon learning that Rong Xi was at home, Feng Jingxian rushed upstairs and dashed into the master bedroom, throwing herself into Rong Xi's embrace. "Mommy, we're back," she exclaimed, enveloped in the fragrance reminiscent of Lin Wu's perfume. Rong Xi maintained her composure, responding with a soft before turning off the hairdryer and gently caressing the little girl and Appo's face. "Have you taken a bath?" she inquired. Feng Jingxian shook her head. "Not yet. It's already past 10. You should head to your room to wash up. You have school tomorrow," Rong Xi advised. Just as she finished speaking, Feng Tingshan entered the bedroom, and their eyes met directly. Rong Xi cast a fleeting glance before withdrawing her gaze with indifference. At that moment, Feng Jingxian expressed her desire for her mother to assist her in bathing, saying, "Then, Mommy, please help me take a bath." Rong Xi replied, "All right, let Mommy dry your hair first." "Okay." Feng Jingxian cheerfully went back to her room to prepare her pajamas. Feng Tingshan observed her and took a seat beside her, inquiring, "When did you return?" "Not long ago," Rong Xi replied without meeting his gaze, continuing to dry her hair. Feng Tingshan chose not to press further. He rose to head to the cloakroom, preparing to bathe himself. However, Rong Xi recalled an important matter. She turned off the hairdryer and, before he entered the bathroom, retrieved an invitation card from her bag and handed it to him, saying, "My grandmother's birthday is approaching. This is the invitation for the Feng family." As she drew closer to him, Rong Xi also noted the distinct fragrance of Lin Wu's perfume emanating from him. Chapter 63. The invitation he gave Rong Xi lightly covered her nose, then nonchalantly released her hand, taking a small step back to increase the distance between them. Feng Tingshan appeared oblivious to her series of gestures, as he accepted the invitation card and glanced at it. 70th birthday? Rong Xi replied affirmatively. At that moment, she refrained from inquiring whether he was free or pleading for him to spare some time to attend the celebration, simply stating, "Please convey my regards to my parents." It was unclear whether Feng Tingshan noticed her omission of the usual request for his availability that evening. He cast her a glance before casually setting the invitation aside and responding, "Understood." With that, he turned and walked into the bathroom. Rong Xi observed his retreating figure, then tidied up the hairdryer before proceeding to Feng Jingxian's room to bathe her. After completing the bath and drying her hair, nearly an hour had passed. Feng Jingxian grasped her arm and nestled against her, asking if she could sleep with her that night. Given the current state of affairs between her and Feng Tingshan, what was there to deny? Rong Xi returned to the master bedroom, gathered her belongings, and, as she was leaving, informed Feng Tingshan, "I am going to sleep in Xian's room." Feng Tingshan, engrossed in his reading, acknowledged her with a casual offering no further inquiries or attempts to retain her. The next day, after breakfast, fulfilling Feng Jingxian's request, Rong Xi escorted her to school before returning to the office. The elderly lady's birthday is fast approaching. Yet over the past month, she has been preoccupied with company matters, leaving her without a gift for her grandmother. During lunch, Rong Xi called Chu Zilan, inviting her to accompany her for shopping in the evening to procure a present. Upon hearing that Rong Xi intended to purchase a birthday gift for her grandmother, Chu Zilan immediately acquiesced. Rong Xi had yet to deliver the invitation to Feng Tinglin. After ending the call with Chu Zilan, she dialed Feng Tinglin's number. The call connected, but no one answered. Rong Xi was aware that Feng Tinglin harbored a dislike for her, as well as for all members of the Rong family. Given that Feng Tinglin did not answer, It was plausible that she was deliberately ignoring the call. However, out of respect for the elder Feng, Rong Ci felt it necessary to adhere to the formalities. After the call was naturally terminated, she attempted once more. This time, the call was immediately disconnected. Rong Ci understood that Feng Tinglin was intentionally evading her. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed. This was merely a procedural matter for her. She crafted a message for Feng Tinglin, elucidating the purpose of her call and inquiring about her availability to deliver the invitation. After sending the message, she paid no heed to whether Feng Tinglin would respond and continued with her own affairs. In the evening, after dining with Chu Zilan and perusing shops for an extended period, they had yet to find a gift that pleased Rong Ci. Suddenly, Chu Zilan suggested, "There is a charity auction the night after tomorrow. Perhaps we could explore the options then? However, I do not possess an invitation." Chu Zilan found herself in a predicament. The invitations for this auction had been dispatched over 2 weeks prior, and acquiring one at this juncture was indeed a formidable task. Nonetheless, her implication was unmistakable. She was suggesting that she seek assistance from Feng Tingshan. After parting ways with Chu Zilan around 9 in the evening, Rong Ci ultimately returned to the villa of Feng Tingshan. Upon her arrival, she discovered that he had already returned, busily engaged in his study. Aware that he forbade her from approaching his workspace, she opted to wait for him in the bedroom, immersing herself in a book. It was not until nearly 1 in the morning that Feng Tingshan finally returned to their quarters. Noticing his entrance, Rong Ci set her book aside and turned to him. In response, Feng Tingshan, with a nonchalant tone, inquired, "Is there something you need?" Rong Ci, eschewing any circumlocution, stated plainly, "I have heard that there is a charity auction hosted by Chonghua in 2 days." Feng Tingshan elegantly removed his tie from around his neck, casting a glance in her direction as he replied, "Are you seeking an invitation to the auction?" Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback. "Yes," she confirmed. Understanding her request, Feng Tingshan then turned and proceeded to the cloakroom, shortly thereafter retreating to the bathroom for a shower. His prompt agreement surprised Rong Ci. However, with his assurance, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. As the hour grew late, she set her book down and reclined on the bed. By the time Feng Tingshan had finished his shower, she had already drifted into slumber. With the auction scheduled for the day after tomorrow, the following evening, after leaving Changma, Rong Ci returned once more to the villa. However, upon her return home, Feng Tingshan was absent, while Feng Jing Xian was present. Upon seeing her, Feng Jing Xian eagerly implored her to prepare some delicious food. Rong Ci obliged. After they finished dinner, the butler unexpectedly approached her, stating, "Madam, someone just delivered this for you." Rong Ci opened the package to find an invitation to the upcoming Chonghua charity auction. Feng Tingshan had truly procured it for her, and not just 1 but 2 tickets. However, since he had sent someone to deliver them, did this imply that he would not be returning home tonight? Just as she pondered this, preparing to take a bath, her phone vibrated twice. Chu Zilan had sent her 2 messages on WeChat. Upon opening them, she paused. It was a screenshot from a friend circle. The image captured a radiant scene of fireworks, featuring Lin Wu's sweet, smiling profile alongside Feng Tingshan's silhouette, accompanied by the caption, "The fireworks festival tonight is truly beautiful." In the photograph, one could subtly discern several couples in the background, suggesting that the festival Lin Wu referred to was indeed an ideal venue for a romantic rendezvous. While Lin Wu remarked on the beauty of the festival, her blissful expression indicated that it was not merely the fireworks that enchanted her, but rather the joy in her heart, for she was in the company of Feng Tingshan. He had not returned home, it seemed, because he was on a date with Lin Wu, and had not brought Feng Jing Xian along. As Rong Ci observed this, she remained composed, though a hint of confusion lingered, prompting her to reply to Chu Zilan, "Have you added Lin Wu as a friend?" How else could she possess a screenshot from Lin Wu's circle of friends? "I have a friend who knows her, and upon hearing her mention it, I asked her to send me a screenshot." In truth, what Chu Zilan did not reveal was that her friend was currently envious of Lin Wu. In their social circle, nearly everyone was aware that Lin Wu had managed to capture the affections of Feng Tingshan, who adored her and treated her like a treasure. Contemplating the additional invitation, Rong Ci sent another message to Chu Zilan, inquiring if she would like to attend the auction together the following day. Chu Xilan eagerly responded, "Absolutely, we must go." That evening, Feng Tingshan did not return home. Rong Xi had already surmised the reason. After all, he and Lin Wu were likely out on a date, probably enjoying a splendid and romantic night after the fireworks festival. With Feng Tingshan absent, she found solace in sleeping alone in her bedroom. Chapter 64. The Wind of the Spear. The following day, Rong Xi and Chu Zilan, having adorned themselves with care, set forth to the auction. Their attire was not ostentatious, yet their striking beauty captivated many upon their entrance into the auction hall. Chu Zilan had attended several auctions and was somewhat of a known figure within the circle, while it was the first appearance for Rong Xi. The sight of them together sparked speculation among the attendees regarding the identity of this enigmatic young lady. They occupied seats in the middle to rear of the hall, arriving not too early. Moments after they settled, the auction was about to commence. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the front row. Attracted by the noise, Rong Xi and Chu Zilan turned to observe. Upon learning the cause of the disturbance, Rong Xi paused in surprise. Chu Zilan remarked, "It's Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. They have arrived as well." She then inquired of Rong Xi, "Were you aware that they would be attending?" Rong Xi shook her head. "No, I had no idea." She was taken aback by his presence, as he had not informed her of his attendance. Following the previous banquet and the technology exhibition, Lin Wu had gained considerable recognition within high society. As she and Feng Tingshan made their entrance, many eyes were drawn to her. At the last banquet, when Mr. Feng had brought her along, her attire had been valued at over 30 million. Today, her ensemble, though equally splendid, was no less impressive than that occasion. The exquisite diamond jewelry she adorned is but a mere detail. Her attire, crafted by the renowned designer Imus, speaks volumes. It is common knowledge that in the past decade, the reclusive Imus has personally created only 3 gowns each year, each valued at over 10 million. The last gown fetched over 30 million, and this one is similarly priced. Thus, Mr. Feng has lavishly spent tens of millions on her alone. Indeed, it is evident that Mr. Feng is quite generous in his affections. Draped in a resplendent blue satin gown, complemented by striking jewels and her exceptional beauty, Lin Wu undoubtedly stands as the most captivating woman at tonight's auction. The front row, a symbol of status and prestige, is where she and Feng Tingshan are seated, right in the center. This placement incites envy among many in the vicinity. To occupy such a prime position not only signifies their elevated status but also suggests that their expenditures tonight will be considerable. Chu Xilan, overhearing this, leaned towards Rong Xi, her tone laced with envy as she whispered, "They sit in the front row while we are relegated to the back." Mr. Feng's favoritism towards Lin Wu is hardly a new revelation. Rong Xi, long accustomed to this dynamic, remained unfazed. After all, her purpose for attending the auction was solely to procure a birthday gift for her grandmother. Regarding the seating arrangements, she paid little heed. Chu Xilan remarked, "Does Feng Tingshan not know our location? Why does he not cast a glance in our direction? It is likely that the tickets were prepared for her by Feng Tingshan. What seat she occupies probably does not concern him at all." As for Chu Xilan's assertion that Feng Tingshan had not looked their way, one must consider that he might not even be aware of their seating numbers. Even if he were, he may not feel compelled to pay any attention to their circumstances. After all, during the previous banquet and the last technology exhibition, he had consistently disregarded her presence. As she pondered this, the auction was about to commence. The host took the stage, and the surroundings fell silent. Tonight's auction list had been meticulously reviewed by Rong Xi, who had set her sights on a set of emerald jewelry and a renowned embroidered artwork. The decision on which piece to bid for would depend on the unfolding circumstances. The auction swiftly got underway. Rong Xi was resolute. She did not raise her paddle for any items that did not capture her interest. Similarly, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu had not raised their paddles either. After some time into the auction, both Rong Xi and Chu Xilan noticed that Lin Wu had begun to bid. Lin Wu aimed to bid on a diamond bracelet, crafted by a prestigious foreign designer, clearly tailored for the youthful. Undoubtedly, this bracelet was intended for Lin Wu by Feng Tingshan. The starting bid for the bracelet was set at 1.5 million. Lin Wu raised her paddle, increasing the bid to 3 million. followed by other bidders escalating it to 4 million. At this moment, Rong Ci noticed Lin Wu and Feng Tingshen huddled together in quiet consultation. Subsequently, Lin Wu raised her paddle once more, her voice resonating clearly throughout the hall. 8 million. The instant her words echoed, a stir rippled through the exhibition room. The diamond bracelet was indeed exquisite in design. However, in terms of intrinsic value, it scarcely merited 8 million. 4 million would have been excessive. Yet, Lin Wu appeared quite enamored with the piece. Feng Tingshen, with his abundant wealth, seemed unwilling to allow anyone to contest Lin Wu's claim, and promptly offered 8 million in bid. The onlookers were taken aback by Feng Tingshen's nonchalant attitude towards money and his evident affection for Lin Wu, which sparked a flurry of discussions among them. As anticipated, once the bid of 8 million was announced, no one dared to raise their paddle again. Lin Wu successfully acquired the bracelet. Chu Zilan, filled with envy, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "My teeth ache." Before Rong Ci could respond, another round of bidding commenced. After a while, an antique vase was presented. Lin Wu raised her paddle once more. The starting bid for the vase was set at 5 million. While others increment their bids by 500,000 or 1 million, Lin Wu boldly declared 10 million at the outset. The number of bidders dwindled instantly. However, there were still plenty of affluent individuals present. Moments later, a young man's voice interjected, 15 million. Rong Ci turned to locate the source of the voice. It belonged to a strikingly handsome young man named Renji Feng, as informed by Chu Zilan. Rong Ci nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Wu appeared somewhat hesitant, glancing towards Feng Tingshen for reassurance. Thus, both Rong Ci and Chu Zilan discerned that this antique vase was indeed desired by Lin Wu herself. At that moment, Rong Ci suddenly recalled that her grandmother, Lady Lin, had always been passionate about collecting antiques. It was evident that Lin Wu had bid on this vase for Lady Lin. Feng Tingshen nodded slightly, and Lin Wu raised her paddle again. 25 million. Renji Feng chuckled 30 million. Lin Wu hesitated, leaning towards Feng Tingshen as if to convey her intention to withdraw. However, Feng Tingshen shook his head. Lin Wu raised her paddle once more. 40 million. Renji Feng's voice resounded again. 50 million. As he spoke, he glanced over at Feng Tingshen with a smile. Lin Wu furrowed her brow and said to Feng Tingshen, "What if we let it go?" 50 million was simply too exorbitant. Chapter 65. Mr. Feng, could you do me a favor? Feng Tingshen chuckled. "It's nothing. Didn't you say your grandmother enjoys these things? Go ahead and bid." As she beheld the smile of Feng Tingshen, Lin Wu felt a rush of sweetness within her. She raised her paddle once more. 60 million. Renji Feng promptly followed suit. 70 million. After his declaration, he turned to Feng Tingshen and said loudly, "Mr. Feng, the elders at home adore such items. Could you do me a favor and let me have this one?" Feng Tingshen glanced over, maintaining his polite demeanor. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Ren. My family also has elders who appreciate them." Their exchange was devoid of any restraint, allowing Rong Ci and Chu Zilan to overhear their conversation. The vase was intended for Lin Laotai, yet Feng Tingshen referred to the elderly as belonging to his own family, revealing how he had embraced the Lin family as his own. This stark contrast to his attitude towards her family was indeed striking. Lin Wu raised her paddle again. 85 million. This time, Renji Feng refrained from bidding further. Ultimately, Lin Wu secured the antique vase for 85 million, drawing envious glances from all around. However, as the deal was finalized, Lin Wu felt a lingering unease. Although the Lin family was indeed affluent, and her grandmother was an avid collector of antiques, spending nearly 100 million on a single piece was a notion too extravagant to fathom. If her family were to discover this, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Moreover, Feng Tingshen had effectively encouraged her to bid 100 million, yet she still deemed the price excessive and had unilaterally adjusted it to 85 million. The generous expenditure of Feng Tingshen warmed Lin Wu's heart. Chu Zilan exclaimed, "Damn, it's nearly 100 million. The combined value of the two items was indeed approaching that staggering figure. This time, it wasn't just her teeth that ached. Her entire body felt sore. Rong Ci pressed her lips together, her expression darkening. Noticing this, Chu Zilan inquired, "Xiao Ci, are you all right?" Feng Tingshen and Appos, lavishness towards his mistress, the daughter of her mother's lover, was a burden too heavy to bear. Yet, Rong Si's discomfort stemmed from a different source. She was indifferent to how Feng Tingshan chose to spend his wealth. Her concern lay in the possibility that if she desired to bid on something, both Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu might have the same inclination. Given her financial limitations, she knew she could never outbid them. Chu Xilan also realized the gravity of the situation. That's indeed. But she has already secured 2 items. She shouldn't bid on any more, right? One could only hope. However, Rong Si was acutely aware that with Feng Tingshan's financial prowess, he could effortlessly acquire several more items tonight, spending a few hundred million without a flicker of hesitation. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the embroidered piece she longed to bid on was presented on the stage. The starting bid was set at 5 million, and someone quickly offered 6 million. Rong Si raised her paddle, declaring 7 million. Initially, Lin Wu had not paid attention to Rong Si, but upon hearing her voice, she recognized it instantly. Turning around, their gazes met. Lin Wu's expression remained inscrutable as she proudly turned her head away, raising her paddle to declare 10 million. Upon hearing this, Rong Si felt her heart plummet. Lin Wu unmistakably recognized her voice, and Rong Si could hardly believe that Feng Tingshan had not discerned it as well. Yet he did not turn around. Chu Zilan exclaimed, "Goodness, she truly is seizing it." Ren Jifeng also made his move, bidding 15 million. Rong Si pressed her lips together and raised her paddle. 18 million. Without looking back, Lin Wu boldly declared 25 million. The bid had surged dramatically. Rong Si's heart sank further. She did not possess ample funds. Initially, her budget for this auction was set at 30 million, considering the current economic downturn faced by the Rong family, leaving them with little disposable income. But now, Ren Jifeng interjected 28 million. Rong Si quickly followed suit, 30 million. Her voice, clear and melodious, rang out twice in succession after his bid. Ren Jifeng turned to look at her, momentarily taken aback, then raised an eyebrow and smiled. Acknowledging his gaze, Rong Si politely nodded in response. Just then, Lin Wu raised her paddle once more, 40 million. Rong Si, no longer inclined to regard Ren Jifeng, clenched her fist at the sound of the bid. In that moment, Ren Jifeng spoke again, 43 million. Rong Si promptly countered, 45 million. Lin Wu declared, 50 million. A thunderous roar erupted in Rong Si's mind. Initially, she had set a budget of 30 million indeed. However, at the moment Lin Wu made her move, she silently elevated her budget in her mind to 50 million. She could certainly afford a higher price. In fact, she had contemplated that, just a few days ago, Feng Tingshan had gifted her a villa. Selling that villa could yield 200 to 300 million. Since this sum was effortlessly acquired, what would it matter if she spent it now? Yet, she was acutely aware that this intricate embroidery was not worth 50 million. While she could indulge in such expenditure, she lacked the conditions to be capricious. If she were to sell the villa, she could utilize the funds for far more meaningful endeavors. Reflecting on this, Rong Si quietly set her hand down. Chu Xilan suggested, why not reach out to Feng Tingshan? Rong Si had considered this too. But would Feng Tingshan be able to persuade Lin Wu to relent because of her? It was improbable. Even knowing the likelihood of failure, Rong Si retrieved her phone and dialed Feng Tingshan. As her phone vibrated, he took it out of his pocket. Lin Wu happened to glance over and saw only a series of numbers without a label, inquiring, "A stranger?" Feng Tingshan chuckled softly, remaining silent, and simply hung up the call. Observing the call that was so decisively terminated, any flicker of hope that Rong Si had harbored vanished instantaneously. Her mind fell into a brief void. Chu Xilan exclaimed in frustration, "How could he not answer your call?" Rong Si remained silent, quietly placing her phone back into her bag. At that moment, the bidding had escalated to 95 million. Ren Jifeng rubbed his forehead, glancing at Feng Tingshan. "Mr. Feng, could you do me a favor?" Feng Tingshan smiled politely. "I shall certainly make it happen next time." Ren Jifeng thought to himself, what nonsense. He raised his paddle, immediately driving the price up to 21 million. Lin Wu raised her paddle. 15 million. Ren Jifeng was momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Chu Xilan gritted her teeth and whispered into Rong Si's ear, This is the first time I've witnessed Ren Jifeng at a disadvantage. Both the Ren and Feng families were prominent aristocratic clans. Observing the bidding, one might mistakenly believe that Ren Jifeng's financial prowess paled in comparison to Feng Tingshan's. However, this was far from the truth. Ren Jifeng was merely assessing the situation, unwilling to squander resources unnecessarily. On the other hand, Feng Tingshan was willing to disregard monetary value entirely in pursuit of a smile from a beautiful lady. With no further bids, the exquisite embroidered piece was once again claimed by Lin Wu. Feng Tingshan turned to Ren Jifeng. "Mr. Ren, I appreciate your understanding." Ren Jifeng replied, "Mr. Feng, you are too kind." Chapter 66. "She is quite interesting," Chu Xilan remarked. At this point, we can only hope that Lin Wu refrains from bidding on the emerald jewelry. Rong Xi shared this sentiment. But could it be possible? The starting price for the emerald jewelry was set at 10 million. Someone bid 15 million. Rong Xi raised her paddle with an offer of 18 million. Then 20 million. 25 million. Noticing that Lin Wu had not made a bid, both Rong Xi and Chu Xilan breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as she contemplated raising her paddle again, Lin Wu lifted hers. 50 million. Amidst the astonished gasps of the audience, Lin Wu calmly lowered her hand. Rong Xi clenched her fist, deliberating for a moment before bidding 60 million. 65 million. 70 million. At this juncture, Rong Xi felt a pang of hesitation. It was her grandmother and Appo's 70th birthday, a rare occasion. If it reached 80 million. Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Wu raised her paddle once more. 120 million. Rong Xi felt a tightness in her chest. After catching her breath, she silently lowered her paddle. Perhaps it was the spectacle of Feng Tingshan and Appo's extravagant wealth that had rendered everyone speechless. At this point, no one dared to bid further. The item was once again secured by Lin Wu. The remaining lots did not include anything that captivated Rong Xi's interest. Yet the auction house's rules stipulated that attendees could not leave until the auction concluded. So she had no choice but to remain in the hall. With the subsequent items priced comparatively higher and observing Feng Tingshan's casual expenditure exceeding 360 million in a single evening, Chu Xilan could not help but exclaim, "Surely, Feng Tingshan won't bid again? No matter how wealthy he is, one would not squander money in such a manner, would they? His expenditure on that mistress is indeed quite unrestrained." Regarding the inquiries posed by Chu Xilan, Rong Xi found himself unable to provide her with answers. However, the truth soon emerged. Feng Tingshan had ceased his bidding. Following the conclusion of the auction, Rong Xi and Chu Xilan departed the auction hall. As they left, Rong Xi refrained from casting another glance in Feng Tingshan's direction. In contrast, Chu Xilan exhibited a keen interest in that area, noticing Ren Jifeng approach Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu to greet them. As Rong Xi and Chu Xilan exited the hall, an elder acquaintance of Chu Xilan's approached them. After exchanging pleasantries, the elder's gaze settled upon Rong Xi, who kindly inquired, "Xilan, this young lady appears rather unfamiliar. May I ask which esteemed family she hails from?" Chu Xilan proceeded to introduce Rong Xi. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman and Appo's smile waned slightly. "Ah, so she is the niece of General Manager Rong. She is indeed quite striking." The noblewoman was somewhat aware of the Rong family and Appo's circumstances. It was said that General Manager Rong and Appo's sister had suffered emotional turmoil in her youth, which had adversely affected her mental well-being, leading her to reside in a sanatorium for many years. With Rong Xi's beauty and seemingly gentle disposition, if her academic credentials were also commendable, the challenges posed by her mother's mental health would not be deemed insurmountable. Regrettably, the Rong family's business had been on a downward trajectory for the past 2 years. Despite Rong Chongqing's relentless efforts on behalf of the company, the likelihood of the Rong enterprise experiencing a revival seemed bleak. With these significant shortcomings, even though Rong Xi possessed exceptional beauty that pleased the noblewoman, she still fell short of being deemed worthy to cross the threshold of her family. Regrettably, the noblewoman uttered not a word, yet both Rong Xi and Chu Xilan discerned the unspoken sentiments between them. The noblewoman had more to convey to Chu Xilan, hence they did not depart immediately. At that moment, Feng Tingshan, Lin Wu, and Ren Jifeng emerged from the auction hall. Feng gestured to Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu, stating, "I must excuse myself for a while. We shall converse at another time." Feng Tingshen replied, "Until next time." Feng nodded and departed with his companions. Shortly after, others approached Feng Tingshen to greet him. He turned slightly, meeting Rongxi's gaze, which prompted her to avert her eyes first. Feng Tingshen also withdrew his gaze, engaging in conversation with the newcomers. Lin Wu observed Feng Tingshen's continued indifference towards Rongxi, and a subtle smile graced her lips. After conversing for over 10 minutes, Chu Zilan felt parched. She and Rongxi ventured to the refreshment area, intending to quench their thirst before leaving. The area was relatively vacant, and as Chu Zilan prepared to speak, a sudden murmur of conversation caught her attention. "Feng, are you interested in Feng Tingshen's girlfriend?" Interest may be too strong a word, but she is indeed quite intriguing. Rongxi and Chu Zilan paused, realizing it was Feng conversing with his friend. However, they were positioned with their backs to the two women, and a row of beverages obstructed most of their view, rendering them unaware of Rongxi and Chu Zilan's presence. "During the auction, I noticed your interest in the gentle beauty beside Chu Zilan. She is likely still in the hall. Why not go and greet her?" Rongxi did not anticipate that their conversation would suddenly pivot to her. Before she could respond, Chu Zilan raised an eyebrow, intending to drag Rongxi over to play matchmaker. However, Feng shook his head, expressing a lack of enthusiasm. "What's the matter?" Chu Zilan paused, intrigued. "Have you suddenly lost interest?" Feng replied, "Indeed, that beauty is undeniably lovely, but she appears so gentle and quiet, lacking in character, which renders her uninteresting." "How ironic, considering you previously claimed to have no interest in Lin Wu." This was clearly a reflection of his conversation with Lin Wu, which had ignited a newfound intrigue, causing him to overlook those who were once appealing. "Not quite." Feng hesitated, as his friend interjected with a knowing smile. "I understand. It seems Lin Wu has become your current ideal type, hasn't she? Yet this still subtly indicates your interest in her." "Ha!" Before Feng could respond, his friend continued, "But honestly, Lin Wu's proud and striking demeanor indeed possesses a captivating allure, a desire to conquer. Moreover, since Lin Wu entered the social circle, she has captured the fascination of many, leaving them entranced. Unfortunately, she is already the woman of Feng Tingshen. One cannot deny that Feng Tingshen has a remarkable eye for women." Chu Zilan's smile froze, and her expression soured as she contemplated teaching a lesson to those two who casually discussed others. But she was restrained by Rongxi. Shaking her head, Rongxi calmly remarked, "It's all right. She may lack personality, she may be ordinary, but she is simply herself. She knows who she is. Whether bystanders like her or not holds little significance for her." Once Feng and his companions finished speaking and drained their cups, they set them down and departed. Chu Zilan, seething with anger, exclaimed, "I used to think Feng was a connoisseur of tea," finding his character rather intriguing. Who would have thought he too would be enchanted by Lin Wu? Before Rongxi could respond, a disreputable man approached them. He was familiar with Chu Zilan. His swollen, weary eyes leered at Rongxi as he smirked. "Zilan, is this your friend?" Before he could utter another word, Chu Zilan understood his implication. "What kind of scoundrel dares to cast his eyes on my friend? Be gone." His expression soured at her retort. "Chu Zilan, you," with a fierce glare, she silenced him. The Chu family was not to be trifled with, and sensing the danger of crossing her, he retreated. Chu Zilan took a large gulp of her drink, her chest aching with frustration. "How many men have approached you tonight? Why are they all such worthless fools? And why do all the quality men seem drawn to Lin Wu?" Rongxi offered her solace, reflecting that Lin Wu was indeed exceptional and remarkable. However, before she could utter those words, Chu Zilan's expression suddenly turned icy. Rongxi followed her gaze and spotted Lin Wu standing not far from their side, holding 2 cups of water. It was unclear when she had arrived, but the smirk on Lin Wu's lips suggested that she had likely overheard the conversation between Feng and his friend. Upon noticing their attention, Lin Wu's smile deepened, yet she remained silent, casting a disdainful glance at Rongxi before turning away, cup in hand. Chapter 67. Two brocade boxes. Alas, Chu Xylan was utterly infuriated, wishing to confront Lin Wu immediately. What was there to be proud of? Just the daughter of a mistress. And she herself was a mistress. What right did she have to gloat? They called her a femme fatale. To me, she resembled nothing more than a pile of excrement. Ugh. Rong Xi poured her another glass of water and inquired, "What femme fatale?" Lin Wu, Chu Xylan replied, "As Yan Shibua, Ren Jifeng's friend, just mentioned, it seems the second-generation elites in the circle, despite their ignorance, are utterly captivated by her. Now, everyone is proclaiming her a femme fatale, the kind that everyone loves." Chu Xylan continued to grumble. Yet, it is baffling that such foolish individuals would say so, and even Feng Tingshin and Ren Jifeng. Suddenly realizing she might be distressing Rong Ci, she abruptly fell silent. "No, little Ci, I merely..." Rong Ci shook her head. "I am fine." From a young age, Lin Lihai, Lin Lilan, and the elder Mrs. Lin had all turned against Lin Wu. In recent years, Feng Tingshin had fallen head over heels for her, and Feng Jingxin wanted her to be his mother. With all these occurrences, she had never disclosed her feelings to anyone. She had never truly wept over these matters. If she were to be overwhelmed, any one of these incidents would have sufficed to shatter her. Yet she had persevered through the years. In comparison to these tribulations, what were Ren Jifeng and his ilk? After hearing Ren Jifeng and his friend's words, one could say her heart remained utterly unperturbed. Chu Xylan paused momentarily, choosing not to say anything further as she embraced her. "Shao Ci." Rong Ci smiled gently and replied, "It's getting late. Let us head back." "All right. Regarding your grandmother's birthday gift, I will accompany you to purchase it another day. I refuse to believe we cannot find something to your satisfaction." Rong Ci smiled. "Good." Taking her hand, they departed together. Upon exiting the building and making their way to the parking lot, they encountered Feng Tingshin and Lin Wu, who were also leaving. As Feng Tingshin and Lin Wu glanced over, Rong Ci pretended not to notice and entered the car first. Chu Xylan huffed at Feng Tingshin and Lin Wu before opening the passenger door. The vehicle soon sped away. Lin Wu turned to Feng Tingshin, who said, "Let us go." Lin Wu smiled sweetly. "All right." As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Rong Ci leaving, deepening her smile. After Rong Ci dropped Chu Xylan off at home and was about to turn the car around, a call from Feng Jingxin interrupted her thoughts. "Mom, when will you be back?" Rong Ci connected to Bluetooth, starting the car as she spoke. "Mom won't be coming back today. You should rest early. I'll visit you when I finish my work another day. All right?" From Feng Jingxin's tone, Rong Ci discerned her underlying boredom. Currently, she most enjoyed being by Lin Wu's side. However, Lin Wu had gone to the auction with Feng Tingshin that evening, leaving her feeling lonely and prompting her to think of her mother. "Good night," Rong Ci said. Good night, Mom." In the following 2 days, Rong Ci found herself engulfed in work, intending to carve out some time to wander and seek a suitable birthday gift for her grandmother. However, she was unable to spare a moment. After 2 days of relentless toil, Yumashuan decided to treat the employees in their team to a lavish meal on the 3rd day around noon as a reward for their efforts. As they neared the conclusion of their meal, Rong Ci excused herself to the restroom. Upon her return, she unexpectedly halted in her tracks. Not far away, Lin Wu was departing from another private room accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals. They swiftly entered the elevator without noticing her presence. Who could they be? Yumashuan had somehow approached her side, having evidently spotted Lin Wu along with Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan. In addition to them, he also discerned a striking woman and an elderly lady. The attractive woman appeared quite intimate with Lin Lihai, making it apparent that she was his current wife. As for the elderly lady, she was being assisted by Lin Wu. Rong Ci averted her gaze and remarked, "Members of the Lin family." Yumashuan understood instantly. He looked at her and said, "That elderly lady is that is old Madame Lin. However, she is no longer connected to me." Yumashuan embraced her gently. "Shall we return to the private room?" "Yes." She had long since changed her surname and severed ties with the Lin family. Indeed, the Lin family no longer had any claim to her. She had long ceased to care for them. Her heart was now preoccupied with something else entirely. Previously, Lin Wu's uncle, belonging to the Sun family, intended to acquire property in her grandmother's villa area, seemingly with the aim of settling down in the capital. She surmised that the Lin family might also relocate to the capital. However, she had not been particularly attentive to their updates. Observing that so many of them had gathered in the capital, it seemed that this plan was indeed materializing. That afternoon, having finished work early, Rong Xi and Chu Zilan decided to dine together before embarking on a shopping excursion. Yet, after more than an hour of wandering, they had achieved little. While Chu Zilan was trying on clothes, Feng Jingxin's call came through once more. "Mom, when are you coming back?" Rong Xi inquired mildly, "What's the matter?" "Dad is on a business trip, and I'm feeling quite bored." Typically, when Feng Tingshun was away, it did not hinder Feng Jingxin from visiting Lin Wu. However, with the weekend approaching, instead of going to see Lin Wu, she was calling her, likely because Lin Wu was unavailable. After all, the matriarch of the Lin family had already arrived in the capital. With Feng Tingshun absent, Lin Wu surely had little time to accompany her. "Weidon and Appos, to you entertain yourself for now. You can return tomorrow, alright?" Feng Jingxin and Appos' spirits lifted, "But you must promise to come back tomorrow morning." "Yes." That evening, she still failed to procure a satisfactory gift. With the matriarch's birthday fast approaching, Rong Xi considered settling for something less than ideal, yet ultimately decided against making a purchase. The following morning, Rong Xi returned to the Feng Tingshun villa. While Feng Jingxin was eating, she recalled that there was something she needed to take away, so she ascended to the master bedroom. As she entered the master bedroom, she immediately noticed two exquisite silk boxes placed on her vanity. Chapter 68. Delivered in the name of marriage. Just like the previous property deed, the items placed upon her vanity were undoubtedly intended for her. Rong Xi, filled with curiosity, opened one of the round brocade boxes. Upon unveiling its contents, she was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the set of emerald jewelry she had wished to bid on at the auction a few days prior. The other box was a rectangular one, bearing a certain weight. Could it be? Setting aside the round box, Rong Xi proceeded to open the other brocade box, revealing a scroll within. She lifted the scroll and placed it upon the round table in the room, slowly unfurling it. A vividly embroidered tapestry, shimmering with brilliance, emerged before her eyes. Gazing at the two coveted auction pieces that now lay in her possession, Rong Xi fell into a contemplative silence. She surmised that, if her intuition served her right, both items were gifts purchased by Feng Tingshun for her grandmother's birthday. One was presented in the name of Lady Feng, while the other was given in the name of their union. "Mom, I'm done eating. We can go now." At that moment, Feng Jingxin scampered up the stairs to find her. Spotting the two open brocade boxes, she leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, "Oh, these are what Dad brought back the other day, saying they were for you, Mom." Rong Xi responded with a soft gradually rolling the scroll back up and placing it into the brocade box. Once she had tidied the boxes, Rong Xi and Feng Jingxin finally stepped out. Feng Jingxin expressed a desire to engage in shooting, so Rong Xi accompanied her to the shooting range, followed by a thrilling ride on the roller coaster. After spending the better part of the day with Feng Jingxin, the remaining hours were left for her personal enjoyment. Still exhilarated, Feng Jingxin wished to continue her adventures. In the past, Rong Xi would have been reluctant to dampen her spirits, always prioritizing her desires above her own needs. However, now she calmly stated, "Mother has other matters to attend to. If you wish to continue, perhaps you could have the bodyguard accompany you?" Feng Jingxin, disinclined to have the bodyguard join her, pouted in displeasure and playfully clung to Rong Xi, saying, "Mom." This tactic had always been effective in the past, as Rong Xi could never withstand her charms. She expected Rong Xi to relent, yet Rong Xi gently pushed her away, replying, "Mother truly has pressing matters. I shall accompany you another time." Seeing the firmness in Rong Xi's demeanor, coupled with her furrowed brow, Feng Jingxin realized that her mother's obligations must indeed be significant, ultimately conceding, "Very well then." After instructing the bodyguard to take good care of Feng Jingxin, Rong Xi entered her vehicle, activated the navigation system, and headed to a distant antique market she had never visited before. After an extensive exploration, she finally discovered an exceptionally rare set of the four treasures of the study. both in terms of materials and craftsmanship. Rong Si was immediately captivated and purchased the set for over 10 million. While this price paled in comparison to the exquisite embroidery and emerald jewelry she had previously considered, she understood that, in her grandmother's eyes, this collection of the four treasures would resonate far more profoundly than the earlier selections. Gently caressing the uniquely textured paper and the meticulously carved brush handle made from precious ancient wood, Rong Si could already envision the look of surprise on the old lady's face upon receiving the gift. Indeed, this exquisite set of Scholar's four treasures was a birthday present she had chosen for her in a personal capacity. Just as she was reflecting on the items purchased by Feng Tingshun, a call from Chu Zilan came through. Zilan, I'm sorry, Xiao Si, but I have to leave the province tomorrow due to some matters and cannot accompany you to buy a birthday gift for your grandmother. It's all right, I've already made the purchase. This antique shop was one she had yet to visit, and her initial intent was merely to try her luck here, planning to explore other places with Chu Zilan if nothing suitable was found. To her surprise, she had indeed stumbled upon something that resonated with her. Chu Zilan exclaimed with delight. Really? That's wonderful. Rong Si smiled, yes. At this moment, Chu Zilan suddenly remarked, by the way, Xiao Si, you mentioned seeing the Lin family the other day. I've been inquiring, and it turns out they are indeed looking to settle in the capital. I've heard they have been house hunting these past few days. As she spoke of the Lin family, Rong Si's smile faded. All right, I understand. Regarding Lin Wu's grandmother and her family, it was rumored that they had already found a house and would be moving in soon. Apparently, invitations for a housewarming banquet had been sent out in recent days. Okay, I understand. After ending the call, Rong Si drove back to the city center. Next week marks the birthday of the matriarch, and on Sunday, Rong Si returned to the Rong family home with Feng Jingxin to discuss the arrangements for the forthcoming banquet with the Rong couple. Feng Tingxin did not return on Sunday. Rong Si chose to stay at the villa, awaiting his return on Tuesday. In the following days, she likely would not come back to this place. Previously, Feng Tingxin had placed a gift box on her vanity, leading her to believe it was intended for her. However, upon discovering its contents, she realized that he had entrusted her with the responsibility of presenting the gift to her grandmother on her birthday. Thus, as she departed, she took the two exquisite boxes with her. After escorting Feng Jingxin to school, Rong Si returned to the company. Chang Imo was tasked with managing 3 or 4 new projects, and with the onset of a new week, both Rong Si and Yu Mashuan found themselves increasingly occupied. It seemed that Feng Tingxin returned on schedule, as Feng Jingxin had not called her during the subsequent 2 or 3 days. On Wednesday evening, Rong Si dined out with Yu Mashuan and their clients. Just as they were about to enter the private room, they spotted Feng Tingxin along with Lin Wu, Lin Lihai, and the elderly matriarch, Lin Laotai. This time, both Lin Laotai and Lin Wu's mother, Sun Yueqing, were present in the capital. As Feng Tingxin was set to become the grandson-in-law, it was indeed appropriate for him to extend his greetings. After all, he had just returned from a business trip yesterday and had taken the time to join them for dinner today, clearly demonstrating his concern for Lin Wu. Unlike the last occasion when Lin Laotai and the others overlooked her, this time she was recognized by both them and Lin Lihai. They all paused momentarily, seemingly on the verge of expressing something, but perhaps due to the presence of Feng Tingxin, they ultimately remained silent. As for Lin Wu and Feng Tingxin, their positioning rendered them oblivious to her. Rong Si, with an impassive demeanor, averted her gaze and departed. The Lin matriarch and her companions noticed this but did not pursue her. Over an hour later, after finishing their meal, as Rong Si and Yu Mashuan exited the restaurant, they encountered Lin Wu and her group once more. They were also in the parking lot, preparing to depart. However, Feng Tingxin was absent, likely having left earlier. Rong Si and Yu Mashuan, upon sighting them, were momentarily taken aback, but their client, Mr. Fan, approached Lin Wu and her companions with warmth. Miss Lin, Mr. Lin. Chapter 69. Stress response. It turned out to be Mr. Fan. As Mr. Fan approached them, Lin Lihai and Lin Wu politely shook hands with him, then inquired, Mr. Fan, are you discussing business with Mr. Yu? Indeed, I have recently developed an interest in several projects from Mr. Yu's company, so I came to have a chat with him. Noticing that Yu Mashuan and Rong Si remained stationary, Lin Lihai paused momentarily but did not dwell on it. Mr. Fan, unaware of the underlying tension, found Yu Moshuan's behavior somewhat peculiar. After all, as a businessman, even if Yu Moshuan was unfamiliar with the Lin family, it would not be detrimental to greet someone and foster new acquaintances. While Lin Wu and Lin Lihai conversed with Mr. Fan, Grandma Lin, after exchanging pleasantries with him, made her way towards Rong Si and Yu Moshuan alongside Sun Yueqing. Yu Moshuan gazed at Rong Si, who remained unmoving as they approached. Grandma Lin, with a benevolent demeanor, spoke. Xiao Si, it has been a long time. Rong Si remained silent. Observing her obstinate expression, Grandma Lin sighed. Xiao Si you. At that moment, Sun Yueqing coldly interjected, Xiao Si, regardless of any misunderstandings or grievances you may harbor against me, it solely pertains to my relationship with you and your mother, and has no bearing on Lihai or your grandmother. I hope you do not conflate those who genuinely care for you. Sun Yueqing, with her name aptly reflecting her character, recalled how Lin Lihai had, before his divorce from her mother, once professed with deep affection that Sun Yueqing, true to her name, was proud and aloof, the white moonlight he had always yearned for. It was only after encountering Sun Yueqing that he truly comprehended the essence of love. Their mutual affection was palpable. Lin Lihai remarked that although Sun Yueqing appeared aloof, she possessed a kind heart. He hoped she would not follow her mother's tumultuous ways and instead learn to appreciate the merits of others. Unlike other interlopers who meddle in the affairs of married couples, Sun Yueqing, despite her benevolence towards her, maintained a perpetually indifferent demeanor, exuding an air of unattainability. After many years apart, Sun Yueqing remained as strikingly beautiful and imperiously proud as he remembered from their youth. Thus, his admonitions, unlike the typical soft-spoken flattery directed at a stepdaughter, seemed profoundly sincere and more persuasive. After all, a figure as haughty and resplendent as she would hardly stoop to vex a stepdaughter. Any discord must surely stem from the stepdaughter's lack of understanding. Sun Yueqing expressed that the matters concerning her mother and Lin Lihai did not alter the affections that Lin Lihai and old lady Lin held for her. Children inherently yearn for paternal love and familial bonds, a desire that intensifies post-divorce. At that tender age of 8 or 9, she loved both her parents dearly and could not bear to part with either. Yet, her heart leaned toward her mother, empathizing with her plight. Consequently, when Lin Lihai and Rong Yingsheng were embroiled in a custody battle, even though Rong Yingsheng had already succumbed to mental instability, she resolutely insisted on remaining with her mother, disregarding the pleas from Lin Lihai and old lady Lin. Even in her choice to stay with Rong Yingsheng, her heart still harbored affection for Lin Lihai and old lady Lin, though she concealed it to spare her mother's feelings. More than a year after Lin Lihai and Rong Yingsheng's divorce, Madame Lin visited the capital for some business and discreetly had someone contact her, expressing a desire to meet. At that time, having not seen Madame Lin for over a year, she longed for their reunion and decided to visit her secretly, without informing her uncle and others. Unbeknownst to her, Madame Lin had brought along Lin Wu. Madame Lin insisted that they were sisters and should get along well. Reluctantly, she complied, but upon seeing the reproachful gaze of Madame Lin, which reminded her too much of her mother's sharpness, she felt a pang of sadness and began to question whether she was merely a narrow-minded child. Over a decade has passed, yet she recalls that day vividly. She remembers feeling despondent and retreating to the restroom. Upon her return, she saw Madame Lin holding 2 ice creams, one intended for her and the other for Lin Wu. As fate would have it, one ice cream was marred when a server accidentally scraped it against a soiled tray, tainting it with grease. Lin Wu promptly chose the pristine one. Madame Lin merely ruffled her hair and smiled, choosing not to discard the tainted treat in favor of a new one. When she returned, Madame Lin handed her the ice cream without uttering a word about the missing piece. Given the Lin family's financial standing at that time, affording 100 or even 1,000 ice creams would have posed no challenge for Madame Lin. Yet she chose not to replace it. From that moment onward, she acutely understood that Madame Lin's affection for her had irrevocably soured. The image of young Lin Wu's malicious gaze as she clutched the flawed ice cream remains etched in her memory. Regarding Lin Lihai, there were numerous similar instances. Reflecting on this, although she had become indifferent towards Feng Tingshen, she gazed at the benevolent Lin matriarch and the ostensibly well-meaning Sun Yueqing, who wore a facade of concern for her. With a faint smile, she addressed the matters concerning herself, Feng Tingshen, and Lin Wu. You all claim to genuinely care for me, and I wish I could believe that. However, your concern manifests as a collective effort to facilitate Lin Wu's intrusion into my marriage. Upon hearing her words, neither Lin Matriarch nor Sun Yueqing displayed the slightest embarrassment, likely having anticipated her retort. With a sigh, the matriarch remarked, Xiao Xi, you are well aware of the situation between you and Tingshen. Why force someone who does not love you to remain by your side? Only after divorce can you truly begin anew. Grandmother, you imply that you act in my best interest, correct? Rong Xi interjected, interrupting her. She turned to both the matriarch and Sun Yueqing, stating, such insipid expressions of concern have been reiterated so many times. Do you not find them tiresome? Your words lack even a modicum of originality in their insincerity. How can I possibly place my trust in you? Perhaps next time you could conjure something more novel? Before they could respond, Rong Xi continued, yet, it is likely of little consequence. After all, no matter how much is said, it remains hollow. What truly matters is your actions, is it not? Both Lin Matriarch and Sun Yueqing were momentarily taken aback by Rong Xi's sharp retort. Just as the matriarch was about to speak, she was interrupted by Rong Xi, who addressed the returning Mr. Fan. Mr. Fan, have you finished your conversation? Shall we take our leave? Mr. Fan, having noticed the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them, seemed slightly perturbed. He chuckled awkwardly and nodded, saying, all right. Then he turned to old lady Lin and Sun Yueqing, remarking, elder Madam Lin, we shall take our leave. Old lady Lin smiled and nodded, but when her gaze fell upon Rong Xi, a sigh escaped her lips. Ever since Lin Lihai decided to divorce her mother, whenever she acted contrary to their wishes, the mother and son duo would often sigh while speaking to her. It was as if she were the source of all their frustrations, the one responsible for their discontent. Consequently, after the divorce between Rong Yingsheng and Lin Lihai, when she returned to the Rong family with Rong Yingsheng, she developed a heightened sensitivity, fearing reproach and the weight of their sighs. Thus, even though everyone in the Rong family treated her well before she turned 12 or 13, she remained exceptionally obedient, too fearful to err, too timid to assert her own identity. Chapter 70. No misunderstanding. After walking a distance away, Mr. Fan inquired, is there any misunderstanding between you and Mr. Lin's family? Yu Mashuan and Rong Xi exchanged glances, and Rong Xi replied, no, it is not a misunderstanding. However, Mr. Fan misconstrued her meaning, believing that there were indeed no misunderstandings between her and the Lin family. That is good to hear. He held a favorable opinion of Changma and solemnly advised, given Feng Tingshen's regard for Miss Lin, the Lin family is destined for great heights. The Feng family and Feng Tingshen are not to be trifled with, so even if you do not cultivate a good relationship with the Lin family, it is wise not to offend them. Upon hearing this, Rong Xi chuckled softly, finding it somewhat ironic. It seemed that she alone in the world was admonished to maintain cordiality with the mistress due to her husband's excessive concern for her. Yu Mashuan could not abide such remarks. He asserted, our Changma is not afraid of Feng Tingshen. Due to certain connections, our company has always enjoyed government protection. Recently, Feng Tingshen has been unable to touch Changma, and if I am not mistaken, the project they are currently undertaking will soon receive substantial support from the government. This time, our company's scale is set to experience a significant enhancement within the year. By then, Feng Tingshen will find it even more challenging to interfere with Changma. Thus, his claim of their company not fearing Feng Tingshen was not merely bluster. It was the confidence that Rong Xi had earned for herself. Grandma Rong and Appo's birthday is on Saturday. The elderly lady and Appo's birthday has become inconsequential for Rong Xi regarding Feng Tingshen and Appo's attendance. However, it is imperative for Feng Jing Xian to be present. In anticipation of the possibility that Feng Jing Xian might sneak away to find Lin Wu on that day, leaving her unable to locate anyone, Rong Xi took the initiative to call Feng Jing Xian on Thursday morning. This marked the first time she had reached out to Feng Jing Xian since returning from Country A on her birthday. Feng Jing Xian was having breakfast, with Feng Tingshen also present. Upon seeing Rong Xi's call, Feng Jing Xian felt a surge of joy. She promptly set down her utensils and answered the phone. Mom, came the muffled reply, indicating she had food in her mouth. Rong Si exchanged pleasantries. Are you having breakfast? Have you eaten, Mom? I have, Rong Si responded. Then continued. I called to let you know that Saturday is your grandmother's birthday. Therefore, you mustn't wander off. You need to accompany me to your grandmother's house to celebrate her birthday. Understood? Ah. Feng Jing Xian was taken aback, realizing that the purpose of Rong Si's call was solely to convey this message. She had hoped to spend time with Aunt Wu after missing out the previous weekend, and now she felt somewhat reluctant upon hearing Rong Si's words. Yet, she could not disregard what her mother had said. Rong Si, perceptive to her daughter's discontent, was fully aware of her thoughts. Holding her phone tightly, she inquired, Is your father there? Father? Yes, he is. As Feng Jingxin spoke, she directed her gaze towards Feng Tingshan, who sat opposite her, and inquired, Mom, do you wish to speak with Dad? Yes. Please hand the phone to your father. I have something to discuss with him. All right. Feng Jingxin passed the phone to Feng Tingshan, who was enjoying his breakfast. Dad, Mom is looking for you. Feng Tingshan paused his meal and took the phone. What is it? My grandmother Anapo's birthday is the day after tomorrow. I hope you can inform Xian that she must return to the Rong family with me that day and is not permitted to wander off. Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshan replied, Understood. He then inquired, Is there anything else? I will pick her up on Friday evening. Very well. With his response, Rong Si felt a sense of relief wash over her. After a brief silence, she added, Thank you. Regarding whether he would be available on Saturday, she had refrained from asking him when she presented the invitation. This time was no different. Moreover, since he had entrusted her with the item he had bid on that day, it implied that he wished for her to present the gift on his behalf to her grandmother. This indicated his absence from the occasion, and thus, there was no need for further inquiry. Consequently, she chose not to utter another word and promptly ended the call. It seemed Feng Tingshan did not even notice that, unlike previous years when Rong Si would always ask whether he could accompany her back to the Rong family to celebrate the matriarch's birthday, she had not posed the question this year. After Rong Si hung up the phone, she returned the device to Feng Jingxin while stating, Mother will come to pick you up tomorrow evening to take you to your grandmother's house. You must listen to your mother on Saturday and refrain from wandering around. Feng Jingxin pouted, but Feng Tingshan remained silent, merely casting a distant glance at her. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, Feng Jingxin reluctantly replied, Understood. Feng Tingshan nodded in approval. Good. Feng Jingxin, pouting, couldn't resist bargaining. Then on Sunday I want to play with Aunt Wu Wu, and you must accompany us. Feng Tingshan chuckled softly. All right. On Friday evening, after work, Rong Si returned to the villa belonging to Feng Tingshan. Upon entering, she was surprised to discover that Feng Tingshan was at home. It was quite unusual for him to be there at this hour. He was engaged in a phone call. Upon hearing her footsteps, he glanced at her briefly before turning back to continue his conversation. The housekeeper was aware that Rong Si planned to take Feng Jingxin back to the Rong family that evening. He had already arranged for the ingredients, intending for her and Feng Jingxin to have dinner before departing. However, Rong Si preferred to dine at the Rong residence. She stated no thank you. The housekeeper hesitated, looking toward Feng Tingshan for his opinion. Although he had not yet finished his call, it seemed he had overheard the exchange between the housekeeper and Rong Si. He distanced the phone slightly and remarked, Let it be as the lady wishes. With that, he turned back to resume his conversation. Seeing this, Rong Si said to Feng Jingxin, Let's go. All right. Feng Jingxin bid farewell to Feng Tingshan, saying, Dad, we will take our leave now, goodbye. Feng Tingshan turned slightly and waved his hand, replying, Goodbye. Throughout the encounter, Rong Si did not converse with Feng Tingshan, leading Feng Jingxin away instead. Likewise, after saying goodbye to Feng Jingxin, Feng Tingshan resumed his phone call while watching them depart. The birthday banquet for the elderly lady was quite grand. Upon returning to the Rong family and having dinner, Rong Si assisted in some preparatory tasks. Once finished, it was already past 11 in the evening. The following day, she awoke early. Before breakfast, she gathered with Rong Changshang and others around the elderly lady to offer her congratulations and present the gifts they had prepared one by one. Noticing the gift-giving process, Feng Jingxin hesitated and gently tugged at Rong Si's sleeve. Leaning down to hear her, Rong Si asked, "What is it?" Feng Jingxin, her face flushed with embarrassment, whispered, "Mom, I didn't prepare a gift." It was only then that she remembered this matter. After speaking, she couldn't help but reproach. "Why didn't you remind me, Mom?" Rong Si replied, "I prepared gifts with your father and great-grandmother. You are still a child. It's all right if you didn't prepare anything. However, if you wish to express your sentiments, just remember to prepare something for your grandmother's birthday next time." Although Rong Si's words conveyed understanding, her demeanor was somewhat cold. Indeed, she had failed to remind her daughter to prepare a birthday gift for the elderly lady. However, if she truly cared, upon realizing that today was the old lady's birthday, she should have thought to prepare a gift for her. The present need not be extravagant nor require much effort. A simple painting would suffice, or she could have taken her to purchase something yesterday when she went to the villa to fetch her. Yet throughout, she never considered the notion of a gift. In contrast, her attitude towards Lin Wu was entirely different. Not only did she make a concerted effort to remember the date, but she also counted down the days in anticipation of its arrival. It was precisely because she noticed her indifference that she felt disinclined to remind her. Chapter 71. Today marks the housewarming banquet of the Sun family. Feng Jingxin failed to notice the aloofness on Rong Si's face. Upon hearing Rong Si's words, she felt a sense of relief. After Feng Chongqing presented the gifts to the matriarch, Rong Si followed suit. The first gift she offered was an exquisite piece of embroidery. "This embroidery was prepared for you with the help of Ting Shun." The elderly lady accepted it. Examining it for a moment, this gift truly resonated with her heart, and she expressed her satisfaction, saying, "He is quite thoughtful." Rong Si then presented a set of emerald jewelry to the matriarch. "This is a gift from Ting Shun." The quality of the emeralds was exceptional, and the matriarch indeed adored them. However, since they were from Feng Ting Shun, she merely glanced at them before closing the box and setting it aside, stating nonchalantly, "They are beautiful. Please thank him on behalf of your grandmother." As for whether Feng Tingxin would come today to celebrate her birthday, she did not inquire a single word, neither did she show any inclination to do so. Rong Si was aware of her disdain for Feng Tingxin. In the past, she would have certainly defended him. Now, however, she refrained from such remarks and instead presented the gift she had prepared for the matriarch. As Rong Si had anticipated, among all the gifts, the matriarch's favorite turned out to be the set of scholarly treasures she had brought. The elderly lady held them in her hands, utterly enamored, and she promptly entered her study to compose a piece of calligraphy. After the gift-giving, the family gathered to enjoy breakfast together. The meal was filled with lively conversation and laughter. The matriarch wore a beaming smile, clearly delighted. Yet, a trace of melancholy occasionally flickered in her eyes. Rong Si and Rong Chongqing were well aware that today was a day meant for familial reunion. However, on such a significant occasion, one person was inexplicably absent. Reflecting on this, Rong Si turned her face away, her eyes slightly reddening. Nonetheless, in order to preserve the festive atmosphere, they all tacitly refrained from mentioning Rong Yingsheng. As the clock ticked past 9, a group of guests, closer to the Rong family, began to arrive one after another. In the evening, they would dine at a hotel they had reserved in advance, marking the official commencement of the birthday celebration. While Rong Si was busy attending to the guests, Rong Chongqing's son, Rong Yunhe, noticed Feng Jingxin sitting quietly to the side, seemingly lost in thought. With genuine concern, he gently caressed her lovely face and inquired, "What are you doing, Xian? You appear somewhat distracted." Upon hearing this, Rong Si realized that she was actually missing Lin Wu. Indeed, Feng Jingxin had obediently heeded Feng Tingxin's advice to remain at the Rong residence, avoiding any wanderings. Yet her thoughts were evidently elsewhere. Throughout the day, she had sent several messages to Aunt Wu, but Aunt Wu seemed rather preoccupied and had barely responded. By afternoon, their party made their way to the hotel. Around 6 o'clock, guests began to arrive in succession. Rong Chongqing welcomed the gifts and ushered the guests to their seats, only to notice an awkward expression on one guest's face. "I apologize, Mr. Rong," the guest said. "I have a wedding banquet to attend today, so I must leave shortly after I have a glass of water." Upon hearing this, both Rong Changsheng and Rong Xiai understood and did not press further, assuming it to be an isolated incident. Half an hour later, it became apparent that many business associates had presented gifts and departed, with a significant number opting not to attend in person, instead sending their secretaries with gifts. Numerous banquets had been reserved, and given the current circumstances, it seemed that a substantial portion of the dining tables would remain unoccupied tonight. On such a joyous occasion, a meticulously prepared birthday celebration was marred by this unexpected scenario. If the elderly lady were to learn of this, it would likely dampen her spirits. While it was understandable that some guests, due to prior commitments, left early without partaking in the feast, their expressions were inevitably less than cheerful. Observing the haste with which so many were eager to attend another celebration, Rong Changsheng could not help but inquire of his relatively close associate, Mr. Lan. Many friends have mentioned they are unable to stay for dinner, coincidentally stating they are off to another joyous occasion. May I be so bold as to ask, Mr. Lan, whose celebration you will be attending shortly? Those who left early or sent gifts, could it be that their next engagement is the same as yours? What a remarkable coincidence! The Sun family, Mr. Lan replied, adding, specifically, it is the grandmother of Mr. Feng's girlfriend. They are not originally from L City and have recently settled in the capital after purchasing property. Today marks their housewarming celebration. Upon hearing this, both Rong Xiai and Rong Changsheng's expressions shifted dramatically. They had previously believed that the villa matter had been resolved and that no further complications would arise. Little did they anticipate that the Sun family had orchestrated such an event to await them. They could hardly believe it was mere coincidence that the housewarming was scheduled for today. After all, the matriarch of the Sun family and Rong Xi's grandmother have known each other for many years, having celebrated countless birthdays together in the past. Could the Sun family possibly forget that today marks the birthday of matriarch Rong? Certainly not. They are undoubtedly aware. It is precisely because they remember that they have deliberately chosen to hold their housewarming on this day. President Lan is unaware of the long-standing grievances between the Sun and Lin families. On this joyous occasion, their meticulously prepared birthday feast remains largely untouched, and he can empathize with Rong Chang's elation. Lowering his voice, he remarked, "This is an unavoidable circumstance. After all, the Sun family has the formidable Feng Zong backing them. They have sent out invitations, and we are not well acquainted with the Sun family. Who would dare offend Feng Zong? Old Rong, I am left with no choice. Should he decline the invitation to the Sun family's housewarming or attend briefly without partaking in the meal, the Sun family would undoubtedly perceive it as a slight against them. It is rumored that Feng Tingshin is likely to marry Miss Lin soon. If they were to offend the Sun family, it would be tantamount to offending Miss Lin and Feng Tingshin as well. They cannot afford to cross Feng Tingshin." Chapter 72. I help you find a person. Some individuals are reluctant to offend Feng Tingshin, yet a faction eagerly seeks to cultivate amicable relations with the Lin and Sun families. After all, the Rong family has faced significant decline in recent years, while the Lin and Sun families have the formidable Feng Tingshin as their ally. The choice is, therefore, abundantly clear. President Lan offered a polite apology to Rong Changsheng before taking his leave. Initially, the elderly matriarch and He Mingxue, Rong Xi's aunt, paid little heed to the situation. However, as the number of guests who arrived only to depart increased, and with the banquet set to commence, the dwindling presence of attendees became increasingly conspicuous. Eventually, only a sparse few tables remained occupied, leaving an ample portion of seats unfilled, leading to a growing awareness that something was amiss. The matriarch and He Mingxue approached, their brows furrowed in concern. Why have so many guests left? What has transpired? Rong Changsheng and Rong Xiai found themselves at a loss for words. Yet, given the circumstances, silence was no longer an option. Rong Changsheng finally spoke. The Sun and Lin families have relocated to the capital, having chosen today for their housewarming celebration. They extended invitations to the majority of our guests, which has resulted in the current predicament. As he spoke, both Rong Changsheng and Rong Xiai cast anxious glances at the matriarch, fearing her emotional burden. The resentment towards the Sun family for their betrayal, which had brought the Rong family to such a state, was a lingering wound that could not be overlooked as long as Rong Yingsheng remained in the nursing home. The fact that they had chosen to orchestrate such an affront on her birthday only exacerbated the matriarch's palpable disdain for the Sun family. However, Madame Rong is, after all, a person who has weathered many storms. Upon hearing the news, she grasped the edge of the table tightly, and in the next moment, her gaze sharpened as she turned to Rong Chongsheng and Rong Ci, asserting with conviction, "Is it that surname Feng who is backing them from behind? Otherwise, how could the Sun family, with no foothold in the capital and barely having arrived, summon such a multitude?" The surname Feng she referred to naturally pointed to Feng Tingshan. Rong Ci lowered her eyes, her vision blurring with tears. I am sorry, grandmother. It is not your fault." Madame Rong tenderly caressed her face. "You all have underestimated their despicable and shameless nature." "Grandmother, it is all right." Madame Rong cast a glance at the banquet hall, which felt overly empty due to the scant number of guests, her expression composed and serene. "It is merely a birthday. It matters not how it is celebrated. As long as you all are well, I ask for nothing more. Everything else is inconsequential and does not warrant excessive concern. Therefore, I reiterate my words. Do not punish yourselves because of the shamelessness of others. Do you understand?" This statement from Madame Rong also echoed sentiments regarding the events surrounding Rong Yingsheng from years past. Rong Ci and Rong Chongsheng comprehended her meaning and replied, "We understand." Rong Ci also extended an invitation to Yu Moshuan and Chu Xilan, who had just arrived and were aware of the entangled matters between the Rong, Sun, and Lin families. Upon hearing this, Chu Xilan exclaimed, "They are utterly despicable. I have never encountered such repulsive individuals." Yu Moshuan comfortingly patted Rong Ci's shoulder. After a moment, his phone chimed, and upon seeing the message, he paused and said, "I'll have someone come for you." Rong Ci, puzzled, replied, Yu Moshuan smiled, "You'll find out soon." Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of the Sun family, as guests arrived in an endless stream, Grandma Sun and Sun Manshan wore beaming smiles. Just as Rong Ci and the others had surmised, they indeed remembered Grandma Rong's birthday. No, it should be said that after celebrating so many birthdays for her, this day was one they could not possibly forget. Therefore, they had deliberately scheduled their housewarming banquet for today, recalling their earlier intentions to move across from the Rong residence, which were thwarted by Rong Ci's unexpected intervention that led them to seek refuge with Feng Tingshan. They felt a surge of anger at how their original plans had been disrupted. However, Feng Tingshan had compensated them afterward, so they ultimately found fortune in misfortune. With that in mind, and considering how they had intentionally chosen today for their housewarming, stealing away the guests invited by the Rong family, their spirits lifted even further. Sun Liao whispered with a chuckle, "I bet there are hardly any guests left at the Rong banquet now, right? Ha! They went to such great lengths to prepare everything, yet they couldn't even keep their guests. It's utterly embarrassing. If this news gets out, everyone will know that the Rong family has lost its influence, and with it, their connections. Who would dare to do business with them in the future?" Xiang Ruofang gently patted her hand and smiled. Indeed, although the Sun family had invited numerous dignitaries from the capital, many of them were not personally acquainted with one another. Thus, while it was ostensibly a housewarming banquet for the Sun family, it also served as a means to cultivate connections. The diamond bracelet that Feng Tingshan had purchased for Lin Wu at the auction was worn by her that very evening. It was widely known that Feng Tingshan had extravagantly spent over 400 million on 4 items at the auction. Given his evident regard for Lin Wu, many attendees were eager to ingratiate themselves with her. Upon seeing her adorned with the bracelet, they flattered, "That bracelet truly compliments you. Your discerning taste is remarkable, General Feng." Although the guests were obsequious, it was undeniable that Lin Wu's beauty rendered her exquisite in any attire. Dressed to the nines today, the diamond bracelet accentuated her elegance and grace. Lin Wu replied, "Thank you." To curry favor with the Lin family, several guests had done their homework, and many were aware that the matriarch, old Madame Lin, had a penchant for antique collections. One could not help but inquire, "I heard that your grandmother, old Madame Lin, enjoys collecting antiques. Was that antique vase at the last auction purchased by General Feng as a tribute to her?" The use of the word tribute clearly indicated that the speaker perceived Feng Tingshan as having embraced the Lin family as his own. Lin Wu nodded and affirmed, "Yes, that antique vase indeed won old Madame Lin's heart. The mere thought of that vase brought her immense joy. After all, that is a vase worth over 100 million. It must be said that Feng Tingshan has indeed shown great consideration and generosity towards his granddaughter, Lin Wu. Upon hearing this, Grandma Sun couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. As a senior relative of Lin Wu, Grandma Lin possesses an antique vase, while she herself has nothing of the sort. However, Lin Wu mentioned that, on that particular evening, Feng Tingshan also acquired 2 other items, each reportedly valued at over 100 million, significantly surpassing the worth of the antique vase. Today marks the occasion of the Sun family's relocation, which Feng Tingshan is undoubtedly aware of. It is likely that at least one of those 2 items was intended as a gift for the Sun family. With this thought in mind, Grandma Sun's spirits lifted considerably. Chapter 73. Is Tingshan not here yet? At this moment, He Changbai and Qi Yuming had also arrived. Upon seeing them, the members of the Sun and Lin families hurriedly approached, recognizing their distinguished status within the capital. Naturally, they held them in the highest regard. Sun Liao had encountered He Changbai previously, and upon seeing him again today, her delicately adorned face flushed with color. Observing her daughter's infatuation, Xiang Rufang smiled gently. The He family, much like the Feng family, belonged to the upper echelons of society, and He Changbai himself was remarkably accomplished in various aspects. Sun Liao's affection for He Changbai was something the Sun family welcomed wholeheartedly. With Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan ahead, and Sun Liao and He Changbai behind, the former was undoubtedly destined to succeed. If the latter also found success, the Sun family would have a formidable standing in the capital henceforth. With this thought in mind, the Sun family members' demeanor toward He Changbai and Qi Yuming grew even more fervent. However, Lin Wu furrowed her brows upon witnessing the Sun family's obsequiousness, feeling that their behavior was excessively sycophantic. As friends with He Changbai and the others, she regarded them as equals, yet her family members, treating them with such ingratiating demeanor, struck her as inappropriate. Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts in front of so many people. After all, the Lin family had enjoyed affluence for several decades. The Sun family, having allied with the Lin family, had swiftly transformed into a prominent household. Yet this had only occurred in the past decade or so. In terms of heritage, the Sun family still fell short of the Lin family's long-standing legacy. Thus, He Changbai and Qi Yuming, in comparison, held a certain disdain towards the Sun family. However, due to Lin Wu's presence, they chose to overlook these sentiments and did not dwell on them excessively. After presenting their gifts to the Sun family, they inquired of Lin Wu, "Where is Tingshan? Has he not arrived yet?" Lin Wu replied, "He has encountered some minor issues with his overseas business these past few days, and he has been working late into the night. As of today, the matters remain unresolved. Thus, I hear he will be arriving later than expected." Upon hearing this, He Changbai and Qi Yuming nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. Being well acquainted with them, Lin Wu personally guided them to their seats. By this time, it was already quite late, and the banquet could commence. Yet, the key figure of the evening, Feng Tingshan, had yet to arrive, leaving Sun Manshan uncertain about whether to proceed with the meal. He sought the opinions of Lin Wu and Sun Yueqing. Lin Wu decisively stated, "Let us begin the meal. The guests who were willing to attend should not be kept waiting and left to hunger. While they might be inclined to wait, it was not appropriate to do so. But, would it be inappropriate to start without Tingshan? Not at all. He would not mind such things." Lin Wu and Appo's assurance indicated her role as a spokesperson for Feng Tingshan, underscoring the closeness of their relationship. The others, witnessing that the Lin family dared to proceed with the banquet in Feng Tingshan's absence, and their confidence that he would not take offense, deepened their understanding of his regard for Lin Wu, further encouraging their desire to cultivate a rapport with the Lin family. Meanwhile, on another front, despite the departure of numerous guests, the elderly matriarch, Madame Rong, remained unwavering in her commitment to the established proceedings. Once she confirmed that all guests had arrived, she graciously took to the stage to express her heartfelt gratitude for their presence. Acknowledging the unexpected disruption that had momentarily affected the atmosphere, she elegantly apologized, earning a round of applause from the audience. After the conclusion of her speech, as the time drew near for the banquet to commence, Rong Chongqing instructed the hotel staff to prepare for the meal. Yu Ma-soon, listening intently, interjected, "Uncle Rong, could we delay for a moment? There is someone else who will be arriving shortly, within 10 minutes. Given the close relationship between Yu Ma-sun and Rong Si, Rong Chongqing was well aware of their bond. Yu Ma-sun often showed great consideration towards Rong Si, which the elderly matriarch and Rong Chongqing appreciated. Upon hearing Yu Ma-sun's request, Rong Chongqing inquired, "Is it one person? We still have space at the main table. Would he mind joining us?" To which Yu Ma-sun replied, "He wouldn't mind at all." "Very well," Rong Chongqing nodded, directing the staff to serve the other guests first while they would delay the meal for their table. As the dishes began to arrive, Yu Ma-sun glanced at his phone and pulled Rong Si aside, saying, "He has arrived. Let us go downstairs to greet him." Rong Si nodded and turned, only to hear a familiar voice coolly interject, "No need. I have already come up." Startled, Rong Si turned back and exclaimed, "Teacher?" To which Nan Jiji responded with a simple acknowledgement. Those remaining in the vicinity were taken aback upon seeing Nan Jiji, questioning whether they were mistaken in their sight. After all, it is Nan Jiji, a prominent figure in the realm of technology frequently featured in the news. Who among the Chinese populace is not acquainted with him? His exceptional abilities are well known, and it is said that his background is equally formidable. It is quite surprising for such a national-level dignitary to attend the birthday celebration of the esteemed matriarch Rong. Upon his arrival, both matriarch Rong and Rong Chongqing were momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed themselves to offer a warm welcome. Although Nan Jiji is known for his aloof demeanor, he shows a measure of respect towards esteemed elders. He has previously met matriarch Rong and swiftly approached her to assist her in taking a seat, saying, "There is no need to rise. Please remain seated." After settling down, matriarch Rong expressed, "Mr. Nan, your presence is truly an honor for this old woman." "You are too gracious, madame," he replied, taking a seat beside her. "It has been many years since I last visited. This oversight is my fault." He then gestured for Yu Ma-sun to pass him a gift, which he received and humbly presented to matriarch Rong, saying, "I arrived in haste and was unable to prepare meticulously. I hope you do not find it lacking." Matriarch Rong smiled in response, "Mr. Nan, you are too modest. Your taking the time to come is the highest expression of goodwill." After exchanging pleasantries with matriarch Rong, he noticed Rong Si and Yu Ma-sun standing behind him like obedient schoolchildren, having been chastised. He cast a mild glance in their direction. In unison, they nodded and promptly took their seats beside him. Matriarch Rong then remarked, "In the earlier years, young Si received your care." "It was only natural," he replied. Nan Jiji remarked that she has recently made some progress in her research, which is quite commendable. You need not worry. Regarding Rong Si's decision to abandon her studies due to Feng Tingxin, both Nan Jiji and old Madame Rong refrained from excessive persuasion. They collectively believed that encountering some setbacks is not a detrimental experience for the youth. Moreover, it is essential for them to choose their own paths, as only then will they truly understand the essence of regret. What is truly concerning is the possibility of being utterly submerged in adversity, ensnared in darkness without a way out. Fortunately, after her trials, Rong Si did not persist in obscuring her potential. Given the example of Rong Yingsheng, old Madame Rong harbored some concerns. However, she understood that excessive intervention would ultimately be counterproductive in the long run. Thus she ultimately opted to allow Rong Si to make her own choices. Now, hearing Nan Jiji's words, the old lady felt completely reassured. "Very well, that is indeed good." Chapter 74. Apologies for my late arrival. Rong Si sat beside Nan Jiji. However, Nan Jiji was engaged in conversation with Grandma Rong and had yet to acknowledge her presence. She turned to Yu Ma-sun and said, "Thank you." She could sense that after Nan Jiji's arrival, her grandmother's spirits had genuinely lifted. Yu Ma-sun shrugged and replied, "No need for thanks. The teacher only responded to me after seeing your project proposal from some time ago. I mentioned this to the teacher, and that prompted their visit. So, if gratitude is due, it should be directed towards you." Just as Rong Si was about to speak, she heard someone call out, Feng Tingxin?" Hesitating for a moment, she turned to see Feng Tingxin's figure appearing at the entrance. Under the gaze of the crowd, he walked steadily towards her grandmother and said, "Happy birthday." As he spoke, he presented a gift box with both hands, adding, "I was uncertain if you liked the previous gift, so I prepared another one, hoping it meets your approval." Grandma Rong was genuinely taken aback by Feng Tingxin's presence. Upon seeing him, her expression did not reveal any joy. The occurrence of such an event today, while a testament to the disgraceful behavior of the Sun family, would not have been possible without his backing. Otherwise, the Sun family would not dare to be so brazen in the capital. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, and with so many onlookers, Grandma Rong received the gift with a polite yet distant demeanor, saying, "Thank you, that was thoughtful of you." She then turned to a nearby server and instructed, "Please assist in adding an extra chair and a set of utensils." Feng Tingshin remained unfazed by the elderly lady's indifference. Upon noticing Nan Jiji nearby, he greeted him with calm composure, "Mr. Nan." Nan Jiji responded with a curt nod. As Rong Si turned her gaze towards them, he reciprocated the glance before instructing the waiter to place a chair between Rong Si and Nan Jiji, taking a seat himself. The moment Nan Jiji's presence was acknowledged, the guests from the Rong family swiftly disseminated the news of his visit to celebrate the birthday of the matriarch. Within a mere 2 minutes, the information reached the Sun family. The guests there were taken aback. Is the Rong family truly capable of such formidable connections? They pondered with astonishment. Isn't that Yu Mo-sun in the photograph? And the captivating lady by his side is actually the niece of the esteemed Rong general manager? I had never heard of her before. Yet, if the enchanting woman accompanying Yu Mo-sun is indeed the niece of the Rong general manager, everything begins to make sense. After all, she attended the recent technology exhibition alongside Yu Mo-sun, and their rapport appeared promising, suggesting that something significant may be on the horizon. The Yu family, too, boasts considerable influence, and Yu Mo-sun is reportedly held in high regard by Nan Jiji as a promising student. Should the granddaughter of Rong Changsheng truly forge a connection with Yu Mo-sun, it would bestow upon the Rong family an impressive network of alliances. Thus, it becomes evident that the Rong family should not be underestimated. Neither the Lin family nor the Sun family had anticipated that Nan Jiji would pay his respects to the matriarch of the Rong family. As a multitude of guests reevaluated their connections with the Rong family due to the presence of Yu Ma-shun and Nan Jiji, the expressions of the Sun family turned sour. Sun Liao, who seldom followed national news, was aware that Lin Wu wished to learn from someone, yet her disinterest in such matters rendered her oblivious to the individual's name. She inquired, "Who is Nan Jiji?" The reactions of so many seem quite significant. Does he hold a considerable status? Lin Wu replied with an impassive demeanor, "He is a figure of global influence in the realm of AI, capable of representing the nation's voice, and he is also my ideal mentor." Sun Liao was taken aback. Is he truly that remarkable? She then continued, "So, the reason Uncle was so incensed with Rong Si recently was that he caused you to miss the chance to connect with this esteemed individual?" "Indeed," came Lin Wu's response. Sun Liao scoffed. She has no sense of shame. Yet she grew displeased once more. Such a formidable person is attending that old woman's birthday celebration. Does that imply they share a close relationship? Not at all. Lin Wu's tone remained indifferent. They are merely acquaintances at best. To her understanding, Rong Si had met Nan Jiji through Yu Ma-shun, and today's appearance of Nan Jiji at the Rong family gathering was likely facilitated by Yu Ma-shun's influence. Sun Liao remarked, "Oh, that's a relief." He Changbai and Qi Yuming were seated at the table adjacent to Lin Wu, not far behind her. Initially, He Changbai had been quietly dining, but upon hearing the mention of Nan Jiji attending the Rong family's birthday banquet, he paused and asked, "Rong family's birthday banquet?" Qi Yuming explained, Today also marks the birthday of Rong Si's grandmother. Both families are hosting celebratory feasts on the same day, leading to a significant overlap in guests. Given the close relationship between Tingshin and Lin Wu, most of the shared guests are present here. I was unaware of this situation beforehand. I only learned about it moments ago in the banquet hall. He continued, "So, it can be said that the Rong family is practically deserted at this point?" Qi Yuming shrugged and replied, "Indeed. It is said that 3/4 of the banquet seats remain unoccupied." At this, he chuckled. It truly is pitiful to watch so many guests leave without the ability to retain them. Despite his words of sympathy for the Rong family, his tone was unmistakably laced with schadenfreude. He Changbai's expression shifted slightly as he suddenly stood up. Qi Yuming, taken aback, asked, "What's wrong?" He Changbai replied, "I need to make a phone call." Without waiting for Qi Yuming to respond, he swiftly turned and departed. Noticing He Changbai's hasty exit, Lin Wu and Sun Liao glanced over. Lin Wu inquired, "Where did Changbai go?" "He has something urgent to attend to, a phone call," was the reply. "Oh." Lin Wu did not press further. A seat beside her became vacant, reserved for Feng Tingshan. Old Madam Lin checked the time and remarked, "Xiao Wu, hasn't Tingshan arrived yet? Perhaps you should give him a nudge?" Lin Wu shared the sentiment and took out her phone to call Feng Tingshan, but the call did not connect. Today, a multitude of guests gathered to celebrate the housewarming banquet of the Sun family. The Sun family members were required to toast each table, engaging with the guests to foster connections and camaraderie. Naturally, Lin Wu played an indispensable role in this process. After all, the attendees had come to the banquet primarily due to Lin Wu's influence. Furthermore, her presence undoubtedly elevated the guests' regard for the Sun family. As they approached to offer their toasts, the guests politely rose to their feet. After exchanging pleasantries, someone inquired, "Miss Lin, has Mr. Feng not yet arrived?" Lin Wu replied, "He is on his way and will be here shortly." No sooner had she spoken than a voice from not far away remarked, "A friend informed me that Mr. Feng has also gone to the Rong family." "Mr. Feng has gone to the Rong family? Is that true? Photos have surfaced. Is there any doubt? Just take a look. Indeed, that is Mr. Feng." Everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Wu. Their unfamiliarity with the Sun family was evident, and their attendance at the joyous occasion stemmed not only from their respect for Feng Tingshan but also from the fact that the Rong family and Appo's business was currently in decline, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Presently, not only had Nan Jiji visited the Rong family, but even Feng Tingshan had gone to celebrate the birthday of the matriarch of the Rong family. So what was their true purpose in being here? Chapter 75. At the elder's request, upon hearing that Feng Tingshan had gone to the Rong family, Lin Wu remained composed. Given the close relationship between old Madame Feng and old Madame Rong, it was only natural for the latter to summon Feng Tingshan to attend her 70th birthday celebration, especially since she could not be there in person. This was something Lin Wu had anticipated. However, despite it being an order from old Madame Feng that compelled Feng Tingshan to visit the Rong family, Lin Wu felt a tinge of discontent. When the attendees learned of Feng Tingshan's absence from the gathering due to his visit to the Rong family, they speculated that there might be a shift in his relationship with Lin Wu. She responded coolly, stating, "Old Madame Feng and old Madame Rong share a cordial relationship. Tingshan is merely fulfilling an elder's request to pay a brief visit to the Rong family." There had indeed been rumors in the past suggesting a strong bond between the Rong and Feng families, but the lack of interactions over the years had led many to dismiss such tales as mere gossip. Now, however, Lin Wu's words hinted at a more profound truth. At that moment, a figure entered from outside, holding a gift box. Approaching Lin Wu and the Sun family members, the individual greeted her, "Good day, Miss Lin. President Feng has encountered an unexpected matter and may arrive quite late. He has specifically asked me to convey this generous gift to you, as he is concerned about missing the banquet." Lin Wu accepted the gift, replying, "I understand, thank you." Since old Madame Rong was a friend of old Madame Feng, it was indeed reasonable for Feng Tingshan to visit the Rong family briefly before joining the festivities here. It seems that Feng Tingshan anticipated that they might question his relationship with Lin Wu. Currently at the Rong family residence, he thoughtfully arranged for the gifts to be sent in advance, demonstrating his consideration and care for Lin Wu. Given Feng Tingshan's esteemed status, his attentiveness and tenderness towards her make it implausible to assert that he does not value her. With this thought in mind, the onlookers forced smiles. Although the Sun family was displeased to learn of Feng Tingshan's visit to the Rong family, they refrained from displaying their discontent. Once the stagnant atmosphere dissipated, Sun Manshan cheerfully raised his wine glass to express gratitude for the guest's presence. Following his lead, the ambience soon became lively once more. Lin Wu felt a warm glow in her heart at Feng Tingshan's thoughtfulness, and her earlier displeasure evaporated. Noticing that He Changbai had yet to return, she approached Qi Yuming and inquired, "Why hasn't Changbai come back?" Qi Yuming replied, "Let me give him a call." After the call connected, it wasn't long before Qi Yuming hung up and said, "Changbai mentioned he had an urgent matter and left first. He asked me to convey his apologies." Understanding that he had pressing concerns was reasonable. Lin Wu then asked with concern, "Did Changbai mention what the urgent matter was?" Qi Yuming had not inquired about it. Initially indifferent, he suddenly recalled something and remarked, "Could it possibly be related to the person Changbai is fond of?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wu's smile faltered slightly, her tone becoming somewhat subdued. "Changbai hasn't mentioned anything about that matter since, so I cannot speculate." "Indeed." Qi Yuming stroked his chin and chuckled. "Why not simply ask him next time to find out?" Lin Wu lowered her gaze and murmured in agreement. Meanwhile, at the table of the Rong family patriarch, Feng Tingshan settled into his seat and glanced at Rong Si. Upon his arrival, Rong Si displayed a flicker of surprise, but she quickly composed herself. Meeting his gaze, her expression remained inscrutable as she coldly inquired, "Is there something you need?" Feng Tingshan averted his gaze, responding in a calm tone, "Nothing." Subsequently, the two fell into a silence. Rong Si's younger cousins, who had seldom encountered Feng Tingshan before, now regarded him with a mix of curiosity. Having occupied a position of authority for many years, Feng Tingshan exuded an aura of dominance, even without any deliberate display. As they looked his way, he cast a sidelong glance at them. Overwhelmed by his presence, they instinctively averted their eyes, unable to maintain their gaze. Feng Tingshan showed no reaction to their discomfort, nor did he engage in any pleasantries, simply redirecting his attention. Feng Tingshan was the object of Rong Si's affection. She had thrown herself into this tumultuous affair, and after all these years, she found herself ensnared. Despite the passage of time, if Rong Chongqing harbored no grievances towards Feng Tingshan, it would be implausible. Yet, what difference would it make, even if there were grievances? The Rong family was powerless against Feng Tingshan. Now that Feng Tingshan has arrived, as the host, Rong Chongqing can only rise and raise his glass, saying, "I was unaware that President Feng would be joining us. If there are any deficiencies in my hospitality, I hope you will pardon me." Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshan also picked up his glass and stood, clinking it with Rong Chongqing's, responding, "You are too kind, President Rong." He addressed Rong Chongqing as President Rong, rather than as uncle. This remark did not go unnoticed by the others present. It was clear that he wished to distance himself from the Rong family. Rong Si had long been aware of this sentiment. At this moment, she felt no desire nor need for his acknowledgement of her family. She knew his presence was at the behest of the old matriarch of the Feng family. With a cool demeanor, she remarked, "We appreciate grandmother's intentions. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to leave." His continued presence would only serve to disrupt the atmosphere. Feng Tingshan replied nonchalantly, "There is no rush." Rong Si frowned, uncertain of his meaning. However, Feng Tingshan chose not to engage her further, instead directing his attention toward Nanjiji, saying, "Recently, our company has developed a new feature that allows our products to achieve complete invisibility and eliminate any radar detection. I wonder if Mr. Nan would be interested in learning more? Any radar?" Nanjiji paused, his expression turning serious as he looked over. "Please go on." Feng Tingshan seemed unconcerned about the potential for technical leaks, and he began to discuss the details with Nanjiji. Rong Si was taken aback that Feng Tingshan would delve into such matters with her teacher. From their conversation, it is evident that Feng Tingshan possesses profound knowledge in the realm of artificial intelligence. Given that it is a subject of interest to Nanjiji, how could Rong Si and Yu Moshuan possibly remain indifferent? Initially, they were merely listening casually. However, as the discussion progressed, they became so engrossed that they even forgot to eat. At first, Rong Chong intended to remind them to eat while listening, but seeing their intense focus, as if they feared missing a crucial point, he refrained from saying anything further. Aside from Rong Si, none of them were particularly familiar with Feng Tingshan. Moreover, their reception of his presence was rather lukewarm. In such circumstances, Feng Tingshan should have felt out of place, yet he remarkably transformed the atmosphere to his advantage. Of course, the evening's centerpiece was the esteemed matriarch, Rong Laotai. Feng Tingshan was mindful not to overshadow her. After a few minutes of conversation, he suggested, "If Mr. Nan wishes to delve deeper into this topic, shall we schedule a time to discuss it further?" Chapter 76. The night air was brisk. "Come inside," Nanjiji said. "All right," Feng Tingshan replied, then turned to Rong Si. "Are you going back this evening?" Rong Si was still contemplating the conversation she had just had with Nan Jiji. When she heard him speak to her, she paused for a moment before responding, "No, I won't be going back." Feng Tingshan nodded and said, "Understood." He then rose and added, "I will come to pick up Xinshin later." His intention to leave was clear. Rong Si replied coolly, "Understood." Feng Tingshan did not pursue the matter further and walked towards old Madame Rong. "Madam, I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Old Madame Rong remained seated, her tone as frosty as ever. "Safe travels, no need to see you off." Feng Tingshan did not take offense at her indifference. He glanced at Rong Chongsheng, nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned to exit the banquet hall. As he emerged from the hotel, He Chongbai momentarily halted his actions upon seeing Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan swiftly got into his car and departed. He Chongbai remained seated in his vehicle, unmoving. After the banquet concluded, Nan Jiji departed with Yu Mashuan. Feng Jingxin had indulged in too many snacks that day. Once the dinner began, she barely touched her meal before retreating upstairs to play video games. Noticing that most guests had departed, Rong Si ascended the stairs to find her. Upon seeing her mother return, Feng Jingxin removed her headphones. "Finished with your work, Mom?" "Yes," Rong Si replied. Recalling the words spoken by Feng Tingshan before her departure, she said, "Your father mentioned he would come to pick you up this evening. You should call him to inquire about his arrival." The thought of returning home and the prospect of playing with Aunt Wu the next day filled Feng Jingxin with joy, prompting her to exclaim, "All right." Once the call was made, it was answered promptly. Shortly after, Feng Jingxin hung up the phone and informed Rong Si, "Dad said he will arrive in 15 minutes. "Very well, I understand," Rong Si replied. "Now, gather your belongings. Your mother will take you downstairs to wait for your father." Feng Jingxin contemplated coaxing Rong Si into assisting her, as she often relied on her for help with her things. However, noticing that Rong Si seemed somewhat disheartened, she refrained from expressing her desire. Once the time was right, Rong Si led Feng Jingxin downstairs. In the elevator, observing Rong Si's silence, Feng Jingxin gently shook her hand. "Mom." Rong Si looked down. It seemed her mother had recently become less talkative. Feng Jingxin had previously noted that her mother no longer called her daily as she once did, nor did she frequently inquire about her whereabouts. While she had enjoyed this change in her mother, she now noticed that, aside from these instances, their conversations during their meetings had diminished significantly. Her mother appeared to have grown silent. Feng Jingxin was raised solely by her, and Rong Si understood that she was not a careless person. The fact that she had only just realized her mother spoke less was merely a testament to how accustomed she had become to overlooking her. Rong Si withdrew her gaze and remarked, "Mommy is tired." Indeed, Rong Si appeared quite weary, prompting Feng Jingxin not to inquire further. The night breeze was particularly biting. As they exited the hotel lobby, the cold wind stung their cheeks painfully. Clearly feeling the chill, Feng Jingxin was reluctant to walk any further. She grasped Rong Si's hand and turned, burying her small face in Rong Si's abdomen. "It's so cold, Mommy. Hold me." Almost 6 years old, Feng Jingxin was already rather heavy. Although it was somewhat strenuous for Rong Si to carry her, she bent down and lifted her nonetheless. Feng Jingxin clung to her neck, nestling her little face there to shield herself from the frigid air. The fabric of Rong Si's clothing was soft and warm, and Feng Jingxin reveled in the comfort, nuzzling against her neck. Feng Tingshan had a strong sense of time. As Rong Si carried Feng Jingxin to the parking lot, Feng Tingshan's car fortuitously arrived at that moment. Upon seeing them, his vehicle came to a halt beside Rong Si. Not wishing to leave her mother's embrace, Feng Jingxin lowered the car window and playfully called out to Feng Tingshan, who was seated inside, "Daddy, carry me inside." Without uttering a word, Feng Tingshan exited the vehicle and approached to lift Feng Jingxin into his arms. The little girl joyfully swung her legs in his embrace. As Feng Tingshan leaned closer, Rong Si once again caught a whiff of the perfume that belonged to Lin Wu. Previously, when he sat beside her, that scent had not been present, indicating that he must have visited the Sun family after departing from their side. Feng Tingshan gazed at her and said, "The night wind is cold. Let us return." Rong Si took a step back and spoke, "Understood." Feng Jingxin, filled with joy, said, "Goodbye, Mom." Rong Xi merely replied, Feng Tingshen embraced Feng Jingxin and entered the car. Without waiting for them to drive away, Rong Xi turned and walked towards the spot where her vehicle was parked. After observing her silhouette for a moment, Feng Tingshen retracted his gaze and instructed the driver, drive. As soon as he finished speaking, their car swiftly merged into the flow of traffic. As Rong Xi approached her parking area, He Changbai emerged from his vehicle, calling out, Rong Xi. Initially unaware, she assumed he was a stranger. Upon hearing her name, she turned around and recognized He Changbai. She thought it might be a serendipitous encounter. Considering they had not completely reserved the hotel for the day, it was plausible that He Changbai had business in the vicinity. She nodded slightly to acknowledge him, unlocking her car and preparing to depart. Noticing that Rong Xi still regarded him as a stranger, He Changbai remained rooted in place. As she opened the car door, she realized that He Changbai was still standing there, watching her. Sensing he wished to convey something, she inquired, her expression tinged with a hint of coldness and detachment. Is there something you need? He Changbai hesitated, ultimately refraining from mentioning the events of the evening. Instead, he said, I simply have a gift for you. Would it be convenient to find a time to have dinner together in a couple of days? It seemed that Shanshan had endured a significant calamity, suffering deep emotional and physical wounds. She had previously mentioned that she bore a resemblance to her mother, who had already passed away. Thus, Rong Xi understood her attachment to Dan Dan. To be honest, she harbored a certain fondness for Dan Dan as well. If they were to meet casually, she would set aside her personal grievances with He Changbai and spend more time with Dan Dan. However, the prospect of a private meeting with Dan Dan. At that moment, He Changbai suddenly interjected, there is a project on your uncle's side that I could assist with. Rong Xi was taken aback. He Changbai did not elaborate further, simply stating, consider it, and feel free to call me when you have made up your mind. Rong Xi remained silent. In truth, she harbored doubts about him. After all, he shared a close relationship with Lin Wu and Feng Tingshen. Even if He Changbai's current offer of assistance was sincere, and even if his collaboration with her uncle's project came to fruition, who could guarantee that in the future, should a conflict arise between her and Lin Wu, he would not act like Feng Tingshen and threaten her with the project in order to side with Lin Wu? Chapter 77. The same words, perhaps sensing the reason behind her hesitation, He Changbai remarked, I can assure you that my personal matters will never interfere with the professional dealings between your uncle and me. Upon hearing this, Rong Xi inquired, are you certain? Absolutely, he affirmed. Rong Xi was acutely aware of her uncle's company facing dire straits. After a moment's hesitation, she responded, very well. When you have time, please reach out to me and I will arrange a meeting. With that, He Changbai observed her disheveled black hair, tousled by the cold wind, and said, it's chilly at night, you should go inside. At his words, Rong Xi paused, for they echoed exactly what Feng Tingshen had just told her. She nodded, choosing not to speak further, and entered the car. He Changbai remained still. As the vehicle passed by him, Rong Xi lowered the window, offered him a nod, and then pressed the accelerator, driving away. It was only after watching her car vanish from sight that He Changbai finally got into his vehicle and departed. Rong Xi returned to the Rong residence, where both grandmother Rong and her parents, Rong Changsheng and his wife, were still awake, while her siblings, Rong Sun and Rong Yunhe, had already retired for the night. Upon her arrival, the trio turned their attention towards her, clearly having waited specifically for her return. Grandmother Rong asked, you're back? Yes. Rong Xi replied. Observing her grandmother extend a hand, she placed her bag down and took a seat beside her. Grandmother Rong grasped her hand and inquired, little Xi, are you planning to let go of Feng Tingshen? Today, her demeanor towards Feng Tingshen starkly contrasts with the past, making it nearly impossible to overlook. Indeed, Rong Xi remarked, we are preparing for divorce. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady chuckled, very well, divorce is a good thing. Yet, she soon furrowed her brow and added, Xian is quite attached to him. He has indeed treated her well over the past 2 years. He is unlikely to grant you custody of Xian. She did not desire Feng Jing Xian's custody, yet she refrained from voicing this sentiment. Instead, she simply stated, I am aware of that. I will discuss it with him thoroughly. It is getting late. Let us all rest. While Madame Rong and the others retired for the evening, Rong Xi found herself unable to rest. During their return journey, Nan Jiji and Uemo Sun had engaged in extensive conversation, and upon entering her room, she received a multitude of project tasks from Uemo Sun, noted as required by the teacher, to be completed before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Rong Xi set down her bag, took a sip of water, and replied, "Understood." She did not remove her makeup or take a shower but immediately opened her computer to commence her work. Finally, around 4 in the morning, she completed her tasks and sent the organized content. Uemo Sun, equally overwhelmed, informed her, "The teacher has requested we visit him before 9. Rong Xi acknowledged, "All right." Their conversation was brief, and after shutting down her computer, Rong Xi proceeded to the bathroom to remove her makeup and take a shower. By the time she finished, it was already past 5. After setting her alarm for 8, she turned off the lights and settled into bed to sleep. The following morning, upon being stirred by the alarm, she felt utterly weary. Nevertheless, she hastily rose from her bed and made her way to the washroom. As she descended the stairs, her spirits were somewhat low, prompting the elderly Mrs. Rong to express her concern. "Why not sleep a little longer? I need to visit the teacher," she replied. Mrs. Rong was well aware of Nan Jiji's strictness towards his students. She added, "I worry about you driving like this. Let the chauffeur take you." "All right," Rong Xi acquiesced. Upon arriving at Nan Jiji's villa, the three of them, teacher and students, immediately retreated to the study, engrossed in their work. It was not until noon, when mealtime arrived, that they finally had a moment to breathe. At that moment, Rong Xi's phone abruptly chimed. It was a message from Chu Xilan, inquiring whether she would like to join her for skiing that afternoon. Rong Xi replied via voice message, "I have matters to attend to today, so I want to be going. You enjoy yourself." "All right then," Chu Xilan responded. In the afternoon, as Rong Xi emerged from the study to fetch some water, she received another message from Chu Xilan. This time it contained several photographs. In the images were Feng Tingshan, Lin Wu, Feng Jingxin, He Changbai, and Shan Shan. Subsequently, Chu Xilan sent another message. "My friends and I were having such a lovely time skiing, but we unexpectedly ran into them. What a mood killer." Rong Xi opened one photograph, and upon recognizing them, she refrained from viewing the others. After seeing Chu Xilan's message, she calmly responded with a voice note, "Have fun. Don't mind them." Chu Xilan swiftly replied with a voice message, "We may not leave until the evening. Would you like to join us?" Rong Xi responded, "No. I have matters to attend to." Chu Xilan acknowledged, "All right then." Rong Xi put away his phone, lifted his cup, and returned to the study. They remained busy throughout the entire day. As evening approached, Yu Mashuan stretched and said to Nan Jiji, "Teacher, let us go out for dinner soon. It's our treat." Nan Jiji, barely glancing at him, replied, "I have plans to go out shortly." Both Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan exclaimed, "What?" "I have made dinner plans with Feng Tingshan this evening," Nan Jiji stated. Yu Mashuan cast a glance at Rong Xi, who remained composed, sipping his water. Nan Jiji departed with the car keys, reminding them, "Remember to close the door when you leave." Just as he finished speaking, he added, "However, I shouldn't be gone for too long." Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan replied, "Understood, teacher." Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Jingxin, Feng Tingshan, and Lin Wu had enjoyed a splendid day of skiing. Upon exiting the ski resort, Feng Jingxin cheerfully told Feng Tingshan, "Daddy, I want seafood for dinner." Feng Tingshan replied, "Daddy has some matters to attend to with Aunt Wu Wu, so he cannot join you for dinner. The chauffeur is waiting for you in the parking lot. Once you're home, just let the chef know what you wish to eat." Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxin's previously bright smile quickly faded. "What matters? Why can't I come along?" Feng Tingshan gently pinched her cheek and smiled. "It's very important." However, Feng Jingxin pouted and gazed at Lin Wu, cuddling her and playfully saying, "Aunt Wu, I heard from Feng Tingshan that this is a significant matter for you." Lin Wu felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and bent down to embrace Feng Jingxin, smiling as she replied, "It is indeed an important matter for Auntie. I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and I hope everything goes smoothly. Can you understand, dear?" Although Feng Jingxin was still somewhat discontented upon hearing Lin Wu's words, she obediently nodded, saying, "I understand, but Aunt Wu, You must make it up to me next week by taking me out for some delicious food. Lin Wu assured her, of course. As she spoke, she smiled at Feng Tingshan. Meanwhile, He Changbai remained silent, observing the scene. Shandan approached and took Feng Jingxin's hand, saying, "If there's an opportunity next week, let us have a meal together." Having spent a few times together, Feng Jingxin and Shandan had already developed a good friendship. She nodded in agreement. All right. Chapter 78. Unable to reach the edge of Lian Rongxi after bidding farewell to Feng Jingxin and He Changhua, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu also boarded their vehicle, heading towards the restaurant. A few minutes after their arrival at the private room, Nan Jiji made his entrance. "Mr. Nan." Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu rose to greet him as he pushed open the door. Upon seeing Lin Wu, Nan Jiji displayed no hint of surprise. Lin Wu politely introduced herself once more. "Hello, Mr. Nan. I am Lin Wu. We met previously at the technology exhibition." "I know," Nan Jiji replied, his expression neutral as he extended his hand for a brief handshake. Once he settled into his seat, Lin Wu took the position beside him and remarked, "I have great admiration for you and have always hoped for an opportunity to meet you in person to discuss the intricacies of the AI field." "Indeed," Nan Jiji acknowledged. At that moment, Feng Tingshan's phone chimed, prompting him to stand and address both Nan Jiji and Lin Wu. "I need to take a call. Please continue your conversation." Lin Wu nodded in response. After Feng Tingshan departed, Lin Wu picked up a nearby menu and offered it to Nan Jiji. "Mr. Nan, shall we order first and chat while we eat?" Nan Jiji pushed the menu aside, stating, "Not just yet." Lin Wu paused, momentarily taken aback, as Nan Jiji directly inquired, "Do you wish to become my student?" Lin Wu was unprepared for his forthrightness. Nan Jiji exuded a directness that was unpretentious. She did not falter in the presence of a luminary at the pinnacle of the AI field. Rather, she composedly and confidently declared, "Indeed, I possess a profound interest in the realm of AI and aspire to learn under your esteemed guidance in pursuit of greater advancement." Given the opportunity to meet Nan Jiji, she was undoubtedly well prepared. With that, she produced her laptop and stated, "Allow me to present to you the product I developed upon my doctoral graduation." Nan Jiji scrolled through the screen, perusing her graduation project. After reviewing several sets of data, he remarked in a measured tone in terms of graduation projects, "Yours is indeed markedly superior to that of the average doctoral candidate." Upon hearing this, Lin Wu's smile deepened, instilling her with an even greater sense of confidence. Just as she was about to respond, Nan Jiji relinquished the mouse and diverted his gaze from the computer, inquiring, "Is this what you accomplished this year?" "Yes," Lin Wu replied. "Is there nothing else?" Lin Wu hesitated, uncertain whether his tone reflected satisfaction, a desire for her to unveil more highlights, or a hint of dissatisfaction, perhaps wishing to offer her another opportunity. Nevertheless, she had consistently excelled academically, earning numerous accolades, and her doctoral advisor had sung her praises. It was worth noting that her advisor was a pivotal figure in the field within Country A and had participated in several of its space programs. The commendations from her advisor carried significant weight. Thus, she possessed ample confidence in her expertise. Upon this reflection, her heart settled once more as she inquired, "I have conducted a technical analysis of the exhibits showcased at the recent technology fair. Would you care to hear about it?" With that, Lin Wu commenced a detailed exposition on an autonomous vehicle, elaborating on its perception, planning, and control, its three core aspects. She spoke continuously for over 10 minutes, during which Feng Tingshan returned momentarily, mentioning he had an important call to make. Just as Lin Wu was poised to continue her discourse, Nan Jiji suddenly raised his head and interjected, "That will suffice." Lin Wu ceased her explanation. Rising to his feet, Nan Jiji offered a final assessment. "Your foundational knowledge is commendable, yet it does not meet my criteria for accepting students." Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback, her lips pursing in disappointment. This was not the response she had anticipated. As Nan Jiji prepared to exit, Lin Wu hastened to approach him, asking, "Mr. Nan, how do you suggest I improve?" He paused, responding coolly, "Engage in deeper research and remain attentive to new developments in various fields." At that moment, Feng Tingshan returned. Before he could speak, Nan Jiji remarked, "I have done what was necessary. I will reach out to you in a few days." Feng Tingshan replied affirmatively. With that, Nan Jiji departed. Feng Tingshan turned to Lin Wu, observing her troubled expression, and queried, "Was the outcome unfavorable?" Lin Wu nodded candidly. "I was not accepted." "What did Mr. Nan say? Please share with me," he urged. Lin Wu then recounted the entire process along with Nan Jiji's evaluations and suggestions. "Your abilities are indeed commendable," Feng Tingshan remarked. "I find his suggestions quite astute." Lin Wu paused momentarily. She had indeed devoted less time to her academic pursuits recently and had paid scant attention to the latest developments in her field. Nan Jiji discerned her lack of diligence and focus, perceiving her attitude towards her profession as problematic and unworthy of cultivation, thereby rejecting her. The realization that it was her professional attitude, rather than a deficiency in her capabilities, that had led to Nan Jiji's decision provided Lin Wu with a sense of relief. Feng Tingshan advised, "Perhaps you could seek another opportunity in the future." Lin Wu responded affirmatively, convinced that, with a rectified attitude and her professional skills, overcoming Nan Jiji's scrutiny would no longer pose a challenge. Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of regret for having recently devoted so much energy to racing. Otherwise, she might have already been a student of Nan Jiji by now. Meanwhile, Nan Jiji returned to the villa. Inside, Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan had just completed purchasing and cleaning the ingredients, preparing to cook hot pot. Upon his arrival, Yu Mashuan remarked, "You and Appos back quite early." Nan Jiji removed his coat, his tone remaining indifferent. "Yes." Yu Mashuan glanced at Rong Xi, who was bringing out bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, and teasingly inquired, "So, I take it we won't have an additional junior sister joining us?" Nan Jiji ignored him, accepting the bowl handed to him by Rong Xi and taking a seat. His silence spoke volumes. Yu Mashuan chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Rong Xi. "I knew from our first encounter that I had her figured out." Rong Xi smiled, permitting him to enter the kitchen and bring out the remaining meat. He remarked, "Indeed, you are the most formidable." Umo soon retrieved the meat and inquired with curiosity, "Teacher, what level do you believe she occupies in her field?" "Slightly above that of an exceptionally talented doctoral graduate," came the response. Great minds think alike. In the past decade, the field of artificial intelligence in our country has flourished at a remarkable pace, and it is likely that the technologies mastered domestically have surpassed global standards for some time now. As the most pivotal figure in this realm, Nan Jiji is confronted daily with the world and Appos' leading products, technologies, and talents within the field. Lin Wu and Appos' proficiency is indeed commendable among the general populace, yet it merely ranks her among the ordinary high achievers. When compared to those surrounding Nan Jiji, she still falls significantly short. As for the comparison with Rong Xi, it is an entirely different echelon. After all, Lin Wu is merely 25 this year, and she cannot even approach the edges of the CUAP that Rong Xi developed many years ago. Chapter 79. Did she seem to be seducing Yu Mashuan? Perhaps having observed their evident fatigue, Nan Jiji permitted them to return home that evening around 9 o'clock. After a long day, Rong Xi took a refreshing bath and retired to bed early. The following day, matters at Xuandu required their attention. That afternoon, Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan made their way to Xuandu. Upon arrival, they had just begun to discuss technical issues when Ren Jifeng and Yao Xinbua entered, accompanied by a member of Xuandu's staff. Upon seeing Rong Xi, both Ren Jifeng and Yao Xinbua appeared somewhat taken aback. Yao Xinbua raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "She is actually an employee of Xuandu? What a coincidence!" Ren Jifeng shrugged. He barely knew her. How could he ascertain her employment status at Xuandu? A nearby staff member, overhearing their conversation, interjected, "Are you referring to Miss Rong? She is not an employee of Xuandu. She is a technician from Changma, here to assist with technical system issues today." Sensing being observed, Rong Xi turned her head slightly. Upon recognizing Ren Jifeng and Yao Xinbua as the individuals who had commented on her at the auction, she merely glanced at them before calmly averting her gaze. Yao Xinbua chuckled. "Look, she is ignoring us." However, Ren Jifeng showed little interest in discussing Rong Xi further. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Wu entered from outside. Upon seeing them, Lin Wu paused, a hint of surprise crossing her face. "Miss Lin," she greeted. Upon encountering Lin Wu, Ren Jifeng's demeanor shifted from the indifference he had displayed earlier When speaking of Rong Ci with Yao Xinhua, Lin Wu acknowledged him with a nod, her expression serene as she greeted, Mr. Ren, Mr. Yao. Ren Jifeng took the initiative to approach her, inquiring, Miss Lin, are you employed at Xuandu? Not quite, Lin Wu replied. I specialize in algorithms and have come here to enhance my skills by learning from everyone. Although Ren Jifeng was a native of the capital, he seldom remained in the city, having only recently returned. Since meeting Lin Wu, he had noticed a considerable amount of discourse surrounding her within their circle. It was said that she was exceptionally gifted, having graduated from university at the age of 18 and currently pursuing a doctorate at a world-renowned institution. This impressive background left him feeling somewhat inadequate. Moreover, he had heard that she excelled in racing and esports, achieving a level of skill that could earn her accolades. In addition to these pursuits, she enjoyed adventurous activities such as rock climbing and skydiving. The more he learned about Lin Wu, the more he realized she was even more captivating and alluring than he had initially perceived, deepening his interest in her. Unfortunately, however, she was the woman of Feng Tingshan. Contemplating this, he refrained from drawing too close to Lin Wu, maintaining a respectful distance as he remarked, Miss Lin, you truly embody a spirit of diligence and a thirst for knowledge. Lin Wu responded, Mr. Ren, you flatter me. It is precisely because I recognize my own shortcomings that I feel compelled to strive for improvement. Would you not agree? Her remarkable talents coupled with her humility only served to heighten Ren Jifeng's admiration for her. He and Yao Xinhua had come to Xuandu primarily for work, as their company had collaborations with Xuandu. It is worth mentioning that Changma, Xuandu, and Zhongxing are collaborating on the same project. However, Changma and Xuandu are focused on system technology, while Zhongxing and Xuandu are working on materials. Upon the arrival of Ren Jifeng and his associates, another leader of the Xuandu project team, Mr. Zhang, approached them. Their group proceeded towards Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan. Mr. Zhang smiled and said, Mr. Yu, these two are. Yu Mashuan looked up, and upon seeing the newcomers, raised an eyebrow. Oh, it is Mr. Ren, Ms. Yao, and Miss Lin. Rong Ci had briefly glanced at Ren Jifeng earlier but had not looked back towards the entrance, thus failing to notice that Lin Wu was also present. Upon hearing Yu Mashuan mention Miss Lin, she immediately deduced it referred to Lin Wu. Nevertheless, she did not lift her gaze, continuing her discussion with the technical staff from Xuandu. Mr. Zhang chuckled, Mr. Yu, are you acquainted with Mr. Run and Ms. Yao? Yu Mashuan replied, Indeed. After all, we are all second and third generation members of the elite circles in the capital, so it is only natural to know each other. However, our paths diverge, hence the lack of familiarity. After exchanging pleasantries with Yu Mashuan, Ren Jifeng and his companions followed Mr. Zhang to another area to discuss work matters. Lin Wu remained with Yu Mashuan, having naturally noticed Rong Ci. However, she only cast a fleeting glance before disinterestedly averting her gaze and redirecting her focus back to Yu Mashuan. Mr. Yu, have you just arrived? She inquired. Yu Mashuan, possessing ample capability and being a student of Nanjiji, recognized the subtle bias he held against Lin Wu due to Rong Ci, which resulted in his indifferent demeanor towards her. Nevertheless, she was still eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. After all, in the future, as she becomes a student of Nanjiji, their time spent together will inevitably increase. It had been nearly half an hour. Yu Mashuan, while lowering his head to take notes, absent-mindedly remarked, Miss Lin, you appear to have been here for quite some time. Lin Wu replied, I arrived at Xuandu this morning. However, I have been occupied for most of the day and am rather fatigued, so I went upstairs to have a glass of water and rest for a while. This reference to going upstairs for water and a break naturally pointed to Feng Tingshan's office. Upon hearing this, Yu Mashuan paused, his tone growing even more indifferent. Oh, I see. So, President Feng is also at Xuandu? No, he is at Feng's, she clarified. This implied that even if Feng Tingshan were absent, she could freely enter and exit his office by herself. Did this mean that there were no secrets between them? Yu Mashuan simply acknowledged her with an O and chose not to speak further, instead stepping forward with his notebook to consult Rong Ci, gesturing towards the content within. Rong Ci glanced at it, nodded to indicate his understanding, and then turned back to continue his work. Observing this, Lin Wu inquired, Is there a particular section where issues have arisen that I might discuss with you? Yu Mashuan coldly responded, Miss Lin, I am currently working and it is not convenient. Just as Lin Wu was about to speak, Rong Si approached Yu Moshuan to relay a set of data. The moment Lin Wu saw Rong Si approaching, her expression turned icy. Rong Si had no intention of giving her a glance. Upon seeing her coldly staring, after finishing his conversation with Yu Mo-sun, he cast a frosty look at her and departed with Yu Mo-sun to continue addressing the data issues. Lin Wu had another set of data to process, so she returned to the meeting room to take a seat. Feng and his colleagues were busy refining some contract details, and upon noticing her arrival, they inquired, was there a disagreement just now? They were unaware of what Lin Wu and Yu Mo-sun had discussed. From their perspective, it appeared they were engaged in pleasant conversation. However, Rong Si suddenly approached and whisked Yu Mo-sun away, casting an unfriendly glare at Lin Wu before departing. It seemed as though he believed Lin Wu was trying to entice Yu Mo-sun with their dialogue. Lin Wu did not divert her gaze from the computer and replied coolly, "No, I was merely seeking Mr. Yu's guidance on some professional matters." Upon hearing this, Feng and the others recalled that Yu Mo-sun and Lin Wu were likely from the same field of study, with Yu Mo-sun being a student of Nanjiji. His abilities, of course, needed no further elaboration. Lin Wu, being diligent and eager to learn, had no fault in approaching Yu Mo-sun for professional advice. Yet Rong Si, with a narrow mindset, misconstrued Lin Wu's initiative as an attempt to seduce Yu Mo-sun, which prompted him to hastily pull him away and issue Lin Wu a cautionary glare. Chapter 80. Miss Rong, is skiing possible? He inquired. Do you know that woman? Upon hearing him mention Rong Si, Lin Wu's fingers momentarily tightened over the keyboard. Indeed, Rong Si possessed remarkable beauty. Assuming Feng held a romantic interest in her, she instinctively thought of the possibility. However, recalling the words she had overheard at the auction and Feng's current demeanor towards her, she realized her assumptions were misguided. With an expression devoid of emotion, she replied, "Not well, why do you ask?" Feng glanced towards Rong Si and Yu Moshuan, commenting, "The way she converses with Yu Moshuan suggests she possesses considerable capabilities." Lin Wu replied coolly, "I'm not sure, but I've heard she only has an undergraduate degree." Only an undergraduate degree? He mused. No wonder then, with her educational background falling short of Lin Wu's and lacking the same captivating charm. It is only natural to worry about Yu Moshuan being swept away. While he could understand her anxiety over Yu Moshuan, the hostility directed at Lin Wu due to her perceived superiority was rather petty, as she constantly suspected other women of vying for her boyfriend's affection. With this thought, Feng's indifference towards Rong Si transformed into a subtle disdain. Meanwhile, Yu Moshuan found himself with a moment of respite and, through the glass window, cast a glance towards Feng and Lin Wu in the conference room. After observing them for a few moments, he leaned closer to Rong Si and murmured, "Does Feng like Lin Wu?" Rong Si, preoccupied with processing data issues, paused for a second before realizing who Feng was. She spoke with a nonchalant tone. It should be. Her indifference toward the matter was evident. Once she finished her statement, she tugged at Yu Moshuan, urging him to return to work and refrain from gossiping. After all, the sooner they finished, the sooner they could leave. Yu Moshuan curled his lips in disdain, remarking on the scrutiny he felt. After his assessment, he ceased his idle chatter. Feng, noticing that Yu Moshuan was glancing their way, mistakenly assumed he was gazing at Lin Wu. He also believed that Rong Si's frown and subsequent pulling away of Yu Moshuan was due to irritation with his lingering gaze on Lin Wu. Lin Wu encountered a minor issue and halted her progress. She intended to seek Yu Moshuan's guidance, but upon glancing over, she discovered that both Yu Moshuan and the technical personnel from Sundu were attentively listening to Rong Si. Their demeanor suggested to an outsider that Rong Si possessed some extraordinary technical prowess. With this thought in mind, she averted her gaze. Rong Si and Yu Moshuan remained engrossed in their tasks until after 5 in the afternoon, at which point they had nearly resolved the matters at hand. The contract between Zhongxing and Sundu had also been finalized. Mr. Jean invited Rong Si and Yu Moshuan into the conference room to take a brief respite and enjoy some water. Seeing that Feng and his colleagues had also completed their tasks, he proposed, "Since the hour is growing late, shall we dine together?" Feng felt a stir of emotion and glanced at Lin Wu. However, Lin Wu seemed oblivious to his gaze as she replied, I apologize, but Ting Shun will be coming to pick me up from Feng's shortly. We have other arrangements. Please enjoy your meal. Upon hearing Lin Wu's refusal, Ren Jifeng instantly perceived the gathering as lacking significance. Responding, I have matters to attend to as well. Perhaps another time. Listening to Ren Jifeng's remarks, Lin Wu remained unperturbed, her expression betraying little. Yu Mashuan increasingly perceived Ren Jifeng and Appo's interest in Lin Wu, recognizing that it was her reluctance to attend that deterred him as well. With both Ren Jifeng and Lin Wu declining the invitation, Mr. Jin found himself in an awkward situation and turned to Yu Mashuan, inquiring, Mr. Yu, how about you all? Yu Mashuan lifted his teacup, clinking it lightly against Rong Si's, and smiled. We are available, aren't we, Xiao Ci? Rong Ci understood that his smile was a subtle jest aimed at Ren Jifeng and nodded in agreement. Lin Wu observed the genuine kindness Yu Mashuan extended towards Rong Ci, a frown creasing her brow. Though Ren Jifeng and the others claimed to be unavailable for dinner, the arrangements had already been made, prompting them to accompany Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan downstairs to depart from Sun Du. At that moment, Lin Wu received a phone call. After hanging up, she announced, Ting Shun will be arriving soon. I shall join you. By the time they reached the ground floor, Feng Tingshun was already waiting. Upon spotting them, he exited his vehicle and exchanged greetings with Ren Jifeng and Yu Mashuan. He cast a glance at Rong Ci but refrained from initiating conversation with her. Meanwhile, Lin Wu stood beside him as he alighted, and the two appeared strikingly like a couple. As Ren Jifeng and Feng Tingshun engaged in pleasantries, Yu Mashuan, with a slight curl of his lips, spoke in a cool tone, Mr. Feng, we have a dinner appointment, so we shall take our leave. Feng Tingshun replied, Mr. Yu, take care. Consequently, Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci departed first. After dining with Mr. Jin and the others, Rong Ci drove home. Upon arriving home, He Changbai's call came through. Rong Ci paused for a moment before answering, Mr. He Changbai stated, the contract has been signed. You may call your uncle to confirm. Once you have verified, please return my call. Before she could respond, he had already hung up. Rong Ci did not anticipate He Changbai's promptness. However, she found it difficult to place her trust in him. After some contemplation, she decided to call Rong Chongsheng. Uncle, has the company collaborated with the He family on a project? Yes. The company has made progress, Rong Chongsheng replied, evidently pleased, yet somewhat puzzled. How did you find out about this, Xiao Ci? I heard it from someone else, Rong Ci replied evasively. After expressing concern for her uncle, she ended the call and promptly dialed He Changbai again. He Changbai answered instantly. I am available this weekend, Rong Ci informed him. Great. Would you prefer to arrange the specifics, or shall I? He inquired. You arrange it, she replied. All right. After hanging up, Rong Ci entered the bathroom for a shower. Noticing that it was still early, she turned her attention to the latest developments in the field of AI around the globe. The following morning, after a light breakfast, just as she was about to leave, He Changbai's call interrupted her once more. Last night, I discussed with Shandan, and she expressed a desire to go skiing. Miss Rong, are you able to ski? Yes, she affirmed, as she was indeed proficient in skiing. Would you like me to arrange skiing equipment for you? He Changbai asked. No need. I can purchase it myself. All right, see you on Saturday. After hanging up the phone, Rong Ci proceeded to the company. At 5 in the afternoon, Feng Jingxin called, expressing her desire for the dishes she prepared. That evening, Rong Ci visited her. Feng Tingshun was not at home, as he was away on a business trip. Rong Ci decided to stay the night. The following day, before taking Feng Jingxin to school, she recalled her plans to go skiing with Shan Shan on Saturday, so she brought along the skiing equipment that she had left behind, to avoid the need to venture out to purchase it in a couple of days. Upon seeing the equipment, Feng Jingxin inquired, Mom, are you going skiing? Yes, I will be going in a few days. Feng Jingxin exclaimed, I want to go too. Although she had spent half a day at the ski resort with Lin Wu and others recently, she still felt unsatisfied with her experience. Chapter 81. Keeping Uncle's secret. Rong Ci paused for a moment and inquired, when would you like to go? This made Feng Jingxin hesitate slightly. Rong Ci understood that she wished to wait for a time when Lin Wu and Feng Tingshun were both unavailable, so she could accompany her. However, she was uncertain when that would be, hence her indecision. Rong Si withdrew her gaze and remarked, "It's all right. When you feel ready to go, just tell your mother. If she is free, she will take you." Feng Jingxin beamed. "All right." After a week of busyness on Friday evening, Rong Si finished work earlier than usual. Upon returning home, just as she was about to prepare a meal, Feng Jingxin's call came through. Rong Si hesitated briefly before answering the phone. "Mom, I'm free on Saturday. Let us go skiing." Rong Si had promised her that she could inform her whenever she wished to go skiing. Yet, she had no intention of taking her the following day. The schedule for tomorrow constituted a social engagement for her, and she did not wish to be preoccupied with her daughter during such an occasion. She replied, "Mom will be busy tomorrow. Let us choose another time." Feng Jingxin pouted. "No, I really want to go on Saturday. Please, Mom, can you accompany me? This Saturday won't do. Perhaps next week. If you still wish to go next week, I will take you then." Feng Jingxin was undeterred and attempted to coax Rong Si into yielding. "Mom." Rong Si remained resolute. "If you still want to go next week, just let me know. Remember to eat well and don't be picky." With that, Rong Si ended the call. Feng Jingxin did not attempt to call back. Based on her understanding of Feng Jingxin, it was likely that she was upset. Rong Si, however, remained indifferent and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The following day, upon rising, she received a call from He Changbai, inquiring if he should send a car to fetch her. Rong Si declined the offer. After enjoying breakfast, she drove to the ski resort. Upon her arrival, He Changbai and Shanshan had already reached their destination. As she appeared, He Changbai glanced over, while Shanshan cheerfully pushed aside his hand and ran towards Rong Si, exclaiming, "Auntie." When Shanshan leaped into her embrace, Rong Si gently returned the gesture, observing the radiant smile on Shanshan's face as she affectionately stroked her cheek. Shanshan seems to have grown a little taller, and her cheeks have filled out, making her even more beautiful, Rong Si remarked. Delighted by the compliment, Shanshan nodded vigorously. "Yes, I've been eating plenty of meat." Just as Rong Si was about to respond, Shanshan suddenly pulled a crystal keychain from her pocket, saying, "Auntie, this is for you." The keychain was a miniature pink cat bag, housing a small white kitten inside, remarkably exquisite. It bore a striking resemblance to the one that had recently adorned Feng Jingxin's backpack, albeit in a different hue. He Changbai often took Shanshan, Feng Tingxin, and Lin Wu out for playdates, making it quite natural for Shanshan to possess a similar keychain to Feng Jingxin's. Rong Si hesitated for a moment but chose not to inquire further, smiling as she said, "It's beautiful. Auntie loves it. Thank you, Shanshan." Hearing Rong Si express her fondness, Shanshan beamed with joy and tugged at Rong Si's hand, urging, "Auntie, let us go skiing." "All right," Rong Si replied. Observing them walk inside, He Changbai inquired of Rong Si, "Have you had breakfast? We brought some for you. If you haven't eaten yet, you should have a bite." Rong Si replied, "No need, I have already eaten." "Very well." Once they donned their attire and put on their goggles, they commenced their skiing adventure. Although Shandan was still somewhat inexperienced, Rong Si had been skiing for many years and gradually guided Shandan along the slopes. The ski resort was quite crowded on weekends. Concerned for their safety amidst the throng, He Changbai stayed close to them, ready to shield them from any wayward skiers. However, the sheer number of people proved overwhelming. After merely an hour of skiing, they were collided into by two young girls. While Shandan managed to remain upright, Rong Si collided directly into He Changbai. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her securely into his embrace. Startled by the sudden closeness within his broad arms, Rong Si froze for a moment, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. She attempted to push him away, only to realize her foot was slightly injured. He Changbai did not release her. "Did you twist your ankle? Perhaps." "Yes," she responded. He Changbai summoned a staff member to assist Shandan, while he bent down and lifted Rong Si into his arms. Under the impression that he would ask the staff to help her, she was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected gesture and protested, "Please put me down." He Changbai replied, "The doctor is already waiting. We must first attend to your foot." Rong Si paused, ceasing her struggle. Upon entering the building, He Changbai gently set her down. The doctor waiting nearby glanced at Rong Qi and discovered that she had merely suffered a slight dislocation. He promptly set her bone back in place, and soon she was feeling fine. He Changbai inquired, "Are you still able to ski?" "I'm fine. I can continue," she replied. Since she was already there, she did not wish to dampen Shandon's spirits. Hearing from the doctor that her leg was indeed fine, he did not press the matter further. At that moment, someone in the distance caught their attention. "Yao Yao? What are you looking at?" Sun Liao responded, "I think I saw someone familiar. The profile of the person ahead really resembles He Changbai. But he is accompanied by a child and a woman. It can't be He Changbai, can it?" As she attempted to step forward for a clearer view, the individual donned a hat and goggles once more and departed. In the following hour, Rong Qi and Shandan were bumped into twice more, yet miraculously, they suffered no injuries. Noticing He Changbai holding her hand to support her, Rong Qi gently pulled away, saying, "I'm okay now, thank you." Only then did He Changbai release her wrist. At noon, they left the ski resort and headed to a nearby restaurant for a meal. He Changbai handed her the menu, inviting her to place an order. It was at this moment that Shandan recalled something and asked Rong Qi, "Auntie, what is your name?" "Rong Qi, Auntie is called Rong Qi," she replied. Shandan nodded, "Auntie Rong." Rong Qi smiled and gently caressed her little face. Perhaps the skiing had worn her out, for before they had finished their meal, Shandan began to doze off. He Changbai cradled her in his arms, wiping the grease from the corners of her mouth. Rong Ci had nearly finished her meal. She set down her chopsticks and said, "Shall we leave it at that for today?" "Very well," replied He Changbai, yet he did not rise immediately. Instead, he looked at her and inquired, "May I invite you again next time?" Rong Ci responded, "Of course." He had lent her a hand. Since she was needed, it was only fitting that she assist him in return. "Thank you," he added. "It is only right." Despite having shared a bed with Dan Dan, Rong Ci still felt there was little to discuss between them. Thus, she said little more and turned to leave. As she drove away, He Changbai stood for a moment before getting into his own vehicle. Upon arriving home, Dan Dan was awake. "Has Auntie Rong left again?" she asked. "Yes," He Changbai replied, embracing her. Suddenly, he added, "By the way, Dan Dan, from now on just call her Auntie. Don't refer to her as Auntie Rong, alright? And keep her name a secret for Uncle. Don't tell anyone else just yet. Okay?" Dan Dan obediently nodded, "Alright." Chapter 82. Don't come back next time after finishing their meal. Rong Ci and He Changbai drove for a while before receiving a call from Chu's Island. "Xiao, where are you? I'm utterly exhausted. Hurry and come pick me up for dinner." Rong Ci refrained from mentioning that she had already dined. "Where are you?" "At Yu Lian Yuan," Chu's Island replied, referring to the ancient-style residential community developed a few years back. "I came here early this morning with my aunt to look at houses, and I'm worn out." "Alright." After hanging up, Rong Ci adjusted the navigation system and headed towards Yu Lian Yuan. About 10 minutes later, Chu's Island called again, exclaiming, "Darn, do you know who I ran into here?" Rong Ci paused. Recently, the only individuals who seemed to provoke such a reaction from Chu's Island were Feng Tingshan and the Lin family. He brought the Lin family to look at houses. Rong Ci maintained her gaze ahead, responding with a nonchalant typically. Whenever Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu ventured out, they often included Feng Jingxin. Today, however, Feng Tingshan had left Feng Jingxin at home, evidently to escort the Lin family for their house viewing. It made sense. With the Sun family already settled in, the Lin family, wishing to establish themselves in the capital, certainly needed to acquire property. Upon arriving at Yu Lian Yuan, Rong Ci parked the car and informed Chu's Island of her arrival, sending her a location pin. Chu's Island replied that she would take a little longer to come out. Rong Ci inquired about her whereabouts, mentioning her desire to use the restroom at the sales office. Chu's Island sent her a location pin in return. As Rong Ci was about to alight from the vehicle, she spotted Elder Lin, Lin Lihai, and Sun Yueqing approaching the parking lot. Their faces radiated joy, clearly in high spirits. Rong Ci exited the car, but Lin Lihai and the others entered the parking lot from the opposite side and did not notice her. A few minutes later, as Rong Ci arrived at the entrance of the sales office, she coincidentally encountered Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. They were surrounded by 7 or 8 senior executives from the sales department as they descended from within. Upon seeing her, Feng Tingshan cast a fleeting glance, while Lin Wu, linking her arm with Feng Tingshan's, regarded her with a cold stare. Rong Si's expression remained indifferent as she averted her gaze. Upon entering the sales office, she made her way directly to Chu Xilan. Upon seeing her, Chu Xilan gritted her teeth and murmured, "The properties here start at 300 million. I just heard from the staff that the villa Feng Tingshan purchased for the Lin family is the most expensive in this area, costing over 600 million. Rong Si replied with a simple Chu Xilan observed her expression and continued, "Moreover, I also heard that the reason Feng Tingshan and the others came here to buy a house is that Lin Wu's mother adores the style of this place." At these words, Rong Si's steps momentarily faltered, realizing why Sun Yuqing had seemed so elated earlier. Suppressing her emotions, she replied coolly, "I need to use the restroom." "Oh, all right." Once inside the restroom, Rong Si clenched her small fist. Hearing others speak of how wonderful Feng Tingshan was to Lin Wu had long ceased to affect her. As Feng Tingshan endeavored to charm Sun Yuqing, a voice from outside the sales office suddenly echoed, "Feng's taste is truly impeccable. His girlfriend is remarkably beautiful. Indeed, his girlfriend's mother is equally stunning, exuding elegance and grace. What's more, her husband and in-laws indulge her every whim, tailoring everything to her preferences, utterly doting on her. Comparing her situation to my own husband and in-laws only heightens my frustration. It is undeniable that Feng is exceptionally kind to his girlfriend. Despite not yet being married, he has already purchased a villa worth over 600 million for her family. Sai, as a fellow woman, Feng's girlfriend is undoubtedly a true winner in life." After 10 minutes had elapsed, Rong Si emerged from the restroom. Following a meal with Chu Zilan, she suddenly felt the urge to visit the nursing home. However, recalling the director's words about Rong Yingshang's condition and the restriction on meeting familiar faces, she found herself at the entrance of the facility but ultimately decided against entering and drove home instead. Upon returning home, she secluded herself in her room, immersing herself in her own affairs. Time passed unnoticed until her phone rang once more. It was a call from Feng Tingshan. Glancing at the screen, she noted the data beside her but chose not to answer. The call eventually ended. A few minutes later he called again, yet she remained unresponsive. Shortly thereafter, Feng Tingshan sent a text. "Grandmother wants us to return to the old residence for dinner." Rong Si did not reply. On his end, Feng Tingshan observed her silence, holding his phone in contemplation for a moment. At that moment, Feng Jingxin's voice echoed from the staircase. "Dad, you're back." As the words left her lips, she had already dashed downstairs and leaped into his embrace. Feng Tingshan supported her petite frame and responded with a soft hum. Noticing her father holding his phone, seemingly about to send a message, she inquired, "What are you doing, Dad?" Feng Tingshan replied, "Your mother isn't answering her phone." Upon hearing her father's mention of Rong Si, Feng Jingxin huffed in annoyance and turned her small face away. Observing her reaction, Feng Tingshan playfully pinched her soft cheek, teasing, "You get upset when we talk about your mother. Have you angered her?" Feng Jingxin widened her eyes in indignation, exclaiming, "It's Mom who made me mad." With an elegant gesture, Feng Tingshan propped his chin on his hand, feigning curiosity. "Oh?" Feng Jingxin, puffed up with frustration, complained, "Mom said she would take me skiing, but when I called her today, she said she had plans and would take me another time. Your mother has her commitments. If she is unable to take you out for fun, should you not show her some understanding instead of being upset? Isn't that a bit unfair?" "You." Feng Tingshan chuckled, gently pressing down on her head. Rising to his feet, he said, "Let us go." Feng Jingxin paused, asking, "Where to?" "Your grandmother has called us back for dinner." "Oh." She mumbled, then ran to catch up with him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rong Si had ordered takeout, and just after 7 o'clock, as she finished her meal, the phone call from old Madame Feng came in. She may choose not to answer Feng Ting's calls, but out of gratitude for the kindness shown to her family by Grandma Feng, she feels compelled to respond to her call. "Hello, Grandma." Grandma Feng inquired, "Shao Si, I heard from Ting that you are quite busy. When will you be free?" Rong Si had no desire to return to the old residence. Since Feng Ting had already fabricated a lie for her, she decided to be forthright. "I've been quite occupied these past few days. I apologize, Grandma." I'm afraid I won't be able to visit you during this time. Grandma Feng was unconcerned and replied, That's perfectly all right. I'm just worried about you overexerting yourself. Not at all, Grandma. I know my limits. That's good to hear. Grandma Feng continued. Ting will be returning tomorrow, and I'll have him bring you some delicious treats. Do remember to eat well. All right, Rong Si affirmed. After hanging up, Grandma Feng glanced at her grandson, who was engrossed in reading the newspaper on the sofa, and remarked with a smirk, If Xiao Si doesn't return with you next time, then you needn't come back either. Feng Ting raised an eyebrow, so, should I leave? Grandma Feng. Chapter 83. Does Xiao Si have a boyfriend? After concluding the call, Rong Si immersed herself back into her work. By around 9 o'clock in the evening, her mind, having been thoroughly refreshed by an influx of knowledge, was in considerably better spirits. At this moment, a call from Umo Soon came through. Would she like to go out? Half an hour later, Rong Si arrived at the bar, where Umo Soon was waiting at the entrance to greet her. He inquired, Would you like something to drink? Rong Si paused for a moment before responding, Yes, I would. Umo Soon leaned in to observe her closely and asked, Are you feeling down? I feel much better now, she replied. He did not press further and ordered her a blue cocktail with a moderate alcohol content. Rong Si held the drink in her hand, sipping it slowly while listening to Umo Soon converse with his friends. Unbeknownst to them, someone at the bar upstairs was observing them. Yao Xianbo remarked, So it anapos her with Umo Soon. The man beside him followed his gaze and, upon spotting Rong Si, paused momentarily. Noticing this, Yao Xianbo chuckled. Is she to your liking? His friend did not respond directly, instead asking, Do you know her? Indeed, he affirmed. She is the girl I mentioned a few days ago, the one that Ji Feng initially fancied but soon lost interest in. His friend scrutinized Rong Si, noting that although the bar was not overly chaotic, her demeanor was refreshingly serene and pure. Against the backdrop of vibrant lights and thumping music, her presence seemed to amplify an aura of tranquility and grace, as if she had wandered into this lively scene by mere happenstance. Umo Soon then proposed to Rong Si, Shall we go dancing? Rong Si was not adept at dancing, yet she harbored a desire to attempt it. Stepping onto the dance floor, she swayed to the music under the guidance of Umo Soon. After a minute or so, she gradually acclimated, loosening her body to gently sway. Having indulged in a bit of wine, she felt a pleasant intoxication. The warmth of the alcohol flushed her cheeks, rendering them a lovely pink, while her eyes shimmered with an enchanting allure that was more pronounced than usual. Yao Xianbo observed her and remarked, Although Miss Rong may not possess the irresistible charm of Miss Lin, she exudes a pure and tender beauty, truly a captivating goddess. His companion remained silent. At that moment, Rong Si felt her phone vibrate. Without halting her movements, she glanced at her device, and upon seeing the caller ID, she immediately paused. Umo Soon noticed her change in demeanor and leaned in for a look, his scalp prickling with apprehension. It was the teacher. Rong Si and Umo Soon hastily exited the dance floor. As they left, Rong Si inadvertently looked up and spotted Yao Xianbo alongside a strikingly handsome young man. Not being well acquainted with Yao Xianbo, she quickly averted her gaze and proceeded with Umo Soon to the entrance of the bar to answer the call. As she spoke, her tone was timid. Teacher, please come to pick me up tomorrow at noon. Rong Si was taken aback. Huh? But the other end had already disconnected. Umo Soon promptly inquired, What did the teacher say? Rong Si replied, The teacher asked me to come and get him tomorrow at noon. Did he mention anything else? Did he say to bring me along? She shook her head in response. Umo Soon glanced at his phone, noticing that Nan Jiji had not contacted him, and he felt a pang of hurt. The teacher was biased. In the lively atmosphere of the bar, one could indeed find relaxation. Rong Si's mood improved significantly, and he reached out to place a hand over Umo Soon's chest. Feeling better? No, only if you pay for tonight's expenses will it improve. Understood. The statement was, of course, a jest. There was no way Umo Soon would allow Rong Si to foot the bill. Moreover, he was also concerned that Nan Jiji might discover he had taken Rong Si to the bar for drinks. After settling the bill at the counter, he left the bar with Rong Si. The following noon, Rong Si drove to Nan Jiji's villa to pick him up. Once Nan Jiji got into the car, She inquired, "Teacher, where are we headed?" Nan Jiji provided an address. Half an hour later, they arrived at a restaurant, where they were escorted to a private room. Upon entering, they found two imposing middle-aged men already seated. As they walked in, the men stood up, "Welcome, Ren Ian and Ji Huanying." Nan Jiji introduced them with her characteristic cool demeanor. "This is my student, Rong Ci." Rong Ci had seen them in the news. One held significant power in the military, while the other was a prominent figure in politics. However, their attitude towards Rong Ci was surprisingly warm as they shook his hand, saying, "We have long admired your name." Though slightly taken aback, Rong Ci composed himself, shaking hands with them one by one, respectfully and courteously responding, "The honor should belong to me in addressing you both." Ren Yan and Ji Huanying exchanged smiles, gesturing for her to take a seat. After she settled in, Ren Yan remarked, "We have been aware of you for several years now, and have long hoped that academician Nan could introduce us. However, everyone has been quite busy, leaving little time for such matters. Recently, our team has been engrossed in studying the system you developed a while back, and as fortune would have it, we all found ourselves available these past few days. We thought it would be delightful to share a meal with you and finally meet." After some pleasantries, Rong Ci engaged in conversation with them, discussing systems, chips, and energy. Meanwhile, Nan Jiji quietly sat to the side, consuming his meal and tea, largely refraining from participating in the dialogue. Over an hour later, Ren Yan poured a cup of tea for Rong Ci, who readily accepted it. As Ren Yan set down the teapot, his gaze became profound, filled with wisdom, yet softened when directed towards Rong Ci. "If I recall correctly, you must be in your 20s, am I right?" he inquired. Rong Ci nodded, "Yes, I am 25. Quite young indeed." Upon hearing Ren Yan's question, Ji Huanying grasped his intent and interjected, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Rong Ci hesitated for a moment before responding, "I am married, and soon to be divorced." However, in the presence of Ren Yan and Ji Huanying, she felt reluctant to divulge further details about her personal life. Both Ren Yan and Ji Huanying appeared taken aback by her revelation. Yet they were not ordinary individuals. When Rong Ci mentioned her marriage, a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes, indicating that her marital situation was fraught with difficulties, hinting at the likelihood of divorce. This implied that Ren Yan's son might still have a chance. Countless distinguished young women aspired to enter the esteemed households of the Ren and Ji families. Generally speaking, the daughters of affluent families seldom gain access to the esteemed households of the Ren or Ji clans, let alone a divorcee. However, Rong Ci is an exception. Her remarkable talent is unparalleled. With the technology that Chang Mo currently possesses, the trajectory of Chang Mo's development in the forthcoming years is bound to be unstoppable. Moreover, it is highly probable that Rong Ci may succeed Nan Jiji in the future. This implies that Rong Ci's prospects are limitless. Not to mention, at such a young age, she has achieved so much while remaining composed and gentle, devoid of any arrogance, qualities that are exceedingly rare among the youth. Their admiration for her grows with each glance. Listening intently, Nan Jiji finally lifted his gaze and cast a cold glance at them.